Chapter 1. The Apocalypse. Today is the day you will choose your husbands, everyone. Make sure to present yourselves impeccably. Hurry up! Exclaimed the matron of the Women's Protection Center. Upon hearing this, all the young women scrambled to rise, for those in this room had just turned 18 this month. Among them was Gu Shuriyue, who was not originally from this place. She had inexplicably traversed here just a few days prior. She had merely taken a nap at home, only to awaken in this unfamiliar realm. Initially, she was engulfed in fear, as her arrival had landed her in a desolate building. The surroundings were teeming with monstrous creatures, and a mere glance out the window had left her pale and trembling. For 3 days, she remained holed up in the building, deprived of food and water, too terrified to venture outside. Having grown up in a peaceful era, she had never witnessed such a scene. She had never even been fond of horror films. Fortunately, she encountered Huiyu, who led a hunting team outside the city, and he brought her along to the base. During her days at the Women's Protection Center, Gu Shuriyue gradually learned the grim realities of this apocalyptic world, finally grasping the nature of her predicament. Gu Shuriyue, are you afraid? In her time at the center, she had made a friend named Jiang Shuyue, and their shared names seemed to forge a special bond. At that moment, Jiang Shuyue appeared quite anxious. Whether I extend my neck or retract it, it's all the same, Gu Shuriyue replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Given the circumstances of this apocalypse, she felt there was little choice but to go with the flow. You're quite beautiful, surely. A strong man will choose you. As for me, I can only wonder what fate awaits, Jiang Shuyue remarked enviously. For Gu, she used delicate and fair complexion, starkly contrasted with the gaunt figures of the other women in this world. The men who had brought her in previously seemed utterly captivated by her. The base enforced strict regulations. Any female encountered in the wild had to be taken back to the Women's Protection Center for allocation. Moreover, Gu Shuriyue had been fortunate enough to join Huiyu's team, the son of the base's leader. Had it not been for this, she might have faced unspeakable horrors. You're overthinking it. The current male-to-female ratio is a staggering 1,000 to 1. Regardless of who selects you, he will undoubtedly be a formidable individual. Gu Shuriyue was acutely aware of her incongruity among these women, as she had never suffered the tribulations of the apocalypse. Reflecting on her surroundings, Gu Shuyue's fair and radiant complexion, coupled with her supple and healthy skin, made her stand out amidst the skeletal figures of her peers. She even had a hint of plumpness, which was a rarity in this desolate world. In terms of physical appearance alone, Gu Shuriyue eclipsed the other women by a considerable margin. Any man who laid eyes on her found it difficult to look away. Even Huiyu, surrounded by numerous fair-skinned female abilities users, was drawn to her. Thus, he had protected her, which was why she had thus far escaped the horrors of this world. After years of apocalypse, the weaker, elderly, and vulnerable had perished, leaving behind a scarcity of women who had become prized possessions. Even the nefarious brothels had shuttered, their proprietors having been entirely divided among the ruins. Moreover, with the latest research from the base indicating that one must select a partner upon reaching level 9, it became increasingly crucial to form bonds. Without a companion, it would be exceptionally challenging to transition from level 9 to level 10. Due to the unique physiology of women, they could absorb and neutralize volatile energies, thus assisting in ascension. Even for warriors not striving for advancement, having a female partner contributed to emotional stability, preventing untimely demise from explosive energies. The status of women had reached unprecedented heights. However, there exists a vast disparity among the strong. Surely, you will secure the best, Jiang Shuyue expressed, unable to discern whether her feelings were envy or admiration. There is no absolute best. The one who treats you well is the best. Gu Shuriyue teased her, fully aware that the humans of this apocalyptic world possessed an inherent admiration for strength. However, marriage was not merely about selecting the strongest contender. Jiang Shuyue, lacking understanding, had grown up in the apocalypse, and many of these newly adult girls had been mere primary school students before the world fell apart, thus lacking proper education. The Women's Protection Center had only been established a year prior. Jiang Shuyue had managed to survive in the base due to her family's protection. Tragically, her brother had perished during an expedition a year ago. Without her brother's safeguarding, She had narrowly avoided being sold into a life of forced prostitution. She longed for the strongest partner, but knew that her circumstances made it a formidable challenge. After all, her ability level was merely at level 2, a rather low tier. Yet, she discreetly cast a glance at Gu Shiyue, realizing that even being awakened was far better than remaining dormant. A flicker of confidence ignited within her. After all, among this group of women, few had awakened their abilities. Shiyue, have you awakened your powers yet? Jiang Shiyue inquired with concern. Not yet. Not even a hint of awakening? Jiang Shiyue pressed, unwilling to relent. None, Gu Shiyue replied. In truth, there had been signs she had been experiencing dizziness frequently, a precursor to awakening. Yet it could simply be due to hunger, as food was scarce in this world, and she had not been adequately nourished in recent days. Thus, Gu Shiyue was not intentionally concealing anything. She herself was uncertain. What a pity! You're so beautiful. If only you possess powers. That would be even better, Jiang Shiyue lamented. For in this apocalypse, mere beauty held little value. Strength remained the primary concern. Chill. Quiet down. It's time to go out. Gu Shiyue motioned for Jiang Shiyue to be silent, for the matron had glanced their way several times. Everyone donned their finest attire, washing their hands and faces given the scarcity of water in this desolate world. Merely washing up was a luxury. A throng of young women gathered in the square, where they would commence their husband selection activity. Of course, the selection was mutual. With only 12 eligible women, there were over 100 strong men eager to participate in the selection. This meant that only 12 men would be able to choose a female partner, while the remaining 100 would regretfully depart, awaiting the next opportunity to accumulate enough points. In the crowd, Gu Shiyue spotted Huiyu and Du Li, the very individuals who had brought her to the base. She greeted them with a radiant smile, eliciting a collective gasp from the crowd. Clearly, her smile had rendered the apocalypse-weary, strong men momentarily disarmed by the sight of a normal woman. Gu Shiyue noticed Hui's expression darkening. All right, the husband selection event begins. The speaker was Ms. Du Peilon, an 18th level female ability user and the president of the Women's Protection Center. Ms. Du was a high-ranking official at the base, concurrently holding the position of president at the center. As she spoke, the crowd fell silent, a mark of respect for the strong. Now, I shall announce the rules. We have 12 ladies selecting husbands today. One lady will step forward at a time, and any interested gentleman may come forth to introduce themselves. Should a lady find a gentleman appealing, she may select him directly. If she chooses not to, the gentleman will engage in a contest, and the victor shall take the lady. Murmurs of speculation rippled through the crowd while the plan appeared sound. It harbored significant flaws. As anticipated, a voice rose among the men. If I disagree with her choice, may I challenge for her? Ms. Du responded with a knowing smile. Of course. After all, in this apocalypse, strength reigns supreme. Despair washed over the ladies in attendance. What had been promised as a mutual selection was, in reality, a hierarchy dictated by strength. They had no true autonomy in their choices. Chapter 2. Choosing a husband. How could these formidable women select a husband at a women's protection center? The women here are merely a collection of coddled weaklings. The highest ability level is only Tier 3. There are even many ordinary individuals like Gu Shiyue. The weak have no right to refuse. All the women fell silent, some trembling and huddling together. Gu Shiyue pressed her lips together. She too was afraid. The complexities of human nature in the apocalypse meant that if a scoundrel were to choose her, her subsequent life would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. She suddenly began to loathe herself. Why hadn't she been brave enough to step out of the dilapidated building back then? Perhaps she could have awakened her abilities and gained the means for self-preservation. She craved the stable life at the base. But such comfort comes at a price. The first to be called was Wang Xiaoyan. Ms. Du called forth a frail girl who, by Gu Shiyue's estimation, appeared to be only 12 or 13 years old. It was likely due to prolonged malnutrition that she had stunted growth. Her emaciated form resembled that of a small boy, devoid of any feminine traits. This, in fact, was a common image of women in the apocalypse. She approached the stage trembling, tears brimming in her eyes, exuding an air of pitiable fragility. Many strong individuals immediately began to howl, causing her to retreat 3 steps in fright, nearly tumbling to the ground. Silence. Those who do not wish to choose, step outside. Ms. Du's commanding presence silenced the crowd. Gu Shirue couldn't help but reflect that indeed, power determines authority. Once everyone quieted down, Ms. Du continued, those interested in Wang Xiaoyan, step up. With that, over 30 strong individuals leapt onto the stage. Clearly many had recognized the loophole in the rules, that one could choose multiple times, thus increasing their chances. Indeed, they were clever children. However, both opportunities and human hearts must be weighed carefully. That Du's implication was evident. The audience comprised clever individuals, and sure enough, the gazes of the remaining women shifted away from the crowd on stage. Gu Shirue shared this sentiment. She firmly memorized the faces below, not wanting a wishy-washy husband. Although they essentially had no right to choose, Gu Shirue needed to be aware of her own feelings. She did not want to become someone else's second choice. Many on stage had come to a similar realization, their faces paling. Yet pride kept them from stepping down, creating an awkward situation. What they did not know was that to advance, mere female assistance was insufficient. Mutual trust was imperative. Otherwise, the likelihood of success remained slim. Xiaoyan, good child, it is your turn to choose. Ms. Du beamed at Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan's complexion paled further, and she closed her eyes, pointing to someone who appeared to have a gentle temperament. Excellent. Lu Yang, step forward. Ms. Du clearly knew this group of strong individuals well, as she effortlessly recited their names. The young man named Lu Yang approached Wang Xiaoyan with a cheerful demeanor. Is there anyone who disagrees? Step forward if you do. Ms. Du inquired today. As soon as she finished speaking, 6 individuals stepped forward. I disagree. So do I. Very well. You have spirit. Since you disagree, you shall duel in pairs. The 3 victors alongside Lu Yang will then duel again until a champion is determined. The others hurriedly vacated the stage, making way for them. Ultimately, a winner emerged, though regrettably not Lu Yang, but a bald, burly man whose physique could easily outweigh Wang Xiaoyan 3 or 4 times. Upon witnessing this, Wang Xiaoyan fainted from fright. Alas, it was futile. Ms. Du announced victor. Lu Yang, take your bride away. Thus, the bald man laughed heartily as he hoisted Wang Xiaoyan away like a small chick. All the women looked on in terror, fearing they would be the next to be called. Yet what was destined could not be avoided. In the next few rounds, the ladies did not find their desired partners. Some even began to abandon the selection altogether, opting instead to fight it out. Whoever wins goes with them. After all, it was futile to choose. Next, Jiang Shue. Finally, it was Jiang Shue's turn. Year after year, I am terrified. It's all right. Just imagine them as radishes, Gu Shirue encouraged her. Ha! Jiang Shue chuckled at Gu Shirue's jest, embracing her. Thank you, I'm going. Due to Jiang Shue's smile, many chose her, for no one desired to take home a weeping woman. Lin Qin counted. There were about 40. Although many had stepped up multiple times, following Lin Qin's advice, Jiang Shue envisioned them as radishes, and indeed, her fear dissipated. During the counter-selection phase, she chose not to select anyone. After all, radishes are all the same. Ultimately, Jiang Shue was taken away by a seemingly cold man. Next, Gu Shirue. At last, it was her turn. Gu Shirue took a deep breath and stepped onto the stage. The crowd gasped. It turned out almost all the men had taken the stage, including Huiyu and Du Li. Gu Shirue had long noticed that these two had been watching the spectacle and had not come forward at all. She never expected that both would choose her. She felt touched, knowing they were aiding her. Indeed, heroes have a hard time overcoming the beauty barrier. Ms. Du teased, for aside from her looks, Gu Shirue had little else to offer. All right, it's time for the ladies to counter-select. Gu Shirue, whom do you choose? Whom to choose? Was there any need to deliberate? Huiyu had already indicated with his lips. Choose me. Gu Shirue was aware of his formidable strength and background, and after spending a few days together, she recognized his commendable character. Besides, he clearly held fond feelings for her. Without hesitation, Gu Shirue pointed at Huiyu. I choose him. Ms. Du's interest was piqued. Oh, it is Xiaoyu. You've come to choose a wife too. Who would have thought? Ms. Du, Gu Shirue chose me. Huiyu remarked with a smirk, evidently in high spirits. Marrying anyone is the same. Naturally, he would choose someone pleasing to the eye. Fortunately, this woman has some discernment and chose him directly. All right, come forward. Ms. Du was pleased for him. Is there anyone who disagrees? She merely asked out of routine, for Huiyu was notorious for his domineering nature at the base. Who would dare snatch his chosen one? I disagree. To her surprise, someone actually stepped forward that Ms. Du was curious to see who was so oblivious, only to twitch her eye. Mu Xiao, what are you causing a ruckus for? Who was Mu Xiao? He was her nephew, the son of her sister-in-law. Aunt, I'm not causing trouble. I simply have my eyes set on Gu Shiyue, and I refuse to accept Huiyu. I want to challenge him. Ms. Du inwardly cursed this brat. Had he never encountered a woman so fair before, he appeared utterly naive. How could someone of his family's stature in the capital be interested in Gu Shiyue, who had neither family background nor abilities, knowing that his family was also prominent in the capital, not inferior to the whole family? Fine, you two can have a duel. Such were the rules, and Ms. Du dared not break them. Chapter 3. Unyielding Huiyu. All my life, you've always overshadowed me. Even in choosing a wife, I refuse to accept this. I challenge you, Mu Xiao shouted defiantly. Come at me if you disagree. Huiyu was not one for many words. He swiftly drew his red tassel spear. The two began to battle on the stage. At this moment, Gu Shiyue realized that Huiyu was an ability user of the spatial type. While Mu Xiao possessed fire abilities that in terms of abilities, Mu Xiao was already at a disadvantage. Furthermore, Huiyu's red tassel spear was undoubtedly a treasure, overpowering Mu Xiao's long sword. In less than a few exchanges, Huiyu had the spear pointed at Mu Xiao's throat. Do you yield? Bah! You rely on your weapon. That is not true victory. Mu Xiao spat angrily. Huiyu smirked. Ah, the Mu family has truly sheltered you well. What do you mean? Mu Xiao was confused. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, he still held such navet. The Mu family truly regarded him as a precious gem. Huiyu mocked, as both were second-generation heirs. He had spent years in the wilderness, always giving his all, never daring to slack off, whereas Mu Xiao naively expected his opponent to drop their weapon. Mu Xiao turned his face away, clearly unwilling to speak. Ms. Du observed this, and instantly knew her nephew felt embarrassed. Victor, Huiyu, you may take your bride. Huiyu sheathed his spear, nodded at Ms. Du, and approached Gu Shiyue, taking her hand. Come with me. Gu Shiyue made no resistance, obediently following him. She suddenly felt as if awakening from a dream. She had chosen correctly. Although she did not understand why Huiyu would select her, she was nonetheless elated. It was far better than marrying someone of unknown origins. As she departed, Shirwen nodded at Du Li, who raised both thumbs, clearly pleased for them. Huiyu led Gu Shiyue to his residence, a small villa surrounded by high-ranking warriors. From now on, you will reside here. If you need anything, tell Du Li. He will prepare it. Try not to go outside too much. Gu Shiyue knew she could only rely on Huiyu for the time being and was naturally happy to play the role of a compliant wife. Is it just us living here? My parents also live in this community. This unit is just for us. Huiyu casually settled onto the sofa. Sit down. Let us talk. Gu Shiyue sat down. Feeling a bit shy, do you dislike me? Huiyu took a seat opposite her, grasping her hands as he inquired. Gu Shiyue quickly shook her head. From the moment she encountered him, Huiyu had consistently assumed the role of protector. How could she possibly harbor any animosity towards him? Do you dislike it when I touch you? Huiyu asked, gently squeezing her delicate hand. The Gu Shiyue continued to shake her head. Huiyu was handsome and powerful, and being with him brought her a sense of security. She certainly did not mind his touch. Do you feel wronged marrying me? Gu Shiyue's eyes widened, and she immediately shook her head. How could she feel wronged? Wasn't it she who had elevated herself? Huiyu let out a sigh of relief, a rare blush gracing his handsome features. But that's good to hear. I like you very much. I like you from the very first meeting. I hope to spend the rest of my life with you. His words were straightforward and fervent. The Gu Shiyue was genuinely taken aback. He was remarkably direct. Her face flushed crimson, and she attempted to withdraw her hands, yet found herself unable to do so. Huiyu, let go. Gu Shiyue's voice was barely above a whisper. Huiyu felt as though a feather had brushed against his heart, an overwhelming desire to claim her entirely consuming him. However, he resisted, unwilling to frighten her. Regretfully, he released her hand, prompting Gu Shiyue to scoot away, creating some distance. Only then did she feel her breathing ease a little. She had felt as if her breath had intertwined with his. It had been too close. She patted her flushed cheeks. Huiyu, feeling somewhat disappointed, realized that his little wife still harbored some resistance towards him. Nonetheless, he could take his time. There was no rush. I've transferred some contribution points into your account. You can buy whatever you desire, but you must accompany me. If I'm not around, just find Dooley. Gu Shiruan nodded eagerly. That in this post-apocalyptic world, everyone possessed a newly developed wristwatch resembling a traditional timepiece. Its functions were incredibly powerful, serving not only as a means of communication, but also as a personal identification device. Moreover, one could shop online or make purchases offline simply by swiping the watch, effectively replacing the functions of a mobile phone. Gu Shiruan had one, a gift from Huiyu, far superior to the generic models issued by the Women's Protection Center. So Shiruan had once envied her immensely. Can I buy some clothes? Gu Shiruan asked, feeling somewhat anxious. Aside from the pajamas she had worn upon her arrival, she truly had no other garments. The Women's Protection Center had provided her with a set of work clothes, but they were so poorly crafted that they had chafed her skin. I was negligent. Come with me. Huiyu took her to the master bedroom on the second floor. This is our room. And this is the walk-in closet. All the clothes here are prepared for you. The bathroom is right next door. You can take a shower first. There's no restriction on water usage here. Gu Shiruan's eyes lit up. God knows she hadn't bathed since the onset of the apocalypse. Water resources had been contaminated, and the only water suitable for bathing was level 1 purified water, which was in short supply even for drinking. As a result, most survivors were grimy, having gone years without a proper wash. Gu Shiruan had truly had enough of this. The unexpected blessing of marrying Huiyu made her feel immensely satisfied. As for the clothes and jewelry in the room, they were of little consequence. Her mind was solely focused on bathing. She felt as if she were about to become unbearable. Seeing her reaction, Huiyu refrained from saying much, merely explaining the various switches and bathing supplies in the bathroom before stepping outside. The Gu Shiruan quickly found a dress and a set of undergarments in the wardrobe and entered the bathroom. The moment she turned on the shower, she felt as though she had been revived. She swiftly cleaned herself, conscious of the preciousness of water in this world, and emerged promptly. Huiyu was on the sofa, engaged in a phone conversation. Upon seeing Gu Shiruan come out, he gestured for her to join him. Gu Shiruan obediently complied, sitting beside him. Huiyu's eyes sparkled with joy as he wrapped his arms around her. Ah, you're back. Quite well done, very obedient. We'll leave it for next time. After finishing his call absent-mindedly, Huiyu swiftly hung up and, in a flash, pecked Gu Shiruan on her dewy cheek. He then burst into laughter like a mischievous boy who had just pulled off a prank. Gu Shiruan widened her eyes in astonishment. How could this person be so childish? She had thought that after a bath, Huiyu would eagerly pull her into fulfilling their marital duties, yet he seemed so innocent. Gu Shiruan was genuinely taken by surprise. However, her fondness for Huiyu had indeed surged. Marrying such a person didn't seem so bad after all. Gu Shiruan took the initiative to plant a kiss on Huiyu's cheek, causing him to stiffen in shock. This time, it was her turn to chuckle softly. Yu. Huiyu's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Gu Shiruan, realizing that she did not reject him. His heart raced with excitement. Huiyu, exhilarated, embraced Gu Shiruan and began to shower her with kisses, clearly lacking in experience, as their teeth often collided in a clumsy manner. Observing this, Gu Shiruan purposely softened her body, allowing him to take the lead. Unfortunately, the inexperienced Huiyu was utterly flustered, sweating profusely and failing to find his bearings. Ultimately, they had to abandon the endeavor as lunchtime approached, and Gu Shiruan's stomach began to grumble with hunger. Nevertheless, their bond had undoubtedly deepened. Lunch was delivered by Huiyu's parents, who had increased the portions upon learning that their son had a new companion. Gu Shiruan feasted contentedly, this being the best meal she had enjoyed since the apocalypse began. At the Women's Protection Center, her daily sustenance consisted of a single bun and a small bottle of water. Here, she savored a normal meal of 4 dishes and a soup, along with a large bowl of roasted beast meat and a bowl of rice. Unfortunately, her appetite had diminished due to her prolonged hunger, and she could only manage a small portion before feeling full. Huiyu, however, did not mind and devoured the leftovers, as those with abilities required substantial nourishment daily, especially from beast meat and exotic plants, which effectively replenished energy. Since Gu Shuriwe had yet to awaken her powers, she could only consume the milder exotic plants, completely avoiding the beast meat. The large bowl of roasted meat was prepared solely for Huiyu. Though she only had the exotic plants, she still felt warmth and comfort after eating. In the afternoon, Gu Shuriwe stayed home to surf the internet and chat with Zhushuyue, but it seemed her friend was too busy to respond. Gu Shuriwe speculated that Zhushuyue was likely preoccupied with her own matters. Huiyu had gone to visit his parents without bringing Gu Shuriwe along. Although she felt a tinge of disappointment, she also breathed a sigh of relief. She wasn't yet ready to face his family. In the evening, Huiyu returned exuberantly, bringing dinner with him. Gu Shuriwe felt she wasn't particularly hungry, yet upon seeing the dishes, she couldn't resist having a taste, especially the bowl of minced meat porridge, which rekindled her spirit after so long without meat. Huiyu had specifically prepared this for her, using ordinary chicken. In the apocalypse, mutated plants and animals were everywhere, while ordinary animals had become more scarce than endangered species before the disaster. The fact that Huiyu could procure this bowl of meat porridge for her demonstrated his thoughtfulness. Gu Shuriwe felt a warmth blossom in her heart. After they had both washed up in the evening, they resumed the unfinished business from the morning. Huiyu seemed to have gained some confidence and was no longer as clumsy as before. Gu Shuriwe willingly cooperated, suppressing her shyness and gently guiding him. At long last, they reached a satisfying conclusion. The moment it ended, Gu Shuriwe felt an immense surge of energy explode within her. This energy overwhelmed her, and she fainted. Yu. Gu Shuriwe vaguely heard Huiyu sounding frantic. Shortly after, she lost consciousness entirely. When Gu Shuriwe awoke the next day, she sensed the presence of someone breathing beside her, along with distant footsteps downstairs. The rustling of wind through the treetops, and the dripping sound of a faucet in the bathroom that had not been turned off properly. It seemed her hearing had sharpened upon opening her eyes. She realized her vision had also improved. She wrinkled her nose, sensing that her sense of smell had heightened as well. She was certain her 5 senses had been enhanced. Yu, you're awake? Huiyu exclaimed, gripping Gu Shuriwe's shoulders, scrutinizing her for any signs of discomfort. What happened to me? Gu Shuriwe asked, perplexed. All she remembered was an overwhelming energy bursting forth within her, after which she had lost consciousness. Huiyu, blushing, explained, since it was our first time, the energy was too strong, and you fainted, but you're fortunate. You've awakened your abilities. Last night, he had been terrified, wrapping Gu Shuriwe in a blanket and rushing to find his mother. His mother was a master apothecary and a healer, and with a single glance, she understood the cause. She had said to her son with a hint of exasperation, "It's nothing. Your long-standing virginity was too powerful. She couldn't handle it. She'll be fine once she wakes up." Then why did she faint? You should have treated her. Huiyu insisted, pestering his mother until she agreed to treat Gu Shuriwe. Only after she had successfully awakened her powers did Huiyu feel at ease. Gu Shuriwe had never anticipated that under such circumstances, she would meet her mother-in-law. "I've awakened my abilities," Gu Shuriwe exclaimed with delight, finally understanding why her senses felt heightened. "What kind of abilities do I have?" She asked eagerly. "That I in the realm of post-apocalyptic literature, female protagonists typically possessed abilities such as planting, purification, healing, water manipulation, or mental powers." She wondered which one she would have. "Try to channel your abilities like this," Huiyu said, guiding her step by step to harness her powers. Indeed, before long, Gu Shuriwe managed to summon a small stream of water. Water manipulation, quite useful. Huiyu remarked, "Isn't it useful? Water is scarce in the apocalypse, and any outdoor water sources are contaminated. Anyone who comes into contact with it risks turning into a feral beast. If I can sell water, I can live securely in the base." However, she felt a twinge of disappointment. How could her power be the weakest water manipulation? Huiyu took a sip from the water in Gu Shuriwe's palm, causing her to blush profusely. "This water. What is it?" Gu Shuriwe asked nervously. "Could the weakest water manipulation have unforeseen consequences? If I am not mistaken, it should be grade 3 purified water." Grade 3? Gu Shuriwe could scarcely believe her eyes. She had never encountered grade 3 purified water before. It was said that grade 1 purified water constituted the daily water supply at their base, typically possessing a purification rate exceeding 70. Grade 2 purified water, on the other hand, was suitable for drinking, boasting a purification rate above 80. Grade 3 water, however, achieved a purification rate surpassing 90, remarkably effective at alleviating human volatile energy. Gu Shirue had perused accounts regarding the origins of the apocalypse, which stemmed from a meteorite crash that unleashed energy, causing global mutations in flora and fauna, and consequently awakening superpowers in humanity. While this was ostensibly a boon, the energy was particularly erratic. Once absorbed by mutated beasts and plants, they became exceedingly aggressive. This led to mass extinction among humans. The surviving populace had mastered the manipulation of energy, yet a single misstep could result in catastrophic explosions. Research indicated that one effective method to curb volatile energy was indeed Grade 3 purified water. Yeah, you are a genius, Huiyu exclaimed with fervor as he embraced Gu Shirue, knowing full well that his wife was extraordinary, and he had spotted her among the crowd. Gu Shirue was somewhat dazed. She had assumed she was of a mediocre ability, but was, in fact, a treasure. Wasn't Grade 3 purified water simply a result of water abilities reaching level 3? Her understanding of superpowers was rather limited, gleaned only from sporadic online information. Who told you that? Grade 3 purified water is not something just anyone can possess. Many water manipulators, even at level 10, can only produce Grade 2 purified water. In the entire Dawn base, you are the only one capable of generating Grade 3 purified water, and globally, there are merely 5 individuals. Now, do you comprehend just how brilliant you are? Chapter 5. The Pearl Huiyu was taken aback by Gu Shirue's evident lack of common knowledge. Only me. Gu Shirue felt a surge of fear. Would she be confined and forced to continually produce water? You are mine, and no one dares to harm you. Huiyu vowed earnestly, assuring her that his Yia was a precious gem that he must protect. This wouldn't do, his own strength was still too feeble. Yia, come with me to meet my parents tonight. He was determined to bring his parents over to safeguard her. Isn't it a bit too soon? Gu Shirue felt somewhat anxious. Huiyu dared not reveal that his mother had already met her the previous night. No way. We are a family, and we will meet sooner or later. Very well then. Gu Shirue understood that this day would inevitably come. Everything Gu Shirue possessed was bestowed by Huiyu. The only exception was her water abilities, which were her own. Thus, she found a bottle and filled it with nearly 10 milliliters of Grade 3 water, exhausting her powers. Let us take this as a gift. Gu Shirue sought Huiyu's opinion, as it would be improper to visit empty-handed. Very well. No need to prepare anything else. They lack for nothing. Huiyu's parents resided just next door, a mere few steps away. The door was opened by an elderly aunt. Ah, Xiaoyu is back. Your father and mother are at home waiting for you. And this must be the young mistress. How lovely. Wang aunt, please carry on with your duties. I'll take you yet to meet my parents. Huiyu skillfully evaded Wang aunt's attempt to take the water from his hands. Upon entering the living room, Huiyu's parents were indeed seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation. Dad, Mom, I brought Ye back to see you. Huiyu called out eagerly from a distance. Uncle, Annie, greetings. Huiyu's parents greeted warmly. Yeah. Please take a seat. This rascal has been talking about you for quite some time. Mom, Yia has awakened her water abilities. This is the water she produced. You must take a look. Huiyu could hardly contain his excitement as he began to showcase his treasure. But it's merely Grade 1 purified water. Is there really a need for such ostentation? Gu Shirue only then noticed a girl seated beside Hui's mother, appearing to be around 17 or 18. With a cherubic face, dressed in a full Lolita ensemble, puffing out her cheeks. Mo Mingzhu, what brings you to my home? Huiyu also realized her presence. Brother Yu, how can you speak to me like that? Mo Mingzhu exclaimed incredulously. When have I not spoken to you like this? Let me tell you, I am already taken, so do not come near me. Huiyu displayed a demeanor as if she were a virus, tightly sitting beside Gu Shirue and wrapping his arm around her shoulder. You must protect me. Gu Shirue, witnessing his playful antics, could hardly muster any anger and merely patted his hand reassuringly. But he seized the opportunity to clasp her hand, leaving her feeling awkward and unable to withdraw. Rascally boy, Mingzhu is your sister. You ought to show her some consideration, Hui's mother remarked, exasperated by their constant bickering despite their childhood bond. Understood. Huiyu felt increasingly irritated. Yeah, Xiaoyu has grown up alongside Mingzhu. Do not overthink it. Hui's mother also sought to soothe Gu Shirue, clearly possessing a diplomatic temperament. Gu Shiwen nodded obediently, still uncertain about the dynamics among them. It was perhaps best to remain silent. Annie Wan, did you not say you would have me as your daughter-in-law? Why is it that your words no longer hold weight? Imo Mingzhu questioned passionately, tears brimming in her eyes. Hui's mother felt a wave of embarrassment, about to offer an explanation when Huiyu erupted. I never agreed. If you wish to be my mother-s daughter-in-law, she ought to have another child. Nonsense. The usually reticent Hui father finally spoke up. Marriage is no trivial matter. Huiyu is already married, and past remarks are no longer valid. Imo Mingzhu's tears streamed down her cheeks. Anyone? You clearly said so. Hui's mother awkwardly replied. Mingzhu, you were only 3 years old then. I was merely teasing you. It was my fault, and I apologize, brother you. Do you truly not have any feelings for me? Imo Mingzhu cried pitifully. Even Gu Shiriyue felt a pang of sympathy. I have never claimed to like you. I only have affection for my Ye. Huiyu tightened his grip around Gu Shiriyue. Ye. Believe me, I share no connection with her. My heart belongs solely to you. Before Gu Shiriyue could respond, Imo Mingzhu burst into tears and fled. Mingzhu. Hui's mother grew anxious. Xiaoyu, quickly follow Mingzhu. Do not let her do anything foolish. Whoever wishes to go may do so. I shall not go, Mom. Today is Ye's first visit. What do you mean by leaving Mingzhu here? Well, you seem to see Hui's mother for the first time. Regarding her with a scrutinizing gaze. Rascally boy. What do you mean by that? Doubting your mother. Hui father could no longer contain himself. Hui's mother felt embarrassed by Huiyu's remarks, as her actions indeed resembled those of a meddlesome mother-in-law. However, she was also concerned for Imo Mingzhu. No, I must see how Mingzhu is. She is just a young girl, and I do not want her to encounter any danger. With that, she attempted to rise. Gu Shiriyue felt a twinge of discomfort. It seemed the mother-in-law relationship would not be easy. Sit down. Hui father commanded. No, old Hui, that child Mingzhu, sit down. It is your daughter-in-law's first visit, and look at what you have done. Old Bu, you will escort Mingzhu home safely. Hui father ordered the steward, Old Bu, to see Imo Mingzhu home, thus settling the matter. Yeah, I am sorry. Your mother-in-law did not mean any harm. She merely regarded Mingzhu as her own daughter, which led to this misstep. Please do not hold it against her. Hui's mother seemed to awaken to her folly. She had spent the entire day unintentionally undermining her daughter-in-law. Yeah, I apologize. It was my mistake. You have been wronged. Uncle Annie, it is all right. There are always varying degrees of closeness among individuals, and I understand. However, as it was merely a first meeting, Gu Shiriyue had no emotional ties to them. She could endure being treated coldly. Mom, I wish for you to remember. I do not like Imo Mingzhu. I am already married. I do not wish for you to bring her before me again, as it causes me great distress. Huiyu's words were heavy. Hui's mother immediately began to weep, while her father shot him a disapproving glance. How do you speak to your mother? Huiyu merely shrugged, pulling Gu Shiriyue to leave. Yeah. Let us go. We are not welcome here. Gu Shiriyue felt exceedingly awkward. Leaving was as difficult as staying. Scoundrel. Sit down. Hui father was furious. Having already apologized, what more was required? Indeed, she was but an orphan, and the leaders of the base had already expressed their apologies. What more could she desire? Thus, it appeared that her humble origins and lack of power rendered her deserving of scorn. Chapter 6. Work ha. This wife was won through my own efforts. To look down upon her is to look down upon me. Since this family does not welcome her, then I shall leave too. Huiyu's face flushed with anger. Gu Shiriyue soothingly patted his hand. Do not be hasty. I suspect Uncle and Annie do not mean it that way. Let us discuss it calmly. Huiyu restrained his temper and spoke. Dad. Mom. I have long told you that I have someone I care for, yet you chose the very first day of Ye's visit to put her in an awkward position. Have you considered her feelings? Hui's mother wept continuously, burying her head in her father's embrace, clearly unwilling to speak. Having apologized once to Gu Shiriyue was already her limit. Enough. This matter shall be laid to rest. No one is to mention it again. Her father declared decisively. Oh, Dad, Mom. I cannot eat another bite today. From now on, we shall cook for ourselves and no longer share meals with you. Yeah, let us go. Huiyu pulled Gu Shiriyue away in a huff. Gu Shiriyue heard his mother weeping even more loudly behind them, while her father suppressed his anger in an attempt to comfort her. Throughout the journey, Huiyu was filled with indignation, while Gu Shiriyue, though feeling disheartened, was elated by his unwavering support. Upon arriving home, Huiyu embraced Gu Shirue tightly, proclaiming, "They will regret it. My Ye is simply marvelous. So exceptional." Touched, Gu Shirue reciprocated the embrace, nuzzling her cheek against him. Little did she know, the impulsive youth was struggling with his self-control. He eagerly sought her lips, and in broad daylight, the two of them became entangled on the sofa. With no psychological or physiological barriers between them, Gu Shirue wholly absorbed the tumultuous energy emanating from Huiyu, which, when balanced with her own, dissipated its volatile nature and returned to Huiyu. This exchange allowed Huiyu to naturally break through his bottleneck and ascend to level 10. In truth, Huiyu was supposed to have advanced earlier, but Gu Shirue's fainting had startled him back. This breakthrough was thus a seamless progression. Typically, ascending levels is not so straightforward. If either party harbors doubts or resistance, the energy balance cannot be achieved, rendering the effort futile. Huiyu's successful advancement naturally attested to the strength of their affection. And both were overjoyed. How delightful it is that the one I admire reciprocates my feelings. This truly is one of life's greatest blessings. After Huiyu's promotion, he felt an inexhaustible surge of energy and continued to cling to Gu Shirue. Consequently, Gu Shirue also benefited immensely, as Huiyu's vast energy enabled her to rise 3 levels. The pair indulged in each other's company throughout the day, leaving Gu Shirue utterly exhausted. Even dinner was ordered in by Huiyu. Noticing his furrowed brow while eating takeout, Gu Shirue realized that this young master was unaccustomed to such fare, prompting her to sigh and resolve to diligently practice, as she never wished to feel belittled again. Due to Mo Mingzhu's interference, Huiyu had not yet informed his parents about Gu Shirue's extraordinary abilities, leaving them blissfully unaware. As Gu Shirue felt her powers reach their peak, she instantly began to condense water, amassing over a liter by day's end. Unsure of how to manage this, she simply offered it all to Huiyu. Elated, he rushed to find his uncle. His uncle, Huiting, was the foremost pharmacist in Huagua, making him a suitable confidant. Upon learning of Gu Shirue's abilities, Huiting immediately accepted her as his niece-in-law and arranged for her to work at his research institute, requiring only a daily supply of level 3 water. Thus, Gu Shirue finally secured a legitimate position, even as a researcher. Huiting also assigned her a dedicated bodyguard, ensuring her safety in and out. Huiting, a lifelong bachelor, had yet to marry, which stunted his advancement at level 9. His primary role as a pharmacist meant he was indifferent to ascending levels, leading to his prolonged stagnation. Now, as long as Gu Shirue could consistently supply level 3 water, he would undoubtedly break through within a week. For it was the tumultuous energy that had long hindered him. Removing this volatile characteristic would make ascending a matter of course. This will be your workspace. You may release water according to your capacity, and the institute will compensate you based on market value. Huiting, wearing frameless glasses and a buttoned-up white shirt, exuded a cold and abstinent demeanor. Due to Huiyu's influence, he personally arranged a workspace for Gu Shirue. You may retrieve whatever you need from the warehouse. The wristwatch I provided has been activated for access. Uncle, I wish to learn planting. Where can I find books on it? Water-based abilities are well suited for studying agriculture and alchemy. Yet the Hua family already boasted 2 master alchemists, so Gu Shirue focused on agriculture. Planting is arduous work, unsuitable for young ladies. You might consider studying pharmacy instead, Huiting advised, noting that those who pursued agriculture were typically burly men, with few young women inclined to take it up, given the laborious and dirty nature of the task. Thank you. However, I still wish to learn planting. She appreciated his concern, yet with 2 alchemists in the family, resources would inevitably be allocated to them. Gu Shirue was reluctant to join that fray. At least agriculture did not rely on resources. As long as she worked diligently, her abilities would surely lead to success. Suit yourself. Given Huiting's nature, his willingness to offer advice was already remarkable. If she chose to ignore it, he would not press further. He tapped on his wristwatch. Experimental field number 136 is now assigned to you. You may collect farming tools and seeds from the warehouse. The seeds will come with planting instructions. Huiting was efficient in his dealings, and Gu Shirue could hardly contain her admiration for him. Also maintain distance from other males, myself included. With that, Huiting turned and exited. Gu Shirue's mouth fell agape, momentarily speechless. What sort of person was he? Just as she began to appreciate him, He infuriated her, as if she were restless. In a fit of anger, Gu Shuriwe slammed the door shut and sat in her workspace, fuming. After a while, she managed to calm herself. Despite her anger, work still needed to be done. She condensed a bucket of 500 milliliters of level 3 water and notified the staff to collect it. Then, she headed to the warehouse to retrieve farming tools and seeds. She chose the seeds of stargrass, a common plant in a post-apocalyptic world, containing a small amount of energy. It could serve as fodder and was the primary ingredient for the base's staple food. She recalled the refreshing lemon-like scent that accompanied the food made from stargrass. While wild stargrass was abundant, plants in the wild were often alien varieties, filled with volatile energy, making them unsuitable for consumption except for medicinal or crafting purposes. Only artificially cultivated stargrass could be safely consumed. For her first planting endeavor, she deliberately selected the simplest plant. Chapter 7. Self-Detonation Experimental Field Number 136 was an independent greenhouse, and Gu Shuriwe found that Huating didn't seem so unpleasant after all. She first placed the seeds in a dish to soak, extravagantly using level 3 purified water for the task, as it was the most readily available. Setting the dish aside, she began to till the land. Given the dangers of farming, 2 bodyguards accompanied her, willingly assisting in the tilling. The stamina of soldiers was remarkable. Gu Shuriwe had barely begun when the 2 guards had already turned over the entire field. Gu Shuriwe then cleared out roots and leveled the soil. This task was not strenuous, just requiring patience. Once finished, it was time to sow the seeds. Just as the soaking was nearly complete, she noticed some of the seeds had already sprouted. According to the planting instructions, she needed to dig a hole 8 centimeters deep every half meter and place 1 seed in each. No more. Each hole should also contain a few granules of slow-release fertilizer. As it was her first planting, Gu Shuriwe diligently followed the instructions. However, by the time she finished sowing the entire field, she found herself with over 100 leftover seeds that had already sprouted and thus could not be preserved. They needed to be planted immediately. Without hesitation, she opened another row and scattered the remaining seeds into the trench, then covered them with soil. In her mind, how could grass possibly die? This was already quite indulgent. Next came the watering. The greenhouse had an existing sprinkler system that required only water to be added to the tank. Gu Shuriwe glanced at the tank, only to find it empty. She would have to go out to purchase water, which was quite a hassle. She decided to fill it herself. She poured the level 3 purified water into the tank. Ms. Gu, this is quite wasteful. Could you sell me some level 3 water? I can bring back some level 1 water. The bodyguard Du Yunshan said anxiously. You need level 3 water? Gu Shuriwe asked, genuinely curious. She did not regard level 3 water as a treasure. Yes, I'm currently at level 9, and so is Deng Wei. Deng Wei was another bodyguard. Upon hearing this, Gu Shuriwe realized Huating's ulterior motive. He intended to exploit her generosity. However, since they were working for her, she didn't mind offering a small favor. You can fetch me a bucket of level 1 water. I'll keep the level 3 water for myself and see how it performs after dilution. You can come to collect your level 3 water before your shift ends. Thank you, Ms. Gu. The 2 men bowed excitedly, exclaiming, this is wonderful. Promotion is within reach. They immediately set to work, diligently filling the bucket with level 1 water. Gu Shuriwe activated the sprinkler system, setting it for 1 hour, then locked the door and returned home. Back in her workspace, she added more level 3 water, and for the remaining time, she began reading the planting materials Huating had provided. Lunch was also taken care of at the Research Institute. And after eating, she rested on the sofa in her workspace for a while. While she felt safe in her workspace, the bodyguards found a spot to rest, as they didn't need to follow her around all day. Before the end of the afternoon shift, Gu Shuriwe took another stroll through the planting field, and whether due to the level 3 water or not, the stargrass had already begun to sprout. She dissolved a bit of liquid fertilizer in the tank and turned on the sprinkler for another half hour of watering. Once finished, it was nearly time to clock out. She gave each of Du Yunshan and Deng Wei 50 milliliters of level 3 water. Enough for 5 days at 10 milliliters a day. Amid their heartfelt gratitude, Yu arrived to pick her up from work. He drove an armored vehicle, a veritable marvel in the post-apocalyptic world. As he drove through, he captured the attention of countless onlookers. Yu leaned against the car door at the Research Institute's entrance, striking a deliberately handsome pose, and Gu Shuriwe found him utterly adorable. That's quite the display, Huating commented. Yu cast a glance at him, appearing indifferent. Yeah, I'm here to take you home from work. Were you tired today? He openly embraced Gu Shiyue, asserting his claim. Not at all. Did you venture outside the city again today? Gu Shiyue sensed a volatile energy radiating from him, starkly contrasting with the previous day. Yes, today was a land-clearing mission, and I took down a few mutant beasts. Yu paid little heed to the situation. He had spent more time in the wilderness than in the city and had long since acclimatized to such an environment. However, Gu Shiyue remained unconvinced and took out her portable teacup, filling it with a cup of level 3 water, and handed it to him. Drink up. Yu felt touched by his wife's concern. Thank you. Yet beside them, Ting could only feel a twinge of irritation. Wasn't it simply a case of overexertion? A good sleep would suffice. What a waste of 300 milliliters of level 3 water. Such extravagance. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, startling Gu Shiyue, who turned to see a ground scattered with chunks of flesh. Yu quickly turned her head back, saying, Don't look. It's a burst of volatile energy. Gu Shiyue was momentarily taken aback. She had only known that volatile energy could affect ascension, but it could also lead to self-detonation. Yet, she had always felt that the energy within her was quite docile. Alas, if she had a partner to guide it, self-detonation could have been avoided. There simply weren't enough women. Indeed, ordinary people could hardly compete with those powerful beings. It was better than before when merely contributing points meant there was no shortage of women. I heard there are still dark brothels in the Western City. No, they are outrageously expensive and only provide temporary solace. With no ascension benefits, those dark courtesans have become quite temperamental. They refuse to entertain anyone they find displeasing, turn down those offering less money, and won't accept those lacking in strength. But that is still better than waiting for death. True enough, unfortunately, even a year's worth of contribution points only suffices for one visit. So expensive. Gu Shiyue's head was nestled in Yu's embrace, yet the murmurs of those around her continued to reach her ears. She had never expected that even dark courtesans had become so esteemed. She had done her research and learned that just a few years prior, ordinary women lived in hellish conditions. Many were sold off in private. And to survive, they had to endure humiliation. Yet, those psychologically twisted men still refused to let them go, tormenting them mercilessly. Humanity was already facing external threats from monstrous beasts and plants, leading to a drastic population decline. Internally, the abuse of women caused their numbers to plummet further. By the time these men realized the gravity of the situation, the gender ratio had reached a dreadful 1,001. It was only then that human scientists recognized the crucial role of women. A classic case of shooting oneself in the foot. Therefore, a year ago, global legislation was passed, introducing the Women as Protection Act, which finally afforded women a measure of status and rights. Don't be afraid. We're going home. Yu said as he ushered her into the vehicle, while the security team would naturally handle the remains at the street corner. Chapter 8. Exotic Plants AU. Does the volatile energy within you also lead to self-detonation? Gu Shiyue admitted she was frightened. Don't worry. My energy is quite gentle now. And with you by my side, I feel safe. Yu reassured her as he drove. Indeed, he felt unprecedentedly well. Men in the apocalypse were not inherently cruel. Often, their temperament was altered by volatile energy. Of course, those female ability users were not faring much better. Many of their own kind had perished at their hands. Unless one possessed supportive abilities like his mother, their energies would tend to be more placid. The Gu Shiyue was similar. Her abilities were supportive in nature, which explained her gentle energy. She was quite anxious, thinking she needed to ensure Yu had enough level 3 water. For in situations where it was out of her reach, he might struggle to control his energy and still have a chance to survive. Fortunately, he had spatial abilities in his own storage space. That evening, upon returning home, Gu Shiyue drained her last reserves of ability, condensing 1 L of water, which he handed to Yu with the instruction that he must carry it with him at all times and never share it with others. Yu's heart nearly melted at his wife's concern, and he playfully pulled her into a light-hearted tussle. The next morning, Gu Shiyue awoke to find she had actually ascended a level. Now at level 4, her expression was a bit peculiar. Was this truly the result of supplementation? Yu was evidently pleased with her progress, planting a kiss on her lips. Yia is amazing. Gu Shiyue blushed. He treated her like a child. Are you leaving the city today? She asked with concern. That I have to go. But don't worry. Your husband is formidable. Will you flex his bicep for emphasis? Gu Shiyue could only chuckle. In this apocalypse, how much use were muscles? He wasn't a strength-type ability user. Is level 3 water sufficient? I can prepare more. After saying this, she took out a bottle to fill with water. Yu made no attempt to stop her, as his abilities were fully replenished after the morning. Thank you, dear wife, for your kindness. Yu draped himself over Gu Shiyue's back, his hands and mouth wandering, causing her abilities to falter several times, leading her to give his head a light smack before he settled down. After breakfast, Yu first dropped Gu Shiyue off at the research institute before leading his team out of the city. I may be gone for several days. You'll have the security team escort you to and from work, so don't wander about. Yu clung to her like an affectionate puppy, reluctant to leave Gu Shiyue. All right. You hurry along, don't be late. Gu Shiyue noted his watch had chimed several times, likely signaling that others were growing anxious. Wait for me. Yu finally mustered the resolve to steal a kiss from her lips before driving away. Gu Shiyue couldn't help but smile. He truly was like a child. Upon entering the research institute, the first thing Gu Shiyue did was head to the experimental field, as it was her responsibility to document the experiments. And there was no room for shortcuts. To her surprise, the star grass had grown an impressive 5 centimeters overnight, prompting her to quickly record the data. Meanwhile, in the last row she had planted, several plants had grown exceptionally tall, reaching about 50 centimeters. 2 guards stood nearby, appearing tense. Madam Gu, please step out of the greenhouse. We will deal with these exotic plants. Gu Shiyue felt disheartened. She was aware from her readings that plants significantly taller than others were typically negative mutations, possessing strong aggression and no edible value, necessitating immediate eradication. Given that the star grass was of lower level, the 2 guards had no difficulty eliminating the exotic plants, a testament to their superior strength. After all, star grass was only level 1. However, Gu Shiyue was not confident she could handle them, as she had never learned combat skills. Even with her ability at level 4, she could merely produce water arrows and water balls. With her level 3 water abilities, she would likely just be providing nourishment to the exotic plants. The guards were careful not to trample her crops, which pleased Gu Shiyue. With the water barrel running low, the 2 volunteered to fetch some more, and Gu Shiyue added some level 3 water, activating the sprinklers. Instantly, a mist enveloped the greenhouse, and the 2 guards began greedily inhaling the air, attempting to absorb the level 3 water that lingered. While this method was far less effective than direct consumption, it was better than nothing. Daily absorption, however minimal, would accumulate over time. Gu Shiyue paid no mind to their little antics and began weeding the field. Perhaps due to the level 3 water, there was quite a bit of weed growth. She also spotted several lavender seedlings. Lavender was a level 5 crop with notable medicinal properties, capable of producing calming agents to suppress violent tendencies. It was evident that these were seeds or roots left from previous plantings, and she couldn't bear to uproot them. If she could nurture these lavenders to maturity, they would be far more valuable than the star grass in her field. Gu Shiyue contemplated uprooting the surrounding star grass to make room for the lavenders, but decided to refrain, opting to let nature take its course. After weeding, she finished her morning chores and returned to her workspace for a rest. Intending to condense some level 3 water, she wanted to experiment and see if she could produce level 1 or level 2 water, as using only level 3 water felt somewhat wasteful and inconvenient. While others progressed from level 1 to level 2 to level 3, making it a challenging endeavor, her reverse approach was akin to tackling university problems after mastering elementary and middle school ones. It was considerably easier. Indeed, by the afternoon, she managed to figure out how to condense level 1, 2, or 3 water at will. This way, she could present herself as an ordinary water ability user, keeping her true abilities concealed, which relieved her greatly. Before leaving for the day, she returned to the experimental field, only to find another exotic star grass had sprouted, again in that densely planted area. Gu Shiyue speculated that her planting density was likely the cause. It seemed she needed to adhere to the planting guidelines. She mustn't be reckless next time. Deng Wei swiftly eliminated the exotic star grass, and after a round in the field, Gu Shiyue noted that the plants were thriving. Even the 5 lavenders were doing well. She decided to give the lavenders a little extra care, providing each with a dose of level 3 water, whether it was her imagination or not. She felt the lavenders instantly perked up. After documenting the data, Gu Shiyue clocked out for the day. Hui would not be returning home today, and 2 guards escorted her back, ensuring she reached the community gate safely before departing. This community housed the higher-ups of the base. Generally speaking, it was quite secure, and no one would dare cause trouble here. Not to mention the formidable security forces and the skilled residents within the community were deterrents enough. However, Gu Shirui never anticipated that an extraordinary event would occur right at her doorstep. She was kidnapped outside her home. Chapter 9. Kidnapping. When Gu Shirui awoke, she found herself bound in a dimly lit room. Her hands and feet were restrained, and her mouth was gagged with a piece of cloth. She scrutinized her surroundings. The room was small, devoid of windows, cluttered with miscellaneous items, resembling a basement. Beneath her was merely a tattered piece of cloth. Lacking even a proper bed, she refrained from moving hastily, maintaining her unconscious posture, fully aware that there were few individuals capable of abducting her from a villa district. Her first suspicion was that her extraordinary abilities had been exposed. But she promptly dismissed this notion, for her current predicament hardly suggested an interest in her powers. She then meticulously assessed her acquaintances. In this apocalyptic world, her circle was limited, and the only individuals who could be deemed adversaries were the parents of the Hua family and Mo Mingzhu. The Hua family had no reason to kidnap their own daughter-in-law, thus revealing the identity of the mastermind behind this plot. Grateful for the kidnapper's ignorance, who only took her wristwatch, they were oblivious to the communication device around her neck. Perhaps due to their underestimation of her, they did not incapacitate her powers. She did not untie her bonds, but instead utilized her water manipulation ability to dial Huiting's number in her contacts. Her emergency contacts were limited to Huiyu and Huiting. With Huiyu absent, she had no choice but to reach out to Huiting. "Hello," Gu Shirui barely managed to speak before the door swung open, prompting her to close her eyes instantly, regulate her breathing, and feign sleep. Why is she still not awake? The drug's effect should be wearing off, a rough voice of a man echoed. The Gu Shirui felt a heavy kick to her waist, unable to suppress a muffled groan, pretending to awaken from the kick. Ah, finally awake, truly a waste of space. Only now do you stir. Gu Shirui looked at them in terror. There were 2 men, one with a bushy beard, his face fierce, and the other resembling a scrawny monkey with a sharp face. "Listen carefully, woman. You have been sold to us from now on. Serve our boss well, and do not attempt to resist. There are good days ahead for you." "Bah! Now we have to treat these women like treasures. How annoying!" The bearded man cursed. "Tiger, should we not have a taste first? The boss won't know, and I've never had a woman before." Gu Shirui, with her fair complexion, ignited his desires. No wonder they often said women were more intoxicating than the finest wine. He understood that today. The bearded man slapped him. "Do you think I don't wanna? This is for the boss. Women are scarce now. The boss has to pamper her to elevate his status. Once she gains power, do you think you'll still have a life?" Hearing this, Gu Shirui felt a surge of relief. "Thank you, Heavenly Father, for elevating the status of women. Otherwise, today would have been her demise." The scrawny man looked regretfully. "Tiger, when do you think we'll have women?" "Are you foolish? As long as she joins our group. With a little coaxing, we can get close. As long as she doesn't report us. The boss won't know, and that is all that matters." Tiger smacked the scrawny man's head and said, "Don't you get it? The moment she entered our ranks, she'd be ours. We can have our way with her." The 2 immediately approached Gu Shirui, untying her bonds and removing the cloth strip. "Miss, it is not that we intend to torment you. Someone sold you to us that you'll never leave our cheetah mercenary group now, so it's best to behave, and you might suffer less." "Indeed, miss, we cheetah mercenaries are all tough men. Once you're here, you can choose any man you desire, and we'll ensure you're treated comfortably. Will you really not mistreat me?" Gu Shirui feigned a timid voice. Tiger and the scrawny man immediately swore on their lives. "Oh dear. Rest assured, we'll pamper you." "I don't believe you. My husband promised to cherish me for life, yet he sold me in the blink of an eye." Gu Shirui pretended to sob that you've wronged him. "You were sold by a woman, not your husband. He doesn't even know." The scrawny man blurted that a woman. Mo Mingzhu, Gu Shirui probed, causing the seemingly hulking Tiger to suddenly grow vigilant. "No. We don't know who." Gu Shirui refused to relent. "I know it must be her. She wants to take my husband. Is she the one wearing a princess dress?" "Yes," the scrawny man almost answered but was silenced by Tiger's slap. "Miss, it's not that we don't want to tell you. It's a condition of the sale that seller information must not be disclosed. Our cheetah mercenary group values trust. Gu Shuriwei understood. This was likely true. However, she couldn't bear to be separated from her husband. They all said he didn't sell her, and he must be searching for her. If he couldn't find her, he would surely be frantic. Wah! Gu Shuriwei pretended to weep, unwilling to lift her gaze to the two men. They were at their wits' end. Despite their attempts to console her, the scrawny man finally shouted, "Stop crying. Your husband has other women, and you can't go back. I don't believe it. Why, it's true." That woman said it herself. Impossible. My husband doesn't like Mo Mingzhu, but his mother does. They are childhood sweethearts. What can you compare to that? So, it was indeed Mo Mingzhu who sold me. Gu Shiyue's face was streaked with tears. For a water manipulator, conjuring tears was a simple task. The scrawny man and tiger, realizing they had let slip too much, were infuriated by Gu Shiyue's cleverness. Damn it, this woman is too cunning. I must teach you a lesson today. Tiger then tore apart Gu Shiyue's clothing, and both men gazed in awe at her delicate, fair skin. This woman is exquisite. Even if the boss kills me, I would gladly accept. The two rushed forward, pinning Gu Shiyue down, and she was panicking. Huating! Huating, where are you? On my way. A cold voice emanated from the communicator, instantly calming Gu Shiyue's heart. Who are you talking to? Tiger finally noticed the small communicator hanging around Gu Shiyue's neck. Damn it, you idiot scrawny man. How could you miss that during the search? I've never seen this before. The scrawny man exclaimed in panic. In no time. Let us run. The scrawny man, reluctant to leave Gu Shiyue, planned to carry her with him. However, as they reached the entrance of the basement, they were confronted by Huating and his men. Kill them. Huating's voice was chilling. Don't move if you come any closer. I'll kill her. The scrawny man pressed a knife to Gu Shiyue's neck. Trafficking and kidnapping women is an unforgivable crime. No one can save you. Huating remained unfazed by the threat. Chapter 10. Clothing with tear-filled eyes. Gu Shiyue gazed at Huating, not wanting to die. Yet Huating didn't even glance at her. I will count to 3 if you do not release her. You will bear the consequences. 3, 2. The scrawny man collapsed instantly, eyes wide open, as if to say, you're breaking the rules. You promised 3 counts. Tiger also fell easily to the others at this moment. Gu Shiyue felt her energy drain, her legs buckling as she fainted. Before losing consciousness, she sensed someone catching her. When she awoke again, she found herself in an unfamiliar environment. She glanced around the black and white hues of the room, her mind flashing to Huating's face. This color scheme was undoubtedly his room. Awake? Huating's cold voice reached her ears that Gu Shiyue turned to see Huating, working at a small desk beside the bed. Truly a workaholic, she couldn't help but think that this your room. Indeed. Lacking your house key, I had no choice but to bring you here. Huating retrieved a white shirt that appeared to have been worn several times. There are no women's clothes here. Make do with this, I'll send you back. Huating lived in the same community, making it convenient for her return. Gu Shiyue did not hesitate. Knowing her clothes were beyond repair, she donned Huating's shirt. Huating was quite tall, probably over 180 cm, while Gu Shiyue was under 160 cm. The shirt reached her knees. When Gu Shiyue appeared before Huating, his cold demeanor seemed to shift slightly. But before she could observe closely, he resumed his usual attitude. Let us eat first. After dinner, I'll take you back. Indeed, Gu Shiyue hadn't eaten for a day, feeling dizzy from hunger. She wasted no time, picking up her chopsticks to eat. Huating, evidently having not eaten either, accompanied her for the meal. They weren't very familiar with each other and shared little conversation during dinner. After the meal, Huating offered Gu Shiyue a coat to wear. Although it was summer and the weather was warm, Gu Shiyue was aware that as a married woman, wearing a man's shirt while exiting the home of a single man would invite unwarranted speculation. Thus, she appreciated his thoughtfulness and obediently put on the coat. Huating escorted her to the door. Feeling awkward, Gu Shiyue did not invite him in, bidding him farewell at the entrance. Once you returns, we'll invite you for dinner. No need. In the future, have the guards escort you to the door, that I've already spoken to the community guards about this. It was their oversight this time. Huating maintained his cold demeanor, do not fault them. No one would have expected someone would dare to act in the villa district. Gu Shiyue defended them. Huating listened intently, fully aware of the true culprit. However, the Mo family was not to be trifled with, and this matter could only be addressed once Huiyu returned. However, the leader of the Cheetah Mercenary Corps has already been apprehended by him. Regardless of the circumstances, negligence is negligence, and one must face the consequences. You may return for now. It was evident that Huiting did not wish to elaborate further. Jiu Shirui nodded, although the individuals were there to protect her. They were ultimately under Huiting's command, and thus the decisions rested with him. Wait a moment, she said, hastily entering the house to retrieve several bottles, quickly filling them with level 3 water, lacking any noteworthy gifts. This would have to suffice as her token of gratitude. These are my personal gifts to you. Thank you for coming to my rescue today. Huiting nodded, accepting the items, feeling he deserved them. I shall take my leave. Huiting turned and departed without hesitation, as was characteristic of him, efficient and unencumbered. Gu Shirui also turned and entered her home, where she finally felt a sense of relief. Tears could not be restrained. As an ordinary person from a peaceful era, she had been well protected by Huiyu even in this apocalyptic world. When had she ever endured such torment? Mo Mingzhu, this debt shall be repaid. For the first time, Gu Shirui found herself harboring hatred for someone. Moreover, since the incident, aside from Huiting, no one from the Hu family had appeared. She found it hard to believe that they had not received news. It seemed they regarded her as merely a lonely orphan, dismissing her entirely. Perhaps it was for the best. She had no desire to deal with that entire family. Let them go their separate ways. Only Huiyu bore the brunt of the pressure. He had been extraordinarily busy lately, likely seeking to extricate himself from his parents' control. Exhausted, Gu Shirui longed to simply fall asleep, but she had to change out of her clothes and wash them. And she still needed to practice. She was determined never to be at the mercy of others again. After steadfastly practicing for 2 hours, Gu Shirui finally collapsed in a slumber, sleeping soundly until the following morning. After waking and freshening up, she folded the dried clothes and packed them into a bag, lacking the inclination to prepare breakfast, opting instead to grab a quick bite at the research institute. Du Yinshan and Deng Wei were already waiting outside. Ms. Gu, we apologize, it is our oversight. We have caused you distress. Upon seeing Gu Shirui, they bowed deeply, startling her. Please rise. You mustn't blame yourselves, she urged quickly. The two men, with reddened eyes, replied, Ms. Gu, we are relieved to see you unharmed. If our negligence had led to any harm befalling a woman, we would have faced a military tribunal. That we stand here now is a testament to Huiting's leniency. Gu Shirui looked at the two young men, feeling both amused and exasperated. It's quite all right. Just ensure you bring me here in the future. I appreciate your assistance. Upon arriving at the research institute, Gu Shirui found Huiting and returned his clothing to him, with no further exchange between them. She felt a peculiar tension. Just days prior, Huiting had warned her to keep her distance, and she had no intention of seeking unnecessary trouble. Having missed a day at the experimental field yesterday, she was quite concerned about the plants. Normal vegetation in this apocalypse was exceedingly delicate and could easily mutate into strange flora. It was said that the mutation rate for ordinary individuals planting was generally over 90, rendering cultivation a perilous endeavor. As expected, the planting field had sprouted a plethora of mutated plants. Among the row of stargrass, nearly 10 mutated plants had emerged. Due to their excessive height and extensive root systems, the normal stargrass was uprooted alongside them. Coincidentally, there were also a few mutated stargrass in other areas. And after they were pulled out, space became available. The Jiu Shirui attempted to replant the normal stargrass, uncertain of the outcome. Surprisingly, the 5 lavender plants exhibited no signs of mutation. Perhaps it was due to the level 3 water. She decided to experiment further next time. Gu Shirui first cleared the weeds from the field, then filled a bucket with level 1 water, mixing in some level 3 water, and activated the sprinkler for an hour. Back in the workspace, she condensed another bucket of level 3 water, completely depleting her abilities. In truth, exhausting her powers felt incredibly distressing, as if she were parched and feeble. However, depleting her abilities before practicing could awaken her potential, which was why she persisted in this manner. While reading, she absorbed energy cores, truly exerting herself. Chapter 11. Injustice. For several consecutive days, Gu Shirui maintained a routine of commuting between the research institute and her home, refraining from engaging in conversations with anyone apart from her 2 guards. Everyone at the institute was diligently occupied, seemingly unwilling to squander time on trivial social interactions. During this period, Zhuxue finally remembered to contact her. You have no idea. My family's ice block appears cold and unapproachable, yet he is actually quite gentle. Unlike Gu Shiyue, Zhuxue had endured the cruelty of the apocalypse. A mere hint of kindness from others could easily ensnare her heart. Has he advanced in rank? Gu Shiyue inquired, curious. Indeed. He just advanced this morning. Gu Shiyue understood. It seemed he had patiently coaxed her for several days, and the Navi girl had fallen for it. However, Gu Shiyue was unaware of the complete picture and preferred not to offer unsolicited commentary. Congratulations to both of you. Have you advanced as well? Yes. I have reached level 3. You've only just progressed to level 1? Gu Shiyue frowned. The disparity between their advancements was significant. Have you awakened yet? Zhuxue did not believe that Gu Shiyue could awaken in such a short span, but she casually asked. Yes, I have awakened. Gu Shiyue felt there was no reason to conceal this matter. It would eventually come to light. What? Zhuxue gasped in disbelief, having seen no signs of awakening, perhaps feeling that her own attitude was questionable. She continued to inquire, what is your ability? It is water-based. Water ability. Indeed, that is quite advantageous. One can earn contribution points effortlessly at the base. Jiang Shiyue said enviously. She possessed fire abilities and had to earn her stripes on the battlefield. I would prefer to have fire abilities. At least I would have some means of self-defense. Gu Shiyue spoke truthfully, but Jiang Shiyue clearly did not believe her, thinking that women should not be on the battlefield. It could only be said that Gu Shiyue and she held differing worldviews, which did not hinder their friendship, though they would not be best friends. The main issue was that Gu Shiyue had too few acquaintances, and there were far too few women. As for men, they had to be approached with caution, lest the unsatisfied ones trample her boundaries. After chatting for a while, Jiang Shui's husband returned, prompting her to end the call. They were alike in that having successfully chosen a partner meant they were now married. Thus both were now wives. Huiyu was expected to return that evening, and Gu Shiyue prepared a feast. Huiyu was immensely touched and seized Gu Shiyue to plant a kiss on her cheek. Gu Shiyue chuckled, as he always had a way of lifting her spirits, having been away for several days. Huiyu was nearly driven mad with longing for his wife. Seizing the moment to eat a meal and take a quick battle shower, he then swept Gu Shiyue into his arms and tossed her onto the bed. Gu Shiyue, angered, retaliated by throwing a pillow at him. He, tough-skinned and unflinching, was completely unfazed by the pain. Yeah, darling sis, he began to call out wildly, and Gu Shiyue's heart softened at his words, allowing him to have his way with her for a wild night. The next day, the two of them went to the research institute, sweetly intertwined. Gu Shiyue headed to the experimental field while Huiyu sought out his uncle. Is it confirmed that it was Mo Mingzhu behind this? Huiyu asked darkly, feeling humiliated that while he was away, his wife had nearly been sold off. The evidence is all here. Ting replied, having been busy gathering proof over the past few days. As the law currently favored women unconditionally, even if they pursued proper channels, they could not teach Mo Mingzhu a lesson, as it would only result in a tepid warning. Moreover, Gu Shiyue herself had not suffered any real harm. What about the Cheetah Mercenary Corps? Huiyu pressed, knowing that Mo Mingzhu was the instigator and that the Mercenary Corps were accomplices. Neither would he let off the instigator nor the accomplices. No need for you to intervene. I have already dealt with them. Ting replied calmly that it was easy to eradicate the Cheetah Mercenary Corps, a second-rate outfit, even if they had the backing of the Mo family. Did my parents not take action? Huiyu asked, filled with indignation. Ting hesitated, uncertain whether to reveal that his mother had assisted Mo Mingzhu in her escape afterward. Huiyu realized. Ha ha ha, those are my own parents. They just can't stand to see me happy. Your father did not intervene. As for your mother's actions, that is for you to assess, Ting said, handing over the information to Huiyu, who was shocked to learn that his seemingly refined sister-in-law could commit such acts. Uncle, do you think I am their biological child? Huiyu asked softly, a tear slipping from the corner of his eye. Ting patted his shoulder in silent comfort. Are you returning to Kyoto next month? Huiyu asked, wiping his tears. Yes. What are your intentions? I wish to bring Iya back to Kyoto, since they do not acknowledge her as a daughter-in-law or me as their son. There is no need for us to remain together. I will return to the old residence. Huiyu declared, sulking to do not act like a child, Traveling back and forth between Kyoto and Shiguang is not easy. Think it through before deciding. Huiting admonished, frowning. Uncle, I have made up my mind. I do not want Ye to suffer any grievances. There is still my grandfather in Kyoto, and given Ye's unique abilities. Without my parents protecting her in Shiguang, her life would be at risk. Huiyu's reasoning evidently persuaded Huiting. An ability user capable of producing level 3 purified water was indeed a national treasure. And she should not be placed in a perilous environment. You make a valid point. Kyoto is safer. Prepare yourselves. You may accompany me when the time comes. All right. Thank you, Uncle. I'm fortunate to have you. And you should not hold a grudge against your parents. Speak to them earnestly. They will understand, but I cannot comprehend them. They are fully aware of how much I adore Ye, yet they still wish to harm her deliberately. This is akin to seeking my demise. Huiyu's words carried a heavy weight. However, Huiting understood that the other party was in a fit of rage and that no amount of persuasion would be effective. When Gu Shuriwei returned to the workspace, Huiyu was awaiting her. She was taken aback. Are you not busy today? Huiyu, feeling aggrieved, embraced Gu Shuriwei, resting her head on her shoulder. Yeah. Why didn't you tell me when you were wronged? Gu Shuriwei paused, realizing that Huiting must have divulged everything to her. I'm fine, really. Your little uncle saved me. I promised to treat him to dinner when you return. How about tonight? Gu Shuriwei wished to avoid escalating the situation, as it was evident that Huiyu's parents were involved, and she did not want to cause a rift between him and his family. After all, she was an outsider. If a conflict arose because of her, and they reconciled years later, how would she fit into their lives? She had resolved not to pry or speak about it. She chose Huiyu, not the Hui family. Yeah, am I really that unreliable? Huiyu's voice was muffled. How could that be? My Yu is a great hero, always protecting me well. Then why didn't you tell me when you suffered so greatly? It's all in the past. Your little uncle has avenged me, and that is sufficient. She was not a saint. Rather, she felt small and unwilling to rely on others for revenge. She preferred to wait, waiting for her own strength to grow, waiting for the right opportunity to seize her chance for vengeance. Chapter 12. The restaurant. Yeah, I have made plans with your little uncle. Next month, we shall go to Kyoto. Why? I grew up in Kyoto. That is my territory. Gu Shuriwei, being an orphan, felt indifferent about her surroundings. Since Huiyu wished to return, she would naturally accompany him. All right. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Huiyu, with reddened eyes, declared. Yeah, rest assured, I will never allow you to suffer again. Regardless of whether Gu Shuriwei believed him, Huiyu's intentions were genuine at that moment. She kissed him lightly. Ayu, as long as you stand by me, I shall not feel wronged. The grievances I bear come solely from those close to me. The outsiders can never inflict true grievances. You go ahead and attend to your matters. I will remain at the Research Institute. I want to encounter any trouble. The security at the Research Institute was far stricter than that of the villa area. It was genuinely a safe haven. Then wait for me to pick you up tonight. All right. The star grass had bloomed today, and she intended to keep a close watch on IT this rate. It should begin to flower and pollinate by tomorrow. The growth rate of plants in this apocalypse was astonishing. However, the lavender remained in its seedling stage, and Gu Shuriwei would add a bit of level 3 water daily. With no signs of mutation thus far, today, even the star grass appeared stable. She hoped this condition would persist. That evening, Huiyu indeed came to fetch her. Gu Shuriwei felt a pang of pity at his forced smile. What troubles you? If you don't wish to smile, then don't. Huiyu pursed his lips, his voice trembling as he asked. Yeah, why do such parents exist in this world? Gu Shuriwei understood that he had quarreled with his parents. In this world, there existed all types of parents, some good, some bad, that we cannot choose our origins. Only strive to be good parents ourselves. When we have children, we must learn from their mistakes. Yeah, you are so kind. When will you bear children for me? Huiyu murmured as he held Gu Shuriwei, now eagerly anticipating the arrival of their children. Gu Shuriwei did not wish to give birth just yet. She desired to enhance her strength first, for she never wanted to be beholden to anyone again. I'm only 18. Let us wait a few years. Huiyu responded with a subdued all right, though he was not urging her to bear children, merely looking forward to the future she envisioned. Shall we dine at a restaurant tonight? Gu Shuriwei readily agreed, as she had yet to experience a restaurant. The establishment Huiyu chose appeared opulent. However, perhaps due to the rising status of women, there were hardly any female servers. only a bevy of handsome young men. The proprietress was indeed female, a level 7 female ability user with a powerful backing. And everyone dared only to engage in light banter with her, refraining from any inappropriate behavior. Young Master Hua, it has been a while. Have you brought your wife along? Sister May, please serve us some signature dishes. I want my wife to sample your culinary skills. Of course. How about Peking duck, sauerkraut fish, soup baby bok choy, marinated fresh meat, and a whole roasted lamb? Will you turn to Gu Shuriwe? Yeah, is there anything you do not eat? I am fine with everything. In this apocalypse, having such a variety of dishes was already a luxury. Would you like anything else? No, this is more than enough. All right, add a plate of dumplings. Yu instructed the proprietress. Certainly, soon, a server led them to a cozy corner by the street. This restaurant is quite nice. The flavors are delectable. Yu remarked to Gu Shuriwe. She nodded, unfamiliar with such places, but trusting Yu's recommendation. This restaurant could be considered high-end. Customers frequently came and went, many of whom were fair-skinned women. Gu Shuriwe did not feel out of place here. In fact, she felt much more at ease. At least there were no repulsive, lecherous gazes. The food was indeed delightful, and Gu Shuriwe savored her meal with joy. She could now indulge in some roasted meat, albeit cautiously. After finishing their meal, just as they were about to leave, someone called out to them, "Big brother, Singji, what are you doing here?" Yu halted, conversing with a young man who bore a striking resemblance to him. "Yeah, this is my younger brother. Was Singji, this is your sister-in-law." Gu Shuriwe, sister-in-law? Does she even deserve that title? Singji sneered as he cast a disdainful glance at Gu Shuriwe. Singji, apologize to your sister-in-law. Yu commanded sternly. Why should I, a girl of unknown origin, think she can become a daughter-in-law of the Hua family? Smack. Yu slapped him across the face. Apologize. The bustling restaurant had drawn the attention of many onlookers. That I want tea. You drive away Mingzhu for this woman and even argue with Mom. Are you still human? Whispers erupted among the crowd, clearly intrigued by the sibling rivalry of the well-known family at the Dawn base. Mo Mingzhu dared to orchestrate my wife's kidnapping, and I haven't even settled the score with her. How dare you speak up for her? Mingzhu is not like that. Do not wrongfully accuse her. Am I wrongfully accusing her? Should I reveal the evidence to everyone? Yu's laughter turned bitter. His mother was the accomplice. His father remained indifferent, yet his brother chose to blame the victim. Had his family lost their minds? You're lying. I don't believe you. Singji turned away, refusing to accept it. Fine, just wait. Yu fiddled with his wristwatch. And Gu Shuriwe heard a series of chimes. Singji's watch received numerous notifications, and familiar faces around them also received alerts, each expression transforming into one of astonishment. I can't believe it. Mo Mingzhu is actually this kind of person, kidnapping others out of jealousy. How terrifying a woman's jealousy can be. This is the Cheetah mercenary group. No wonder they were recently wiped out. Singji's face paled. Yu had directly shared the evidence in their social group, revealing Mo Mingzhu's actions to all the families at the Dawn base. Big brother, you've gone too far. How will Mingzhu face others in the future? Singji demanded angrily. Singji, even now, you continue to defend Mo Mingzhu, showing no respect for me as your elder brother. Do not seek me out in the future. I do not want a brother like you. Yu roared, with evidence laid bare before him. Yet his brother still prioritized Mo Mingzhu. Had she bewitched him? Singji wanted to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. Yu looked at him with disappointment. He could no longer regard this brother as family. Let us leave. Gu Shuriwe also felt disheartened. Yu's parents had been relatively polite towards her, but Singji had openly insulted her. Gu Shuriwe was not a saint and had no desire to tolerate him. Chapter 13. The spy Yu had originally intended to take her shopping, but she was not interested. It was time to return home and cultivate. She could no longer endure the repeated humiliations. Yeah, it is they who do not understand your worth. You, an ability user capable of producing level 3 purification water, are a national treasure. Who would dare let you become a spy? Yu consoled her. Gu Shuriwe's origins were indeed a mystery. Nearly a decade had passed since the apocalypse began, and suddenly, a clean and tidy woman appeared in the wilderness, only to be discovered by Yu. Anyone would suspect her intentions. Gu Shuriwe had not considered this before, thinking that Yu's parents simply despised her for being an orphan. But now she understood there was more to it. I am not a spy, nor did I approach you with ulterior motives. In this world, I am all alone. I ended up here by accident. Gu Shuriwe stated earnestly, hoping Huiyu would not misunderstand her. Huiyu trembled, knowing one thing, but hearing her say it was another. Yeah, from now on, I will be your family. Right. Huiyu, do not forget the words you spoke. Gu Shuriwe diligently practices for 2 hours every night without fail. And she is on the brink of advancement. After being aided by Huiyu one evening, she effortlessly ascended to level 5. Even Huiyu was astonished by her rapid progression. Upon reaching level 5, Gu Shuriwe gained a measure of self-defense, as she can now conjure a water wall. During this visit, Huiyu brought back numerous water energy cores for her cultivation that in return, Gu Shuriwe shared her accumulated level 3 water with Huiyu. Yeah, you have no idea how much we relied on your water during our recent excursion outside the city. What happened? Gu Shuriwe inquired with concern. It rained. We were caught in the downpour. It started suddenly, and we were all drenched without a moment to spare. Some individuals even lost their temper, and if it weren't for your level 3 water, we might have faced total disaster. Gu Shuriwe was taken aback. Realizing how perilous the situation had been, she understood that water in the apocalyptic world was to be avoided, but could rainwater also be so dangerous? During her time in this new world, she had never encountered rain, so she was entirely unaware of this fact. Is there no calming potion available? She recalled there being tranquilizers. There is. However, calming potions are extremely expensive and generally unaffordable for most, as their primary ingredient is level 3 water. Thus, it seems that this reliance on level 3 water cannot be avoided. Then make sure to bring more level 3 water in the future. If you run low, just let me know. I can now produce 5 liters of level 3 water each day. My Yiya is truly remarkable. Huiyu always enjoyed treating her like a child. The night passed without further conversation. The following morning, Gu Shuriwe was eager to head to the experimental fields, and Huiyu accompanied her to the research institute before attending to his own matters. The star grass was indeed flowering and pollinating. Gu Shuriwe activated the fan, and instantly, the air within the greenhouse began to circulate. Today was another day devoid of anomalous plants, which immensely satisfied Gu Shuriwe. The 2 guards were astonished, as they frequently assisted the cultivators in eliminating anomalous plants. They were well aware of the mutation rates in a given field, and Gu Shuriwe's plot was evidently abnormal. However, since no one had previously indulged in the luxury of using level 3 water for farming, they deemed it normal that Gu Shuriwe recorded the data, removed the weeds, and provided the lavender with level 3 water, thus completing her morning tasks. Upon returning to her workspace, her first order of business was to condense level 3 water, after which she began absorbing energy cores while reading. During lunchtime, she happened upon Huiting, who took the initiative to join her. That Yu has revealed the truth about Mo Mingzhu. Now, the Mo and Hua families are at odds. Gu Shuriwe was perplexed. It was Mo Mingzhu's wrongdoing that caused the rift between the 2 families, not Yu's revelation of the truth. Gu Shuriwe stated firmly, the logic in this matter cannot be flawed. Huiting chuckled. You are right, it is not Yu's fault. Huiting appeared quite pleased with Gu Shuriwe's reasoning and expressed concern for her planting and ability training before departing. In the afternoon, Gu Shuriwe turned off the fan, activated the sprinklers briefly, and then ended her workday. Once again, Huiyu came to collect her, and they dined at a different restaurant, sampling various local delicacies. Huiyu also took her for a stroll through the streets, purchasing several outfits before they returned home. Gu Shuriwe was eager to practice and did not wish to waste any time. Seeing Gu Shuriwe's diligence in training, Huiyu also joined her in her practice. After their training session, while showering, Gu Shuriwe played with the water wall in the bathroom, aiming to master this spell for rapid deployment. It was not until Huiyu grew impatient and knocked on the door that Gu Shuriwe reluctantly emerged from the bathroom. That as newlyweds, the 2 were inseparable, naturally indulging in various activities. Huiyu, being a spirited young man, exerted considerable energy, nearly leaving Gu Shuriwe unable to rise. Fortunately, she had awakened her water healing ability at level 4, allowing her to treat herself and others, thus enabling her to withstand Huiyu's demands. However, this arrangement also benefited Gu Shuriwe, as she had no desire to refuse. As long as Huiyu was home, her advancement speed was significantly swifter than her training pace. Even Huiyu was nearing the threshold of level 11. having only recently advanced to level 10. Such rapid progression was indeed astonishing. No wonder the status of women was so elevated in these times. Upon waking the next morning, a new day awaited. Gu Shuriwei anticipated that the star grass would begin to bear fruit today. The fruit of the star grass is star-shaped, with each piece containing starch. The steamed buns at the base are generally made from a mixture of star grass starch and leaves. They taste quite pleasant, though somewhat coarse. Upon arriving at the experimental fields, she discovered that the star grass had indeed begun to bear fruit. Little green stars hung in delightful clusters at the tips of the grass. A pleasing sight to behold. Today was yet another day without anomalous plants. The lavender was somewhat overshadowed by the star grass, but was still thriving, having grown to a height of approximately 10 centimeters. Though it was still too early for flowering. After completing her daily tasks, she returned to her workspace. The level 3 water she supplied daily was sufficient for Huiting, who had already advanced to level 10. Du Yunshan and Deng Wei were also on the verge of advancement. Gu Shuriwei estimated that by the end of next month, she would be able to harvest the crops in the experimental fields, especially those lavender plants. She had never expected to keep them alive. That was an unexpected gain. There should still be time to plant another batch of star grass, but she was reluctant to bother with it. As she was not in need of contribution points, and she no longer consumed star grass. She was nearing the completion of her reading on planting data and had gained a preliminary understanding of the entire cultivation system. Huiting had also promised that once they reached Kyoto, he would arrange another experimental field for her, but Gu Shuriwei did not agree. She intended to assess the situation at that time. Not wanting to owe anyone a favor. Chapter 14. Space. Gu Shuriwei initially thought it would be several more days before the star grass could be harvested, but to her surprise, when she arrived the next day, it was already ripe. It was imperative to arrange for the harvest. Fortunately, Du Yunshan and Deng Wei were there to assist, and the work was completed swiftly. Ultimately, Gu Shuriwei harvested a total of 2,000 gene of stargrass seeds and 5,000 gene of stargrass leaves. This amount was tenfold the data publicly reported. Even Huiting was taken aback, personally coming to inspect the harvest, only to be left speechless upon learning that Gu Shuriwei had irrigated the plants with level 3 water. The entirety of the star grass could not compare to the value of even a single milliliter of level 3 purified water. Such a waste. A complete squandering of resources. Gu Shuriwei remained indifferent to these concerns. Level 3 water was easily obtainable for her, and she did not regard it as a significant issue. Huiting then noticed the 5 lavender plants still remaining in the field. These lavender plants are flourishing. You should sell them to me, Gu Shuriwei nodded, as selling to anyone was still selling. Huiting paused. You didn't irrigate these with level 3 water, did you? Gu Shuriwei nodded. If she had used level 1 star grass, how could she possibly neglect using level 5 lavender? Huiting slapped his forehead. It's my fault. I didn't ensure your level 3 water was used wisely. Gu Shuriwei was reluctant. How could she possibly give him all her level 3 water? That was a fanciful notion. What kind of expression is that? Do you have any idea how many potions I could concoct with 1 milliliter of level 3 water? How many lives I could save, and you wasted on level 1 and level 5 crops? Huiting's demeanor, usually cold and imposing, seemed to explode with fury at this moment. Not only Gu Shuriwei, but also Du Yunshan and Deng Wei were left in stunned silence. When had they ever witnessed Huiting lose his temper so vehemently? Humanity was already facing immense challenges. Every resource must be utilized judiciously. Level 3 water is a strategic resource. Although it belongs to you, it also belongs to all of humanity. Do you understand this? From today onward, I will ensure that everyone supervises you. Level 3 water must never be misused. Huiting stormed off in anger, not even giving Gu Shuriwei a chance to respond. Gu Shuriwei wore a rueful expression as she turned to Du Yunshan and Deng Wei. Is it truly that terrifying when the boss gets angry? The two shook their heads. No, we've never seen the boss lose his temper. Yes, he always speaks so coldly, no one dares to oppose him. The two regarded Gu Shuriwei with admiration. She was indeed a warrior, daring to defy their boss. How audacious of her. How dare he impose moral obligations on her? Humph. I shall decide what to do with my own possessions. Gu Shuriwei murmured her defiance. There was no way to contend with his formidable presence. She felt intimidated. When Huiyu came to collect her that evening, she threw herself into his arms, sobbing, "Ayu, Your little uncle bullied me. Huiyu grew anxious, having recently been apprehensive due to family matters. Where are you hurt? Wah, it's my heart that is hurt. He imposed moral obligations on me. Huiyu sighed in relief, realizing she was merely pouting. He had been startled. How did he impose moral obligations on you? He said my level 3 water belongs to all humanity. He is a thief. Oh, why didn't he say that in front of me? Just then, Gu Shuriwei heard the unmistakable voice of the person in question and turned around in fright, finding Huiting standing at the door, watching her with an enigmatic smile. Oh no, she had been caught in the act of tattling. Gu Shuriwei immediately buried her head in Huiyu's embrace, feeling utterly embarrassed. Huiyu, seeing her acting like an ostrich, laughed heartily, causing Gu Shuriwei to punch him playfully. Uncle, Ye was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. Oh, I'm not joking. From now on, her level 3 water will be requisitioned. She must provide 5 liters of level 3 water every day, no less. Once she levels up, we can discuss increasing the amount. Gu Shuriwei immediately lifted her head. How did you know I can only produce 5 liters of level 3 water each day? Gu Shuriwei looked at Huiyu with suspicion. She had only mentioned this to him. Cough. Just now, my uncle asked me about it, and I told him that I never expected he was looking to requisition your level 3 water. Huiyu said, feeling a bit embarrassed that Gu Shuriwei, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Huiting, you scoundrel. However, being of lesser status, Huiyu could not outmaneuver his uncle and had no choice but to acquiesce. He could only strive to level up. And once he reached level 6, he would be curious to know how much water he could produce then. At that time, due to the previous kidnapping incident, Huiyu had been refraining from venturing far. He would always return the same day, striving to pick up his wife from work. Upon returning home, Gu Shuriwei quickly stockpiled some level 3 water for Huiyu. She could forego it, but he could not be without his life-saving water. Seeing this, Huiyu was deeply moved. Despite his pleas, Gu Shuriwei refused to allow him to keep some for himself. Yeah, I have a gift for you as well. Huiyu produced a transparent energy core. Gu Shuriwei sensed that this was likely a space-type energy core, exceedingly rare. Come, use your blood to recognize your master. Are you serious? In this apocalypse, we still do the blood recognition thing. I am. That was a slip. Use your ability to penetrate this energy core and imprint it with your mark. Gu Shuriwei followed his instructions, feeling Huiyu's ability guiding hers into the core, the center. There was a small hole where she pressed her ability in. Suddenly, she sensed a space, vast and white, approximately 1,000 cubic units in size, about 10 meters in length, width, and height. What is this? Gu Shuriwei's voice trembled. Was it as she suspected? This is the energy core of a space-type beast. And I have secured the space within. Once you recognize it as your own, you can use it as a personal space. Huiyu's explanation confirmed Gu Shuriwei's suspicions. She was utterly exhilarated, a necessity for traversing worlds. It had finally arrived. Darling, I love you. Gu Shuriwei leaped into Huiyu's arms and kissed him. She was overjoyed. Yeah, your sincerity is lacking. Gu Shuriwei's eyes flickered. Well, tonight you can have your way. You said it. Don't regret it. Yet, Gu Shuriwei indeed regretted it. Who could stay up all night? After receiving the gift, she kept wanting to check it, but Huiyu never gave her the chance. They only fell into a deep slumber just before dawn. Unsurprisingly, they woke up late. However, Gu Shuriwei's class was relatively relaxed, and the clock-in time wasn't too strict, so being a bit late was no issue. She took some items and placed them in the space. And indeed, they could be used. After retrieving the items, she felt that the energy consumption was minimal. She placed several types of fruit inside, intending to test the preservation effect later. Huiyu transformed the energy core into a bracelet, which was quite convenient. Upon arriving at the research institute, the person collecting water informed her that she needed to prepare 5 liters of level 3 purified water today. Gu Shuriwei's face instantly turned sour. There was no choice but to exhaust her abilities to hand over 1 liter of level 3 water. She quickly took out the water-type energy core to replenish her abilities, alleviating her discomfort. In the cultivation field, only a few lavender plants remained, and there hadn't been much change in the past few days. Regular maintenance was sufficient. It was expected that they would begin to bloom in a few days. Chapter 15. Leaving the city Yiye. Tomorrow we will venture to an abandoned city to search for supplies. That it shouldn't be too dangerous. Do you wish to join? Huiyu asked Gu Shuriwei, uncertain of her willingness to leave the city. Absolutely, Gu Shiyue's response was resolute. Although it was relatively safe, there remained the possibility of unforeseen circumstances, and meals would be consumed in the vehicle, which could be quite taxing. Yu knew that many women were reluctant to leave the city, especially someone like Gu Shiyue, who possessed a more auxiliary ability. I am not afraid of hardship. I want to grow stronger, Gu Shiyue stated earnestly. Seeing this, Yu fell silent, recognizing his mistake in not providing her with sufficient sense of security. All right, I will take you with me. For their outing, Yu prepared a complete set of gear for her, all stored in the space, relieving her of any concerns. She merely needed to adjust her mindset. On the day of departure, everyone in the team eyed Gu Shiyue curiously. Yu's squad consisted of 5 members, all familiar faces, including those who had previously taken Gu Shiyue to the Women's Protection Center. Ye had duly exclaimed, hopping about, and Gu Shiyue waved at him. Yu tapped his forehead. Call her sister-in-law. Dooley appeared troubled, reluctant to address her as sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, junior sister. The others approached to greet her. And Gu Shiyue graciously exchanged pleasantries with everyone. All right, it's time to set off. They traveled in a 7-seater armored vehicle, which provided ample space. Our mission is to a steel factory to transport some steel and coal back. This task suited them well, as Yu's spatial ability made the transportation of such heavy materials very efficient. His space was significantly larger than Gu Shiyue's small one and could upgrade with the enhancement of his abilities. The boss there had already been cleared by the advance team, but some minor threats might remain, so safety was paramount. Especially for Yi. Try to stay close to me. Yu had briefed everyone beforehand, emphasizing that this outing was to expose Gu Shiyue to the world, and thus, they had no objections. Moreover, their team consisted entirely of strong men, and having a woman around lightened the atmosphere considerably. Besides, Gu Shiyue could serve as half a healer. Their team, consisting primarily of attackers, had longed for a healer. Even if her ability were lower, they could always elevate her. Junior sister, in the future, you should come out more often. My brothers will take care of you. The eldest brother in the team, Hong Zhong, boomed, addressing Gu Shiyue. All right, then I shall rely on Brother Hong and the others to guide me. Although Gu Shiyue had a gentle and quiet demeanor, she was unafraid in important situations. Upon hearing this, everyone regarded her with admiration. Brother Yu, you struck gold. Sister-in-law is both beautiful and understanding. Dooley remarked with a hint of envy to in truth. He had also considered competing for Gu Shiyue's affections. But with Brother Yu around, how could she possibly take an interest in anyone else? Yu shot him a glare. Stop dreaming. She is mine now. With that little schemer, Yu was well aware of his intentions. That stings. Dooley rubbed his face, fearing his expression would betray him. Throughout the journey, Yu diligently educated Gu Shiyue on the precautions for outdoor survival, while she listened intently. Along the way, they occasionally encountered low-tier beasts and plants. And when the opportunity arose, Gu Shiyue joined the battle, albeit while maintaining a water wall at all times. Through practice, Gu Shiyue had become quite proficient with her water arrows, water balls, and water wall techniques, even mastering the art of creating water mist to confuse enemies. The only technique she had yet to utilize was water healing, as there had been no injuries during their skirmishes. Soon, they arrived at the steel factory, which showed signs of having recently endured a fierce battle. Several large trucks were transporting iron and coal, indicating that they were not the only ones assigned to this task. The group found a material storage area, and Yu began transporting materials that Gu Shiyue initially wanted to assist, but hesitated upon witnessing Yu effortlessly load a large machine into his space. Her small space couldn't accommodate such a machine. Yu had already loaded several. He continued to fill it with iron blocks. Gu Shiyue decided it was best to abstain. This task was not suited for her. Old Hong, you 3 take Ye around to see if you can gather some seed specimens. Yu, noticing Gu Shiyue's boredom, instructed Hong Zhong and the others to take her exploring, which was precisely what she desired. Dooley, you stay behind to help me move stuff, just as Dooley was about to run off. He froze. Brother Yu, I am agile type. Old Hong is the strength type. I know, it's time for your scrawny arms and legs to get some exercise. Yu replied without turning back. This is personal revenge. Dooley lamented. Yet, under the circumstances, he had no choice but to comply. Hong Zhong and the others took Gu Shiyue around, and upon discovering some minor threats, they encouraged her to join in the fun. She collected a plethora of seeds from the minor beasts she defeated, many of which were varieties not provided by the Research Institute. Be careful. Hong Zhong suddenly pulled Gu Shiriwe back as a beastly bird appeared, nearly pecking her eye out. Gu Shiriwe felt a wave of fear and hurriedly hid behind Hong Zhong. This bird was level 9 and likely flown in from elsewhere. Gu Shiriwe observed the bird, noting its pitch-black feathers, larger than an eagle, with a piercing cry and sharp claws glimmering menacingly. Hong Zhong, while fighting, commented that the three of them, despite being under level suppression, sustained minor injuries before managing to take it down. As the beast possessed an aerial advantage, Gu Shiriwe quickly assisted in their healing. Treating light wounds posed no challenge for her. The three men insisted they were fine, merely superficial wounds, which would heal quickly. Nevertheless, Gu Shiriwe insisted on treating them, feeling she would be remiss otherwise. The corpse of the beastly bird was worth something, and coincidentally, Gu Shiriwe had nearly finished dealing with the nearby minor threats. The group then carried the beastly bird back to find Huiyu. Huiyu had also nearly filled his space, while Dooley was panting heavily, half collapsed on the ground. Huiyu scoffed, "Pathetic. You re-exhausted from such little work." Dooley looked incredulous at Huiyu. "Brother Yu, are you still my brother Yu? I seriously suspect you were slandering me in front of Yaya." Huiyu shot him a glance. "Still not getting up? Do you want us to carry you?" The others chuckled, as it was only fitting. This impudent brat dares to ascend the bride selection platform alongside Huiyu, and even subtly encroaches upon her presence that a bit of teasing is still considered polite. Gu Shiriwe cast a sympathetic glance his way. A jealous man is not to be trifled with. She certainly wouldn't want to fan the flames of his ire. "Yeah, are you tired?" Huiyu gently grasped Gu Shiriwe's hand, inquiring after her well-being, leaving only the sorrowful figure of Dooley behind. Chapter 16. The Water God. With the completion of this task, Huiyu commanded the return journey. It was merely an escort mission, quite uncomplicated, which is precisely why Huiyu felt at ease bringing Gu Shiriwe along. Initially, he feared she might struggle to adapt to life outside the city. Yet to his surprise, she acclimated remarkably well and seemed eager for more adventures. "Do you enjoy venturing outside the city?" Huiyu mused, a smile playing on his lips as he observed Gu Shiriwe. "Yes, I find it rather intriguing. Can you take me out again next time?" Gu Shiriwe implored, wrapping her arms around his, resting her head on his shoulder, her hands playfully entwined with his. "Certainly, but only under my supervision." "You must not venture out alone," Huiyu insisted. The unpredictability of human nature was daunting, especially in a world where women were exceedingly scarce. Even walking alone on the streets was perilous, let alone outside the city. In this post-apocalyptic era, the wilderness beyond the city walls was akin to lawlessness. Women outside had no security whatsoever. Just a few days prior, the base had rescued several women from the outskirts, who had been left on the brink of death from torment. "All right, I shall heed your advice." Gu Shiriwe was no rebellious girl. She understood Huiyu's good intentions and naturally would not deliberately oppose him. Dooley watched enviously from the side. He too desired a wife like Gu Shiriwe, beautiful, gentle, and capable of being endearing. Upon registering their entry at the base, the gazes of those around them fixated upon Gu Shiriwe, making her feel quite uncomfortable. Huiyu promptly draped his long coat over her head and enveloped her in his embrace. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll pluck your eyes out." With his fierce demeanor, upon witnessing Huiyu's prowess and equipment, the onlookers swiftly averted their eyes, recognizing that this group was not to be trifled with. That in a world like this, possessing such a stunning woman was a clear indication that one was not an ordinary person. The group hurriedly passed through the checkpoint and arrived at the task hall not far away, where numerous female ability users were present. Though they still attracted attention, it was no longer akin to observing rare animals. "Time to submit the mission. Please provide a spacious private room." The attendant at the window was a charming young woman, likely in this position due to familial connections. "Certainly, please proceed to room 1 for the handover of supplies." Upon seeing Huiyu, the attendant's voice sweetened considerably, and upon noticing Gu Shiriwe, her expression turned to one of regret. Huiyu paid her no mind. She was merely a minor character. Room 1 was the largest private room, and the individuals within appeared to be in charge, clearly recognizing Huiyu. "Young Master Hua, what supplies do you wish to hand over?" "The C-2033 mission, steel and coal." "Very well. Please place them on the scale, and I will weigh them for you." Yu was a frequent visitor to the task hall, and his spatial abilities were no secret. Since he came empty-handed, it must all be stored within his space. He nodded, retrieving items one by one, and upon final estimation, the haul astonishingly equated to an A-level mission's worth. Truly, as a spatial ability user, he could store a remarkable quantity. Gu Shiriwei couldn't help but envy his vast storage. However, her smaller space was sufficient for her needs. One should never be overly greedy. The group divided the contribution points, and even Gu Shiriwei received a share. With spirits high, they made plans to dine out, settling on the same restaurant run by Sister May as last time. "Sister May, I'll be ordering a whole roasted cow." Duly exclaimed, "Dedu little brother, you're here. I'll arrange that for you right away. Would you like a few stir-fried dishes as well?" "Absolutely. What would you like to eat, Yi?" Yu interjected, turning to inquire of Gu Shiriwei that I'm fine with anything. "You can choose." Yu selected a few sweet dishes that Gu Shiriwei favored, while Du Li and Hong Zhong were content with just the whole roasted cow. "Let us add some wine." All right, suddenly, Gu Shiriwei recalled her interest in brewing wine, with her Tier 3 water ability. She could craft excellent wine. "Yu, can you procure the brewing recipes and equipment? I'd like to give it a try." Yu's eyes lit up. "Not at the moment, but I'll arrange it upon our return." "You need not worry." Gu Shiriwei felt reassured. If Yu promised, he would certainly deliver. "Sister-in-law, once you brew the wine, you must let us have the first taste." Duly cheered that, of course, in the post-apocalyptic world, wine was a rare commodity, and Gu Shiriwei aimed to brew not ordinary wine, but energy wine distilled from extraordinary plants. This concoction was akin to potions, possessing unique effects. High-quality energy wine could even surpass the effects of ordinary potions. Due to the size of the roasted cow, Sister May arranged a large table for them, leading to a rather sparse seating arrangement. The roasted cow would take a while to prepare, so the group began to enjoy the stir-fried dishes while engaging in lively conversation. "Brother Yu, do you still have Tier 3 water?" Du Li asked mysteriously. "What do you want it for?" Yu replied cautiously. Tier 3 water was no trivial matter, and he would not produce it unless absolutely necessary. "Oh, it's for my father. He wishes to purchase some Tier 3 water and inquired if I had any leads that I remembered you brought out quite a bit last time." "Oh, I'm all out." Yu had never disclosed Gu Shiriwei's identity to others. Thus only a select few within the base, including him and Huiting, were aware of her ability to produce Tier 3 water. The Hua family, due to their underestimation of Gu Shiriwei, remained oblivious to this fact. Huiting maintained strict control, and within the base, it was known that a recent batch of Tier 3 water had surfaced. Yet the source and its custodian remained a mystery. "Oh, what a pity. Lately, people have been offering high prices for it." "Where do you think this Tier 3 water comes from?" Du Li inquired, now intrigued by its origins. "From what I know, the only individual in Hua country capable of producing Tier 3 water is Gu Minjing from the southern base, correct?" "Oh. Sharing the same surname, sister-in-law? Are you related?" "No, I'm an orphan." Gu Shiriwei firmly denied. "Having never heard of this person before, my apologies. I forgot." Du Li quickly apologized that if Gu Shiriwei had family, why would she have entered the Women's Protection Center and be compelled to select a husband? He had inadvertently struck a sore spot. Fortunately, sister-in-law was magnanimous and did not take offense. Yu shot him a glare. "If you can't speak properly, then be silent. It is said that Ms. Gu was born in the south, so she and your sister-in-law are likely not related." Hong Zhong and the others chimed in, providing cover for Duel. "No worries. She grew up in an orphanage and has long since come to terms with it." "What level of ability does Gu possess?" "I've heard she has reached level 18, a high-tier ability user," Hong Zhong remarked. "Was she awakened with Tier 3 purification water from the start?" "Impossible. Ms. Gu only awakened her Tier 3 water last year. Before her, our Hua country had none at all. After her awakening, she brought great honor to our nation." "Precisely. In the past, many internationally mocked us, claiming that even if we had the most survivors, we still lacked Tier 3 water. They used that to stifle us." Chapter 17. Am I fat? At that time, I was furious. I battled them online for 300 rounds. Me too. That little rascal, during the time he was groveling to the beautiful nation, now suddenly claims that we have been brothers since ancient times. How nauseating. And that nation of A3, who thought they could trade their Ganges water for Tier 3 water. What a delusion. A group of men reveled in their boasts. While Gu Shiriwei listened with great interest, Soon, neighboring tables, captivated by their lively discussion, joined in. As the conversation heated up, applause and cheers erupted. Before long, the entire restaurant was filled with animated chatter among the men, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Sister May, ever perceptive, promptly gifted each table a bottle of wine. The revelry continued until midnight, with Yu concerned that Gu Shiyue might not withstand it. The restaurant had grown increasingly smoky, prompting him to take her home early. The following morning, Gu Shiyue hurried to her experimental field, anxious to see if the lavender plants would have survived after a day of neglect. To her relief, the lavender was thriving, but Gu Shiyue was not so fortunate. She found herself pursued for debts. Yesterday, she had failed to deliver the required 5L of Tier 3 water, although this was due to her outing. Ting still held her accountable, meaning she would have to pay up. Thus, she could only spend the day pitifully in the workspace, working off her debt. She managed to condense only 4L throughout the day, and with the additional 1L from the morning, she barely met her obligations. When Yu arrived to pick her up in the evening, she tearfully sought comfort, only to turn and find Ting watching her with a smirk. Gu Shiyue felt mortified. What a coincidence to be caught again. She hurriedly pushed Yu into the car and left, utterly embarrassed. Yu stifled a laugh as he bid farewell to Ting. Yeah, I'm taking you to customize some equipment. Gu Shiyue suddenly felt a surge of excitement, knowing that Yu's red tassel spear was an energy weapon. What equipment will we customize? First, we'll design a staff suitable for your attributes. If time permits, we'll also create a set of jewelry and a robe, along with boots. In the decade since the apocalypse, research institutes had long discovered how to forge equipment using materials from extraordinary beasts and plants. The Equipment Forging Institute was located right next to their Potion Research Institute, just a street apart. However, Gu Shiyue had never visited this place, as one could not enter without a guide. This is it. Yu parked the car steadily and led Gu Shiyue into the Weapon Forging Research Institute. It was evident that everything had been arranged in advance. Upon her arrival, Gu Shiyue was immediately taken by the staff to have her physical data measured and to fill out a questionnaire. After a whirlwind of activities, nearly an hour had passed. All done. She could come back for it in a week. Yu calculated that they would have enough time before their departure. He willingly paid the deposit. And Gu Shiyue was momentarily dazzled by the string of zeros. For a moment, she fancied herself a wealthy individual. Little did she realize, merely customizing some gear had transformed her into a pauper. Observing the pained expression on her face, Yu chuckled, "Money grubber, don't worry. With your status, all of this can be reimbursed. You'll have it back in a few days." Gu Shiyue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Free was indeed better. It wasn't that she couldn't afford the expense, but the value of free was simply more appealing. Well, there's still time. Shall we go out for a meal? Sure, I'm craving porridge today. I know a place that makes excellent porridge. Yu took Gu Shiyue to a small alley where, indeed, there was a restaurant without even a sign, filled with several tables of patrons. It was a spot that thrived on regular customers. Newcomers would find it hard to locate. Yu explained, "Oh, young Hua, is this your wife?" She is truly beautiful. An elderly lady with a head of silver hair emerged. "This is Grandma Lin. Her son lives in the same villa area as us, and she runs this establishment. It is said that her porridge-making skills have been passed down for 1,000 years." Yu introduced her to Gu Shiyue. "Hello, Grandma Lin. I'm Gu Shiyue." Gu Shiyue greeted politely. "Grandma Lin, we'll have 1 bowl of seafood porridge, 1 bowl of mushroom porridge, 2 baskets of soup dumplings, 2 baskets of meat buns, 2 baskets of steamed dumplings, and 1 basket of beef pot stickers, along with some pickles." "All right, just wait." Although Grandma Lin's hair was completely white, her movements were still sprightly. Her son was also a high-ranking official in the base. She opened this restaurant because she couldn't sit idle. Gu Shiyue understood. Anyone living in a villa area couldn't possibly be ordinary. When the porridge arrived, the enticing aroma wafted towards her. She scooped a spoonful of mushroom porridge. It was fresh, tender, and simply delightful. The soup dumplings were particularly flavorful, and the steamed dumplings were filled with shepherd's purse and mushroom. Utterly delicious. Gu Shiyue was thoroughly enjoying her meal. It hardly felt like the apocalypse. It reminded her of the craftsmanship found in century-old establishments from her past life. "Slow down. If you like it, we can come back tomorrow." Gu Shiyue nodded repeatedly. Overwhelmed by the deliciousness, after indulging, she felt her stomach was pleasantly full. She sensed that during this time, she had gained quite a bit of weight. Her waist, which had been slightly thick, now sported an additional layer of flab. She lamented as she pinched the flesh around her waist. In an apocalypse, I still have a spare tire. Is my flesh so hard to part with? Yu chuckled, playfully pinching her spare tire. It feels just right. I like it. Gu Shiyu shot him a glare in frustration. She couldn't believe that any man would actually like a woman's spare tire. Yu rubbed his nose and said, Really, a bit of flesh is more appealing. It's comfortable to hold. Nowadays, no man prefers a woman who is just skin and bones. It makes them feel inadequate. Gu Shiyu was at a loss for words. She was surprisingly persuaded. So, after the Tang dynasty, had another era that celebrated plumpness finally arrived. The key point was that in this apocalypse, truly few were overweight. Ordinary women lacked food and clothing, making it hard to gain weight. Female ability users could absorb energy, rarely accumulating excess energy into fat, making it difficult to gain weight over time. Women like Gu Shiyu, who were slightly plump, were indeed a rarity among the apocalypse women she had encountered. She was truly the most robust. She couldn't help but feel a bit despondent. Weighing around 110 kg, was that not a normal weight? It certainly didn't count as fat. She gazed at her ample bosom, thinking, perhaps that's where the excess flesh lies. She hadn't felt overweight at 120 kg, so it was even less likely now. Yet in the apocalypse, there were no women fatter than her. Am I really that fat? Gu Shiyu looked at Yu with a pitiful expression, contemplating weight loss. Previously, she had proclaimed her desire to lose weight countless times, but never truly acted on it. In the apocalypse, she had only shed a few genes from hunger. Not fat at all, just right, I like it this way. Yu quickly affirmed, I want to lose 10 gene. Yu was taken aback. No way. You wouldn't look good if you lost weight. Truly, you are your most beautiful right now. In the apocalypse, people were struggling to gain weight. Who would want to lose it? Chapter 18. Torrential rain, really? Gu Shiyu was still uncertain. After all, her resolve to lose weight had never been strong. Indeed, more genuine than gold. Yu whispered in her ear, show me tonight. I like the fleshy parts. Gu Shiyu's face turned crimson. Mortified that he would say such things in public. Angered, she playfully punched Yu's chest, which made him laugh heartily. That night, Yu indeed demonstrated just how much he cherished Gu Shiyu's softness. Gu Shiyu felt like a giant jelly in his hands. The next day, unable to rise from bed, she decisively abandoned her weight loss plans. After all, once her abilities increased, the flesh would gradually diminish. For now, maintaining marital harmony was of utmost importance. Look, she had leveled up again. She was now at level 6. Gu Shiyu felt elated. Such good fortune was hard to come by. Her newly awakened spell at level 6 was a water tornado. A powerful offensive skill. At last, she was no longer weak. Attention survivors, the base anticipates rainfall today, ranging from heavy to torrential. Please take precautions and avoid exposure to the rain. Residents in low-lying areas should ensure drainage is prepared. Gu Shiyu's wristwatch suddenly received this notification, which was broadcasted 3 times in succession. Yu, I have to go handle some matters. Stay home today and don't go out. Yu quickly got out of bed. This was serious business, and Gu Shiyu had no grounds to protest. Wait, bring more level 3 water. Gu Shiyu immediately took out all the level 3 water she had secretly stashed. About a dozen liters and filled some empty bottles, handing them all to Yu. Yu was touched, kissing Gu Shiyu passionately. I'll be back soon, if we run low on level 3 water. I'll send someone to fetch more. She knew that level 3 water was the most crucial strategic resource at this time. Got it. Yu left without looking back. Gu Shiyu had no time to eat. She hurriedly began to condense level 3 water. Thanks to her recent upgrade, the quantity she could condense had increased dramatically. She estimated she could produce around 10 liters in a day. It had doubled. Once her abilities were exhausted, she immediately replenished with energy cores, as the feeling of depletion was quite uncomfortable. However, she knew that every drop of water she condensed could potentially save a life. Outside, the rain poured heavier, flooding the ground outside the villa area, and many strange plants began to emerge. The security team was out in the rain, clearing them away. If someone's raincoat tore and leaked, they would quickly fall into chaos. Gu Shiyu had already heard several sounds of self-detonation. The windows of her house were shattered by the strange plants, rainwater flooding in, but Gu Shiyu paid it no mind. Her most important task was to condense level 3 water. This was a catastrophe for humanity. It was her first time experiencing such a brutal event, and her hands trembled. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Gu Shiyu opened it to find Huting had come. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Is you okay?" Gu Shiyu was quite worried about Huiyu. Huting's raincoat was still dripping water as he removed his energy raincoat at the entrance. Upon hearing Gu Shiyu's words, he paused, his expression calm. "Yes, fine. Has your window broken?" "Yes, it's the kitchen downstairs, but it's not a big deal. I just want to go in at this moment." These were trivial matters, truly not worth concerning oneself with. "Haven't you eaten?" Huting seemed to have discovered something. "No, I ate." Gu Shiyu lied. At this moment, she couldn't afford to create chaos. Huting took out 2 warm buns from his pocket. "Eat. Finish these before you go." This person really didn't understand human language. Gu Shiyu glared at him. Exasperated cough. "I'll fix your window." Unable to refuse Huting, Gu Shiyu reluctantly began to eat the buns. They were soft and fluffy, quite delicious, and her expression softened. After all, it was someone else's kind gesture. Huting found some plastic sheets from the storage room to cover the window and reinforced it with a few wooden boards. "It took no more than 10 minutes. Don't use the kitchen. I'll arrange for someone to bring you food." Gu Shiyu had finished the buns and handed the condensed level 3 water to him. "All right, you take care. If we run low on level 3 water, come find me." Huting nodded, donned his energy raincoat, and plunged back into the downpour. Gu Shiyu watched his retreating figure, a bit worried, not knowing how Huiyu was faring. Huiyu returned in the afternoon, glancing at Gu Shiyu to see she was fine, took the level 3 water, and left. After pouring relentlessly for half a day, the shanty town was already flooded. It now resembled hell, with explosions occurring intermittently. Within a day, the base had already lost thousands of people. Huiyu was busy clearing the strange plants and beasts that appeared in the city, while capturing those with violent tendencies. Nearly collapsing from exhaustion, Gu Shiyu felt immense sympathy, but could do nothing. This cursed apocalypse. By evening, the rain had lessened, but the strange plants and beasts showed no signs of abating. This was normal. During the rain, the beasts would hide, only to emerge once the storm passed. The strange plants, nourished by the torrential rain, thrived even more. Later, Huting sent someone to collect level 3 water twice, yet he himself did not return. That night, the torrential rain ceased, but the sounds of battle inside and outside the base persisted. Gu Shiyu, exhausted from a day of worry, succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep on the sofa. Huiyu did not return until the following morning. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, she jolted awake. "Huiyu, you're back." She rushed over and threw herself into Huiyu's embrace, holding his waist tightly. This day and night had left her in constant trepidation, fearing that Huiyu might not come back. "I'm fine, don't worry," he reassured her. "Uncle said the kitchen at home is broken, so I brought you some food." "I'm not hungry. Are you tired? Do you need to rest for a bit?" Gu Shiyu remarked, observing the stubble evident on Huiyu's face. You eat first, I'll take a shower, and then rest a little." Huiyu retrieved some food from his space, ruffled Gu Shiyu's hair, and headed for the shower. Seeing him in good spirits, she felt relieved, freshened up, and began to arrange the food. Huiyu emerged from the shower. "Were you waiting for me?" Let us eat together." Huiyu felt a wave of sweetness in his heart as he hugged Gu Shiyu and stole a kiss. Amid her playful, reproachful gaze, he sat down and began to feast, clearly having missed a proper meal the day before. After their meal, Huiyu took a brief nap, while Gu Shiyu continued to concentrate on producing level 3 water. Although the storm had passed, the need for medical attention remained urgent. As she watched the news, Gu Shiyu learned that the shelters were overcrowded, and many exhibited symptoms of infection. People were dying every moment. How could she remain idle? She quickly fetched her water containers and resumed her busy work. Huiyu had only napped briefly before heading out again. Gu Shiyu sighed, uncertain when this calamity would finally end. Chapter 19. Milk tea. Another day of relentless activity. Gu Shiyu saw on the news that the recent downpour had caused countless buildings to collapse, with many people succumbing to despair on the streets. Survivors lay numbly in shelters as strange plants sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Those with abilities rushed about like firefighters, desperately trying to put out metaphorical fires everywhere. The aftermath of the disaster brought forth the direst issues of disease and food scarcity, as the base's food supplies dwindled. The number of starving individuals was steadily rising, leaving everyone preoccupied with their own survival. Today, Gu Shuriwei visited the Research Institute and was pleased to find her lavender flourishing, already developing buds. Harvest was imminent in a few days. She collected a batch of star grass seeds from the warehouse and began planting, for in such times, high-yield star grass was the most coveted resource. This time, she dared not use level 3 water to irrigate. She only used it during the soaking process, hoping to reduce the mutation rate. The institute buzzed with hurried activity, and Gu Shuriwei could not afford to dawdle. Her production of level 3 water had already exceeded her limits. Upon seeing her pale complexion, Ting furrowed his brows. No need to be too anxious. Act within your means. Your health is more important than anything. Gu Shuriwei recognized that his concerns stemmed from her abilities. Yet she forced a smile. Thank you, I know my limits. Ting remained silent, as they were indeed in desperate need of level 3 water. Take care to rest. With that he turned to leave. But Gu Shuriwei couldn't shake off the feeling that he seemed somewhat disheveled. Surely, she must be mistaken. Could someone like Ting, the epitome of grace, truly appear so disordered? After a week of tireless effort, Yu returned to her, and Gu Shuriwei had harvested her lavender and stargrass. The yield of this batch of stargrass was noticeably lower, yet the mutation rate remained low, around 5. It seemed the soaking in level 3 water had indeed been beneficial. Though this batch of stargrass was but a drop in the ocean for the vast base, those who came to purchase it were still pleased, as it could provide sustenance for thousands for a day, barely enough to feed over 100,000. In this apocalypse, survival was all that mattered. When Yu returned, he said to her, "Yeah, we leave for Kyoto tomorrow." Gu Shuriwei nearly forgot about it. "And your gear, I've retrieved it for you." Yu produced a large box from his space, labeled with the insignia of the Dawn Base's Equipment Research Institute. Gu Shuriwei felt invigorated. Finally, after so many days, something good had come her way. She opened the box to find a complete set of robes, boots, a staff, and an assortment of jewelry. As she caressed the gear, she could sense the abundant energy emanating from it, likely crafted from high-grade materials. The entire set shimmered with vibrant colors, beautifully integrated, and she adored it. "Try it on," Yu urged. "Isn't it a bit too advanced for me?" Gu Shuriwei worried that she might not be able to wield it. "Not at all. It's tailored to your physical data. Go ahead and try." Yu remained unfazed, accustomed to high-quality items that Gu Shuriwei, encouraged by his words, donned the entire set. The staff, made of wood, featured a delicately carved crescent moon, and upon testing it, she found her spell-casting speed increased by 15, along with a 15 boost to her ability, recovery speed. This staff is amazing. I love it," she exclaimed. Yu gestured for her to try the others. The necklace enhanced her total ability. The ring provided a protective shield. The earrings offered a skill to cleanse negative statuses, while the robe defended against magical attacks, and the boots enhanced agility. Overall, this set of gear thoroughly armed Gu Shuriwei, a true upgrade from her previous equipment. However, as a girl, she was still more concerned about her appearance. Meticulously inspecting herself in the mirror, I think the style is quite nice. It looks good on me. It gives me a waist." Upon hearing this, Yu suddenly felt something was amiss and scooped her up with one arm. Gu Shuriwei was startled. "What are you doing? You're too light. You've lost weight." Yu expressed his discontent. "Really?" Gu Shuriwei exclaimed in surprise, immediately pinching the flesh at her waist. "Hey, where's my love handle?" She couldn't believe it, immediately stepping on the scale. "It's true. I've lost 5 pounds. Overjoyed, Gu Shuriwei felt like dancing, but Yu's face remained stern. "Now that you're not busy, it has time to fatten you up?" "No, I worked hard to lose weight." "Listen to me, a little meat looks good." "No, being slimmer is better." The two engaged in a playful squabble, each refusing to concede. The result was that Yu ultimately subdued Gu Shuriwei on the bed with his strength. With tears in her eyes, Gu Shuriwei reluctantly agreed that a little extra weight looked good, and she should eat more to replenish herself. The plane to Kyoto was a small passenger aircraft equipped with energy equipment to fend off airborne beasts. However, the energy consumption was immense, allowing only a select few from the base's upper echelons to board. Ting had originally borrowed from the Dawn base to assist, and upon completing his tasks, he would naturally return. Given Gu Shuriwei's status, arranging a private plane would have been feasible, but due to Yu's protective nature, her identity remained confidential. Thus, she could only hitch a ride on Ting's private plane to Kyoto. The passenger aircraft had limited space, accommodating about a dozen individuals, including crew members and an escort team. Among Huiyu's team, only Du Li accompanied them, as the others had families to care for and could not venture to Kyoto, leading to heartfelt farewells. "Sister-in-law, you must try this milk tea. I specially bought it. And it's delicious." Du Li presented a cup of milk tea to Gu Shuriwei like a treasure. In this apocalypse, milk tea was a luxury, and he had spent a considerable sum on it. "What milk tea? Let me have a taste." A hand reached in to snatch the milk tea. "Too sweet." After saying this, he gulped it all down in one go, for wastefulness in this era would invite divine retribution. "You go, be a decent person," Du Li lamented, clearly upset that the milk tea intended for Yi had been consumed. Gu Shuriwei couldn't help but chuckle at their antics. Huiyu immediately produced another cup of milk tea from his space. "Yeah. This milk tea is delicious. You should drink this, Yugo." There is only one milk tea shop at the Dawn base, implicitly suggesting they were all the same milk tea. Huiyu shot him a warning glance, causing Du Li to fall silent. "Yeah, don't listen to him. My milk tea was made with half sugar and added taro paste. It's delightful," Huiyu whispered to Gu Shuriwei. Seeing Huiyu's somewhat petty demeanor, she found it rather endearing and graciously took a sip. "It truly is delicious. Thank you." Huiyu. Du Li, witnessing the couple's affectionate exchange, felt a twinge of envy as he doodled in the corner. Huiting cast a flat glance at him, stating, "Don't get too close to someone else's wife." Du Li's expression grew even more sorrowful. Chapter 20. Flock of Birds. Huiyu. Will the plane encounter danger in the air? Gu Shuriwei felt uneasy. "Don't worry. We might at most encounter a few stray airborne beasts. The crew is experienced." Huiyu reassured her. "What if we run into a flock of birds?" Gu Shuriwei remained apprehensive. Savage beasts tend to be solitary. Only cattle and sheep travel in herds. "You need not worry." Upon hearing this, Gu Shuriwei found it quite reasonable and eased her mind. She could still concentrate on producing level 3 water in the air. But with others around, she settled against Huiyu's shoulder to rest her eyes. "Attention, attention. A flock of birds has been spotted ahead, preliminarily identified as level 3 beaching birds, approximately 30,000 in number. The crew will soon fire high-energy cannons. The plane will experience some turbulence. Please fasten your seatbelt." Gu Shuriwei couldn't help but wonder if she had jinxed it, as the flock had indeed arrived. On the specialized aircraft, a formidable expert ranked at level 19. Wang Hao was stationed that he clearly encountered such situations frequently. "Everyone, remain calm. Those above level 10, accompany me in a battle. The rest, stay inside the aircraft." With that, he flung open the hatch and leaped out. Gu Shuriwei gasped, realizing he hadn't even taken a parachute. Yet, astonishingly, he floated gracefully in the air. He could actually fly. Gu Shuriwei watched in amazement as this unfolded. Subsequently, Huiting, Huiyu, and several guards followed suit, soaring out to stand firmly on the nose and wings of the aircraft. Gu Shuriwei finally understood. So one could fly at level 10. Just then, the high-energy cannon finished charging, unleashing a shot that carved a clear path through the flock of birds, hitting the leader directly. The struck azure birds vaporized instantly. The remaining azure birds, terrified, scattered chaotically, some even colliding with the aircraft. It was crucial to note that the aircraft was flying at high speed, and a collision with a bird could easily result in disaster. Huiyu and the others were tasked with eliminating the azure birds before they could crash into the plane. Each employed their unique abilities. Huiyu unleashed a flurry of spatial blades, decimating the azure birds. Huiting, a psychic ability user, utilized his skills, rendering the azure birds immobile, causing them to plummet. Wang Hao, a fire ability user, conjured a blazing inferno, setting all the azure birds ablaze, though it may have seemed lengthy. The skirmish from confronting the enemy to successfully navigating through the avian horde lasted merely 5 seconds. Gu Shuriwei felt as though they had returned to the cabin in the blink of an eye. "Were you frightened?" Huiyu inquired with concern, having never witnessed such a grand spectacle. She hoped Gu Shuriwei wasn't too shaken. "I hardly had time to be afraid," Gu Shuriwei admitted candidly. Their efficiency was astonishing. "Ha, little girl, you are quite to my liking. Feel free to seek me out at the Godslayer Mercenary Corps whenever you need assistance." Wang Hao found Gu Shuriwei intriguing and was willing to extend this favor. Unfortunately, Huiyu and Huiting were not pleased, both casting sharp glares at Wang Hao. "She is married. She is my wife." Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback. What are you saying? I merely find the young lady interesting and wish to offer protection in times of danger. Very well. It appears this little girl has someone to look after her, so I shall not interfere. Hui Yu and Hu Ting then realized their misunderstanding. Apologies, senior. We were overly concerned. No worries, such a lovely young lady would make anyone anxious. Wang Hao replied graciously. At this moment, Gu Shiyue stepped forward and said, Senior, thank you for your kindness. I hope to visit the Godslayer Mercenary Corps someday. Ha, splendid. It seems the little lady speaks most pleasingly. Wang Hao remarked, glancing at Hu Ting and Hui Yu. Hu Ting remained silent while Hui Yu's cheeks flushed with rare embarrassment. Senior, is the Godslayer Mercenary Corps formidable? Gu Shiyue intentionally shifted the topic. The Godslayer Mercenary Corps. It is one of the 4 major mercenary corps in Kyoto. Would you say it is formidable? Wang Hao replied proudly. Indeed, to rank among the top 4 in Kyoto is truly impressive. Gu Shiyue genuinely praised. Little girl, you have discerning eyes. And so, senior, what are the 4 major mercenary corps in Kyoto? The 4 major corps, of course, begin with our Godslayer Mercenary Corps, which boasts an official background. Most of our members are retired soldiers, hence our strict discipline and commendable reputation. So you are a veteran. No wonder you exude an air of ironclad resolve. Oh, little girl, you can discern that impressive. Indeed, the bearing of a soldier is always straight and upright. Easily recognizable. Quite amusing. Let me tell you about the 2nd Mercenary Corps, which is the Dragon Rising Mercenary Corps, directly affiliated with the Psychic Association. They have many powerful individuals, but their influence is fragmented. As for the 3rd, it is the Blood Rose Mercenary Corps, which exclusively recruits female ability users, and it has developed quite well. Gu Shiyue's eyes lit up. She had thought women were a vulnerable group in the apocalypse. Yet, she was surprised to learn of a cohort of women who had formed a mercenary corps, carving out a bloody path in this harsh world. The 4th is the Alliance of Freemen, comprising several smaller mercenary groups that band together for support. Their scale is considerable, but their strength is hard to quantify. However, they are well-informed. Wang Hao mused, clearly holding back when discussing the Blood Rose Mercenary Corps. The other 2 corps were intentionally downplayed, which Gu Shiyue understood, for comrades in arms are often rivals. Is the leader of the Blood Rose Mercenary Corps also a woman? Gu Shiyue asked, intrigued. Indeed, the leader of the Blood Rose Mercenary Corps is named Li Mingqi. Isn't that a gentle name? Gu Shiyue nodded, sensing from the name that she must be a graceful beauty. Well, she is quite the tomboy, Wang Hao exclaimed. Slapping his thigh, Gu Shiyue experienced a moment of disillusionment. I heard she even broke off her engagement to establish the Mercenary Corps. Dang, what a ruthless woman. Wang Hao lamented. Interestingly, Li Mingqi's former fiancé also bears the surname Hua and is a master of potions. His name seems to be Hu Ting. Gu Shiyue was petrified, her gaze darting towards the very person in question. Feel free to ask anything. Hu Ting replied tersely, Is Li Mingqi really your former fiancé, Gu Shiyue inquired, curious. She was my former fiancé, So, she truly ended things with you. Gu Shiyue could hardly believe it. Hu Ting was tall, wealthy, and handsome, a paragon of the abstinent type. How could he have been cast aside? Yes, why? Gu Shiyue asked fearlessly. Hu Ting's gaze deepened as he looked at Gu Shiyue and coldly stated. She said that men only hinder her speed in drawing her sword. The aircraft erupted with raucous laughter, and everyone who had been eavesdropping could not contain their amusement. Is that truly funny? Hu Ting asked ominously. Not at all. Not funny in the slightest. She will surely regret it later. Gu Shiyue quickly replied, aware that she could not offend Hu Ting. She won tea, Hu Ting said softly. What do you mean she won tea? Gu Shiyue was perplexed. She won tea, regret it, Hu Ting affirmed. Why? Gu Shiyue queried, confused. Because she has already had children. She no longer needs to marry. Wang Hao dropped a bombshell, startling Gu Shiyue. This sister is truly extraordinary. I admire her greatly. But whose children are they? Gu Shiyue's gaze shifted toward Hu Ting once more, wondering if they could possibly belong to him. They are not mine, Hu Ting asserted firmly. She changes men daily, never repeating. No one knows who the father of her children is. Wang Hao remarked enigmatically. Wow, this sister is quite the powerhouse. I envy her for the sake of a forest. She abandoned Hu Ting, a veritable tree. It doesn't seem like a loss at all. Moreover, it's not that men hinder her speed in drawing her sword. It's that marriage would impede her ability to find men. Wouldn't it? Gu Shiriwei refrained from voicing this thought, fearing that both Huiyu and Huiting would explode. So, dear uncle, how was your engagement arranged back then? Gu Shiriwei asked curiously. Huiting shot her a glance, sparing few words as he replied, a childhood betrothal. This clarified much for Gu Shiriwei. It was evident that Li Mingqi hadn't arranged the engagement herself. With her curiosity satisfied, she dared not inquire further, feeling it would be akin to dancing on his grave. She turned to Wang Hao and asked, Senior, do the female ability users in the Blood Rose Mercenary Corps keep lovers? Wang Hao, thoroughly enjoying the gossip, eagerly replied, not entirely. Some have monogamous relationships, while others keep several lovers, and some even acknowledge multiple husbands. Wow, has Kyoto become so progressive? Gu Shiyue's expression conveyed her astonishment. Heaven, with multiple husbands, don't they fight? Not at all. They naturally form a cohesive team and do not bicker over personal matters. Surviving in the apocalypse is already so challenging. Who cares about dignity, as long as a woman can assist them in leveling up? That's what matters. Wang Hao sighed. In normal times, who would wish to share a spouse? Isn't this an apocalyptic scenario? Is this form of polyandry common now? Gu Shiriwei inquired, considering the current scarcity of women. Indeed, once you arrive in Kyoto, you will find that polyandry is quite prevalent. Such households tend to bear less pressure, and many are willing to engage in this arrangement. Wang Hao explained that Gu Shiriwei cast a curious glance at Huiyu, who immediately reacted as if he had been set ablaze. Don't even think about it. The only way you can seek other men is if I am dead. Very well. That is a normal man. Gu Shiriwei conceded, I want to look for anyone else. Just you will suffice. After some coaxing, Huiyu's expression finally softened. She belonged to the category of having the desire but lacking the courage. Managing one man was already exhausting, let alone several. What a pity! Little girl, if you seek a man, there are plenty who would come knocking for you. Wang Hao provocatively stated. Huiyu, incensed, was about to challenge him when Gu Shiriwei pulled her back, averting a confrontation. Yeah, you are mine alone, Huiyu declared, feeling wronged. Yes, I am yours alone. No one can take me away. Gu Shiriwei reassured her, sometimes perceiving Huiyu as somewhat juvenile, yet she could never bring herself to be harsh with him. Huiyu glared provocatively at Wang Hao, who merely clicked his tongue and ignored him. As Huiyu regained his composure, he realized that he was no match for Wang Hao and refrained from recklessly throwing himself into danger. During the ensuing moments, he discreetly lavished attention on Gu Shiriwei, even displaying affection, much to the chagrin of those around them. Their laughter and banter made time fly, and soon their flight landed swiftly in Kyoto. I am back, Huiyu shouted exuberantly. Although the airport was not crowded, all eyes turned towards him. Huiting, feeling embarrassed, was the first to leave. The Gu Shiriwei had no choice but to pull Huiyu along with her. Kyoto remained a bustling metropolis, with towering buildings and ceaseless traffic, seemingly untouched by the apocalypse. The Hui family residence was a grand courtyard, reputedly once a noble mansion, adorned with non-aggressive exotic plants that dazzled Gu Shiriue's senses. Country bumpkin, a woman's mutter reached Huiyu's ears, igniting his fury. Hui Jiao, apologized. The speaker was Huiyu's cousin, who was currently embroiled in a heated argument with him. Why should I? You ruined Mingzhu's reputation for an unknown woman and caused me to lose my engagement. Why would you want to marry into a family like the Mo's? Are you just waiting to be sold off? None of your business. Impudent. Their quarrel escalated until Huiting's sharp reprimand silenced them both. Hui Jiao apologized to Shiriwei, with tears brimming in her eyes. Hui Jiao protested, Uncle, you are biased towards her. She has wronged me. I will not apologize. With that, she fled, covering her face. The Gu Shiriwei, bewildered, wondered why she was being targeted upon her arrival at the ancestral home. Was there some cosmic discord between her and the Hui family? Jiao has been spoiled. I will have grandfather intervene. Huiyu reassured her. What does she mean by saying I harmed her? Gu Shiriwei was reluctant to accept such baseless blame. She likes Mo Mingzhu's brother, Mo Mingyuan. The two families were negotiating a marriage, but due to the incident with Mo Mingzhu, the families have turned against each other. Thus the engagement is off. Huiyu explained, scratching his head. How is that my fault? Is there such a thing as victim blame? Gu Shiriwei was not without her temper. She had merely been enduring for Huiyu's sake. Darling, do not stoop to her level. She has been coddled at home and lacks worldly experience that I will certainly make her apologize to you later. Huiyu was also incensed. It was intolerable that the whole family members continued to belittle Gu Shiyue, as if disparaging her was tantamount to disparaging him. Upon entering the living room, they were greeted by a sprightly old man seated at the head of the table, flanked by a stern-looking middle-aged man and a serious middle-aged woman who was softly consoling Hua Jiao Jiao. Father, older brother, sister-in-law, grandfather, uncle, aunt. The two approached in turn to pay their respects, with Gu Shiyue following suit. Everyone is back. You have worked hard. Is this Shiyue? Come here, let me have a look. The old man spoke with great authority. Gu Shiyue glanced at Huiyu, who nodded in encouragement, prompting her to step forward apprehensively. Indeed, a child blessed with fortune. The old man nodded approvingly. You is good taste. Huiyu's uncle also expressed his approval. Meanwhile, Hua Jiao Jiao, who had been sobbing quietly, suddenly burst into louder cries. Stop crying. No one cares about you. The aunt's words dripped with sarcasm, causing everyone present to knit their brows, that if you cannot speak properly, then do not speak at all. Huiyu's uncle retorted angrily. This mother-daughter duo is always causing a ruckus. They should consider the occasion. Chapter 22, The Nation Huijingluo. What do you mean? Do you not see our daughter suffering? You still choose to side with outsiders. The aunt could no longer contain herself. Enough. What do you mean by outsider? That is Huiyu's wife, the daughter-in-law of the Hu family. Huiyu's uncle rebuked. An unknown orphan has thrown our household into disarray. I do not acknowledge this niece-in-law. The aunt, with her perpetually stern demeanor and pronounced frown lines, looked monstrous when enraged. Nonsense. This family is not yours to control. The old man thundered. The aunt, undeterred, attempted to retort, but the old man cut her off. If you wish to flaunt your authority as head of the family, go do so in your Su family. I am still alive. His words were weighty. Father, you are driving me away for her. After all the years I have devoted to the whole family, is this how you treat me? The aunt staggered back. Her heart shattered. The old man, in a fit of rage, huffed and refused to speak further. The aunt turned to her husband. Hua Jiangluo, speak. Are you trying to abandon your wife and children? Do you have a vixen outside? Enough, Suru. What madness is this before the younger generation? Go back to your room at once. Grandfather, father, you are being excessive. Hua Jiao Jiao screamed before fleeing. Jiao Jiao, the aunt worried about her daughter, chased after her. Casting a venomous glare at Gu Shiyue before departing, the Jiu Shiyue felt unjustly targeted, wondering why she was being blamed for things beyond her control. Must she endure such disdain simply for being an orphan? She was fed up, her face taut and lips pressed together in anger. Any observant person could tell, alas, misfortune befalls the family. Shiyue, do not be upset. Settle uncomfortably. They dare not harm you, the old man sighed. Huiyu's uncle expressed deep shame. I apologize. It is my failure to manage them. I offer my sincere apologies on behalf of them. Huiyu's anger reached its zenith, and no need for that. Grandfather, uncle, I have my own place outside. We can live there. I want to return here. It's too bothersome. Nonsense. What are you saying? Do you not know your wife's status? Can she live outside? You understand that your aunt and Jiao Jiao have gone too far. But what enmity can there be within a family? I will have them apologize to you. The uncle attempted to mediate. Yet, Gu Shiyue sensed something amiss. Why should she apologize? Furthermore, given her status, it was certainly safer to remain in the ancestral home. The uncle was adamant, and Huiyu appeared swayed, but just then, the housekeeper hurriedly entered. Old master, a group of soldiers has arrived outside, specifically requesting to take him to Jiu Shiyue with them. Confused glances were exchanged among the crowd. Everyone was compelled to step outside to greet them, including the fleeing Hua Jiao Jiao and the aunt. General Li, what brings you here personally? My apologies, old Hua. Your family is remarkable. You have produced a golden phoenix. You flatter me. Ting just advanced, and you received the news so quickly. Oh, Master Hua has advanced. He can now be called a master, then. The old master beamed with delight, about to elaborate when General Li's demeanor shifted as he addressed Gu Shiyue. Are you Ms. Gu Shiyue? Gu Shiyue stepped forward. Hello, I am Gu Shiyue. Excellent. Excellent. Good child. The country needs you. At this moment, you can step up. The #1 leader has asked me to convey that he hopes you will accept the country's arrangement. General Li spoke with fervor. However, I must confirm something first. Gu Shiriwei understood, conjuring a sphere of level 3 purified water. General Li hastily caught it in a prepared container and placed it on a portable testing device. Purity level 96. Rated as level 3 purified water. The announcement triggered General Li's hearty laughter. Our Hua nation has produced another water god. Heaven bless our Hua nation. The expressions of those around were quite intriguing. Shiriwei, when did you make contact with the country? How come I was not informed? Huiyu was on the verge of collapse. Huiting looked at her with a complex expression, realizing his desire to keep Gu Shiriwei to himself had crumbled. Huiyu's uncle's lips moved, but he could utter no words. The old master's smile froze on his face. Hu Jiao, incredulous, exclaimed, "Impossible! She is merely an unknown woman. How can she be a water god?" "You must be mistaken." The aunt quickly covered her mouth, fearful that she might utter irreparable words. "Oh, it seems our water god has not been treated well in the Hua family. However, rest assured, the country will always be your support," General Li proclaimed, patting his chest. "Indeed, it is because I trust the country that I chose to report. I wonder if the country can fulfill my requests." "Ha! Rest assured, your requests are trivial. The country will certainly meet them. By the time I arrived, your residence had already been prepared. You can come with me at any time." Gu Shiriwei smirked. "Very well. I will go now." She turned to Huiyu, who looked defeated and despondent. "Are you? Will you come with me?" Huiyu, initially thinking Gu Shiriwei would abandon him, instantly lit up, shedding all traces of despair. "Of course. Wherever you go, I shall follow." Thus, she expressed her gratitude to the Hua family for their hospitality today. "Let us depart. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, she would not set foot in this place again." The Hua family truly regarded her as a helpless orphan. While she lacked family, she had the nation. Her country was far more reliable. "Ayu, take good care of Shiriwei." The old master, witnessing the inevitable outcome, realized the situation was beyond salvage and ceased his futile efforts. Fortunately, this child, Shiriwei, values relationships. As long as Huiyu is present, our Hua family will not suffer losses. Huiyu cast a complex glance at his so-called family, as if for the first time he was awakening to the truth about them. "I shall take good care of Yiya. However, this matter has nothing to do with the Hua family." Upon finishing his words, he boarded the car, departing from what he had once believed to be his sanctuary. "Old master, what is wrong with you?" "Father, what has happened? Heavens, so much blood! Call the doctor." "Hurry, the old master has coughed up blood in anger." "Father, please wake up." In the chaos behind them, Gu Shiriwei and Huiyu remained oblivious. "In truth, there was no need for you to speak so harshly," Gu Shiriwei said to Huiyu, fully aware of his distress. Yet those were still his family. Even if they had a falling out, she was willing to look out for him a little, for Huiyu's sake. "There is no need. I do not wish for you to be drained by them." Huiyu replied gloomily, questioning the meaning of such pretenses. The crux of the matter was his own weakness. Without a voice in the family, he was vulnerable to their disdain for Ye. Gu Shiriwei gently patted his hand. "It's all right. Let us look ahead." She had already exchanged contact information with Wang Hao on the plane, and it was through him that she had contacted the authorities, explaining the timely arrival of Chief Li. Chapter 23. Upgrade. Madame Gu, may I inquire about your relationship with Madame Gu Menjing? Chief Li asked with keen interest that we just happen to share the same surname, but we are not acquainted. Gu Shiriwei denied. It was indeed a coincidence, both surnamed Gu, yet both were water deities. What a coincidence! However, your awakening has alleviated significant pressure on the nation. We are in dire need of level 3 water, Chief Li sighed. Gu Shiriwei fell silent. The people of the apocalypse were suffering greatly. Soon they arrived at a manor in the outskirts of the capital, and as they walked, Chief Li introduced according to your needs. I have arranged for you an independent manor with 30 acres of arable land, fully equipped with facilities, and security personnel are already in place. Should you have any further requirements, please do not hesitate to let me know. Gu Shiriwei surveyed the place briefly and was quite satisfied with the prompt arrangements made in such a short time. This is wonderful. I am grateful for the nation's care. Gu Shiriwei's gratitude was genuine. The nation had provided her with comfortable living conditions, transforming her from a subordinate into a figure of authority. At this moment, in the apocalypse, she finally had a true home. Excellent. Excellent. Chiefly, being a person of considerable acumen, could perceive Gu Shiryu as appreciation. This is Li Jingtian, a level 19 supernatural being, currently the captain of the military supernatural team, that he will be responsible for liaising with you. You may reach out to him for any matters. Li Jingtian appeared to be in his 20s, having just coordinated arrangements at the manor. He was of military background, tall and athletic, with a ruggedly handsome face, clearly a fine specimen. As Gu Shiryu gazed at him a moment longer, his handsome face flushed a deep crimson. Gu Shiryu nodded. If I wish to venture out of the city for training, can I also seek him out? Of course. His supernatural team is exceptionally capable. Accompanying him outside the city will ensure your safety. Chief Li was delighted that Gu Shiryu accepted Li Jingtian. Ha! Splendid, Xiaotian. You must take good care of Madame Gu from now on. Yes, Chief. Li Jingtian respectfully saluted. Thus, I shall take my leave. Madame Gu, should you require anything, you may contact me at any time. Very well. Thank you, Chief Li. The manor was equipped with all necessities, and out of courtesy, Gu Shiryu invited Li Jingtian to join them for dinner. The manor had arranged for dedicated chefs and nutritionists, all provided by the state, relieving her of any payroll obligations. Gu Shiryu found the meal quite satisfying. In return, she presented all the level 3 water she had produced that day to Li Jingtian. He must have never seen so much level 3 water before, and was so excited he could hardly reach out to take it. Thank you, madam. This level 3 water has truly alleviated our urgent needs. Li Jingtian suddenly bowed deeply, startling Gu Shiryu. No need for thanks. It is what I ought to do. No. You do not understand. This amount of level 3 water can save the lives of thousands. It is of utmost importance to the nation. Gu Shiryu frowned. Surely it couldn't be so dire. She had previously produced quite a bit of level 3 water. Could it not have reached the capital? Moreover, Madame Gu Minjing from the southern base had awakened over a year ago. Could it be that the capital had received none? Naturally, Gu Shiryu asked, is the capital severely lacking in level 3 water? Wouldn't the southern base send some over? The amount of level 3 water produced by Madame Gu Minjing is minimal. She can only yield about 10 liters a day. The southern base does not have enough for itself, and can only send half to the capital each month, which must then be distributed to other smaller bases, leaving very little for themselves. Only 10 liters, but she produces 10 liters at level 6. Why such a vast discrepancy? Do you know the output of other water deities? This data is not publicly available, so Gu Shiryu was unaware. Yes, Maria from the beautiful country can produce 20 liters daily. Sharma from the third world can produce 8 liters, Lilith from the Potato Nation can produce 15 liters, and Mia from Kangaroo Country can produce 7 liters each day. So, there is no fixed standard. Gu Shiryu frowned, believing there would be some regularity. Yes, if one were to speak of a pattern, it is that all water deities are female. That is indeed plausible. After all, the energy within women is relatively stable and less prone to volatility. Yet there is a downside. Upgrading is challenging. This explains why there are more high-level male supernatural beings. Will their output increase after they level up? I have not heard of that. It seems the initial output remains constant. Madame Gu, Li Jingtian hesitated to inquire. My output will indeed increase upon leveling up. Gu Shiryu had no intention of withholding this information. A daily output of 10 liters is quite limited. She must showcase her value to secure better treatment. Indeed, Li Jingtian's breath quickened, his complexion flushing. Madam, this matter is of great importance. I must report to the chief. Gu Shiryu nodded. That is acceptable. By the end of the day, Gu Shiryu was quite fatigued. After Li Jingtian took his leave, it was time for her to rest. Since Wu Yu left home, he had been in low spirits. While she chatted with Li Jingtian, he seemed distracted. Are you still feeling down? Gu Shiryu nestled into his embrace. Regardless of the conflicts with the Hu family, Wu Yu steadfastly stood by her side. It would be a lie to say she was not moved. Yeah, I always thought my family was perfect and happy. My family loves me dearly. Yet, now I suddenly realize it seems not to be the case. Hu Yu's mood was despondent. People tend to seek benefit and avoid harm. I believe they do love you. They just cannot accept me. Even though she is a water deity, they merely wish to conceal her for their own use. Unwilling to grant her the status and power she deserves, in a back-and-forth manner, they merely sought to suppress her. Though she has a gentle temperament, she is not foolish. How could she not see through their schemes? No, I do not like their selfish, arrogant, and rude demeanor. Huiyu shook his head, acknowledging that his family did not love him was not difficult. It was merely a little disheartening. Gu Shirue did not wish to inquire where the level 3 water she had previously produced had gone. It was likely utilized by the whole family to win favor, which did not trouble her. She considered it her filial duty towards Huiyu. This foolish boy is genuinely sincere towards her. Not wanting to see him saddened, she invited him to take a bath together, and Huiyu's eyes instantly sparkled, his irritation and gloom dissipating. You said it. You must not go back on your word. Huiyu immediately swept her up, and soon they were singing in the bathroom. After one night, Huiyu successfully leveled up to level 11. He was so elated he could hardly express it. Late at night, he could only release his emotions through physical activity, leaving Gu Shirue utterly exhausted. Gu Shirue deeply regretted. Indeed, caring for a man was the beginning of misfortune. Chapter 24. In this lifetime. The morning sun streamed through the curtains onto her spacious bed. Huiyu had long since risen to train. Gu Shirue drew back the curtains, stretching lazily, feeling completely rejuvenated in the warm sunlight. Home is truly the best. Outside, Huiyu was training with the guard team, all young men in their 20s, each brimming with vigor. As sweat soaked their t-shirts, the moment they lifted their shirts to wipe their brows. Their chiseled abs would be revealed, a feast for the eyes. Gu Shirue felt as if they had transcended the apocalypse. Just then, Huiyu looked up and spotted Gu Shirue, breaking into a bright smile. Seeing his radiant expression, Gu Shirue guessed he had already emerged from the shadows. She adored Huiyu, who shone like a little sun. After Gu Shirue finished her morning routine and descended the stairs, Huiyu was already waiting for her at the dining table. From now on, if you are hungry, feel free to eat first. You train hard, don't wait for me. No worries. Eating together is far more enjoyable. Huiyu beamed at Gu Shirue, setting the table for her. Do try this, is it good? He said, not waiting for Gu Shirue to respond, as he grabbed a large meat bun and began to devour it. Delicious. Huiyu hailed from a prestigious family, where the custom was to refrain from speaking while eating, yet Gu Shirue, being an orphan, had not learned these manners. She would chat with Huiyu during meals, and he gradually adapted to her casual ways. Quite good indeed. Hearing Gu Shirue's praise, the kitchen staff couldn't help but smile. They had been assigned to ensure Gu Shirue's meals were delightful. In this apocalypse, finding such a good job was something many would envy. Especially, the ability to serve the water deity brings benefits that extend far beyond the mere salary on the surface. Gu Shirue is unaware that under the favor of the national government, she has already begun to enjoy the privileges of the elite. After dinner, Gu Shirue headed to her plantation fields to inspect her territory. The 30 acres of farmland, all dry land, have been equipped with greenhouses, complete with all necessary facilities. As Gu Shirue surveyed each one, she discovered a portion of plants that the state had not cleared, which could be considered as provisions gifted to her. Thus, only about a dozen vacant greenhouses required replanting. Drawing from her experience in cultivating lavender, she aimed to challenge herself with level 6 plants this time, meticulously selecting from the directory of level 6 plants, ultimately deciding on wheat. The rationale behind her choice was simple. It is a staple food, one of humanity's most essential needs in the apocalyptic world. After undergoing a tumultuous transformation, wheat is no longer ordinary. A typical wheat stalk, after mutation, can reach a height of approximately 2 meters, and a single grain weighs nearly a pound, with one stalk yielding around 100 pounds of grain. Naturally, one might wonder, if the yield is so high, why is there still a food shortage in the apocalypse? The answer lies in the cursed mutation rate. The negative mutation rate for wheat reaches an astonishing 90, with a mere 10 success rate for planting. Mutated wheat, akin to a storm of sharp needles, turns its awns into lethal weapons, puncturing holes with ease. Often, by the time the mutated wheat is eradicated, the normal wheat has already been nearly destroyed. Therefore, cultivating wheat poses significant challenges. Upon learning that Gu Shirue required wheat seeds, Li Jingtian, though disapproving, promptly delivered the seeds to her. After receiving them, Gu Shirue commenced soaking the seeds in level 3 water. Witnessing this scene made Li Jingtian's mouth twitch. Noticing that he remained discreet, Gu Shirue kindly explained. After soaking in level 3 water, it can prevent mutations. Is that true? Li Jingtian's eyes lit up. Level 3 water is exceedingly precious. and no one had previously dared to use it for experimental planting. However, if level 3 water indeed possesses such properties, then many rare exotic plants could be cultivated. Here are my previous experimental records. Please take a look. Gu Shirue forwarded her earlier experimental records to Li Jingtian and then left him to his devices, with planting personnel and agricultural machinery at her disposal. Gu Shirue found the process significantly simpler. She merely had to issue commands for plowing, weeding, fertilizing, and leveling the land. And when it came to sowing, she meticulously followed the planting instructions. Having assistance made it much easier. In just one day, the entire wheat crop across the 10 acres was sown. The most pressing concern now was the previously retained plants, of which 8 or 9 out of 10 had mutated. The guards found themselves with plenty to do. Huiyu led the guard team, diligently patrolling the greenhouses, directly exterminating any mutated plants they encountered. The following day, Gu Shirue discovered that one greenhouse had been completely wiped out, and 5 others were left with only a few solitary plants. Alas, they all needed to be replanted. Otherwise, it would be such a waste. This time, Gu Shirue decided against planting wheat. She wished to cultivate some vegetables for her own consumption. Level 3 tomatoes were a must, as they serve both as a vegetable and a fruit, alongside Level 2 lettuce, Level 5 beans, Level 4 eggplants, and Level 6 baby bok choy. She aimed to select those with high yields and excellent taste. Once again, Li Jingtian brought the seeds over, and Gu Shirue felt quite embarrassed having such a skilled individual running errands for her. In the future, let others handle such errands. You need not come personally. However, Li Jingtian seemed to misunderstand. Miss Gu, have I done something wrong? Please tell me. I promise to improve. No. I merely think that someone of your caliber should not be wasted on such trivial matters. Gu Shirue hurriedly clarified that, oh, that's good. Miss Gu, your affairs are anything but trivial. My additional trips do not affect anything. If I truly cannot make it, I will arrange for someone else to come. However, I will inform you in advance. And if an unfamiliar person contacts you, please be vigilant. Li Jingtian rambled on, leaving Gu Shirue somewhat speechless. What a cool guy, yet he turned out to be quite the chatterbox. Gu Shirue's expression was too evident. And it seemed Li Jingtian suddenly realized something, promptly covering his mouth with his fist and pretending to cough. Yet, Gu Shirue noticed he had turned red. Ahem, Miss Gu, the seeds you requested are all here. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. As if chased by a ferocious dog, Li Jingtian fled rapidly. Gu Shirue resumed soaking the seeds. After another day of bustling activity, she managed to plant all the vegetable seeds. Following Li Jingtian's report back, and with Gu Shirue's permission, several senior experts arrived at the plantation, observing Gu Shirue's crops with a reverence one might reserve for treasures. However, these individuals only observed and researched, refraining from meddling with Gu Shirue's possessions, so she felt no aversion towards them, even going so far as to treat them well. The lettuce grew the fastest, ready for harvest in just 5 days. The experts, witnessing rows of healthy lettuce in the greenhouse, were moved to tears. In our lifetime, alas, level 3 water is far too precious. To use it for planting is a sheer waste. This was the second time Gu Shirue had heard such sentiments, and she had grown numb to them. This harvest yielded over 10,000 pounds of lettuce. Gu Shirue, knowing she could not consume it all, directly exchanged it with the state. Because it was cultivated with level 3 water, this batch of lettuce also possessed a hint of stabilized tumultuous energy, thus being specially supplied to the nation's leaders. The leaders of the supernatural community in nursing homes. Chapter 25. The banquet. Yeah, there's a banquet today. Would you like to join in the fun? Huiyu inquired excitedly. She found it peculiar. Ordinarily, she had little interest in such events. And Huiyu would not typically inquire. What was different today? What kind of banquet was it? Oh, my childhood friend is getting married, and I want to introduce you to them. They did not hold a wedding, which was a disservice to her. All right, this evening in Kyoto, is there anything I should be mindful of? Gu Shirue, unfamiliar with this social circle, wished to integrate herself, naturally inclined to adopt local customs. You need to wear formal attire. You have plenty in your wardrobe. Let's pick one out shortly. The estate has also arranged for a stylist to come by. I will call her. Gu Shirue had not paid much attention to these details. But since Huiyu was knowledgeable, she decided not to interfere. Eventually, she chose a light green gown which complemented her fair skin, making her appear dazzling. For jewelry, She selected a set of imperial green jade. As jewelry in the apocalypse holds little value, yet such top-tier pieces are still rare. The stylist arrived, applying makeup that made her look as fresh and elegant as a lotus emerging from water. You started to regret not keeping her hidden? Unfortunately, it was too late for second thoughts, as he had already announced he would be bringing his wife. To ensure Gu Shiyue's safety, Li Jingtian accompanied them as well. Many people greeted Li Jingtian politely, calling out, "Brother Li." Huiyu's friends were quite courteous towards Gu Shiyue, perhaps having received word of her status, yet as long as the state did not publicize it. She would not reveal her identity. Gu Shiyue even overheard whispers. "I heard Mo Mingzhu was abandoned by her family because she offended her." "Is that so? I heard Mo Mingzhu married someone outside the circle. I had no idea she had offended someone. Your news is quite outdated." Mo Mingzhu was supposedly criticized by the top boss over a kidnapping incident, declaring that the spoiled brats in Kyoto needed to be taught a lesson. Did they not arrest her? Of course not. After all, she is a woman, and they are in short supply now. That I heard she was married off to a powerful individual who struggles to control his violent tendencies. If they manage to save her, she may live. If not, she will perish alongside the boss. How ruthless. Who told her to offend the wrong person? At that moment, Gu Shiyue realized that the state had avenged her grievance. She was deeply moved. Indeed, aligning oneself with the national government was the wisest decision. Following Huiyu, Gu Shiyue stood quietly behind him, smiling and giving him the respect he deserved whenever someone approached with toasts or conversation. Many witnessed this scene and felt envious. "Ayu, where did you find such a wife? Beautiful, obedient, and exceptionally capable. A prize worth competing for at a wife selection event." Huiyu grinned, revealing his white teeth. He was merely speaking the truth, yet others found it hard to believe. "Spare me. Is there really such a gem at a wife selection event? You must be joking." Believe it or not, observing Huiyu's expression, which bore no trace of deceit, the person wrapped his arm around Huiyu's neck and implored, "Tell me more." However, Huiyu was reluctant to divulge, shaking off the arm and pulling Gu Shiyue to a nearby seat. "I can tell you, but you won't find anything comparable. My wife is one of a kind," Huiyu declared proudly. Some women approached Gu Shiyue to strike up conversations, but as they chatted, they soon realized there was little common ground between them. Gu Shiyue was unfamiliar with the trending fashion brands, while they knew nothing of soaking seeds, tilling, or weeding. Both parties could only exchange awkward glances, eventually resorting to discussing food. Hu Jiao from the Hu family also attended. Upon seeing Huiyu and Gu Shiyue, she dared only to cast them a complicated glance, not daring to approach. The Mo family, having abandoned Mo Mingzhu, barely managed to retain their family business, now significantly diminished. She certainly did not wish for the Hu family to forsake her as well. Recently, the atmosphere at home had become oppressive, with everyone blaming her. She hardly dared to breathe. This time, she was compelled by her parents to apologize to Huiyu and Gu Shiyue. However, upon seeing them, she found herself utterly bereft of the courage to express her apologies. Initially, she had presumed that her adversary was merely a Cinderella marrying into a wealthy family, only to realize that the other party was a born princess. While she herself was the true Cinderella, brother, sister-in-law, I sincerely apologize. Hu Jiao mustered her resolve to approach them. Huiyu, disinterested, chose to ignore her, while Gu Shiyue merely glanced at her and nodded, indicating her acknowledgement. She had no desire to engage in conversation with her either. Hu Jiao had never before endured such disdain. Tears threatened to spill, her sense of grievance overwhelming her. She ought to cry her way back home. Huiyu's patience had worn thin. What was the purpose of this spectacle? To become the subject of ridicule. And at someone else's joyous celebration, no less, to be so weepy and pitiful. How utterly unlucky. Ultimately, Hu Jiao could no longer hold back her tears, and they cascaded down her cheeks. "You are all being too unreasonable." In her fury, she stamped her foot and fled, covering her face. Gu Shiyue noted that every encounter with Hu Jiao seemed to end with her fleeing in tears. Her expression turned peculiar. "What is wrong with you? Do you revel in crying and running away?" Huiyu, belatedly realizing, replied, "Just ignore her. She's been like this since childhood. She's the only girl in the family, utterly spoiled." Naturally, Gu Shiyue had no intention of indulging her, but she also wished to avoid interaction. As long as she did not thrust herself into Gu Shiryu's presence, she was disinclined to even cast a glance in her direction. When the bride made her entrance, she was breathtakingly beautiful. And the moment the father entrusted his daughter to the groom was profoundly moving. Gu Shiryu felt a pang of sadness. Having grown up as an orphan without family, even a wedding would inherently bear a sense of loss, an immutable truth. Yu, let us also hold a wedding, Huiyu stated earnestly, wishing to bestow upon his beloved a grand celebration, thereby publicly declaring their union as a legitimate partnership. There is no need. It would be a waste of resources. Besides, I have no family, and your family shares no good rapport with me. Holding a wedding would only lead to awkwardness. Gu Shiryu firmly declined upon hearing this. The sparkle in Huiyu's eyes dimmed. Indeed, the essence of a wedding is to receive the blessings of family and friends. Given their circumstances, a wedding would merely invite additional troubles. Yu, I am sorry. It is my fault, Huiyu said. Embracing Gu Shiryu, it matters not. Even without a wedding, you will always be my most cherished husband. In that moment, Huiyu was suddenly struck with the realization that he ought to do something for Gu Shiryu. Yet he was at a loss as to what that might be. Therefore, he could only hold her more tightly. On stage, the bride and groom were reciting their vows. I promise to protect you forever. To cherish you, through both poverty and wealth, until the end of time. I promise to always embrace you with love, to trust you, until the end of time. Huiyu silently echoed their words in his heart, yearning for the day he could express them to her in person. Chapter 26. Harvest. In recent days, Gu Shiryu had been tirelessly occupied with the planting of the fields, and the vegetables had gradually ripened. The negative mutation rate was at 0. The experts were elated. Each of them looked towards Gu Shiryu with eager anticipation, hoping to procure some level 3 water from her. However, level 3 water was a strategic resource, and Gu Shiryu was unwilling to breach protocol. She stipulated that requests for level 3 water were acceptable, but it could only be used within the estate. The experts, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed. After all, what difference did it make where they planted? Thus, several experts took up residence in the estate, prompting Li Jingtian to submit a report, leading to an expansion of the estate by 50 acres. Designated as experimental fields for the experts, currently, Gu Shiryu could only provide 1 liter of level 3 water daily for their experiments, and even that was a strenuous endeavor. Huiyu, alongside Du Li, reformed the ability user team, which had recently begun undertaking missions more frequently. Before long, a month had passed, and the wheat was ready for harvest. Gu Shiryu estimated that this batch of wheat could yield at least 300,000 gen of grain. This would significantly alleviate the food pressure on the base. Consequently, even Leader Number 1 took a keen interest in this matter. On that day, Leader Li personally came to oversee the harvest, observing the towering stalks of wheat. Everyone was filled with excitement. With a single command from Gu Shiryu, all swiftly entered harvesting mode. Gu Shiryu also brandished a sickle to begin cutting, only to find that she couldn't sever it on her first attempt. She was momentarily taken aback. Were the wheat stalks truly so resilient? Madame Gu, perhaps you could try using your abilities? Li Jingtian suggested cautiously, fearing her reaction might be one of anger. However, given that the wheat was classified as a level 6 mutant plant, how could a regular sickle possibly cut through it? Hadn't they all been using swords and other energy weapons? Upon turning to look, Gu Shiryu indeed noticed that no one was using sickles. They were all wielding energy weapons. Consequently, she retrieved her staff and unleashed a water arrow, successfully creating an opening in the wheat stalk. After a few more water arrows, the wheat finally fell to the ground. Alas, even farming in the apocalypse was fraught with difficulty. Within the estate, some ordinary individuals who had yet to awaken any abilities could only assist with the transportation of the harvested goods. The ability users knocked the wheat down, while the ordinary folks moved it to open areas. Some elderly, weak, or ill were unable to assist even with that, and could only help in plucking the grains from the stalks. Each grain of wheat was as large as a corn kernel, encased in a thin husk, and while extracting it was not laborious, the wheat awns were particularly sharp, posing the risk of causing injury. Machinery could not assist with this task either, as the awns could easily pierce through steel. The damage to machinery would be too great. Previously, wheat harvesting had only involved small quantities, and this was the first time the nation faced such a large area for wheat collection, leading to a lack of preparedness. However, it was said that the Materials Research Institute was already developing a new type of harvester, so perhaps it would not be so difficult in the future. Someone had already begun to weigh the grains. 560 grams. Not bad. Not bad. Let's weigh the yield from this stock. 126 gene. Good. Leader Lee personally took a turn at weighing and was extremely satisfied with the yield. He immediately called leader number 1. Leader, good news. The grains average over 500 grams each, and the yield from a single stalk is 126 gene. We have a bountiful harvest. Excellent. Excellent. Once the yield per acre is calculated, I will report back to you. Absolutely. Absolutely. After the call, Leader Lee was filled with vigor. Speed up the process. Let us aim to finish the harvest today. The planting fields bustled with activity, and smiles radiated from everyone's faces. It had been many years since they had witnessed such a scene of abundance. Indeed, since the apocalypse, this sight has been rare. With so much grain, it seemed that hunger would no longer be a concern. Gu Shiyu felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment as she listened to the enthusiastic chatter around her. It was precisely as it should be. If my country treats me as a national treasure, I shall repay it with the same. The nation, like a benevolent parent, had favored her, and she would undoubtedly reciprocate with equal merit. As Gu Shiyu wielded her water arrows to harvest the wheat, she initially required a dozen arrows to fell a single stalk, but with practice, she managed to accomplish it with merely 3 or 4. Many hands make light work. With the estate's guard team and the individuals brought by Leader Lee, nearly 100 strong men worked together, and within half a day, they had harvested all the fields. Quickly tally the weight. I estimate we have 100,000 gene. I guess there are 120,000. I'll take a wild guess at 150,000. The spirited young men gathered around to await the results of the yield. The total yield from this plot was 75,000 gene. I have 80,000 gene from my section. Mine is the highest. 98,000 gene. The individuals from each plot began to compare their yields, clearly indicating that the output had exceeded their expectations. Quickly added up. What's the total? It's out. It's out. Everyone eagerly crowded around. The total yield was 1.46 million gene. Based on 16 acres, the average yield per acre was 91,200 gene. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers. Good. Leader Lee wiped away tears of joy, exclaiming that 1.46 million gene was equivalent to the base's consumption for an entire month. Gu Shiyu had managed to achieve this with just a few acres. He excitedly reported the situation to leader number 1, who was equally overwhelmed with emotion. If one were to pinpoint what was most lacking in the apocalypse, it would undoubtedly be food. Now, with the prospect of resolving the grain shortage, everyone felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. Madame Gu, leader number 1 has stated that you are to be commended. Leader Lee grasped Gu Shiyu's hand with enthusiasm. Gu Shiyu's eyes sparkled. Who wouldn't relish recognition? Thank you, leader. This was merely my duty. However, it was important to express gratitude. Oh, come now. This commendation is rightly yours. Gu Shiyu smiled. It was not the time for pessimism. Then I shall graciously accept it. However, today, I wish to reward everyone who participated in the harvest. Let us use the wheat as a reward. Shall we? Gu Shiyu did not forget to advocate for the welfare of others, and Leader Lee, being insightful, waved his hand grandly. Granted. Everyone joyfully received their rewards. This was food, far more substantial than fruits or vegetables. Gu Shiyu reserved a portion of the wheat, some for seeds, some for her own consumption, and the remainder was handed over to the state. Of course, the government was not stingy, directly offering her a 20% premium on the purchase price for her contributions. That same day, the national news network was ablaze with reports about this event. Our nation has successfully conquered the technology for growing mutant plants, with a success rate of 99. Wheat yields are at 90,000 gene per acre. The capital has successfully cracked the technology for growing mutant plants. The end of the apocalypse appears to be in sight, with wheat yields at 90,000 gene per acre. When will the technology for growing mutant plants be rolled out? When will the apocalypse conclude? As for the matter of the initial credit going to Gu Shiyu, the state, out of protective necessity, has refrained from disclosing her name, referring to her only as D, or Gu Shiyu felt a flush of embarrassment. After all, she was merely a freshman who had traversed into the apocalypse and was now being addressed as a doctor, a title she felt unworthy of. However, Experts unanimously declared that Gu Shiyue's achievements warranted the title of academician, rendering her even more humbled and reluctant to accept such accolades. Chapter 27. Bubble. Though Gu Shiyue's name was not publicly revealed, the higher-ups were well aware of her identity. Her commendation was swiftly approved, and she was exceptionally granted the title of professor, along with the rank of Major General (AS) for material rewards. The state generously bestowed upon her the ownership of a manor and a sihiyuan within the Second Ring Road, along with numerous rare and exotic plant seeds, which were precisely what she needed at that moment. The Gu Shirua planned to cultivate potatoes in the fields, as their yield per acre could be astonishing. She was eager to see how many potatoes could be produced after being soaked in level 3 water. Potato planting requires tubers for propagation, and now, with a mere command from Gu Shirua, there were naturally those to execute her wishes. The laborers at the manor skillfully tilled the soil, uprooting the wheat remnants, applying fertilizer, breaking up the clods, leveling the land, and creating ridges for the planting of tubers. After observing for a while, Gu Shirua decided to leave them to their tasks, for there were many experts in the manor, each more proficient than she. Her primary focus remained on cultivating her abilities and condensing level 3 water. As the number of energy nuclei she absorbed increased, she felt herself approaching the threshold of level 7. The higher her level, the more challenging she found the ascent. The energy within a woman's body was far too gentle, akin to a stagnant pool, devoid of any desire for advancement. She surmised that at this juncture, she would need to rely on a man's vigorous energy to aid her in leveling up. There was no rush as she strolled through the fields and discovered that the potato planting was now complete. Presently, only 2 acres remained for vegetable cultivation. The rest had all been sown with potatoes. If this endeavor succeeded, the yield would undoubtedly be astounding. Having condensed the level 3 water she had gathered today, Gu Shirua approached Li Jingtian, feeling a surge of restless energy. "Captain Li, I wish to venture outside the city for some practical experience. I wonder if arrangements can be made?" Li Jingtian replied affirmatively. "Of course. The higher-ups have instructed that if you wish to train, you must be accompanied by sufficient security personnel. Initially, it is advisable to select safer areas. There are no further stipulations." That Gu Shirua nodded, realizing that while the state placed great importance on her safety, it did not infringe upon her freedom, for which she was sincerely grateful. "Is tomorrow feasible? I wish to witness the wilderness of the apocalypse." Her only previous excursion outside the city had been near the base, a simple transportation task where she had only encountered minor creatures. "Absolutely. I shall come to fetch you tomorrow," Li Jingtian responded succinctly. It was not until the evening lights illuminated the sky that Huiyu returned, weary from his travels. "Yeah, I'm back. Thank you for your hard work. Quickly wash up and have something to eat." Having returned from outside the city, he was still smeared with the blood of exotic beasts. It would indeed be quite uncomfortable without a bath. Huiyu stole a kiss from Gu Shiue's cheek before retreating to wash up amidst her playful protests. What Gu Shirua appreciated about Huiyu was this very attribute. His affection was never concealed or diminished. Bold and unabashedly sincere. After his shower, Huiyu, playfully wrapped in a towel around his lower body, with a rose in his mouth and a cup of milk tea in hand, approached Gu Shirua. Stepping with the rhythm of street dance, "Coffee, rose? Or me?" Gu Shirua laughed heartily. "The rose is too clitch, the milk tea is too cloying. And you," before she could finish, Huiyu swiftly covered her mouth. "No, you can only choose me." They were so close that Gu Shirua could see the droplets of water trailing down the contours of his muscles, creating a somewhat intimate atmosphere. Feeling a bit parched, Gu Shirua cleared her throat. "Ahem. Aren't you hungry? Let us eat first." The virtuous Gu Shirua interrupted the flirtatious mood. Huiyu lamented, "Am I truly less important than a meal?" Gu Shirua could only shake her head in exasperation. "First tell me, where did you learn this line?" Huiyu seemed struck by lightning. "How did you know?" Gu Shirua, unable to recall the specifics, merely felt it was rather trite. It must have been a scene from some melodramatic television show. Huiyu fidgeted. "Today, while exploring an abandoned city, I stumbled upon a VCD and saw it in there. Well, that settled it." She thought to herself that Huiyu could not possibly be that cheesy. He was still the same childish boy. Thankfully, the kitchen staff had tactfully left space for them, or she would have been mortified. "Quite amusing, but please refrain from imitating it in the future." Huiyu sulkily agreed. That evening, through Huiyu's efforts, Gu Shirua successfully broke through to level 7. The newly awakened ability at level 7 was Bubble Technique, allowing her to expel numerous bubbles that could slow down enemies. A control-type skill. While the ability was decent, Gu Shiriyue felt somewhat disappointed. She yearned for a more powerful offensive skill. After all, she couldn't rely solely on creating water tornadoes while battling monsters, could she? Upon leveling up, she immediately began condensing level 3 water. And indeed, this time she produced 20 liters of level 3 water. She had leveled up again, and this time it was a direct doubling. Gu Shiriyue was overjoyed and divided half of the level 3 water for Huiyu, for how could her man be without such a resource? She kept the remainder for herself, ensuring she had a stockpile as well. Ayu, tomorrow I shall venture outside the city with Captain Li and the others. Gu Shiriyue pointed at Huiyu's toned chest, marveling at his physique. Then I shall accompany you. Huiyu, concerned for Gu Shiriyue's safety, insisted on joining her outside the city. No need. You can attend to your own matters. Captain Li will ensure sufficient security personnel are present. The state will not allow anything to happen to me. Gu Shiriyue reassured him. Huiyu understood this but remained unconvinced, insisting on accompanying her. Unable to sway him, Gu Shiriyue finally relented. Early the next morning, Li Jingtian arrived, and Gu Shiriyue and Huiyu were already prepared. Today, we are heading to Kongming Mountain, once a large resort destination. After the apocalypse, it has been overtaken by exotic plants. If we can reclaim it, it could serve as a cultivation base, Li Jingtian explained. Due to groundbreaking advancements in planting technology, the state was urgently seeking to develop new cultivation bases and had set its sights on this location. Moreover, Kongming Mountain was not far from the capital base, encompassing a vast area of approximately 2,000 acres that if they could secure it, it would undoubtedly be a profitable endeavor. Currently, the exotic plant boss occupying that area was a mutated ginkgo tree, ranked at level 30. So we are going to confront the boss. Gu Shiriyue's eyes sparkled. Was her first experience going to be so exhilarating? You think too highly of it. The main force against the boss will be the god-slaying mercenary corps. Our role will be to deal with the minor creatures on the periphery. Who would dare let her tackle a boss on her very first outing? That would be reckless. Oh, minor creatures are fine. Gu Shiriyue was not picky. As long as she could engage in combat, she would be content. Otherwise, remaining in a protected state would hinder her desire to grow stronger. The minor creatures were also over level 20, so she needed to be cautious and follow orders. You are only permitted to fight creatures under level 10. Hearing this, Gu Shiriyue felt disheartened. Level 10 and below, that would be akin to harvesting wheat. How dull. Chapter 28. Yunting, seeing her lack of enthusiasm, Li Jingtian scratched his nose. It was unavoidable, as the higher-ups had mandated ensuring Gu Shiriyue's safety. The ginkgo tree could potentially yield high-quality seeds. Just that statement was enough to bring a smile to Gu Shiriyue's face. As long as there were seeds, she would naturally be the first to benefit. The scenery at Kongming Mountain was breathtaking, with shimmering lakes and majestic mountains, almost dreamlike. Gu Shiriyue roughly estimated that the cleared land here could encompass several thousand acres. The valley was quite favorable, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with a large lake in the center. If they could secure it, it would make for an excellent cultivation base. Due to the remarkable advancements in planting technology, the state was in dire need of cultivation land. This location had been identified for that very reason. Otherwise, no one would dare tackle a level 30 boss. All personnel, assemble. The leader of the god-slaying mercenary corps, Yun Tung, was the overall commander for this battle, and of course, Gu Shiriyue's team was considered external personnel. What level is the leader of the god-slaying corps? Gu Shiriyue, intrigued by the commanding presence of the man, inquired, curious about his strength. Yun Tung is at level 29. It's such a pity, Li Jingtian lamented. Such a high level. Why is it a pity? Gu Shiriyue exclaimed in awe. This was her first encounter with someone of such elevated prowess. His partner tragically perished in battle. Thus, he remained stuck at level 29. Unable to ascend. Li Jingtian clearly shared in the sentiment of loss. Doesn't he wish to find another? Yun Tung and his wife were childhood sweethearts. After her untimely death, he has no desire to remarry. That is truly unfortunate. Can't level 3 water assist him in leveling up? Level 3 water can help a level 9 ability user break through, but it offers minimal assistance to those at level 19. And for level 29 users, it is almost ineffective, so he must find another partner. Indeed, but sadly, Yun Tung is unwilling. Gu Shirui couldn't help but reflect on the depth of this man's affection. Yun Tung possessed a remarkable charisma, garnering the respect and admiration of his team members, ensuring that everyone adhered to his commands without hesitation. The crux of the matter is that this individual is extraordinarily handsome, embodying the quintessential features of a cartoon character: a prominent nose, sword-like eyebrows, and a gaze that is profoundly soulful, even evoking tenderness towards dogs. Such a man seems destined to perish at any moment, leading Gu Shirui to lament the squandering of such beauty. However, this man does not belong to her, nor does she need to concern herself with him. Her sole responsibility is to care for the pitiful little pup beside her. Just because Gu Shirui cast a few extra glances at Yun Tung, Yu became utterly dejected. He was already squatting on the ground, drawing circles in despair. I am feeling a bit parched." Upon hearing this, Yu sprang back to life, realizing that Yin needed him. Like a magician, he produced a cup of water, milk tea, a beverage, and coffee from his space, presenting them all before Gu Shirui. Yeah. Which would you like to drink?" Gu Shirui felt a bit embarrassed, as the eyes of those around them subtly turned their way. "Water will suffice." Gu Shirui raised the cup and took a few sips. At this moment, she could not afford to appear overly delicate. Thankfully, the group consisted entirely of soldiers or former soldiers, all possessing commendable qualities. Otherwise, they would surely be the subject of ridicule. Ms. Gu, we are about to commence our advance." Li Jingtian alleviated the awkward atmosphere, and she cast him a grateful glance, only to find him blushing in response. Yu immediately seized Gu Shui's hand, staking his claim, while casting a provocative glance at Li Jingtian. However, Gu Shirui remained oblivious to all this. Under Yun Tung's guidance, the team advanced in an orderly fashion. Scouts, explore the area ahead. Shield warriors, take the lead. Mages and support, stay in the rear. Warriors, be prepared to assist. The Akming Mountain had few aberrant beasts, and upon seeing so many people approach, they had mostly fled. Only those bizarre plants remained, clawing and snapping. The first peculiar plant they encountered was a welcoming pine, conveniently located at the entrance of the resort. Its presence had attracted numerous visitors, yet none had managed to conquer it. Perhaps it had been grotesquely twisted before its mutation, harboring a deep-seated hatred for humanity. Beneath its branches lay a dense carpet of bones. The mutated pine was at level 25. Everyone, proceed with caution. As the group gradually approached the mutated pine's attack range, it suddenly unleashed a barrage of pine needles. Catching everyone off guard, everyone, brace for defense. Do not retreat. Thanks to their timely defenses, most of the pine needles struck the shields, with only a few individuals sustaining injuries, swiftly attended to by the healers. Mages attack, warriors provide cover. After all, strength lies in numbers. No matter how formidable a level 25 boss may be, it would struggle against the tactics of a crowd. The mutated pine quickly fell. Gu Shirui observed Yun Tung collecting numerous pine cones and felt an overwhelming desire to have some. She longed to savor pine nuts. Without hesitation, she declared, "Captain Li, may I trade some pine cones with Commander Yun?" Li Jingtian readily replied, "Of course. Once this development is completed, I shall seek out Commander Yun for a trade." "No need. I can approach him myself. Just introduce me when the time comes. That lad is certainly in for a stroke of luck." Li Jingtian mused. "What do you mean by luck?" Gu Shirui inquired. Puzzled that Ms. Gu, you have yet to accurately recognize your own status. To call you a national treasure would be an understatement. Li Jingtian remarked, his expression complex. That's so. Gu Shirui felt a bit shy at Li Jingtian's words. The nation had been exceedingly indulgent towards her. After spending so many days together, Li Jingtian had come to understand Gu Shirui well, as one of the only two water deities in the country. Her gentle demeanor and stunning beauty were unparalleled. The only unfortunate aspect was that someone had already claimed her. Yu watched her with the intensity of a hawk, yet they were unaware that had it not been for Gu Shirui's resolute attitude, Yu would have long been eliminated. As an 11-level weakling, with only a mediocre family background, the idea of monopolizing the water deity was utterly absurd. Countless individuals were covertly vying for Gu Shirui. But they had all been dealt with. Li Jingtian understood that his family had brought him to Gu Shirui with the intention of gaining favor, a strategic move to secure a closer connection. Winning her heart was a matter that countless individuals would scramble for, even if they could not claim her entirely. Li Jingtian admitted that even without family influence, he had already been captivated. Unfortunately, Gu Shuriwei had consistently maintained her firm stance against entertaining multiple suitors. Naturally, the opinions of the higher-ups respected the water deity's personal wishes. After all, with Gu Minjing's experience as a cautionary tale, no one wished to repeat such a mistake. Yet, the mere thought of Gu Shuriwei actively seeking contact with Yun Teng made Li Jingtian feel a pang of jealousy. Even if Yun Teng could never claim Gu Shuriwei for himself. Even if he was his cousin. Chapter 29. The trade thoughts whirled in Li Jingtian's mind, yet his expression remained impassive. In this area, there were no higher-tier aberrant plants, so they would engage in combat here. Li Jingtian chose a dense bamboo grove as their battleground. The grove was thick with mutated bamboo. Mutated bamboo was an 8-level aberrant plant, and its abundance meant that little else thrived in the vicinity. Thus, it was an ideal training ground for the novice Gu Shuriwei. Cautiously, Gu Shuriwei first encased a mutated bamboo in a water bubble. Instantly, the mutated bamboo shot forth its leaves, which sliced through the air like flying daggers. Yet the speed was manageable, allowing her to evade effortlessly. This must be the effect of the water bubble's slowing properties. Encouraged, she grew bolder and unleashed a series of water arrows, etching arrow marks into the bamboo's base. Unfortunately, just as the water bubble expired, the mutated bamboo lashed out like a supple whip, striking towards Gu Shuriwei. Thankfully, she had already conjured a water wall to block the blow. However, after this strike, the water wall dissipated. Alarmed, she retreated hastily, reforming the water wall while replenishing the mutated bamboo with another water bubble. The mutated bamboo became immobilized once more. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed a water vortex. Indeed, it was a powerful move. With a single strike, the mutated bamboo was reduced to splinters. Yu stepped forward to collect the energy core, exclaiming, "Ye is truly impressive. Look, we have gained our spoils." Gu Shuriwei was ecstatic. This was the fruit of her independent battle. "Let me see." Upon inspecting it, she found the vibrant green color to be remarkably beautiful. Indeed, it was an 8-level wood-type energy core. With a successful haul, Gu Shuriwei felt invigorated and switched targets to commence her next assault. Seeing that Gu Shuriwei was faring well, Yu also began to attack. Li Jingtian, however, abstained. For him, defeating these minor foes was unchallenging. His responsibility was to protect Gu Shuriwei. After a considerable amount of time, they finally exterminated all the mutated bamboo in the grove. Gu Shuriwei had collected over 1,000 energy cores, more than 500 bamboo whips, and 50 or so bamboo shoots. It could be considered a modest harvest. As for the mutated bamboo, it served as excellent material for crafting, so Li Jingtian arranged for others to collect it, ensuring that Gu Shuriwei would receive contribution points later. At this juncture, Yun Teng and his team had also reached the ginkgo tree. The clamor of battling the boss was substantial, and Yun Teng's team had suffered casualties. Some even experienced bursts of rage. As one was on the verge of self-detonation, Li Jingtian acted swiftly, shoving a level 3 water into his mouth, causing his inflated form to shrink instantly. Gu Shuriwei witnessed this for the first time, marveling at the immediate effect of the level 3 water. No wonder humanity in the apocalypse revered it. No wonder the nation held her in such high regard. It represented precious human life. The healers were already overwhelmed with the lightly injured, prompting Gu Shuriwei to employ her rudimentary water healing technique to assist with the injuries, earning her the gratitude of many onlookers. Gu Shuriwei felt a bit flustered. It seemed that in the apocalypse, even the most trivial of actions on her part garnered profound appreciation. Focus. The boss is about to unleash a major attack. Yun Teng bellowed. Upon hearing this, Li Jingtian promptly led Gu Shuriwei away from the battlefield. He could not afford to take risks. Indeed, the mutated ginkgo tree unleashed a multitude of ginkgo fruits. Gu Shuriwei felt her scalp tingle. The ginkgo fruits were toxic. As expected, those struck by the ginkgo fruits immediately exhibited swelling at the wound site, their mental state becoming disoriented. After expending its energy, the ginkgo tree seemed to succumb, falling with a resounding crash after Yun Teng struck it down with his sword. The healers then busied themselves tending to the injured, and Gu Shuriwei, lacking expertise, found herself at a loss with the poisonous wounds. Gu Shuriwei noticed Yun Teng's face suddenly flush red. only for him to suppress it forcefully. What is wrong with him? Gu Shirui asked Li Jingtian that it's rage syndrome. A man who has lost his partner experiences pent-up rage energy that can easily erupt during battle. Li Jingtian lamented, recognizing the similarities. Yun Tung was level 29, while he was only level 19. Who was truly superior? Gu Shirui fell silent. She genuinely could not assist with this. She was not a native woman of the apocalypse and could not accept the notion of polyandry. Let us go. I will take you to meet him. Li Jingtian guided Gu Shirui directly to Yun Tung, who was currently busy instructing his subordinates. They waited patiently nearby. Yun Tung nodded in their direction, promptly finishing his instructions before approaching them. Tian, this must be Ms. Gu. What a pleasure to meet you. Hello, Commander Yun. I am Gu Shirui that I wish to engage in a trade with you. I am in need of some rare seeds. Might you be willing to part with any? Despite her gentle disposition, Gu Shirui was direct in her approach. Of course. It is my honor. Yun Tung deliberately softened his tone, fearing that his cold voice might intimidate her. After all, Gu Shirui looked delicate, akin to a soft dough. Gu Shirui smiled faintly. That is splendid. I assure you, I shall not let you suffer a loss. We can settle at market price. That is significantly higher than the acquisition price. Thank you, Ms. Gu. Our God-slaying mercenary corps still has some rare seeds in the warehouse that if you are interested, Ms. Gu, you are welcome to come and select from the God-slaying mercenary corps at any time. Yun Tung extended an invitation, and naturally, Gu Shirui had no reason to decline, proactively requesting to add Yun Tung's contact information to AS for the subtle rivalry between Li Jingtian and Yun Tung behind her back. That was beyond her concern. Did you not swear never to take a wife again? Li Jingtian said resentfully, thinking he had an ally, only to discover another rival in love. Oh, is that so? But I can choose to marry into her family. Yun Tung replied nonchalantly to I end the apocalypse. A man marrying into a family is not shameful. Having a wife is what truly matters. What about Yinran? Are you worthy of her? Li Jingtian gritted his teeth. I have remained loyal to her for 3 years. I have done enough. Yun Tung felt no remorse for his actions. Who wouldn't he want to survive? In the face of life, what is love? Yet you previously displayed such deep affection. Hypocrite, scoundrel. Li Jingtian was so furious he wanted to hit him, but alas, the disparity in their strength left him with only words to vent his frustration. The affection was genuine. However, my life is long. I cannot dwell in the past. Yun Tung stated leisurely. There are many women in Kyoto. Must you compete with me? Li Jingtian was bluntly laying it all out. I do not wish to compete with you, but she truly is the best choice. Why can't I, Yun Tung, be worthy of the finest woman? Yun Tung had his reasoning. At level 29, few in the entire Huagua could match his prowess. What was wrong with seeking the best woman? What about your father? Does he consent? Li Jingtian had to invoke family matters to I do not need my family's approval. My decisions must be respected. Yun Tung cast a disdainful glance at Li Jingtian and remarked. Weakling, Li Jingtian spat blood. This round was a complete defeat. Chapter 30. The mutated eagle boss has been eliminated. The remaining minions can now be dealt with at ease. Gu Shirui was diligently fighting monsters alone, while Huiyu took on some higher-level beasts nearby. Li Jingtian and Yun Tung, 2 masters, stood like iron towers behind Gu Shirui, helping her fend off those high-level aberrant creatures. Their gazes met, sparking with intensity. However, neither sought confrontation with Huiyu. On one hand, they looked down upon him, and on the other, due to Gu Shiui's attitude, no one dared to provoke her. After all, in this apocalyptic world, losing a few lives was entirely normal, especially for the weak. Gu Shirui remained blissfully unaware of the tensions brewing around her, happily battling monsters. After a day of fighting, she felt her control over her powers had significantly improved. Spells such as water balls, water arrows, and water walls could now be cast instantaneously. Even the water vortex could be manipulated to her liking. She knew she had finally solidified her foundation. Her strength had not been gained through battle, which had rendered it rather insubstantial, but this series of encounters had finally stabilized her. Though her yield from defeating minions was minimal, Gu Shirui felt immensely satisfied. That evening, they took refuge in the well-prepared resort for the night. Naturally, Gu Shirui shared a room with Huiyu, who was on the verge of leveling up. Thus, he had been quite diligent lately. In the garden, however, 2 restless men were smoking. Tisk feeling restless? Yunting mocked. After all, it was a newly tidied house, and the soundproofing was terrible. With their high levels, their senses had heightened to the point where they could perceive every movement throughout Kongming Mountain. They heard every sound coming from Gu Shiyue's room with crystal clarity. Mind your own business. Li Jingtian was indeed very irritated. TSA, after all this time, still being ridden by a little spicy chicken. Truly useless. Yunteng's sharp tongue retorted. You are no better. You can't even protect your wife. Li Jingtian shot back, equally incensed. Yanran is different. Yunteng's voice dropped slightly, releasing a puff of smoke as he gazed into the distance, his eyes, usually so tender when looking at dogs, now filled with sorrow. Which would surely tug at the heartstrings of any woman who saw him, that if you still have feelings for Yanran, then do not meddle with Shiyue. She does not need you. Li Jingtian spoke in a deep tone, not wanting Gu Shiyue to be deceived by a scoundrel. With Yunteng's appearance of deep affection, which young girl could withstand such allure? But I do not wish to die. Yunteng extinguished his cigarette with a fierce twist, grinding it against the railing. If you do not wish to die, you could easily find a single young girl. Why come to harm Shiyue? If the higher-ups discover you are deceiving Shiyue's feelings, it will surely lead to your demise, Li Jingtian advised. With his cousin's qualifications, numerous women would flock to him. Why fight over Gu Shiyue? Then let the deception continue, as long as she remains unaware. All will be well, Yunteng replied nonchalantly. Why are you so fixated on Shiyue? Li Jingtian could not help but ask, Tian, why are you so fixated on her? Yunteng replied with a meaningful tone. Li Jingtian was momentarily at a loss for words. It was certainly not due to family reasons, as family orders could be superficially obeyed, but his heart had already fallen for Gu Shiyue, making her the only choice. Tian, we men toil and strive to become stronger for what purpose? Are you truly willing to settle for an ordinary woman? I am not willing, Li Jingtian silently affirmed in his heart. Gu Shiyue has a wonderful disposition, being gentle yet independent. I do not need to spend time and energy to please her, and her strength can match my own, unlike Yanran.as Yunteng spoke. He fell silent once more. Lu Yanran was merely a low-tier ability user, and the gap in strength between them was so vast that she could not withstand Yunteng's volatile energy. After Yunteng advanced to level 20, she perished. This had become an everlasting pain for Yunteng. There are many high-tier female ability users. You could pursue Li Mingqi, Li Jingtian suggested, uncertain of what to say next. Do you think I haven't tried? That woman is like a glutton, only taking and never giving. Who knows what bizarre cultivation techniques she practices? Being with her only aids her training. Yunteng replied with frustration. Li Jingtian laughed, discovering that his lofty cousin had also encountered such a setback. Cousin, I reckon you have no chance. Shiyue only likes clean men. Li Jingtian looked at him with pity, having initially thought him a great threat, only to find that he had effectively eliminated himself from the competition. Yunteng was petrified. How could this be? It is perfectly normal for a man to have multiple women. Yanran never managed my affairs. Shiyue is not Yanran. Yanran relied on you and naturally did not dare to meddle. But Shiyue is the water goddess. What kind of man does she not desire? It is only she who gets to choose. Li Jingtian felt elated, unable to resist analyzing the situation for Yunteng. Yunteng remained silent for a long time, so long that Li Jingtian turned to leave, before he finally spoke in a barely audible voice. I do not believe it. I must try. Huiyu had discovered early on that he had leveled up to level 12. He was so delighted that he could hardly contain his joy, and Gu Shiyue was equally happy for him. Since arriving in Kyoto, he had been surrounded by formidable individuals, and Huiyu was eager to advance, especially since he sensed the envious gazes of those around him. A few days ago, his uncle had sent word that the Hui family was being suppressed by various major clans, and their influence had now diminished by half. He knew it was because others were coveting his position. Thus, he had been training even harder. Due to his advancement, both Li Jingtian and Yunteng cast him several fleeting glances. Today, the location where Gu Shiyue intended to battle monsters was atop a mountain peak, which had once been a tea plantation but was now overrun by mutated tea trees. The mutated tea trees had little use. Gu Shiyue sought tea seeds so she could cultivate positively mutated tea trees. The mutated tea leaves had great value. capable of enhancing mental acuity and being refined into potions to boost psychic abilities. Fetching a high price in the market, with Li Jingtian and Yuntung at her back, she felt fearless, gradually distancing herself from the group. Suddenly, a cry of an eagle echoed through the air. A mutated eagle appeared out of nowhere, swiftly snatching Gu Shiriyue away. Yuntung, quick as lightning, grabbed hold of the eagle's talon. Li Jingyan only had time to cast a spell, but it had no effect. Merely tickling the mutated eagle, which was clearly a creature exceeding level 25, Shiriyue. Yeah. Huiyu, who was further back, rushed over, but alas, his strength was too weak, and his attacks could not reach the mutated eagle. The speed of the mutated eagle was astonishing, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chase. The two men's eyes widened with rage. There was no way they would give up. They pursued the direction in which the mutated eagle had fled. Chapter 31. The cave Gu Shiriyue felt a sharp pain as the eagle's claws seemed to pierce through her shoulder blade. And in that moment, she fainted. When she regained consciousness, an unbearable thirst overwhelmed her. Attempting to open her space, she found herself unable to summon her abilities. Perhaps her movements had awakened someone nearby. "You're awake? Captain Yun, you saved me." Gu Shiyue's voice was hoarse and unpleasant. Yuntung quickly lifted a stone bowl and brought it to her lips. "Drink up quickly. This is the blood of a beast, and we are in the lair of the mutated eagle. And I just fought it fiercely, my abilities are depleted, and I cannot carry you down the cliff. For now, you must make do." Gu Shiriyue was no delicate flower. She accepted the bowl with Yuntung's hand and drank half of the foul-smelling beast blood. Not wasting any, Yuntung finished the remainder in one gulp. At this moment, Gu Shiriyue no longer felt shy and soon fell back into a deep slumber. She felt as though she had just awakened from a vivid dream. A profound heat coursed through her body, leaving her in great discomfort, and she found herself unconsciously calling out, "Ayu, Ayu, I feel so unwell." She yearned to open her eyes and seek out Ayu. But her eyelids felt heavy as if weighed down by lead. "Ayu, Ayu, where are you?" Suddenly, it seemed she had found Ayu, her hands frantically searching for him. "Ayu, Ayu, I feel so unwell. Help me. Yeah, this was your own request." It was as if she heard Ayu say that. "Yes. Ayu, I want you." Ayu was her husband, and she had no reason to feel embarrassed. "Ayu, I feel so unwell. Kiss me." "Now open your eyes." "I'm not Ayu." Ayu's voice declared. Lost in her fervent desires, Gu Shiriyue ignored everything else. "Ayu, I feel unwell." "Yeah, open your eyes." The false Ayu and the true Yunting suddenly found themselves unwilling to continue this muddled encounter with Gu Shiriyue. Gu Shiriyue managed to pry her eyes open a crack, but the figure before her was blurred. She could hardly discern his features, only catching a glimpse of his enticing jawline. "Ayu, why won't you give it to me?" Gu Shiriyue lamented. She climbed up Yunting's neck, feeling a surge of strength. "Ayu, don't you love me anymore?" Well, tears streamed down Gu Shiriyue's cheeks. Unable to bear it any longer, Yunting leaned in to kiss her. Gu Shiriyue felt as if Ayu's kissing skills had improved immensely. It was as though he had ensnared her entirely with his lips. Both were adults, and it felt as if thunder struck fire, spiraling out of control. However, just as they were about to cross the final threshold, Gu Shiriyue suddenly fainted from excessive blood loss. Yunting, now alert, fell into a deep silence for a moment before he sighed and tidied up Gu Shiriyue's clothing, administering a potion to her, then sat beside her, quietly watching over her. When Gu Shiriyue awoke again, her injuries had nearly healed. She propped herself up, glancing around in confusion. "Captain Yun." Yunting helped her sit up. "You're awake? Eat something first. I'll take you down the mountain shortly." Gu Shiriyue, belatedly recalling her earlier vivid dream, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, uncertain if Yunting had noticed the awkwardness of being alone in a cave with a man, while having had such a dream, was overwhelming. "I'm sorry. I didn't know that bowl of beast blood was dream snake blood, which has aphrodisiac effects." Yunting confessed, shamefaced, that Gu Shiyue's eyes widened in shock. So it wasn't merely a dream. Her complexion turned pale. Had she truly done something so wrong to Ayu? Yunting gazed at Gu Shiriyue with deep affection. "Yeah, rest assured, we didn't go all the way." His voice bore a hint of bitterness, yet his heart softened nonetheless. Gu Shiriyue felt no relief from her burden. They had grown so intimate. What difference did it make whether they had gone the final step? "I am sorry. I mistook you for Ayu." Nevertheless, One mistake could not lead to another. Having chosen Au, she could not waver between men. As for today's events, let her believe it was indeed a vivid dream. Yunting was taken aback. He had thought that after reaching this point, a woman would surely soften, especially since they had shared such physical closeness. Yet he had held back for her sake at the final moment. Any normal woman would have been moved. However, Gu Shuriwei was far from a normal woman. Just because they had reached the 99th step didn't mean she had to take the final step. Yeah, don't say that. I fell in love with you the moment I first saw you. Please give me a chance. I want to take care of you. Yunting's gaze was intensely passionate. And under his deep stare, Gu Shuriwei felt like a princess, while Yunting was the dashing prince. Alas, Gu Shuriwei had her limits. Captain Yun, I'm married. I have a husband. Our relationship is strong. I wouldn't mind sharing a wife. Yunting quickly replied that I do mind. Gu Shuriwei asserted firmly. Au has given me his complete sincerity, and I must return that sincerity in full. I don't believe you. Suddenly, Yunting grasped Gu Shuriwei's head and kissed her forcefully. Gu Shuriwei struggled desperately, but it was futile, and soon tears streamed down her face. Yunting gradually released her, instead gripping her shoulders. Why? Why can't you accept me? What makes me inferior to him? Gu Shuriwei remained silent. Aside from strength, Au surpassed him in every aspect. Let go of ya. Gu Shuriwei's face lit up with surprise as Huiyu finally appeared. Au. Huiyu and Yunting clashed, both unleashing their anger with considerable force. Despite Yunting's higher level, he was still injured, and Huiyu targeted his wounds, resulting in a draw. Li Jingtian and a group of others soon followed, evidently having come to their aid. Shuriwei, are you all right? Gu Shuriwei cast a cold glance at him. He had previously addressed her as Ms. Gu, yet now he called her Shuriwei, raising her suspicions. After her encounter with Yunting, she had become overly sensitive. Li Jingtian was momentarily taken aback by her look. What is wrong with you? Gu Shuriwei understood this was not the time to discuss such matters. Captain Li, separate the two of them. Stop it. Li Jingtian intervened, pulling the two apart, but each received a punch, clearly aware of the underlying tensions. Yeah, how are you? Huiyu finally recalled Gu Shuriwei's injuries. I'm fine. Gu Shuriwei replied curtly. Men only knew how to be fierce and combative. So annoying, noticing Gu Shuriwei's displeasure, Huiyu wisely fell silent. The group continued their descent in silence. It was then that Gu Shuriwei realized they had traveled several hundred kilometers away. No wonder it had taken them so long to find her. Grateful for her rescue, Gu Shuriwei fell into a deep slumber once she got into the vehicle, while the three in the car were on edge. Chapter 32, Death. Forcing women scum. Huiyu carefully laid Gu Shuriwei across his lap to ensure her comfort while still cursing. Weakling. Yunting was not one to be bullied. Both of you, keep your comments to yourselves, Li Jingtian advised, his head throbbing. Captain Li, I will certainly pursue this matter to the end. Huiyu angrily declared. Just based on you? If it weren't for Shuriwei protecting you, you wouldn't know how many times you'd have died. Know your place and get away from Shuriwei, you little brat. Yunting looked down on Huiyu, feeling intense jealousy over this boy who had stolen the best woman in the apocalypse. It's Ye who wishes to protect me. She loves me. You scoundrel who covets another's wife. Better stay far away. I will never leave Ye. Huiyu retorted defiantly. Think about your family. Do you realize the Hua family is on the verge of bankruptcy? Yunting scoffed, unwilling to engage with the brat. Was it you who laid your hands on her? Huiyu seethed, fist clenched. Tisk. So you're a weakling. Even now you don't know who did it. I'll tell you, your family has received a great misfortune. You've drawn the ire of many. If you're wise, you'll retreat while you still have some assets, Yunting revealed, and Huiyu realized that everything happening to his family was due to him. He struggled to accept this. Turning to Li Jingtian. Captain Li, is this true? Li Jingtian sighed. Huiyu, there are too many people eyeing Shuriwei. You and the Hua family can't withstand it. Huiyu closed his eyes, breathing heavily. What must I do for you to let the Hua family go? Despite the family's issues with Ye, they were still his family, his closest kin. How could he watch them decline? Li Jingtian and Yunting exchanged glances before nodding. The only solution is clear to you. Abandon Ye and never appear before her again. Huiyu gazed at Gu Shuriwei's sleeping face. Let me think about it. Fine. You have 3 days. During these 3 days, we will persuade other families not to act against the Hua family. Only 3 days. Huiyu felt a wave of despair. The vehicle soon returned to the Kyoto base. Due to Gu Shiriwe's injuries, even the #1 leader was alerted. Both Li Jingtian and Yunting faced reprimands, with Li Jingtian even being reassigned, and Gu Shiriwe's new contact was someone else. Gu Shiriwe did not advocate for them. She harbored doubts about the situation. How could the mutated eagle appear so fortuitously at that location? How had it captured her? Why hadn't Yunting rescued her the moment the eagle appeared, but instead left with her? Did he truly not recognize that bowl of dream snake blood? Where had he obtained it? These people truly considered her a fool. Gu Shiriwe now wished to observe coldly from the sidelines. Her injuries had nearly healed. After all, she was capable of self-treatment and possessed self-healing abilities as an ability user. In the following days, Huiyu appeared troubled, making several visits to the Hua family. And when they were together at night, he was particularly fierce. He would occasionally unconsciously utter things like, "Yeah, take care of yourself even when I'm not around. Yeah, don't trust men easily. Yeah, what should I do about you? Yeah, wait for me to return." Gu Shiriwe let out a sigh. Perplexed by his condition, to ease his troubled heart, she prepared a plethora of level 3 water, even depleting her own reserves. 3 days later, Huiyu ventured out, and those accompanying him returned with the news of his demise. It was said that they had encountered a horde of high-level, causing chaos among the crowd. Huiyu, in a bid to protect his teammates, chose to stay behind as the last line of defense, and his comrades witnessed him being engulfed by the monstrous horde. Gu Shiriwe calmly accepted this devastating news, performing the funeral rites for him as his wife, establishing a grave adorned with his formal attire. When the Hua family visited, she greeted them with an air of tranquility. Living in a post-apocalyptic world, one must be prepared for the inevitable partings of life and death. Everyone believed Gu Shiriwe to possess a resilient spirit. Even Hua Jiaojiao criticized her for her cold-heartedness behind her back. Yet, Gu Shiriwe remained unfazed. It was not until the funeral concluded that she fell gravely ill. Her entire being felt feverish and disoriented. She was aware of numerous visitors passing by her sickbed. The patient refused to awaken, administer the finest medicines. The patient struggled to eat. The patient could not absorb the medication. Hurry, summon the healer. Gu Shiriwe, is he not just a man? Why the theatrics of life and death? Is he truly gone? She heard a cacophony of voices swirling in her mind. Sometimes Huiyu calling her Ye, sometimes his exaggerated performances, and at other moments his resolute choice between family and her. Ultimately, she heard him say, "Wait for me to return." Instantly, her eyes flew open. She was awake. Awake, how wonderful, to her astonishment. Standing by her side was Huiting, whom she hadn't seen in quite some time. "Yeah, you're awake." His weary eyes were shadowed with deep circles. "Where is you?" Gu Shiriwe's voice was hoarse. Huiting paused in silence. "Do not dwell on it for now. I will prepare some medicine for you. And you will recover soon. I ask you, where is you?" Gu Shiriwe insisted stubbornly. "Yeah, you has passed away. There is nothing left of him." Huiting closed his eyes briefly, speaking softly, that I refused to believe it. He told me to wait for his return. Gu Shiriwe could not accept that Huiyu was dead. It is true. The Hua family searched the area, and this is what they found. Huiting produced Huiyu's red tassel spear, which was broken and stained with blood. Gu Shiriwe's tears blurred her vision in an instant. This was the weapon Huiyu had never parted with. How could she not recognize it? That was a horde of level 10 iron bowls. Given Huiyu's strength, he should have been able to return. Yet he suddenly lost control of his energy and was trampled beneath their feet. Huiting explained. Why would he lose control of his energy? His strength was solid. How could it falter? Gu Shiriwe would not accept this explanation. Someone used a hallucinogenic agent to escape. Huiting clarified. Who was it? Drink the medicine first, and I will tell you. Huiting, seeing Gu Shiriwe's frail state, coaxed her into taking the medicine. This time, Gu Shiriwe did not protest, obediently consuming the potion. Afterward, she fixed her gaze on Huiting, her expression resolute, as if she would not relent until she learned the outcome. Huiting sighed, saying, "It was Mo Mingyuan." Gu Shiriwe shut her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. "I want him dead." Huiting reassured her. "Rest assured, he has already been apprehended. You shall decide his fate. The Mo family has been eradicated. Let the law judge them. I do not wish to see the Mo family," Gu Shiriwe declared before slipping back into unconsciousness. Chapter 33. Potatoes Ting became Gu Shiyue's dedicated healer. In the subsequent days, Gu Shiyue oscillated between wakefulness and slumber, cooperating with the treatments, and soon she was discharged to return home. Unbeknownst to her, the individual assigned to assist her was a youthful boy, remarkably reminiscent of Huayu. Gu Shiyue merely cast a glance, remaining silent. He was not her Yu, and what did it matter how similar he appeared? She commenced an incessant regimen of cultivation, bordering on self-abuse. Not even Huiting, but even Director Li had sought her out for a conversation. Yet, what could she do? Huiyu was gone, and she had abruptly lost the joy of living. She simply could not muster happiness. Everything felt utterly devoid of flavor. She had never been a denizen of the apocalypse. It was only through Huiyu that she found herself entangled in this dire existence. Now that Huiyu was deceased, she perceived this world as exceedingly dull. As for saving it, that notion never crossed her mind. What concern did this apocalypse hold for her, with nothing to occupy her time? She could only rely on cultivation to pass the hours, lest she be consumed by memories of the past, memories of Huayu. As a result, in a brief span, her level surged to 8. She could now produce 40 liters of level 3 water daily. Additionally, she awakened a new skill, waterfall technique, classified as an area attack skill. She frequently found herself lost in thought, causing those around her to distance themselves. Presently, the only one permitted near her was Huiting. However, Gu Shiyue often treated him with indifference. Alas, his patience seemed boundless. Regardless of her demeanor, he stood quietly by her side. Recently, she had no desire to venture outside, nor to encounter those with ulterior motives. Occasionally fatigued, she would stroll through the fields, where the potatoes were nearing maturity. Experts had taken to living in the fields, hardly returning home. In this post-apocalyptic world, the potato plants towered impressively, each reaching nearly 1 meter in height, flourishing abundantly. Once again, they had undergone positive mutation. Experts estimated a total yield of 10,000 tons. What an astonishing concept! If each person consumed just 1 pound of potatoes per day, it would suffice to feed 1 million individuals for 6 months. Once harvested, the Kyoto base would be free from starvation. However, the actual consumption rate would undoubtedly fall short of sustaining half a year, as the appetite of those with abilities was substantial, easily devouring dozens of pounds of potatoes daily. Yet, this would indeed alleviate the food crisis significantly. Time passed swiftly, and on this particular day, the weather was splendid. The experts informed Gu Shiyue that it was time to harvest the potatoes. She immediately nodded in agreement. Potatoes were not a high-tier crop, merely level 3. Gu Shiyue could sever a potato plant with a single water arrow. The above-ground portion of the potato plants was of little use, only suitable for composting. The key lay in the excavation beneath the surface. Relying on ordinary individuals to dig with shovels would be time-consuming, while using excavators risked damaging the potatoes. Director Li urgently dispatched a group of Earth-type ability users, and indeed, their efficiency soared. The potatoes were buried quite deep, and Gu Shiyue witnessed an Earth-type ability user digging down to approximately 10 meters. Each potato was enormous, some weighing over 200 pounds. Ordinary people could not move them. The field bustled with activity, and Gu Shiyue found her mood remarkably lightened. It felt akin to returning to her childhood, with smiles adorning every face. Perhaps the jubilant atmosphere was infectious. Earth-type ability users were responsible for digging, while others handled transportation, rapidly stacking the potatoes into small hills across the field. Even Director 1 could not remain seated, personally visiting the site. Little Gu, on behalf of the people, I thank you. Gu Shiyue smiled. Director, you flatter me. I have merely performed a trivial task. Director 1 remarked, it's commendable that you do not seek recognition. But we must reward you nonetheless. Is there anything you desire? What did she wish for? Gu Shiyue felt lost. She wanted Huiyu to return. Nothing else mattered. I don't want anything. I lack for nothing. Little Gu, it's not that I do not care for you, but you must choose a partner soon. According to the Female Protection Ordinance, you must remarry within 3 months of losing your husband. Director 1 spoke earnestly that I do not wish to marry in this world. The strong dictated the rules. Given her current standing, no one could force her to wed. But you must select a partner. You are about to reach level 9. Without a partner, advancing to level 10 will be exceedingly difficult. Gu Shiyue fell silent. Indeed, she had momentarily forgotten the harsh realities of this world. She would address it later. Advancing or not made little difference. Director 1 was left exasperated by her indifferent attitude. I know that pressuring you to choose now is inhumane. However, the pressure on my side is considerable. Many powerful individuals have approached me, hoping I can facilitate introductions. And many are requests I cannot refuse. Therefore, I will provide you with a list. Take a look. With that, Director 1 received a document from his aide and handed it to Gu Shiriyue, who accepted it and promptly placed it in her spatial pocket. She had no inclination to peruse it just yet. Observing her reaction, Director 1 did not press her. In the coming days, these individuals should start reaching out to you. If you find someone of interest, you may settle on them. If not, you can choose a few partners, someone like Li Mengqi would do. Gu Shiriyue was speechless. They were simply not of the same ilk. Understood, Director 1 sighed, distressed, as the nation's leader. He was playing matchmaker, yet she remained unappreciative. Director Li, ever astute and thoughtful, had arranged for the kitchen staff to prepare a potato feast. This would be lunch. Gu Shiriyue tasted a sample. The flavor was delightful. Soft, sweet, and far superior to the potatoes of the 21st century. Crucially, they contained energy without being overly caloric, suitable for both ordinary individuals and those with abilities. After a few bites, she pushed the plate away. Having lost her appetite in recent days, rapidly shedding weight. Regrettably, no one was observing her to prevent her from losing weight. Thoughts of Huayu only deepened her melancholy. She pushed the plate aside. Ready to leave, Huiting frowned at the sight. You are eating too little. Have some more. This potato stew with mutated chicken is quite good. The stew is exceedingly tender. Upon finishing her words, she picked up a piece and placed it in her bowl. The Gu Shiriyue cast a blank glance at him and rose from the dining table, no longer wishing to spare anyone her courtesy. Huiting lowered his gaze, momentarily stiffened, then returned the potato to his own bowl, consuming it in one bite. In the apocalypse, wasting food invites divine retribution. The others at the table exchanged glances, hesitant to utter a word. It is worth noting that Huiting could occasionally elicit a favorable expression from Gu Shiriyue, while others merely faded into insignificance in her presence. Chapter 34. The bar. Has little Gu seen a psychologist regarding her state? Chief Number 1 inquired, his brow furrowed. Yes, but she was utterly uncooperative, replied Chief Li. The psychologist conducted a brief assessment and concluded it was merely excessive sorrow, nothing to be overly concerned about. That is reassuring. She embodies the hope of Huagua. We must do all we can to protect her. Alas, some still harbor excessive selfishness. Chief Number 1 wished to shield Gu Shiriyue, yet some individuals always overstep their boundaries. A recent batch of offenders had already been dealt with. Hopefully, the remaining ones would be alerted. Those who extend their hands should have them severed. What has become of the Mo and Hua families? The Mo family has relocated entirely to the frontier base, while the Hua family is now untouchable and is in the process of regaining strength. Has little Gu mentioned the Hua family? Not at all. She has always been indifferent to their circumstances. However, due to Huayu's influence, the Hua family has indeed gained some respite. What of this Huiting? How did those individuals permit a member of the Hua family to remain close to Gu Shiriyue? It is said he was acquainted with Gu back at the Dawn base and is a gifted master of potions, ranking among the elite domestically, that he voluntarily served as her attending physician and has remained ever since. Primarily, Ms. Gu does not seem to reject him. Chief Li also harbored disdain for Huiting. His grandson Li Jingtian had failed, and yet this scoundrel seized the opportunity. Let him stay for now. Chief No. 1 decisively concluded. By afternoon, all the potatoes had finally been harvested. Upon weighing, it was discovered that the yield exceeded expectations by a staggering 10,000 tons, reaching an astonishing 18,000 tons. This was beyond the experts' anticipations. Chief Number 1 excitedly exclaimed good 3 times and promised rewards for all participants before departing. Once again, the news outlets inundated the public with reports of this bountiful harvest, following the successful wheat yield. The potato harvest was celebrated. The next day, Kyoto began low-price exchanges for potatoes. Everyone rejoiced. This time, it was still Dr. G who made the announcement. However, he had now ascended to the rank of academician. Gu Shiriyue remained indifferent. As to her, these accolades were insubstantial. She realized her achievement stemmed solely from her level 3 water ability. The true academicians were the experts. Thus, she may never disclose her identity as Dr. G. Gu Shuriwei continued to isolate herself as a homebody until one day. A visitor arrived at the estate. "Oh, is that not my former fiancée?" A woman, clad in a form-fitting leather outfit, at least 1.7 meters tall, with an alluring figure and stunning beauty, winked at Huiting. Gu Shuriwei, who had been languidly dozing in her lounge chair, suddenly perked up upon witnessing this scene. "What brings you here?" Huiting's brows knitted tightly, as this woman was his nemesis, capable of aging him by 10 years with every encounter. "TSK, if you can come, why can't I?" Li Mingqi shot him a disdainful glance. "That I'm not here for you. I'm here to see Ye." Upon hearing that familiar nickname, Gu Shuriwei felt a jolt. The person who once called her that was no longer present. Her mood soured instantly, and she no longer wished to engage with the newcomer. "Yeah, Chief Number 1 has entrusted me to take you out for some fun." Li Mingqi was straightforward in her approach. Upon hearing Chief Number 1's name, Gu Shuriwei had no choice but to muster her spirits. She still needed to show respect to the esteemed elder. "Where to? Come with me. I'll ensure you experience true living." Observing Li Mingqi's radiant demeanor, Gu Shuriwei felt an unexpected pang of envy. If only she could be like her, perhaps many of her worries would dissipate. "All right, let us go." Li Mingqi initially thought she would need to persuade Gu Shuriwei further, but was taken aback when Gu Shuriwei readily consented. Momentarily stunned, fortunately, she quickly regained her composure and assumed her role. "You cannot dress like this." Li Mingqi circled Gu Shuriwei, clicking her tongue. "What a fabulous figure. Why wrap yourself so tightly? We must learn to relish life. Let us go. Change your outfit." Li Mingqi led Gu Shuriwei into the dressing room, selecting a low-cut black cocktail dress adorned with numerous sparkling rhinestones, revealing a significant portion of her ample bosom. Gu Shuriwei awkwardly tugged at the collar, prompting Li Mingqi to mockingly say, "Why pull up the neckline? If I had this asset, I wouldn't even wear a bra." Gu Shuriwei fell silent. Disliking the lascivious gazes, sensing her discomfort, Li Mingqi reassured her, "Rest assured, if anyone dares to offend you, I'll gouge their eyes out. So, do you like this outfit?" Gu Shuriwei examined her reflection in the mirror. She had never worn anything like this before, but it didn't seem too bad. "I'll listen to you. That is for sure. Let us hit the streets." Li Mingqi accessorized her with jewelry, shoes, and a handbag, and applied a seductive makeup style akin to her OWing. Gu Shuriwei felt as if she had transformed. As the two emerged hand in hand, Huiting's eyes widened in disbelief. He opened his mouth to speak. Li Mingqi shot him a glare. "Get lost." Gu Shuriwei felt somewhat awkward and merely nodded at Huiting. Li Mingqi's vehicle was a convertible sports car, which would have been classified as luxury pre-apocalypse. Now, however, it had depreciated in value, only suitable for play within the base. As the sports car zoomed past, Gu Shuriwei felt the exhilarating rush of speed, finding it surprisingly thrilling. Upon arrival at their destination, she discovered it was a bar. The good girl Gu Shuriwei had never set foot in a bar before. To her surprise, the air within was not as polluted as she had imagined. Small groups sat sipping drinks, and there were even numerous women present, typically accompanied by male partners. As Li Mingqi entered, the manager approached her. "Leader Li, same place as usual?" "Yes, find 2 clean ones to serve my sister." Li Mingqi escorted Gu Shuriwei to an opulent private room, leaving Gu Shuriwei astonished. Such places still existed in the apocalypse. Servers streamed in, presenting an array of alcoholic beverages, fruits, and soft drinks. Eventually, 4 exquisitely dressed young men entered, and Li Mingqi pointed to 2 of them, instructing them to attend to Gu Shuriwei. Meanwhile, Li Mingqi indulged, embracing one on each side. Gu Shuriwei felt quite out of place in this setting, unsure of how to behave. The 2 young men were perceptive, sensing her discomfort and refraining from encroaching too closely, instead softly complimenting her. They occasionally offered her fruit, and gradually, Gu Shuriwei began to loosen up, although she still resisted allowing anyone too close. "Yeah, we women must learn to seize pleasure in the moment. Don't think about preserving your virtue for men. That is utterly foolish." For some reason, Li Mingqi's words carried a particular weight. "Come, let us drink. This is the bar's signature energy drink. We won't return until we're intoxicated." Chapter 35. Indulgence drunk? Gu Shuriwei hesitated, as her understanding was that for a girl, drinking to excess equated to danger. Yet Li Mingqi seemed unconcerned. You haven't had a drink before, have you? Li Mingqi, noticing her hesitation, found it peculiar. What kind of naive girl was this? They had all but vanished in the apocalypse. No wonder that scoundrel Huiting looked at her with such longing. Fear not, I promise to return you home safe and sound without a hair harmed. Tisk, naive girls are troublesome. Though she found it bothersome, Li Mingqi did not forget her mission. Observing the situation, Gu Shuriwei relaxed her inhibitions and began to drink cup after cup. Having heard that alcohol could alleviate sorrow, she felt compelled to give it a try. The energy drink was indeed extraordinarily potent. The bottle Li Mingqi provided was likely high grade. After downing one bottle, Gu Shuriwei surprisingly advanced to level 9. However, at this moment, she was no longer concerned about leveling up. To her astonishment, she discovered she was impervious to intoxication. How dull. After consuming 3 bottles of energy drink, Gu Shuriwei finally felt a slight dizziness. The sensation of mild inebriation was utterly delightful. She could not help but lament the ascetic existence she had previously endured. Indeed, venturing out with Li Mingqi was the right choice. Seeing that Gu Shuriwei had nearly reached her limit, Li Mingqi decided to wrap things up and guided her to the bathing center adjacent to the bar. Come, sister will take you to enjoy yourself. After a simple soak, Li Mingqi summoned 2 exquisitely handsome young men to provide massages. Gu Shuriwei felt as if she were in paradise. Once again, she marveled at how fortunate she was to be with Li Mingqi. After the massage, Gu Shuriwei looked at Li Mingqi with eager anticipation, curious about what the next program would entail. Li Mingqi smiled mysteriously. Let us head back to the bar. Gu Shuriwei, puzzled, asked, Are we going back to drink? Li Mingqi merely smiled in silence, prompting Gu Shuriwei to obediently follow. Upon returning to the bar, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. At the entrance, Gu Shuriwei could hear a chorus of cheers and shrieks emanating from within. Li Mingqi led her to a spot near the stage, where a performance by a stripper was underway. Although Gu Shuriwei was female, she found the spectacle captivating. The dancer was no ordinary performer. She was a level 10 female ability user. Gu Shuriwei watched in astonishment, incredulous that an ability user would take the stage as a stripper. How extraordinary! This is a squad leader from my team. She is currently searching for a partner. Li Mingqi is teasing Gu Shi. I ask this really how one finds a partner? Won't other men see everything? Gu Shuriwei is utterly perplexed. So what if they see? We are so beautiful. We are meant to be admired. Li Mingqi declared with her head held high at this moment. The dancer's attire had been reduced to mere undergarments. The rest of the clothing had long been discarded onto the stage floor, eagerly snatched up by the men. However, it was evident that this dancer had her limits. After an exuberant display, she selected a lucky individual from the crowd on stage. The man was clearly taken aback, never expecting that such a beauty would choose him. He excitedly responded with a passionate French kiss. The audience below erupted in fervor, wishing they could take his place. In the end, the man hoisted the dancer up in his arms, preparing to spend a delightful night together. Next to grace the stage was a man, also quite handsome, performing seductive dance moves, shedding his garments one by one, revealing his splendid physique. Li Mingqi calmly provided commentary for Gu Shuriwei, ultimately lamenting, If I weren't accompanying you today, I would have chosen him. Gu Shuriwei was left speechless. Is my sister really this adventurous? In the end, the male dancer was whisked away by a female ability user. The stage was now filled with both men and women, and Gu Shuriwei was thoroughly entertained. For the 3rd time, she reflected on how dull her previous life had been. Unfortunately, having been so accustomed to following the rules for many years, she found it difficult to break free from her constraints. Seeing that Gu Shuriwei had no inclination towards such matters, Li Mingqi escorted her back. Just before leaving, Gu Shuriwei eagerly inquired of Li Mingqi, Sister Ming, Will there be more tomorrow? Li Mingqi stifled a laugh. No, if I bring you again, I'll be hunted down by all the experts in Kyoto. Heaven knows how many people looked at me with murderous intent today. These fellows dare to claim ownership before even catching me. Gu Shuriwei didn't quite grasp Li Mingqi's words, but upon learning that there were no plans for tomorrow, she felt quite dejected for a moment. Li Mingqi leaned closer to her ear and said, You know the place. You can go by yourself in the future. Gu Shuriwei's eyes lit up, realizing, yes, I can go by myself. The leader had no idea that he intended for Li Mingqi to help Gu Shuriwei emerge from her sorrow. But instead, she had expertly guided Gu Shuriwe down an entirely different path. Who knows if he would regret that? Sister Ming, can I join your mercenary group? Gu Shuriwe suddenly thought that joining the Blood Rose mercenary group would be a splendid choice. Filled with so many fun-loving sisters, she would never feel lonely again. Li Mingqi was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected joy. Of course, from now on, you shall be our honorary elder of the Blood Rose mercenary group. You won't need to do anything. Simply acknowledge yourself as a member of Blood Rose. How could such a living advertisement be overlooked? Gu Shuriwe was elated. Thank you, sister. Can I visit the group tomorrow? Of course, I will personally take you. It was a joke. Now that she was one of their own, she must ensure she was well treated. Ting stared in disbelief at this scene, watching as the little girl he held in his palm was spirited away by his fierce ex-fiancé, and he was utterly powerless. As Li Mingqi left, she cast a disdainful glance at him, giving him the middle finger. Ting felt even more dejected. Gu Shuriwe was exceedingly exhilarated that night, even granting Ting a few smiles. Unable to sleep, she released a considerable amount of level 3 water. By her estimates, she could produce 80 liters of level 3 water daily. She alone surpassed the global output. Her level 9 skill, Water Mirror Technique, allowed her to condense water into a mirror to observe distant scenes, a rather useful reconnaissance ability. Gu Shuriwe was thrilled, but unfortunately, she had no one to share her excitement with. She pulled out Huiyu's red tassel spear and murmured, I've reached level 9. If only you were here, I wouldn't have to choose anyone else. Although reaching level 9 was indeed a commendable achievement. For Gu Shuriwe, the urgency of selecting a partner loomed large. Otherwise, she risked being trapped at level 9 for life. While Gu Shuriwe herself was indifferent about leveling up, what about the nation? The country would not permit her to remain stagnant at level 9. For other water deities, leveling up might not matter much, but for her, it was of paramount importance. With each level she ascended, her production of level 3 water would double. Moreover, the leap from level 9 to level 10 represented a significant advancement, potentially ushering in a qualitative change. Furthermore, as ability users advanced in level, their vitality increased. Studies indicated that level 10 ability users might live to be 200 years old, while those at level 20 could reach 400 years. And level 30 might even extend to 800 years. How could the nation allow her to live a short life? Chapter 36. Blood rose in the early morning. Gu Shuriwe was roused by her alarm clock. In the planting fields, the hired workers had already begun their tasks. She had previously decided to plant only sweet potatoes this time. Sweet potatoes were a high-yield crop that rivaled potatoes, also classified as level 3. This conclusion was reached after discussions with experts. Only by first addressing basic needs could she consider cultivating higher-tier alien plants. Now, some of the level 3 water would also be allocated for agricultural use. And even the Agricultural Research Institute had sold seeds soaked in level 3 water. As long as Gu Shuriwe continued to supply level 3 water, the issue of food security in Huagua would soon be resolved. Early in the morning, she produced 20 liters of water, all of which she handed over to the newly arrived little puppy. Gu Shuriwe was hardly interested in remembering his name. All day long, he gazed at her with pitiful puppy eyes, as if she were a heartless woman. It was utterly annoying. After breakfast, Li Mingqi came to pick her up. Gu Shuriwe dressed conservatively today, having grown accustomed to it. She disliked being the center of attention. It was likely a matter of personality. Zayu, today our mercenary group will have some uninvited guests, so you need not worry about my face. Do as you please. Li Mingqi's greatest virtue was her straightforwardness. News about Gu Shuriwe visiting the Blood Rose mercenary group had leaked, resulting in a swarm of visitors eager to pay their respects. She had pushed away all those she could. But for those she couldn't, there was no alternative. In the end, Gu Shuriwe would have to face them on her own. Upon hearing this, Gu Shuriwe felt a sense of trepidation about today's battlefield. Although she was a bit apprehensive, she had the backing of her nation, and no one dared to force her. Having lost Huiyu, her only vulnerability had vanished. These individuals posed no threat to her. Sister Ming, no need to worry. We will enjoy ourselves. Oh, Zayashu, you're making progress. That's the spirit. Men are merely a seasoning in life. Enjoy them when happy, and send them away when not. Li Mingqi tossed her long hair. Alluringly addressing Gu Shuriwe admired Li Mingqi, wondering when she would reach such heights as Sister Ming. Sister Ming, let us go. Gu Shuriwe completely ignored Ting and the little puppy beside her. Leaping into Li Mengqi's sports car as it sped away, the two men were left with no choice but to find a car to follow. The Blood Rose mercenary group was located in a skyscraper in the west of the city. And along the way, Gu Shiriyue saw countless valiant female ability users, some just returning from missions, others gearing up to depart, and some huddled in small groups discussing matters, creating a warm atmosphere. "Hello, leader. Greetings, leader," as Li Mengqi walked by. She was greeted by a stream of familiar faces. She merely nodded lightly, striding forward with confidence, exuding an aura akin to a powerful career woman. Meanwhile, the slow-paced Gu Shiriyue had to jog to keep up with her. Noticing that Gu Shiriyue was struggling to keep pace, Li Mengqi paused for a moment, casting a sympathetic glance at Gu Shiriyue's short legs. "Zaishu, you really need to pick up your speed." Gu Shiriyue, feeling embarrassed and indignant, replied, "Sister Ming, I wish I had long legs too, but alas, my parents didn't bless me with them." "Huh. Zaishu, you're truly adorable. Don't worry, I'll take care of you from now on." Li Mengqi wrapped an arm around Gu Shiriyue, exuding an air of confidence. Gu Shiriyue's face flushed. At this moment, she truly adored Li Mengqi. Leader Li, is this the famed Gu water deity?" "Hello, I am Li Yunrui, the grandson of Finance Minister Li Gang, Gu water deity. I am Wang Rei, heir to Tianyu Group. Gu water deity, it's an honor. Here is my business card. May I invite you to dinner?" Just as they entered the lobby, several men approached. Li Mengqi's face turned cold. "Gentlemen, I have a distinguished guest today, so I cannot entertain you. Feng Shui, please arrange for these young masters." Immediately, a muscular young woman stepped forward behind Li Mengqi. Speaking earnestly, "Gentlemen, I will be your hostess today. Do you have any objections?" Feng Shui performed a few warm-up exercises, her joints cracking, causing the young heirs before her to immediately retreat. "Ha! Of course not. It is our honor." Yes, it is indeed our honor." Li Mengqi, with Gu Shiriyue in tow, directly entered the elevator. No need to waste any pleasantries on these inept heirs. The real headache lies above. Gu Shiriyue nodded. These individuals seemed rather superficial in terms of their abilities and did not appear to be formidable opponents. "I'll take you to the HR department to get you set up. Then we'll tour around." The onboarding process was swift. She merely filled out a form and provided some personal information. After all, she was a specially recruited talent by the leader, so all procedures were simplified. Gu Shiriyue even received elder benefits, a full set of level 10 equipment, which she could use once she leveled up. "Let us go. I'll show you around our Blood Rose mercenary group." Having already seen the first and second floors, which housed the lobby where members gathered to exchange tasks and assemble, the third to seventh floors consisted of training rooms, and you will have your own private training room. "I'll take you there." Gu Shiriyue's private training room was on the 7th floor, equipped with a quiet room, an energy detector, and a lounge. Gu Shiriyue surveyed her surroundings but chose to remain silent, for she was likely unfamiliar with this place. The offices from the 8th to the 20th floor were varied, and her own office resided on the 20th floor, sharing the same level as mine. Li Mengqi guided her through the various offices, formally introducing Gu Shiriyue as an honorary elder. Henceforth, she would be able to navigate freely within these walls. Soon, a little secretary would be selected for you from the secretarial department. Gu Shiriyue was quite intrigued. It seemed she had become a significant figure who required a secretary. The secretarial department was filled with various lower-tier female ability users, and even included a few ordinary women. Do not underestimate these ordinary women. Each possesses a unique skill and serves as my right and left arms. Li Mengqi, concerned that Gu Shiriyue might look down upon the ordinary women, preemptively cautioned her. "How could that be? I was once an ordinary person too. Aside from the infants born in recent years, no one is born an ability user. All awaken their powers later in life. Who is more noble than whom?" Gu Shiriyue was merely an honorary elder. When selecting a secretary, she only needed someone capable of conveying messages. Thus, she disregarded the information Li Mengqi presented and directly chose a middle-aged ordinary woman named Li Hongxia. Sister Xia is older and only excels in document management. Would you not prefer to choose another? Gu Shiriyue shook her head. She is the one. I find her pleasing to the eye. I do not have much for her to do. She merely needs to help relay messages. When Li Hongxia saw that Gu Shiriyue had chosen her, her face lit up with excitement. It is worth noting that competition within the secretarial department is fierce. Being aligned with the right superior, not only results in an immediate salary increase, but also elevates one's status in accordance with that superior's standing. Gu Shiyue's position is not to be underestimated compared to Li Mingqi's. This was a remarkable opportunity for her. Sister Xia is actually my distant relative. Her husband passed away, leaving her to raise 2 children alone that I selfishly brought her in to assist her, so she is truly not suitable to be your secretary. Li Mingqi lamented, expressing her exasperation at the unexpected choice of Sister X. Gu Shiyue understood. It is all right. I do not lack for personnel. This arrangement is quite satisfactory. Thus, Sister Xia became her secretary and moved into the outer office. Chapter 37. The promised Sister Xia was diligent, quickly helping Gu Shiyue tidy up the office and gather the necessary items. She even relayed the recent important events of the mercenary group to Gu Shiyue's communicator. Gu Shiyue was quite pleased with her. That was sufficient. Her office spanned approximately 100 square meters, spacious indeed. It boasted a large floor-to-ceiling window, offering a breathtaking view of the surroundings. From this location, even the outskirts of the city were visible. Thanks to the large energy array utilized by Kyoto, the threat of aerial attacks from beastly birds was mitigated, making tall buildings quite common. Gu Shiyue was quite fond of this floor-to-ceiling window. Let us proceed. We should meet with those guests. Li Mingqi, feeling somewhat helpless, acknowledged that Gu Shiyue was the one in charge of her office, and she could not oppose it. Gu Shiyue nodded. After Huiyu's death, she had known that this day was inevitable. Just yesterday at the bar, she had sensed several scrutinizing gazes. The moment she pushed the door open, the atmosphere of a battlefield enveloped her. The 3 individuals in the office immediately reigned in their formidable presence. They all rose to greet Gu Shiyue. Captain Li, might I trouble you to introduce us? The speaker was a man clad in a silver suit. Li Mingqi, rarely serious, grasped Gu Shiyue's hand and said, "This is the water goddess Gu Shiyue. I trust you are all well aware of her identity, so I shall not elaborate further." The 3 of them nodded with restrained respect. The one who had just spoken was Long Tai, the captain of the Longting mercenary group, a level 29 ability user, unmarried, and with 3 former girlfriends. Li Mingqi's introduction clearly carried a hint of malice, as the Longting mercenary group was one of their competitors. Long Tai frowned. Water goddess Gu, while I have had 3 girlfriends, all our separations were amicable, and I have no lingering ties with my exes. You may rest assured. Gu Shiyue maintained a stoic expression. Assured? What concern was that of hers? She was not the least bit interested. Why should she care about someone she had just met? The man dressed in black was Hong Ru, a master of weapon forging and a level 19 powerhouse, who had no romantic history. Li Mingqi remarked teasingly, causing Hong Ru, a towering figure at 190 cm, to blush furiously. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xie Yan, a level 29 ability user and a major in the military, assigned as the personal bodyguard of the water goddess. The man in military attire who had been seated at the back stepped forward, introduced himself, and paused momentarily to add, I had 1 wife, also a soldier, who fell in battle. Gu Shiyue could not ignore this individual, as he was appointed by the state to be her bodyguard. Then you shall accompany me to the estate. The other 2 felt somewhat out of sorts, as they were all esteemed individuals, unaccustomed to being so overlooked. Gu Shiyue noted that these 3 shared a common trait. Their energy was exceptionally vibrant, akin to flames dancing, ready to erupt at any moment. Water goddess, as long as you marry me, you will become the captain's wife of Long Tai, commanding 30,000 ability users at your whim. Long Tai presented his offer, which could be considered mere empty words. Even Li Mingqi cast him a disdainful glance, and no amount of expensive cologne could mask his charming rogue demeanor. Long Tai appeared slightly embarrassed. After a prolonged silence, he added, I will cherish and protect you for a lifetime, ensuring you endure no grievances. Li Mingqi directly raised her middle finger, indicating that he had offered nothing of substance thus far. Water goddess, I am a master of weapon forging. Should you marry me, all my assets can be transferred to your name. Hong Ru provocatively glanced at Long Tai, labeling him a miser. This time, Li Mingqi remained silent, clearly acknowledging that Hong Ru's proposition was quite appealing. Xie Yan pondered for a moment and said, Water goddess, I am a soldier and may sacrifice my life at any moment. I cannot promise you anything. However, as long as I draw breath, I will protect you with my life. This promise was heartfelt, and Li Mingqi gave him a thumbs up. Gu Shuriwei regarded him with interest. Gentlemen, I comprehend your intentions. However, I am not yet prepared to embark on a new romantic relationship. Therefore, I regret that I cannot respond to any of you. Bringing marriage to the negotiating table made Gu Shuriwei exceedingly uncomfortable. Moreover, her heart was still occupied by Yu. To enter into a new relationship before her heart had healed would be an extreme irresponsibility to both herself and the other party. Water Goddess, I understand. Today, I merely wish to make your acquaintance. It would be even better if I could invite you to dinner sometime. Here is my business card. You may visit me anytime for weapon forging. The large man, Hong Ru, was quite earnest, and Gu Shuriwei felt no aversion towards him. She accepted his business card, even adding him as a friend, before he took his leave. The remaining two, Long Tai and Xie Yan, were not inclined to depart. Long Tai, possessing a thicker skin, persisted that I had thought the water goddess would be akin to the illustriously president, but I did not expect someone so beautiful and gentle. It just so happens to be mealtime now. Would it be too much honor to invite you to dinner? Long Tai, truly a man of experience, effortlessly showered her with compliments that were not at all displeasing. No need, Captain Long. I must escort General Xie back shortly. Gu Shuriwei was not fond of him. Even if she were to seek companionship, she would not wish to find someone with a complicated romantic history. What a pity! I hope to have the pleasure of your company tomorrow. Tomorrow, I am also unavailable. Long Tai remained undeterred. How about I come to pick you up for a shopping trip the day after tomorrow? No need. I have no time for shopping. Then, I must say, Captain Long, can you not take a hint? Sister Shuriwei's made her stance quite clear. Interjected Li Mengqi, unable to suppress her sarcasm. The two mercenary groups were already rivals. Their private skirmishes were particularly fierce. Today, allowing him to enter Blood Rose was certainly at a significant cost to him. Now, it was his own failure to capture Gu Shuriwei's interest, which was not her concern. Long Tai's face paled as he realized he had become a source of amusement, yet he was unwilling to give up on Gu Shuriwei and stated, "In that case, I shall not intrude any further. I will visit in a few days, hoping for an opportunity to speak with you privately." Gu Shuriwei remained silent, disinterested in engaging him. Long Tai forced a smile. "It is getting late. I shall take my leave." Sister Shuriwei, until next time. Long Tai exited hurriedly, clearly unable to contain his emotions. He is all talk, Sister Shuriwei. You must keep your eyes wide open when choosing. Do not be deceived by empty promises. Li Mingqi could not help but belittle him. Gu Shuriwei nodded. Sister Meng, I truly do not wish to pursue a romantic relationship at this time. Let us wait a while longer. Why? Do you intend to remain faithful to Huiyu? Li Mingqi inquired curiously. No, I simply feel that he is not dead. Gu Shuriwei replied candidly. Chapter 38. The bright Emperor Li Mingqi propped her chin in thought for a moment and said, To my knowledge, he is indeed deceased. There were eyewitnesses at the scene who saw him struck in a vital area, leaving no possibility for survival. Xie Yan, what is your opinion? Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Yan stated, according to the reports. He is indeed dead. The chances of survival are nearly non-existent. Gu Shuriwei's tears fell uncontrollably. I do not believe it. Without seeing his remains, I cannot accept it. Li Mingqi and Xie Yan exchanged glances. Utterly astonished that Gu Shuriwei could be so sentimental. What should they do now? For those living in the apocalypse, death had become an all-too common occurrence. They had grown accustomed to the notion of seizing the day, drinking freely today without a care for the morrow. Though the loss of a partner was indeed painful, they could swiftly readjust. After all, life must go on, and in the pursuit of advancement, finding a new partner was imperative. No one lingered in the past. Thus, Gu Shuriwei's state of mind was incomprehensible to them, leaving them unable to empathize. Zaishu, are you aware of how many newborns there were in Huagua last year? Li Mingqi inquired that Gu Shuriwei shook her head. Having never paid attention, less than 1,000. Li Mingqi sighed, that's so few. Gu Shuriwei was taken aback by such a low birth rate that, as far as she knew, despite the drastic population decline due to the apocalypse, the government of Huagua had implemented effective measures to protect its citizens, resulting in approximately 50 million survivors currently alive. That a birth rate of less than 10,000 meant that, on average, one child was born for every 50,000 people. This was largely due to the scarcity of women of childbearing age. Moreover, the higher one's abilities, the less likely they were to conceive. I had my child early. Do you think it was for fun? Why? Gu Shuriwei asked, bewildered that I feared that I might not be able to have more in the future. Li Mengqi lamented, as no one wished to be burdened while still young. Can you still conceive now? Gu Shuriwei knew that the other had a daughter, but had not given birth since, assuming it was due to contraception, that I probably can't. After my daughter was born, I sought out many men, but never became pregnant again. Gu Shuriwei was astonished. She still yearned for children, but only with a you. Do you think the women in our group seek out so many men for no reason? It's all for the sake of having children. Li Mengqi sighed that if all the women of childbearing age became widows after their men died, we wouldn't need enemies. Humanity would perish by its own hand. But I am merely a widow. How does that equate to the survival of our race? Gu Shuriwei found it difficult to comprehend. Because you are the water goddess. You are not an ordinary person. If you take the lead in mourning, the government's encouragement of marriage and childbearing policies will be hard to implement. Gu Shuriwei fell silent, realizing that her status as a widow made her a sinner in the eyes of the state and humanity. How absurd did that seem? What if I refuse to marry? Of course, you can. You are the water goddess, and no one will criticize you. Only others will follow your lead. Who sent you to play the messenger? Those men who wish to share your bed. Li Mengqi unabashedly revealed. Xie Yan, overhearing this, appeared to choke, coughing repeatedly. Li Mengqi and Gu Shuriwei regarded him as if he were foolish, yet he managed to compose himself. Let me think. I don't necessarily have to remain a widow. I just feel that a Yu is not dead yet, and I do not wish to betray him. Feel free to ponder. However, until you decide on a choice, those men will not rest. Will deciding truly quell them? Gu Shuriwei expressed skepticism. Sister, you must learn to revel in the admiration of men. Like me, I can choose a handsome man every day, selecting from whatever type I desire. They all strive to impress. Most importantly, you need not exert effort to placate them. Li Mengqi endeavored to draw Gu Shuriwei on her side. No thanks, I do not wish to be a bride every night. She was not that fickle. Why not hold a competition for suitors? Whoever wins, you shall go with, Li Mengqi suggested mischievously. Get away from me. What if that fellow Long Tai wins? Gu Shuriwei shot her a glare. Li Mengqi shuddered. Then let's forget it. I cannot push you into the fire. Aside from these few, are there others? Gu Shuriwei inquired. She wished to discern how many were interested in her. Disregarding the weaker ones, besides these few, there is actually one more capable contender. Li Mengqi hesitated before responding. Gu Shuriwei's curiosity was piqued. Why had this individual yet to make an appearance? Was it due to overconfidence or a lack of interest in her? You must be referring to Ming Di. Right. If it's him, we indeed stand no chance, Xie Yan interjected suddenly. Who is Ming Di? Gu Shuriwei's curiosity was ignited. Ming Di is one of the strongest in the apocalypse. It is said he has already reached level 40. He is a national treasure of Huagua, Xie Yan exclaimed, clearly a fan of Ming Di. He is not mistaken. Ming Di is indeed one of the strongest in the apocalypse. The key is that his romantic history is a blank slate. Li Mengqi laughed lightly, reclining lazily on the sofa while puffing on a cigarette. Gu Shuriwei was perplexed. Then how did he level up? Wasn't it said that only harmonious conjugal relations could lead to advancement? Because Ming Di is extraordinarily powerful. His physical form is robust enough to withstand the onslaught of volatile energies. His 3 advancements were all achieved through sheer will. Xie Yan spoke with admiration. So, it means that one can level up without a woman? Gu Shuriwei was hearing this for the first time. No, only Ming Di can. This time was Li Mengqi who answered, her tone unwavering. Clearly, she too was an admirer. However, he should not be interested in me, right? After all, he can advance on his own. Tisk. That's why I say, Sister Shuriwei, you are remarkable. Ming Di has expressed a desire to meet you in person. When did this happen? How come I was not informed? This was Xie Yan, who suddenly straightened up, lacking the courage to compete for a woman with Ming Di. Just now, half an hour ago. You may check your communicator, Li Mengqi said with a sly smile. Xie Yan hurriedly opened his communicator, and upon reading, he wore a bitter expression as he addressed Gu Shuriwei. Ms. Gu, I concede defeat. My appointment has been rescinded. I apologize for the disturbance today. Farewell. I wish you and Ming Di a harmonious union. Gu Shuriwei was bewildered that a mere title could scare him off. Zaishu, do not blame him. Anyone in his position would feel the same. No one can muster the courage to compete with Ming Di for a woman. Chapter 39. The female protagonist, but I have never even met him. Why would he suddenly wish to see me? I never considered myself particularly enchanting, and he has no interest in my abilities, so what could it possibly be for? Oh, do not be oblivious to your fortune. Do you not know that Gu Minjing, the water goddess, once publicly expressed her desire to marry Ming Di, only to be rejected? Why? Gu Shuriwei inquired. It is said that Ming Di does not wish to share a wife. The water goddess Gu Minjing already has 3 husbands. Yet even without a shared wife, he could still choose from many women. Gu Shuriwei was confused. Ming Di could easily select an exceptional woman without the worry of her seeking another man. The apocalypse did not force women into polyandry. It was all consensual. With Ming Di's status and abilities, why would he subject himself to such indignity? I do not know. You could always ask him directly. Li Mingqi felt a tinge of jealousy. Ming Di was the idol of all Huagua's citizens, and even a fleeting moment with him would provide her with a lifetime of bragging rights. He wishes to meet me, yet I remain unaware? Gu Shuriwei felt like a mere observer rather than the protagonist. Everyone else had received the news, yet she had not. Perhaps you should check your communicator again. Li Mingqi also found this improbable. Gu Shuriwei skeptically flipped through her communicator and indeed discovered that someone with the nickname Ming Di had added her as a friend yesterday. She had been so busy that upon seeing the unfamiliar number, she had simply declined. Is this person with the nickname Ming Di truly him? Gu Shuriwei regarded Li Mingqi with suspicion. Is his name really Ming Di? Li Mingqi coughed, nearly choking. My lady, you truly do not know who Ming Di is? Is it strange that I do not know him? Gu Shuriwei retorted defiantly, questioning why she should be expected to know him. Come, let me enlighten you on why everyone should know Ming Di. Li Mingqi took a deep breath and projected her wristwatch's display. Come, follow my lead. In the first year of the apocalypse, humanity faced a cataclysm, with only 1/10 of the population surviving. Survival was arduous. It was Ming Di who published the methods of cultivating abilities, allowing humanity to cling to existence. In the second year of the apocalypse, Ming Di traveled across the nation, aiding in the establishment of 10 large bases. Our Jingdu base was arranged entirely by him. Afterward, Ming Di entered a state of seclusion, no longer participating in major decisions, preferring to hunt high-level mutant beasts and plants alone. Last year, the level 40 boss, the giant Python King, which attacked the southern base, was slain by Ming Di. It was thanks to him that the southern base survived. Li Mingqi, a devoted fan, shared all the information she had collected about Ming Di with Gu Shuriwei. This is all my treasured information. You won't find it online. Gu Shuriwei noticed that Ming Di had a face full of stubble, obscuring his features, yet his gaze bore a strangely familiar quality. Do I know him? Gu Shuriwei pondered, scrutinizing Ming Di's image. He looked too familiar, but who did he resemble? She racked her brain yet could not recall. Li Mingqi gossiped with a hint of mischief. It is said that during last year's city defense battle, the Ming Emperor saved Gu Minjing, the water goddess, which led Gu Minjing to secretly harbor feelings for him, hoping he would become her husband. A classic tale of a hero rescuing a damsel. Gu Shuriwei raised an eyebrow. Is such a cliché story still in vogue? However, it is a pity that the beauty has offered herself, yet the hero does not consent. Indeed, many criticize the Ming Emperor for being ungrateful. In my opinion, he made the right choice in rejecting her. Li Mingqi pouted. Why? Gu Shuriwei was perplexed, for Li Mingqi was not the type to engage in rivalry among women. You have no idea. That Gu Minjing carries herself with an air of aloofness. It irritates me to no end. Li Mingqi held a rather low opinion of Gu Minjing. Isn't being aloof a good thing? Gu Shuriwei questioned. Isn't that a compliment? It is indeed quite admirable. She does not fight for anything, thus her sycophants do the fighting for her. Wanting nothing, naturally a horde of admirers brings her gifts. It is rumored that her water abilities were also obtained through such means. How could that be? Abilities can be stolen. Gu Shuriwei was taken aback. If abilities could be taken, then she would be in grave danger. Fear not. Your abilities cannot be taken away. What can be taken is not truly yours. Li Mingqi stated with calm assurance. What do you mean by not truly yours? Abilities can belong to others. Gu Shuriwei was increasingly confused. Tisk. Let me be blunt. I have heard that Gu Minjing's water abilities are not quite normal. She claims to possess dual abilities of space and water. Yet her spatial ability only allows for storage and planting, lacking any other skills. Her water ability merely produces water, with no additional skills whatsoever. Don't you find that odd? Not at all. This is simply the essential trait of a female protagonist. Does she think she is the destined heroine, only to discover there is another? Gu Shuriwei suddenly felt afraid. Fearing her origins would be uncovered, she must keep her identity a secret. If she is merely a supporting character, it is best to avoid any ties with the protagonist. Who knows if she might end up as cannon fodder. Then where did her abilities come from? Gu Shuriwei asked with a calm demeanor. It is said she has a cousin. Gu Minjing stayed at her home, and it was her cousin He Chi who was rumored to possess the dual abilities of space and water. However, it was later revealed that He Chi constantly bullied Gu Minjing, ruining her reputation, leading to her being jilted by her fiancé, abandoned by her family, and eventually tossed out of the city by Gu Minjing's admirers. Not long after, Gu Minjing awakened to the same dual abilities of space and water. The key point is, she also became the water goddess. Li Mingqi said with a knowing look. Only a fool would fail to see the hidden truths in this. It is glaringly obvious. How heartbroken must He Chi be? What kind of family and fiancé abandons her like that? So, the Ming Emperor rejected her because of her character. Gu Shuriwei questioned reasonably, though we all speculate privately. However, Gu Minjing was the only water goddess in Huaguo before, so everyone still respects her. Gu Shuriwei suddenly felt a fondness for the Ming Emperor. He truly is a discerning man, out of respect for the savior. Gu Shuriwei accepted the Ming Emperor's friend request. He immediately sent a voice message, and Gu Shuriwei, not shying away from Li Mingqi, opened it to listen. Yeah, I will arrive in Kyoto tomorrow, bringing you a gift. So wait for me. The Ming Emperor's voice did not match his image at all. It was somewhat deep, reminiscent of a cello. In the background, the sounds of beasts howling in agony could be heard, indicating he was still in battle. Gu Shuriwei turned her head to find Li Mingqi had already leaned on her shoulder, as if trying to peek into the screen. Sahasa Zaisho, you are my good sister. Right. Gu Shuriwei, feeling alert. What do you intend to do? Li Mingqi shook Gu Shuriwei's shoulder. Good sister. My request is in Tihai. Can you let the Ming Emperor have just one night with me? Just one night. Chapter 40. Night exploration. Gu Shuriwei was speechless. Sister Ming, wake up. I have no relationship with him. How can I let him? I don't care. Just have him record a ringtone for me, saying, Baby, I love you. Gu Shuriwei felt goosebumps rising, unable to tolerate this woman anymore. I take my leave. I'm going home. Li Mingqi stomped her feet in frustration, but could only see her off in full. Along the way, she complained about Gu Shuriwei's lack of loyalty, not sharing good things with her sister, blah blah blah. Gu Shuriwei was also speechless. She understood this was a clash of values, and she could not be bothered to argue. Whether the Ming Emperor is hers or not, she would never share him with anyone. Her view on love is exclusionary. That night, Gu Shuriwei had a dream in which a man with a beard affectionately said to her, Baby, I love you. Gu Shuriwei was instantly startled awake. Oh my, how terrifying. This is all Li Mingqi's fault. Since she could not sleep, she got up and condensed a barrel of level 3 water, as her abilities were abundant at the moment. Not to waste, this unplanned level 3 water became her stock. Recently, she had secretly stored over 100 liters of level 3 water. Gu Shuriwei estimated that with so much level 3 water, it would be sufficient for several warriors to upgrade from level 9 to level 10. If turned into potions, even more could be upgraded. Unfortunately, she couldn't use it herself. Truly, the healer cannot heal themselves. Gu Shuriwei opened the curtains, only to unexpectedly meet a pair of eyes staring back at her. Gu Shuriwei turned pale with fright. Do not fear. Yeah, I am Ming Emperor Yuhua, here to leave you a message. The man quickly explained. Gu Shuriwei looked at him suspiciously. The Ming Emperor was clearly bearded, yet this man had only a faint stubble, appearing clean and fresh. What proof do you have? Yuhua scratched his head and produced a level 40 water energy core, presenting it to Gu Shuriwei. This is what I just obtained today. Does it prove anything? Gu Shuriwei took a step back, glancing at the energy core. It was indeed a level 40 water energy core, likely freshly harvested, still carrying a hint of blood. Moreover, the energy surrounding him was exceptionally rich, though turbulent. It was tightly restrained. Only the Ming Emperor could achieve such a feat. Is it a bit presumptuous for the Ming Emperor to invade a woman's chamber in the dead of night? What of the Ming Emperor in her eyes? He was still a stranger. The Ming Emperor's face suddenly turned red. I just wanted to see you. I didn't expect you to wake up suddenly. At this moment, he realized his actions were quite inappropriate. Yeah, I will come back to find you when the sun rises. With that, he pressed the invaluable level 40 boss energy core into Gu Shiyue's hand and leaped into the darkness without alerting the manor's guards. Gu Shiyue calmly closed the window and drew the curtains, feeling utterly drained. Collapsing onto the floor, she thought, tonight she would not escape. Unexpectedly, it was the Ming Emperor who fled in a panic. What on earth is going on? Gu Shiyue lay on the floor for a while before managing to crawl onto her bed. Only then did she realize she was crying. You've left, and now others come to bully me. I miss you so much. Gu Shiyue fell asleep in her blanket, tears still flowing. What she did not know was that someone returned and sat on her rooftop all night, leaving only in the early morning. Gu Shiyue looked at her reflection in the mirror, her eyes swollen like walnuts, expressionless as she cast a water therapy spell. In just a few seconds, the swelling disappeared. Dressed neatly, she was still the respected water goddess Gu Shiyue. After finishing breakfast, a formal invitation from the Ming Emperor was presented. The butler did not dare delay and delivered it immediately. Even though Gu Shiyue was reluctant, she understood that a national-level powerhouse like the Ming Emperor was not someone she could afford to slight. Thus, she personally went to the door to greet him. This time, he arrived with great fanfare, not only bringing the #1 leader, but also a full convoy of supplies. Sir, what is all this? Gu Shiyue feigned ignorance of the Ming Emperor, not wanting anyone to know he had once intruded upon her chamber. Little Gu, allow me to introduce. This is Ming Emperor Yue, our nation's hero and pillar. The #1 leader cheerfully introduced. Oh, it is a hero. Gu Shiyue deliberately emphasized the word hero, laden with meaning. The Ming Emperor's face flushed slightly. Little Gu, won't you invite us in to sit? The #1 leader seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere between them and interjected. Gu Shiyue had to give face to the #1 leader. She welcomed him into the living room, where the butler served tea, while Huiting and the little puppy stood on either side of Gu Shiyue. Gu Shiyue frowned. What were these two up to? Standing behind her felt strange. You two can leave now. Huiting remained silent, while the little puppy looked up with tear-filled eyes. Gu Shiyue rubbed her temples. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, Huiting tried to explain, but Gu Shiyue did not want to listen. She did not need others making decisions for her. Leave. Huiting fell silent again, responding in a voice as light as a feather. All right. With that, he left in embarrassment, while the little puppy had already exited wisely. The #1 leader observed all this with a satisfied nod. Little Gu, men should not be indulged. What you did was excellent. After speaking, he cast a pointed glance at the Ming Emperor. The leader's words were indeed wise. Gu Shiyue thought so too. These two treated her home as their own territory. They appeared before guests without her permission. Who were they trying to show off to? Gu Shiyue possesses a profound sense of crisis. That little pup was never to her liking. And as for Huiting, she still had yet to settle the accounts with the whole family. She was merely letting things slide for the sake of Ayu. The Ming Emperor, standing nearby, desperately gestured to the #1 leader. But alas, the leader remained unfazed, continuing to engage in conversation with Gu Shiyue. Little Gu, I've heard that many talented young individuals have been courting you lately. Leader, I currently have no intentions of remarrying. Gu Shiyue stated candidly. Do not speak so definitively. Being alone can be quite lonely. Even if you do not wish to remarry, you can still indulge in a romance. The #1 leader was quite progressive. Gu Shiyue frowned. Leader, I have no desire for romance. The leader lightly furrowed his brow. Little Gu, in this apocalypse, we cannot afford to remain widows. If you find those unsuitable, fret not. I have an exceptional candidate in mind that you might consider. Gu Shiyue was aware of whom he was referring to. Yet she genuinely did not wish to pursue a relationship. Not even the Emperor of Heaven could sway her. Leader, is Ayu truly dead? At her question, the #1 leader was momentarily taken aback. He discreetly glanced at the Ming Emperor, who indicated with his lips, and thus replied, Indeed, he has passed away. Boom. Gu Shiyue felt as though she had been struck by lightning. The last thread of hope she had clung to dissipated at last. Ayu was truly gone. The #1 leader would not deceive her. Chapter 41. Enduring beatings, the number one leader shot a glare at the Ming Emperor, who, upon witnessing Gu Shiyue's expression akin to the sky collapsing, rubbed his nose, seemingly filled with regret. Gu Shiyue's state was so dismal that she began to usher them out. Leader, Ming Emperor, I apologize for my inadequate hospitality. Do you have any further matters to discuss? The leader and the Ming Emperor exchanged glances, surprised that they had inadvertently made a mess of things. Then we shall visit another day. Yeah, I mentioned bringing you some gifts yesterday. They are in the car outside. Do take a look. Poor fellow, he had only managed to utter a single sentence and was already being dismissed. Ming Emperor, your generosity is appreciated, but please take them back. Gu Shiyue only wished to be alone, reluctant to converse with anyone. As for the gifts from a stranger, she had even less inclination to accept. Regarding that level 40 energy core, she would certainly return it when the opportunity arose. Yeah, do you not appreciate the gifts I send? He asked pitifully. Perhaps I shall bring another batch tomorrow. A grown man speaking in such a wretched tone left Gu Shiyue momentarily stunned. Or do you prefer gifts from others? Gu Shiyue had forgotten her earlier desire for solitude and replied, Ming Emperor, you need not worry. My husband has just passed. I do not wish to accept gifts from any man, whether it was a mere illusion or not. A hint of a smile flickered at the corner of the Ming Emperor's lips. Yeah, rest assured, I am not like other men. You may accept it, or do you find me detestable? So much so that you refuse my gifts? The Ming Emperor's expression bore a hint of grievance, making Gu Shiyue feel as though not accepting his gift would be a disservice to him. However, given his unique status and the involvement of the number one leader, she felt compelled to show some courtesy. Gu Shiyue rubbed her temples in exasperation. Very well, I appreciate the Ming Emperor's gifts. This 3-level water shall serve as my token of gratitude. She produced 100 liters of 3-level water, estimating it would suffice to match the value of the energy core. As for the items in the car outside, they likely held little worth, so the difference would not be significant. The Ming Emperor's lips curled into a smile. Yeah, your gift is truly delightful. The number one leader, seated nearby, leisurely sipped his tea, casting sidelong glances at him with an inscrutable expression. Thus, it is time for you both to take your leave. Gu Shiyue reiterated her dismissal. The Ming Emperor sighed, realizing he had no choice but to depart this time. Yeah, I shall return tomorrow, he stated, and before Gu Shiyue could refuse, he pulled the number one leader away. After the Ming Emperor's interruption, Gu Shiyue found that the weight of sorrow in her heart had lessened significantly. She retreated to her room and wept, only to be interrupted by a call from Li Mingqi. Zai, a significant event has transpired, Li Mingqi exclaimed excitedly. What is it? Gu Shiyue's voice still bore a hint of nasal congestion. Have you been crying? Li Mingqi inquired, her tone alert. It's nothing. I'm fine now. She cast a water healing spell on herself, instantly feeling rejuvenated. Upon hearing her normal voice, Li Mingqi dismissed her concerns and eagerly continued. A major incident has occurred. This morning, it is said that Yun Tung and Li Jingtian were beaten and thrown naked into a tavern. Along with them were Long Tai, Hong Ru, and Xie Yin. These three were stripped and thrown onto the beds of female ability users. Isn't that a remarkable coincidence? I happen to know all of them. Who was responsible for the beating? Unknown. However, it is rumored that someone saw the assailant resembling the Ming Emperor, but this claim was quickly dismissed by everyone. What kind of person is the Ming Emperor? A national idol, a top-tier expert. How could he possibly do such a thing? Clearly, someone is attempting to tarnish his reputation. Li Mingqi asserted without a second thought. Gu Shiyue fell silent. If he could invade rooms at night, how could he not engage in such actions? All of them were experts, so how could they be so easily subdued? The strange part of the matter was that these individuals remained tight-lipped about their ordeal. No one spoke about it. Is it possible they were threatened? Who could threaten them? Even the likes of Long Tai, I might not be able to defeat. Could it be your dear Ming Emperor? He possesses the strength to do so. Impossible. I warn you, even as my sister, you cannot slander my idol. Gu Shiyue was rendered speechless. The halo of the Ming Emperor as a savior shone so brightly. Yet the truth lay right before her, and Li Mingqi chose to feign ignorance. Then who do you believe it to be? For what reason? I suspect it's that loathsome Long Tai. He must be the one crying thief. As for the reason, he likely aims to intimidate the others. After all, they are all your suitors. But was he not unharmed? Gu Shirui questioned, given that his strength was comparable to Yunting's. It seemed unlikely he would silence Yuntung so easily. He was injured. He and Hongru Xie all sustained minor injuries. Only Yuntung and Li Jingtian were severely wounded. Then could he overpower Yuntung? They are evenly matched, I suppose. Long Time must have resorted to underhanded tactics, but isn't he also a victim? How can that be the same? His private life has always been chaotic among your suitors. He never stood a chance. After this incident, he is no different from the others. Gu Shirui felt like applauding Li Mingqi. Her logic was impeccable. Does the Ming Emperor have an alibi? None. Who would dare to question him? Does no one harbor suspicions about him? Of course not. I mean, what's wrong with you? Do you have an issue with the Ming Emperor? Li Mingqi pressed, growing anxious that Gu Shirui was at a loss for words. Was the person's vision clouded? Their conversation ended on a sour note. Gu Shirui went online to search and indeed found the figures of those individuals trending, scrolling down the comment section. Various conjectures appeared, all seemingly rational, leaving Gu Shirui in a daze. Yet no one suspected the Ming Emperor. Even if someone occasionally mentioned him, it was always in admiration, and not a single soul questioned his innocence. Using a secondary account, Gu Shirui posed a question. Why is it impossible for the Ming Emperor to be involved? She was immediately drowned in a flood of comments, and before long, discovered her account had been reported and banned. Staring at the barrage of insults hurled at her family, she expressionlessly deactivated the account. How outrageous! So the Ming Emperor was indeed a national idol in this apocalypse. Was this the reality where he faced no suspicion? Even though he had left no room for doubt. You dealt with those individuals? Gu Shirui opened the chat with the Ming Emperor, leaving a message. She saw that he was typing, expecting a swift reply. Yet he continued to type for an extended period before finally responding with a simple, yes. Chapter 42. Dominance, is that it? Gu Shirui was left speechless, having anticipated a lengthy explanation, but all she received was a single word. They had wronged me before. They are not good people, the Dio not be deceived by them. The Ming Emperor quickly added, seemingly anxious that Gu Shirui might misunderstand. This made sense. Why would the illustrious Ming Emperor engage with such individuals? However, his methods were rather perplexing. If they were enemies, one would expect him to eliminate them or give them a good beating, so why throw them onto the beds of women? Gu Shirui felt that the Ming Emperor's approach was somewhat juvenile. Despite his otherwise aloof demeanor, yeah, I possess a brewing legacy. Would you like it? Gu Shirui's eyes lit up. She had been searching for a brewing legacy for quite some time and had yet to find one that satisfied her. The legacy the Ming Emperor could provide would undoubtedly be exceptional. I would love to have it. How do you plan to sell it? I will come and pick you up for dinner shortly. We can discuss it while we eat. Given the Ming Emperor's long-standing reputation as a formidable figure, Gu Shirui had no reason to suspect any ulterior motives and thus readily agreed. She changed into a white dress, paired with white flat shoes, leaving off any accessories, save for a white handbag. Since receiving the news of Huiyu's passing, she had not donned colors other than black or white. Emperor Ming indeed appeared punctually at the entrance of the estate, and the guards dared not obstruct him. However, he prudently refrained from entering. When Gu Shirui emerged, she beheld him casually leaning against the car door, a bouquet of flowers in one hand, clad in sunglasses and a sleek black combat outfit, with his long legs strikingly prominent. Gu Shirui couldn't deny that Emperor Ming possessed an exquisite appearance, one that eclipsed even the charming Long Tai and the affectionate Yun Tung by a considerable margin. At least, from her aesthetic perspective, he was undeniably handsome. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Gu Shirui often felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when gazing at Emperor Ming, despite having never encountered him before. After a prolonged wait, he presented her with a bouquet of red roses, his intentions unmistakably clear. Gu Shirui hesitated momentarily before accepting it nonchalantly. After all, receiving a bouquet did not signify anything significant, and she preferred not to argue over such trivial matters. Emperor Ming arrived in a formidable armored vehicle, undeniably cool, yet quite tall, which posed a challenge for her to step up into. Especially in a skirt, when he observed her predicament, he instinctively moved to assist her into the car. With a steely resolve, Gu Shirui wrapped her skirt tightly around her and climbed aboard. Fortunately, her skirt reached her knees, barely ensuring she avoided any embarrassing moments. Though her assent was less than graceful, she found herself unconcerned about appearances. Emperor Ming's hand lingered in midair, while the surrounding guards stifled their laughter with great difficulty. With a touch of melancholy, Emperor Ming said, "Yeah, you could have waited for me." Gu Shirue blinked, feigning ignorance. Her life motto was, "Never trouble others for what one can do oneself." The rendezvous was set at a couple's restaurant, teeming with pairs of lovers, which made Gu Shirue quite uncomfortable, as it was rather presumptuous of him to choose such a venue. She halted her steps, inquiring, "Could we perhaps change the location?" Emperor Ming cleared his throat lightly. "The cuisine here is exquisite. It is not exclusively for couples, and besides, I reserved a private room, ensuring we won't be disturbed." With his words laid out so plainly, Gu Shirue found it difficult to maintain her reluctance. Indeed, the private room he had booked offered a commendable degree of seclusion, yet it featured a floor-to-ceiling window, showcasing the bustling street outside. The waiter entered in succession, bringing forth the dishes, evidently having prepared meticulously. "I ordered a few dishes. Do peruse the menu and see if there's anything you fancy," he suggested. Gu Shirue glanced at the menu, delighting in the array of her favorite dishes, and finding the portions ample, replied, "I have more than enough." Emperor Ming then closed the menu, instructing the staff to serve the hot dishes promptly. "Could you possibly elaborate on the heritage of winemaking?" Gu Shirue preferred directness over convoluted conversation. "My given name is Yu Hua. You may call me Ahua." Referring to me as Emperor Ming feels rather odd. As he poured her a drink, Yu Hua continued, "Mr. Yu, might you share insights on the winemaking heritage?" Gu Shirue acquiesced readily, though why Yu Hua paused, exhaling a resigned sigh. "You are quite obstinate. This winemaking heritage was acquired from ancient relics. It is a comprehensive legacy, encompassing levels 1 through 60, superior to any current winemaking traditions in the country." Gu Shirue was elated upon hearing this. This was the winemaking technique she had longed for. "How might why you be persuaded to part with it?" "Quite simply, grant me the opportunity to court you." Yu was gaze bore into Gu Shirue's with fervor, but Gu Shirue frowned. "Then there is nothing to discuss." She feigned an intent to leave, but Yu Hua quickly restrained her. "You are overthinking. I merely wish for a chance. Please do not dismiss my approach before it even begins," he implored at Gu Shirue's side, having almost decided to walk away. "You must be aware of my circumstances. My husband has just passed, and I am not in a position to embark upon a new romance." "I understand. Yet, you require someone to shield you from unwelcome advances, and I am the most suitable candidate. My capabilities are ample, and I will not coerce you, as long as you bear the title of my wife. No one will dare to disturb you." Gu Shirue felt her heart flutter. God knows how bothersome those men had been lately. From every angle, Emperor Ming Yu Hua indeed appeared to be the ideal choice, albeit also the most difficult. Once she agreed, unless he willingly relinquished her, she would likely never encounter another man. Fortunately, she wasn't seeking a relationship at present. If he could serve as a shield, that would be splendid. The only concern remained: would he truly refrain from coercion? She harbored doubts regarding his character. Yuan noticed the skepticism in her eyes and casually remarked, "If I were to coerce you, no one could stop me. Not even with a husband in the picture." Gu Shue's expression hardened. Indeed, therein lay the problem. He was formidable, and she was at a disadvantage, with him already fixated on her, leaving her no escape. What if I refuse? That would not pose a problem. Regardless, any woman Yu Hua, desire will not be allowed to slip away. Whether you agree or not, it matters little. Agreeing would be ideal, as it would be legitimate. If not, I shall simply take you by force. Yu would deftly place a piece of fish on her plate, meticulously removing any bones, uttering the most audacious words in the gentlest tone. Gu Shirue inhaled sharply. This man was exceedingly domineering. Before her refusal, Yu had maintained a boyish demeanor, devoid of any pretense. However, once she uttered the words of rejection, his aura shifted, becoming sharp and intimidating. "But I will not forget my husband. Are you certain you can accept this aspect of me? That is inconsequential. My affection for you is sufficient. After all, he is no longer alive, and you may cherish his memory freely." Yu replied nonchalantly, not believing that a living person could compete with the deceased. "What would you have me do?" Gu Shirue relented, feeling overwhelmed at why Yu paused, his expression one of disbelief. Yu agreed. "Not quite. I cannot reciprocate your feelings at this moment." I can only consent to explore a potential relationship. Yu's lips curled into a smile, unable to suppress his delight. That is sufficient. I believe, one day, I will win your heart. Gu Shiyue, witnessing his self-assured demeanor, felt an urge to deflate his confidence. Yet she held back, knowing she needed to secure the winemaking heritage first. She had expected him to propose a multitude of demands, yet to her surprise, he simply retrieved an ancient tome from his spatial storage and presented it to her. Gu Shiyue gently opened the book, discovering it indeed contained a complete winemaking heritage, encompassing recipes, the crafting of various winemaking tools, techniques, and ingredient selection, everything one could desire. The more she examined it, the more enamored she became, almost eager to begin crafting immediately. Perhaps I shall delve into it later. For now, let us eat. Yu helped her close the book, though Gu Shiyue felt a twinge of regret, sighing wistfully. Are you no longer interested in my company now that you have what you wanted? Yu feigned innocence. How could you think so? Gu Shiyue cast him a glance, noticing he seemed to revert to his earlier childish demeanor. She found his fluctuating expressions rather amusing. I am rather reserved. Aside from cultivation and gardening, I am not one to engage in conversation. It is not my intention to neglect you. Furthermore, I prefer to avoid social gatherings. Please do not invite me to such events. She was impatient to waste time on frivolous socializing, especially as she currently possessed the luxury to decline. Of course, no one can compel you. The wealth under my name is sufficient for you to live comfortably for 10 lifetimes. Tomorrow, I shall transfer a portion to your name. You may convert it to your own, or simply enjoy the dividends, whatever suits you. I do not require it. I believe in earning my keep. I am not in want of funds. Gu Shiyue firmly rejected his offer. Take it. Consider it your pocket money. Also, let us register our marriage after dinner. Gu Shiyue was taken aback. So soon? I have not agreed to that. You will remain unfazed if you do not wish to marry so hastily. That is acceptable. Nevertheless, the entirety of Huagua is already aware that you belong to me. Not marrying will not change that. What do you mean? Gu Shiyue felt an ominous premonition. Just take a look online. Yu replied with a mischievous grin. Gu Shiyue fumbled to access her wristwatch, which promptly displayed a headline. Shock. Emperor Ming and the water goddess spotted at a couple's restaurant. Suspected impending nuptials. Exposed. Intimate moments between Emperor Ming and the water goddess. The emperor's relationship revealed, and the female lead is none other than her. Official confirmation. Emperor Ming acknowledges his relationship with the water goddess. Gu Shiyue felt the world around her darken. This man had calculated everything today, regardless of her agreement or refusal, forcefully binding her to him. You did this on purpose. Gu Shiyue seethed. Indeed. Yu unabashedly admitted, continuing, there are too many who covet you. I had to clear the field promptly. Yu exuded a determined aura. Gu Shiyue inhaled deeply. Who would not feel disheartened when subjected to such machinations? You have gone too far. Yu smiled slightly, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Yeah, you must understand. My previous words were not meant to frighten you. If you reject me today, it will only lead to unhappiness for both of us, with no change in outcome. Why must it be you? Simply because I am enamored with you, having fallen for you at first sight. It is impossible. You had plotted this even before we met. Gu Shiyue's piercing gaze fixed upon him. Yu's body stiffened momentarily, only to break into a light chuckle. My Yeye is truly astute. No wonder she is the woman I have chosen. Just know that I genuinely love you and will cherish you for a lifetime. That should suffice. Why question the reasons? There is no love without cause in this world, and I refuse to believe otherwise. Gu Shiyue had always been clear-headed. She never wished to be a mere parasitic flower dependent on a man. Nor did she desire to be a fool. At this moment, Yu seemed to be in remarkably high spirits, moving closer to Gu Shiyue, taking hold of her small hand to toy with. Yeah, just consider it that I was captivated at first sight. After all, you fit perfectly into my heart. Gu Shiyue attempted several times to retract her hand, but to no avail. He held it firmly. Yeah, you've lost weight lately, which is concerning. You must eat more to replenish your strength. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiyue felt as if struck by lightning. She finally understood the source of that familiar feeling. When Yu acted childlike, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Huiyu. At this, Gu Shiyue ceased her struggles, gazing dreamily at Yu, repeatedly comparing their similarities. Both of them liked to call her Yaya. Their voices tinged with a hint of allure, as if steeped in deep affection. They both raised their brows, though Yu's was more radiant, while Yu was exuded a commanding presence. The way they looked at her was strikingly similar, filled with joy, yet Yu's was pure, whereas Yu was carried additional undertones. Yu had a beauty spot at the corner of his eye, and Yu bore one in a similar spot. From Gu Shiyue's perspective, their facial contours were quite alike. Most importantly, their tastes aligned perfectly. They both favored plump beauties. She recalled how Yu had insisted she should not lose weight, relishing in pinching her little belly. Alas, now Yu was no longer present, and her little belly had vanished. Yu, Gu Shiyue called out, her voice trembling. Yeah, what is it? Yu inquired softly, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, when Yu lifted his gaze. That sense of similarity vanished in an instant. Gu Shiyue also regained her composure. After all, they were ultimately different. It's nothing, Yu. Where are we headed next? Yu paused, seemingly surprised by the rapid shift in Gu Shiyue's attitude. Would you like to visit my residence? Where is it? Gu Shiyue asked with curiosity. How could someone's dwelling be called Ming Palace? Shouldn't it resemble a grand palace? Yet the palaces in the capital were all heritage sites. She had never heard of one called Ming Palace. Yu spoke meaningfully. You will know once you go there. Gu Shiyue nodded. Ever since she recognized his resemblance to Yu, she felt no aversion towards him. In fact, she was quite eager to see his home. Yu scrutinized Gu Shiyue's expression, seemingly puzzled. Yet her willingness to accompany him home was a significant advancement, filling him with joy. Then eat quickly. Once you're full, I will take you there. Gu Shiyue heeded his advice. And just then, the dishes were nearly served. The two enjoyed a delightful dinner together. Chapter 44. Ming Palace. After finishing their meal, Yu led Gu Shiyue down a deserted street, causing her heart to flutter. Do you live here? No. Close your eyes, Yu said mysteriously. Are you sure? In this dark, deserted street, you want me to close my eyes? Is he really not planning to knock me out? She thought to herself, but decided to proceed. With a wave of his hand, they suddenly appeared before a magnificent palace. Welcome to Ming Palace. Yu gestured invitingly, leaving Gu Shiyue utterly astounded. What is this place? This is my home, and it will be our home in the future. This palace is Ming Palace. Yu explained, and I meant, where is this? How did we arrive here in an instant? This surpassed her comprehension. This is my private space. Only I can unlock this realm, of course. Now you can as well. Yu hung a pendant around Gu Shiyue's neck, whispering in her ear. Yeah, this pendant is the key to Ming Palace. Just infuse your abilities, and you can teleport here instantly. From now on, you shall be the mistress of this place. Gu Shiyue was taken aback, immediately wanting to remove it. This is too precious. I cannot accept it. Take it. With this, should you encounter danger, you can teleport to safety. Be good and do not make me worry. Yu pressed her hand down. However, such a private space was of immense significance. She hesitated to accept it, not knowing how many treasures it contained. There is no however. You must understand that from now on, you are my Achilles heel. If anyone threatens me using you, it would be a serious threat. Do you wish for that? Gu Shiyue fell silent. Indeed, her combat prowess was lacking, and she felt like a burden. Then I will accept it for now. If you wish to reclaim it, just let me know. She realized she had tied herself to Yu's ship. From now on, as long as he did not let go, they would share both glory and disgrace. That day will never come, Yu said with conviction. Yet, Gu Shiyue was not so optimistic. Love always has an expiration date. And perhaps in a few years, he would find her dull and clumsy. She needed to prepare herself mentally for a potential withdrawal. Come, let me show you our home. Yu seemed incredibly excited, pulling Gu Shiyue along as he spoke. The palace before us is the only structure in this space. I have already transformed the interior. I will take you to see it shortly. Look at the vast fields outside the palace. They are currently empty. You can plant whatever you like, and that distant mountain holds numerous positively mutated plants. In this space, there are no negative mutations. You can plant with peace of mind, and that spring produces level 4 purified water, yielding about 10 liters daily. Gu Shiyue was astounded by Yu's words, completely overturning her understanding. A space exclusively for positive mutations. a spring yielding level for purified water daily. This place was undoubtedly a treasure trove. No wonder Yuhua could advance without a partner. She had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg regarding the treasures here. The tea tree by the spring produces enlightenment tea. Just one leaf can aid in enlightenment. You can pick some to try, and there is a tea room ready for use behind the palace. There were fruit trees. If consumed regularly, they would offer numerous benefits. I usually do not have time to tend to them, so it will be a task for you. Gu Shirui nodded, as she genuinely enjoyed planting. Managing a few fruit trees was a trivial matter. Now, let us enter Ming Palace. Do you live here alone? Yes, over the years, you are the second person to enter this space. So this space is an ancient cultivator's spatial artifact. What are you thinking? This is a space I personally cultivated and opened. It is not an external object. You are a spatial ability user. Gu Shirui paused. Were spatial ability users so common? Yes, didn't he know? Should I have known? Gu Shirui retorted. You should be the only person in all of Huagua who is unaware of me. Yu said with a hint of melancholy. His deeds had already been documented in textbooks for primary and secondary schools. It was indeed a first for him to meet someone who did not recognize him. Gu Shirui touched her nose. She was not a native of the apocalypse. How could she know? How many spatial ability users are there in all of Huagua? No more than 10, Yuhua asserted. What a coincidence. Yu is also a spatial ability user. So you are a spatial ability user. How can there be level 4 water in this space? Gu Shirui asked with curiosity. She had never heard of level 4 water, only knowing that water with a purity above 90 was level 3 water. How was level 4 water classified? Oh, I integrated a water spirit crystal into the space, which allowed it to produce a spiritual spring. Initially, it could only yield level 3 water, but it recently upgraded to level 4. Yu said nonchalantly. What is the difference between level 3 and level 4 water? To be precise, once it reaches level 4, the purity exceeds 99. The key difference is that level 4 water has gentle energy, devoid of volatile energy. Consuming it in small amounts can assist in advancing from level 19 to 20. And long-term consumption can aid in advancing from level 29 to 30. Yu patiently explained to her. How did you advance then? I heard people say you bore through it. Indeed, my physical body is strong enough to endure. But there are side effects. I lost my memory for a period after the last advancement. Yu glanced at Gu Shirui, continuing memory loss? Such a glitch trope. Indeed, the volatile energy impacted my body, and at that moment, I was attacked by enemies and sustained injuries, which led to my memory loss for a while. I just regained my memories a few days ago. Yu stated dismissively, as if the events had not transpired to him. Do you remember anything from the period of memory loss? I do. However, in everyone's mind, I had already become a ghost. That identity is no longer usable. Gu Shirui trembled all over. She wished so dearly that this person was her Yu. Yet she dared not ask, fearing disappointment. So you are my Yu? Gu Shirui's eyes brimmed with tears, and Yuhua wiped her tears away, saying, After regaining my memory, I sought vengeance at the first opportunity. Do not grieve for me. Gu Shirui gazed at him, repeatedly comparing and confirming, yet she still could not ascertain whether this person was indeed her Yu. During your period of amnesia, what was your name? Although it was a challenging endeavor, she finally managed to pose the question. My name is Wait a moment, as someone outside is calling for me, that I shall speak with you again later. With that, Yuhua led Gu Shirui into the streets of Kyoto. Standing before them was none other than Commander Li, who was anxiously pacing back and forth. Upon seeing Yuhua arrive with Gu Shirui, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yuhua glanced into the distance and remarked, A horde of mutated beasts is approaching Kyoto. I must go to assist, or else the Kyoto base may not withstand the onslaught. Allow me to escort you back to the estate. Chapter 45. Injured at this moment, it was safer for Gu Shirui to remain at the estate, while the space was indeed more secure. He could not bear to leave her alone there. Gu Shirui understood that this was not the time for sentimental feelings, and she nodded in agreement to Yuhua's suggestion with a swift movement. Yuhua transported Gu Shirui directly to the estate. That I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. If danger arises, retreat into the space. After saying this, Yuhua passionately kissed Gu Shirui, and only then did he vanish with satisfaction. In a daze, Gu Shirui recalled how Yu had done the same before. With the impending battle, she would not remain idle. She began to concentrate fully on condensing level 3 water. that night. News spread that a small base had been breached by the beast tide. This was the first base to fall this year, casting a shadow over everyone's hearts. Gu Shiriwe had thought that the apocalypse was nearing its end, believing humanity had discovered ways to combat the mutated beasts and plants, and that they would soon rebuild their homes. However, this news struck her like a lightning bolt. She had been far too naive. The reports repeatedly covered a place called the Hope Base, with drone footage revealing colossal mutated beasts running through the ruins of the city, as countless ordinary people wailed and cried, while the ability users charged bravely forward. Gu Shiriwe even caught a glimpse of Yu Hua, who was leading the charge, confronting a level 40 mutated tiger. Within the Kyoto base, survivors crowded the streets, gazing at the large screens atop the buildings, voicing their concerns. Will the Hope Base survive this crisis? Is Kyoto also in imminent danger? Bless us. Emperor Ming, save us. Damn these mutated beasts. Gu Shiriwe observed Yu Hua with anxiety, despite knowing his formidable prowess. She could not help but worry. That mutated tiger was enormous, capable of collapsing buildings with a single step. In its presence, Yu Hua appeared minuscule. He drew a silver spear, pointing it at the mutated tiger. Thus, the two faced off. What a coincidence, Gu Shiriwe murmured to herself, noting that Yu Hua's weapon was reminiscent of a Yu's. The battle between Yu Hua and the mutated tiger was fierce, with others and beasts wisely keeping their distance from the battlefield. Yu Hua was the first powerful ally to arrive for assistance, thanks to his spatial abilities granting him unparalleled speed. With a deafening roar, the mutated tiger shattered the remaining structures of the base with its sonic wave. The surviving ordinary people succumbed, bleeding from their orifices. Yu's fury ignited. How dare they commit murder before him? He thrust a spear forward, piercing the tiger's throat. The mutated tiger let out a mournful cry and quickly retreated. It was at this moment that it realized the man before it was no ordinary foe. Though it intended to flee, Yu Hua would not permit it. The mutated tiger, emboldened, lunged once more. Yu Hua struck its throat with his spear. The tiger whined and staggered back, truly wounded this time. Seizing the moment, Yu Hua pressed the attack, preparing to eliminate the mutated tiger. Just as he was about to strike, a flash of light erupted from the long fur atop the tiger's head, hurtling towards Yu Hua's face. Watch out! Gu Shiriwe could not restrain herself from calling out. Yu Hua was taken aback, having not anticipated that another beast lay hidden within the mutated tiger's fur. In an instant, it clawed his face, leaving him bloodied and disfigured. Seeking vengeance, Yu Hua was consumed by rage. That smaller mutated beast appeared to be a mutated fox. To his astonishment, it was the true mastermind behind the chaos. Now, Yu Hua faced two level 40 bosses, and the situation grew dire. The Emperor Ming was in peril. How could he possibly contend with two level 40 bosses? Would the Emperor Ming also fall? The Kyoto base was in grave danger. Nevertheless, Yu Hua was indeed the Emperor Ming, possessing an array of tactics at his disposal. He unleashed a spatial cage, ensnaring the mutated fox. Though the confinement lasted merely 2 seconds, it was sufficient for him to annihilate the mutated tiger. Indeed, with a single thrust, the mutated tiger fell, defeated. The once arrogant mutated fox now trembled in fear. Being one of the most intelligent beasts, it recognized the futility of its situation and surrendered, bowing before Yu Hua and voluntarily offering its energy core. Yu Hua observed the fox's small, pure white fur, admiring its beauty. He had initially considered bringing it back as a pet for Gu Shiriwe, certain she would adore it. However, upon realizing his bloodied visage, fury surged within him. The affront to his appearance could not go unpunished. He swiftly crushed the mutated fox's neck. One Gu Shiriwe was sufficient. There was no need for a pet. Gu Shiriwe was left stunned by his brazen actions. The voluntary surrender of a level 40 boss, and he had chosen to disregard it. Such a waste. With the boss defeated, the remaining mutated beasts became mere trifles. Under Yu Hua's command, the tide of battle swiftly turned. The beasts scattered in terror. Yu Hua pursued several high-level beasts, leaving the rest to the remaining ability users. Just then, the rescue team arrived. He vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood before Gu Shiriwe. Yeah, you were concerned for me. He noticed that Gu Shiriwe had been watching the live broadcast from the front lines. This meant she had been following his every move, caring for his safety. Yu Hua, bloodied yet grinning, presented a rather disheveled appearance. Gu Shuriwei was startled. The person who had just been on the battlefield suddenly stood before her. Anyone would have been taken aback. "Are you all right?" Gu Shuriwei anxiously grasped him, inspecting his injuries. She found that aside from the alarming wound on his face, he bore no other injuries. She finally felt relieved and used her water healing technique to treat him, though her level was too low for it to be effective. "Come here, let me clean your wound." She wondered if the mutated fox's claws had venom, fearing it might leave a scar. "All right." Yuhua was in high spirits. Bending down to allow Gu Shuriwei to tend to his injury, Gu Shuriwei frowned at the gaping wounds. "Why don't you know to apply medicine?" "I had no time for that," Yuhua replied earnestly. Gu Shuriwei sighed. "Don't move. Let me apply the medicine." She pressed Yuhua onto the sofa, fetching the medicine box to meticulously treat his wounds. As she applied the medicine, their faces drew uncomfortably close, to the point where they could feel each other's breath. Yuhua gazed intently at Gu Shuriwei, while her focus remained solely on his wounds. She retrieved a vial of medicine and administered it to him. While applying the medicine, she continued to use her water healing technique, tirelessly attempting to mend Yuhua's injuries. Although the effect was minimal, it was better than nothing. "What are you two doing?" Suddenly, Huating's voice rang out as he entered the room. From his perspective, it appeared as though the two were kissing, with Gu Shuriwei on top. He was momentarily taken aback by the shock. Chapter 46. Dismissal. Yuhua swiftly pulled Gu Shuriwei into his embrace, causing her to collide with his chest, akin to hitting a stone, letting out a muffled groan. "What happened? Did you hurt yourself?" Yuhua anxiously examined Gu Shuriwei for injuries, discovering that she had merely bumped her nose. Yet her tearful expression was undeniably pitiful. He gently rubbed her nose and took out a precious healing agent to apply to her. But Gu Shuriwei, now aware of the situation, stopped him. "This minor injury doesn't require healing. There's no need for the medicine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's all my fault." Yuhua pointed at Huating indignantly. "Who are you? Do you not know that unauthorized entry is prohibited?" Huating took a deep breath, realizing that his sudden interruption had startled the two. "My apologies, I thought. What did you think? Who allowed you to enter?" Yuhua adopted a belligerent demeanor, causing Huating to feel a mix of anger and amusement. "I am Ye's dedicated healer, naturally entitled to enter. And you are? You are now dismissed. Ye no longer requires your services." Yuhua had noticed Huating's lingering interest in Gu Shuriwei, yet out of consideration for her, he had refrained from taking action. "Sir, my appointment does not require your approval. I only heed Ye's wishes." Huating felt an invisible pressure from Yuhua and, despite the strain, spoke firmly. "Ye, he is not listening to me." Yuhua lowered his head, pitifully seeking Gu Shuriwei's support. Gu Shuriwei felt utterly helpless. Was this the Emperor Ming, a paragon of strength, the savior of humanity in the apocalypse, a supreme powerhouse whose temper flared at the slightest provocation? Even kindergarten children displayed more maturity. Gu Shuriwei inhaled deeply, realizing she would need to mediate this mess. "A Yu. Huating is a Yu's uncle. Could you, have you chosen him over me?" Yuhua's expression shifted abruptly, reverting to that of the cold Emperor Ming. From Gu Shuriwei's perspective, Yuhua's jawline tightened, and the cold glint in his eyes was chilling. Gu Shuriwei was taken aback by his demeanor. Was he a Gemini? His personality shifts were astonishingly fluid. "No. What I meant was that he hasn't done anything wrong. Dismissing him is excessive. Since my health has improved, I no longer require a healer. We can simply terminate the collaboration." "All right." Gu Shuriwei admitted to her cowardice. After all, she had heard that Yunting and his companions were still languishing in bed, unable to rise even amidst the beast tide. Yuhua's expression shifted visibly. "Since Ye has pleaded for you, so be it." With that, he began to playfully grasp Gu Shuriwei's small hand, oblivious to the world around him. "Ye, why?" Huating's face bore a wounded expression. "Has it only been a short while since a Yu's passing? And you've already changed your heart?" Gu Shuriwei had intended to have a serious conversation with him, but his accusatory demeanor left her utterly disheartened. "When I married Ayu, your family, the Hua clan, subjected me to countless humiliations, yet I chose to overlook them for Ayu's sake. Now that he is gone, I have no desire to see any of you from the Hua family again. Please leave." "Yeah, I did not," Huating hastily protested, only to be interrupted by Gu Shuriwei. "Did you not? You did not wish to keep me as your whole family's third-tier water production machine? Or perhaps you did not stand idly by while your family made my life difficult? Or maybe you did not shamelessly covet your own nephew's wife. Ting suddenly felt a rush of indignation. Indeed, every step taken leaves a trace. And how could Gu Shuriwen not know of his past deeds? She simply chose to overlook them out of respect for Huiyu. Yu cast him a sidelong glance. His expression decidedly unfriendly. Ji Shuriwe continued. Now that I propose to dissolve our cooperative relationship, it is merely to preserve your family's dignity. If you refuse, then let it be, as the Ming Emperor decreed. The Ming Emperor? He is the Ming Emperor? Ting staggered back, as if struck by lightning. I was unaware it was His Majesty. My apologies. I shall take my leave. He bowed deeply, offered his apologies, and promptly made his exit. Gu Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly the aloof Master Ting, the renowned alchemist? Surely, it must be a ruse. Looking at Yu Hua with suspicion, she asked, Did you threaten him? Yu Hua feigned innocence. How could I? I am the Ming Emperor. Perhaps he was frightened off by my title. Gu Shuriwe frowned. His reaction indeed resembled that of someone who had been intimidated by the Ming Emperor's name. Was the title truly so potent? Yu Hua took Gu Shuriwe's small hand and kissed it. Yeah, you truly underestimate your man's capabilities. With a somewhat smug expression, Yu Hua appeared rather juvenile, quite unlike a master. All right, there is a little puppy sent by the #1 commander outside. Please attend to him later. I find him rather bothersome. Yu Hua chuckled. Are you certain? This is an acknowledgement of my identity. In the past, I could only rely on strength to drive away competitors. Now, I have the endorsement of the rightful owner. Absolutely, Gu Shuriwe replied. What else can I do? The place is cleared, leaving only one. Yu was stealthily kissed Gu Shuriwe on the lips as a reward for Yu. She found it amusing. Had their roles slightly reversed? It seemed Yu had realized her previous reluctance had faded, and he grew increasingly audacious. After spending an entire night setting up a formidable array for the manor, Yu ensured it was truly impenetrable. Gu Shuriwe, meanwhile, busied herself with her training. She had not practiced all day, for at any time. Training should never be neglected. Feeling her cultivation advance a notch, she was quite pleased. After her bath, she leaned against the headboard and began to study brewing with ancient texts. When Yu entered, Gu Shuriwe was startled at why you. How did you get in here? Yu feigned innocence. Yeah, have you forgotten? You are my girlfriend now. How can I not come in? Did I not arrange a bedroom for you? I dislike that bedroom. I prefer this one. Then I shall yield it to you. As Gu Shuriwe rose, Yu pressed her back down. Yeah, I said I wouldn't force you, but I never said you could distance yourself from me so. You are being unreasonable, Gu Shuriwe retorted in frustration, the while Yu pecked her lips. Yeah, you are simply adorable. Get out. I will not. Yu tightened his embrace around Gu Shuriwe, deepening the kiss and letting his hands roam inappropriately downward. For reasons unknown, she found herself stirred by Yu Hua's advances. Yet psychologically, she could not surmount that mental barrier. Yu Hua, do not pressure me. Reluctantly, Yu Hua withdrew from her lips. Yeah, I do not pressure you. However, I absolutely cannot sleep separately from you. That is my bottom line. Yu Hua envisioned a beautiful future where they would share a bed daily, leading to inevitable sparks flying. Ye would eventually be his. Chapter 47. Authority Gu Shuriwe, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce. Refusing was futile, for she could not evict him. Yu Hua, satisfied, claimed half of Gu Shuriwe's bed. Upon awakening in the morning, she beheld the stunning visage beside her, momentarily lost in reverie, carefully tracing his features with her gaze. He bore no resemblance to Yu at all. Yet, why did he evoke such familiarity? Was he handsome? Unbeknownst to her, Yu had already awakened, grinning as he addressed Gu Shuriwe. Have you had breakfast yet? Not yet, waiting for you to join me. Do not wait for me. I enjoy sleeping in. That is fine. I am not hungry. Well then, that was a fruitless remark. The attentive butler promptly set the breakfast before them. And with Yu's presence, Gu Shuriwe's breakfast portions had significantly increased. She sampled a few items, leaving the remainder for Yu Hua, who devoured them all. Do not tire yourself today. Take it easy, Yu Hua insisted, wanting to spare her from exhaustion. All right, no brewing today. I plan to cultivate the entirety of your space. Seeing such a vast expanse of fertile land lying fallow was unbearable. How much grain could be grown there? Yuhua's spirits lifted, realizing Ye was treating the space as her domain. I shall assist you. Gu Shiriwa nodded, allowing Yuhua to bring some farming equipment into the space, and thus they commenced their work. Yuhua hopped onto the tractor and began plowing. Clearly, he had never driven such a vehicle before, but after a moment of study, he excitedly got the hang of it. With each round, his skills improved. And soon he was driving with remarkable speed. As he plowed, he even broke into song, prompting Gu Shiriwa to shake her head in resignation. It seemed heaven was fair. It had gifted him immense talent and strength, bestowed upon him striking good looks and physique, yet denied him a decent singing voice and sense of rhythm. The space was suitable for cultivating rice, and Gu Shiriwa instructed Yuhua to create some paddies, beginning with soaking the seeds. Once the soil was tilled, Gu Shiriwa was astonished to see the land transformed according to Yuhua's wishes, divided into paddies with ditches dug between them. Gu Shiriwa's eyes widened. What is this? Oh, the space is mine. Naturally, I am the deity here. It is all quite simple. Yuhua replied proudly. Then why did you use the tractor to plow? Wouldn't using your mind be faster? Gu Shiriwa questioned, perplexed. Well, primarily, I had never driven a tractor before. I wanted to try the feel of it. Childish. Yeah, you can actually control the space as well. Give it a try with your mind. Gu Shiriwa was taken aback. Yuhua was willing to share even the authority of the space with her. With a thought, she watched as the land began to shift and churn. How convenient. Next came fertilization and sowing. Gu Shiriwa directly rolled up the fertilizer bags and, suspended in midair, began to scatter the fertilizer below at first. She either applied too much in one spot or too little in another, creating quite a chaotic scene for a while. Ultimately, however, she became adept enough to distribute 3 to 4 bags simultaneously. Even Yuhua praised her formidable mental strength. Planting the seeds was a straightforward task. Gu Shiriwa followed the planting instructions, placing 1 seed every half meter. After finishing, she summoned a rain shower within her space. For a water-based ability user, controlling rain was inherently simple. Moreover, she had the assistance of spatial authority. In just half a day, the two of them had sown dozens of acres of rice. Just in time for noon, they exited the space for lunch, and after a brief rest, Yuhua clung to Gu Shiriwa. She thought she would struggle to sleep with him wrapped around her. But surprisingly, she found it quite comfortable. In the afternoon, Gu Shiriwa planned to harvest the fruits from her space. Yuhua mentioned he hadn't picked any for several months. He feared they might have spoiled. Angered, Gu Shiriwa shot him a glare. In the apocalypse, fruit was a luxury, and how much waste would it be if it rotted? The mere thought made her heart ache. Yuhua, aware of his fault, could only rub his nose in resignation. As Gu Shiriwa made her way to the back of the palace, she was astonished by the sprawling fruit trees all around. She had assumed there were only a few in the backyard. But Yuhua had not informed her it was such an extensive orchard. By her estimation, there were at least 500 peach trees, around 200 apple trees, and over 100 pear trees, all ordinary energy fruits, with levels below 10. Scattered among them were also some high-tier energy fruits, such as the snow spirit fruit, rumored to be a water attribute spiritual fruit that could nourish water attribute ability cores and soothe volatile energies. Classified as a level 20 high-tier fruit, which could fetch a price of 1,000,000 contribution points in the market. There were also void fruits, the best supplement for spatial ability users. Fortunately, there had been no waste, indicating Yuhua had come to harvest them on time. Gu Shiriwa also spotted a thunderfruit tree, a level 40 spiritual fruit, shimmering with lightning. Evidently, it was a thunder attribute spiritual fruit. This type of spiritual fruit was beyond her harvesting capabilities. With her ability at level 9, merely approaching the thunderfruit tree would result in her being struck to bits. Gu Shiriwa cast a sidelong glance at Yuhua. Are you certain I can pick these fruits? Yuhua rubbed his nose, having forgotten the potent treasures that lay in his backyard. Leave the fruits above level 10 to me. You can harvest the lower tier ones. Gu Shiriwa nodded in agreement. That was more reasonable. Since she could harvest with her mind, Gu Shiriwa was wise enough not to use her hands. After all, utilizing her mental prowess was both convenient and efficient, while also honing her mental strength. Once all the fruits were harvested, the afternoon had slipped away, and they had gathered several thousand tons of fruit that Gu Shiriwa was at a loss as to how to deal with it. So she asked Yuhua, only to learn that his subordinates would help manage it. Many of his enterprises could absorb the surplus. With that knowledge, Gu Shiriwa decided not to concern herself further. keeping only the high tier and a portion of the low tier fruits for herself, leaving the rest to Yu Hua, as they originally belonged to him. My subordinates inform me they are planning to hold an auction for this batch of fruits. Would you like to join? Not at all. The items at auctions are generally rare treasures, but regrettably, she truly lacked nothing at the moment. The state had provided for all her needs, while Yu Hua had offered her a plethora of delightful items to choose from. To be honest, the auction items were merely what she had overlooked. Rather than attending an auction, she preferred to inventory her own little treasure trove. It's good, after these past few days of hard work. I should rest well. Yes, tomorrow I wish to brew some fruit wine. Women generally have a penchant for fruit wine, so Gu Shuriwei resolved to produce a larger batch for herself, especially since she was immune to intoxication. All right, tomorrow I will go out, so you behave at home. In the evening, the two indulge in their affection once again. That in truth, Gu Shuriwei had ceased to oppose Yu Hua's closeness, yet she still held feelings for Huiyu. She felt that accepting Yu Hua like this was unfair to both Huiyu and Yu Hua. Thus, she could only maintain this awkward tension for now. The brewing of fruit wine was rather simple. Gu Shuriwei exerted little effort and managed to produce several large barrels. The fermentation time for fruit wine was shorter than that of beer. It was likely she would be able to enjoy it in a few days. The wines passed down through the brewing tradition were not ordinary. They all possessed certain beneficial effects, such as fruit wine, which could enhance beauty and nourish the skin. This was indeed a favorite among women. Gu Shuriwei eagerly anticipated the effects of the fruit wine, curious about its beautifying properties. That evening, when Yu Hua returned, Gu Shuriwei was already asleep. Thus, he could only regretfully embrace her and plant a kiss on her cheek. Accompanying her into slumber amidst her unconscious murmurs, a new day dawned, and it was time to harvest the sweet potatoes in the estate. Experts estimated that the yield of sweet potatoes would surpass that of potatoes. After all, sweet potatoes tended to be larger. Gu Shuriwei also assisted in cutting the sweet potato vines. Unlike potatoes, their vines lay flat on the ground, with little roots burrowing into the soil. Only a strength type or other high-tier ability user could uproot the vines. It was said that planting them had required considerable effort. Thankfully, the estate was equipped with many guards. Otherwise, sweet potatoes would have been unfeasible to cultivate. Gu Shuriwei had not anticipated that harvesting sweet potatoes would be such a labor-intensive task. She could only help sever the main roots, leaving the rest to the guard team. The one assisting this time was still Chief Li, whose hearty laughter could be heard from afar. Chief Li, aren't you busy? Busy? How could I not be busy? However, I cannot miss out on your bountiful harvest here. Other planting bases should now also achieve a 100 positive mutation rate, right? With your daily supply of level 3 water. It should suffice. Haha. Indeed, all have positively mutated. This year, Kyoto 1T be lacking in grain, but many small bases throughout Huagua are still in need. Our mission is far from over, Chief Li remarked, pondering when the issue of hunger would ever be completely resolved. Gu Shuriwei could not assist with that. Unless she advanced in rank, the yield from her level 3 water would remain fixed. As they spoke, the guards had already cleared a plot of sweet potato field. Unlike potatoes, sweet potato leaves are also edible, so nothing was wasted. Everything was neatly arranged. The Earth-type ability users began to showcase their prowess, turning the entire plot of land over, and the sweet potatoes lay scattered among the mounds of soil. Now, ordinary people could easily collect sweet potatoes from the hills of Earth. Chief Li beamed at the mounds of sweet potatoes, unable to contain his joy. What a harvest! Another bountiful yield. I must report this to Chief No. 1. The sweet potato harvest spanned 2 days before completion. The yield truly exceeded that of potatoes by nearly half, reaching an astonishing 350,000 tons. Additionally, there were about 1 ton of sweet potato leaves. This was undoubtedly another grand harvest. While the chiefs reveled in their joy, the internet erupted with praise for Dr. G. Gu Shuriwei's mood, however, was less than delightful. She had hit a bottleneck in her cultivation. The transition from level 9 to level 10 was a significant hurdle. For men, the violent energy could be too overwhelming, easily breaching their bodily defenses, leading to a catastrophic explosion. For women, however, the energy was too gentle, akin to a stagnant pool. Upon reaching that threshold, excess energy would automatically overflow, thus preventing any proactive advancement. Gu Shuriwei now sought to break through. The best way to do so was to find a partner. There were other methods, but they were harder to control. A misstep could lead to the same explosive fate as men. Cultivation had ceased to yield results. Naturally, Gu Shuriwei refrained from unnecessary efforts and began reading a book in the evening. Yeah, I'm back. Yu pushed the door open, spotting Gu Shuriwei sitting on the bed. Unable to resist, he stole a kiss before heading to take a shower. After his bath, he emerged wrapped in a towel, nonchalantly revealing his upper body, showcasing his exquisite muscles to Gu Shuriwei's eyes. Unable to help herself, she reached out to touch. His muscles were indeed remarkably firm. Yu let out a low grunt, his voice husky as he said, "Yeah, you can ignite the fire, but don't extinguish it." How cruel. Gu Shuriwei withdrew her hand, realizing it seemed somewhat inhumane. Infuriated, Yu playfully tussled with Gu Shuriwei, lifting her nightgown. Ultimately, it was Gu Shuriwei who flusteredly called for a halt. Yu Hua, deflated, rested on Gu Shuriwei. "Yeah, don't make me wait too long." Gu Shuriwei felt a pang of guilt. She had agreed to give their relationship a try. Yet she remained unable to break through the emotional barrier within her heart, which was indeed unfair to Yu Hua. Let me think. She always felt Yu Hua bore a resemblance to Huiyu. Yet they were undeniably different individuals. She feared unintentionally mistaking Yu Hua for Huiyu's replacement, transferring her feelings onto Yu Hua. Gu Shuriwei resolved to use a level 10 non-attribute energy core to aid her advancement. According to her calculations, she would need at least 3 to be safe, so she prepared 10. To prevent any energy backlash, she also procured an ice spirit fruit. She hoped it would save her life at a critical moment. Ice spirit fruits were exceedingly precious. Gu Shuriwei had not possessed any until Yu Hua generously gifted her 3. It was important to note that one ice spirit fruit could sell for tens of millions of contribution points in the market and was often in high demand but short supply, as it was far more effective against volatile energy than level 3 water. Thus, for ordinary individuals, finding a long-term partner was more practical and safer. Yet, Gu Shuriwei was undeterred. She refused to believe that without a man, she could not advance. Today, Yu happened to be out, leaving her alone in the quiet room to cultivate. To ensure everything went smoothly, she had also drunk a cup of enlightenment tea beforehand. Wudao tea truly lives up to its name. Upon taking her first sip, she experienced a profound epiphany regarding her ascension. What initially appeared to be a desperate gamble suddenly sparked a moment of clarity. Inspired by this insight, Gu Shuriwei began to manipulate the water's elemental energy, causing it to swirl into a vortex, first requiring it to gain momentum. She then commenced the absorption of attribute-less energy cores, continuously fueling the vortex. After 3 cores, it was evident that her expectations were met. It was simply insufficient. Fortunately, she had prepared extensively and continued to inject energy until, at the 9th core, she finally felt a sensation akin to impending explosion. A flicker of panic surged through her, compelling her to consume an ice spirit fruit immediately. Yet, with the turmoil of energy within her body, she found herself unable to divert her focus to retrieve the fruit. The energy surrounding her fluctuated violently, drawing the attention of the manor's guards, who promptly reported the situation. Almost simultaneously, Chief Number 1 and Yu Hua appeared outside the quiet room. What is happening? How could little Gu ascend on her own? Chief Number 1 was frantic, disregarding Yu Hua's identity, and directly questioned him. Yu Hua appeared ashen. Do you truly despise me so deeply? Are you willing to risk your life for a self-induced ascension? What the hell is going on? Let me tell you, if anything happens to little Gu, you shall bear the blame for Huagua. Chief Number 1's fury was palpable. I do not know. This morning, everything was perfectly fine. Yu Hua was equally perplexed as to why Gu Shuriwei would undertake such a reckless act. Was being with him so distasteful? I ask you, have you been concealing something from her? Has she discovered anything? Chief Number 1 inquired coolly. That I do not know. Yu Hua tugged at his own hair, feeling utterly helpless. Here was the illustrious Ming Emperor, now reduced to an ordinary man ensnared by emotions inside the room. Gu Shuriwei had reached a perilous juncture. The energy vortex had finally breached her energy core. She coughed up blood, her entire being succumbing to weakness. The energy around her dissipated entirely. Yu Hua, frightened to the core, was about to force the door open and rush inside when Chief Number 1 restrained him. Remain calm. Do not disturb little Gu's ascension. It was then that Yu Hua noticed that although the ambient energy had vanished, the energy emanating from Gu Shuriwei was slowly beginning to coalesce. Gu Shiruo felt as though she had endured an eternity, to the point where she feared she would never awaken again. In that endless expanse of time, she sensed a droplet of water, a primordial drop, suspended in the void. It had witnessed the birth and demise of a planet, as well as the destruction and rebirth of an entire universe. At times, it manifested as a vast ocean, nurturing all life. At others, it flowed joyously as a babbling brook or appeared as a dewdrop, greeting the dawn before gradually dissipating. When Gu Shiruo finally regained her senses, she discovered that her energy core had reformed. Previously no larger than a grain of rice, it had now grown to the size of a soybean, taking on the appearance of a transparent diamond. Remarkably resilient, as she attuned herself to the energy, it became evident that she had ascended to level 10. She slowly circulated her abilities 3 times, absorbing all into her energy core. This ascension was finally complete. Gu Shiruo opened her eyes, only to find herself smeared in blood, and hurried to the bathroom to cleanse herself. While bathing, she realized that the stains were not merely blood but also significant amounts of black grime, likely impurities expelled from her body. After scrubbing multiple times, she finally managed to cleanse herself thoroughly, and upon finishing, she noticed her skin had become even fairer. Moreover, her pores, which had once been prominent, now appeared nearly non-existent. As if her skin had undergone a beauty filter, Gu Shiruo gazed into the mirror, marveling at her newfound beauty. Her spirits lifted. No one had informed her that ascension would enhance her appearance. Had she known, she would have practiced diligently every single day without fail. She attempted to manipulate the water once more, realizing her control had reached an exceptional level. Most importantly, she could now condense level 4 water. Though not an excessive amount, approximately 10 liters a day, she anticipated further increases in the future. As for her skill, it was the purification of water sources. This was incredibly practical. She could transform water into potable quality. Although the purification state lasted only 10 days, it represented a significant advancement. As long as she was present, Kyoto would never face a water shortage again. Dressed and ready to leave her room, she suddenly overheard Chief Number 1 and Yu Hua conversing. "When will you tell little Gu that you are indeed Huiyu? Let me be clear. There will be no second chances. Your monopolization of her has already incited opposition from various factions. If this incident were to leak out, do you think you could continue as you are? Huahua is not solely reliant on you. However, there is only one Gu Shiruo. I understand, but I was afraid she would be upset, which is why I hesitated to disclose the truth." "You are being foolish." Gu Shiruo burst through the door. "Huiyu, you scoundrel." Yu Hua, also known as Huiyu, was nearly brought to his knees in fright. "Yeah, allow me to explain. I do not wish to hear it." Gu Shiruo intended to storm away. Anyone who felt like a fool for so long would naturally be enraged. "Are you reveling in this? Would you be satisfied if I died and mourned for you, refusing to remarry? Every time I cried, did you secretly delight in my sorrow? Huiyu, you scoundrel. This is the end for us, little Gu. Remain calm. Let us sit down and discuss this." Chief Number 1, realizing that Gu Shiruo had overheard his words, recognized his mistake in speaking so carelessly while Yu Hua was in such a state of distress. The soundproofing of the quiet room had indeed been effective, causing both men to miss Gu Shiruo's approach. Gu Shiruo managed to regain her composure slightly. "Very well. Speak." She was eager to see what he would concoct. Yu Hua sighed in relief, as Gu Shiruo's willingness to hear him out indicated that there was still a chance for reconciliation. With a bittersweet expression, Yu Hua confessed, "Yeah, I am indeed your husband. Huiyu. However, I am not the Huiyu of the Hua family." Yu Hua elaborated, 3 months prior, I was attacked by enemies during my ascension. Although I managed to escape, I was nearly killed by the violent energy surging within me." At this point, he deliberately paused, gauging Gu Shiruo's reaction. Yet, her expression revealed nothing, prompting him to continue. "I stumbled upon the lair of a mutant beast, where I discovered a male corpse, likely a victim of that beast, taken back to the cave as a food reserve. The situation was urgent, so I killed the beast and immediately commenced my ascension. Surviving against all odds, I finally completed my ascension, but the violent energy had severely injured me, even damaging my brain. After completing the ascension, I lost all memory. I forgot who I was, where I came from. My watch was also damaged during the battle. Fortunately, the corpse was there, and I decided to disguise myself as him. adopting his identity to survive for a time. That corpse was the genuine Huiyu. Upon returning to the city, I encountered Huiyu's teammates, and we traveled together. I never anticipated that I would meet you at that moment. The instant I laid eyes on you, I fell in love. However, as an individual with an unknown background, how could I dare to marry you? I had no choice but to despicably assume Huiyu's identity to marry you. Thankfully, Huiyu often filmed short videos, and I managed to imitate his demeanor and behaviors quite closely. Thus, no one suspected me. At this juncture, Yua discreetly glanced at Gu Shiyue, feeling increasingly anxious as he saw her remain expressionless. I thought that if I could simply be with you for the rest of our lives, that would suffice. Yet I did not foresee that due to the severity of my injuries post-ascension, my strength was limited, making me vulnerable to betrayal. During that mutant beast wave, several influential families in Kyoto sought to eliminate me, intending to seize you for themselves. Yuntung, Li Jingtian, Long Tai, and others were all involved. I feigned death to escape. After regaining my identity and resolving my previous affairs, I rushed to find you. Please do not be angry. I truly love you. Without you, I would be lost, Yua pleaded. Gu Shiyue calmly inquired. When did you recover your memory? Yuhua, feeling nervous, answered. After we got married. Perhaps it was your energy nurturing me. I regained my memory at that moment, but I was reluctant to leave. Which is why I remained until the end that moment. Gu Shiyue realized that this man had been deceiving her all along, from beginning to end. So, you regained your memory months ago and continued to deceive me? Gu Shiyue's eyes brimmed with tears, and it dawned on her how grievously she had erred. There was no noble reason, no unavoidable circumstances. He had been lying to her all along. Yeah, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Yua grasped Gu Shiyue's sleeve, apologizing in a small voice like a timid wife. The Gu Shiyue laughed derisively. What I thought was mutual pursuit turned out to be a deception. You had countless opportunities to confess, yet you chose silence. You watched me weep and feel lost, completely indifferent. I believed I had married a virtuous man, yet here I stand, deceived. No. Yeah, I genuinely love you. I merely wish to shield you from my conflicts. My enemies are too formidable. If you were to be caught in the crossfire, I would never forgive myself. You panicked. You merely perceive me as weak, unworthy to stand by your side, fit only to be kept as a pet. Gu Shiyue felt as though her genuine feelings had been thrown to the dogs. No. You are my one and only wife, the love of my life. How could I ever regard you as a pet? Legally, I am Huiyu's husband. Who are you? Are you Huiyu? Are you my husband? Gu Shiyue rose to her feet, confronting Yu Hua with fervor. At the marriage selection event, he had assumed the identity of Huiyu, thus establishing a marital bond with her. While Yu Hua bore no connection to her whatsoever, the pallor of Yu Hua's face betrayed his realization of this truth. Yeah, I am at a loss for words. The deception he had spun was finally catching up to him. Chief, I do not wish to marry Yu Hua. I wonder if the nation can offer me protection. Gu Shiyue directly addressed the #1 leader. Little Gu, rest assured, the nation will always stand as your support. As long as you refuse, no one can coerce you, regardless of how formidable they may be. The chief expressed his stance, choosing Gu Shiyue over Yu Hua. She nodded in gratitude. Thank you, nation. I shall not disappoint you. Emperor Ming, there was never any affinity between us, and I have no desire to keep you. I hope you will refrain from entering my home again and causing me unwarranted distress. Gu Shiyue's words were resolute. No. Yeah, I do not consent. You are my wife. Yu Hua, realizing that Gu Shiyue truly wished to sever ties, panicked and attempted to grasp her. Emperor Ming, please conduct yourself with dignity. The guards behind the chief stepped forward to block Yu Hua. Though my guards may not match your prowess, they can certainly exchange a few blows with you. Are you certain you wish to resort to violence? Yu Hua, crestfallen, retreated. He was not yet desperate enough to engage the chief's guards, for such an act would equate to treason. What am I to do now? Yu Hua was bewildered. Perhaps it would be best if you refrain from visiting the estate in the future. As for whether little Gu can forgive you, let us wait a few days and see. Perhaps she will have calmed down. The chief advised, fully aware that such hope was scant. He reluctantly led Yu Hua away. Gu Shiyue, incensed, began to scour the estate for items left behind by Huiyu and Yu Hua. She gathered Huiyu's favored red tassel spear, his shampoo, body wash, razor, and a multitude of clothes and footwear. Arranging them all into boxes that in the end, she discovered that only the formation he had left behind could not be dismantled. Everything else was packed away, along with the previous shipment of supplies and the level 40 water energy core. The unused ice crystal fruit, and even the spatial control necklace. She had everything prepared for the guards to return to him. The procession was grand, delivering the items to his property before the guards returned directly. As Gu Shiriwei gazed upon the now half-empty estate, a sense of relief washed over her. She collapsed on her bed, weeping freely, mourning her lost love, lamenting how her sincere affection had been squandered. After her tears subsided, she donned a striking red low-cut dress, adorned herself with high heels, and applied an alluring makeup look. Grasping a small handbag, she contacted Li Mingqi and headed straight for the bar. Tonight, she would revel, vowing to drink until she was senseless. There were plenty of men in the world, especially in the apocalypse. Tonight, she intended to order a robust male companion. On stage, several muscular men showcased their physiques under the dim, swaying lights, eliciting a chorus of whistles from the audience. Jiu Shiriwei raised her bottle and shouted, "Excellent!" Li Mingqi, nestled against the young man, was already locked in a kiss, her hand wandering below. The young man's face flushed crimson. Uncertain if from embarrassment or heat, Jiu Shiriwei cast a glance and found it utterly unappealing. She had no interest in the youthful, wolfish types or the domineering ones. Seated alone on the sofa, she drank merrily, while the surrounding glances were mere trifles, easily deterred by the imposing figure behind her. Yes, she had come to the bar, but that annoying Yu had followed her. Any would-be suitors approaching Gu Shiriwei were swiftly sent away by his murderous gaze. She didn't even spare him a glance. It mattered little. Those intimidated by him were never her preferences. After the muscular men concluded their performance, they were whisked away by several female abilities users. The audience erupted in cheers as the men engaged in sultry dances and even shared passionate kisses on stage. Gu Shiriwei, caught up in the excitement, joined in the revelry. Yu Hua, seated behind, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Li Mingqi and her young companion were so engrossed in each other that it seemed they had forgotten Gu Shiriwei was present. "Sister, have you made your choice?" Li Mingqi teased, nestled in the embrace of her companion. Gu Shiriwei shot her a resentful look. Was that not a rhetorical question? "If you ask me, you're being rather foolish. Who cares if he deceives you? As long as he performs well in bed. That is all that matters. Once you're out of bed, who cares if he is a man or a ghost?" Li Mingqi believed that a man's worth lay solely in the bedroom. Thus she never suffered from heartache. "Sister Meng, wasn't it said that only when both parties are mutually enamored can there be a chance for advancement? How did you advance?" Gu Shiriwei was genuinely curious. She changed partners daily, marrying anew each night. How could she ever be in love? Tessay. That is just something to placate you young ladies. In truth, as long as the female party is willing to receive energy and reciprocate, an advancement can occur. Gu Shiriwei was enlightened. So the control indeed lay with the woman. So a woman can facilitate advancements for multiple men? Naturally. However, in a short time frame, a woman should not receive too much volatile energy. Nor should she assist men of vastly differing levels. Otherwise, it could lead to bodily explosion. Li Mingqi mimicked an explosion. Gu Shiriwei shivered at the thought. From what she understood, Yin Teng's childhood sweetheart had perished in such a manner. "So, what do you think, sister? Should I arrange one for you tonight?" Li Mingqi could not bear to see Gu Shiriwei unhappy. "Forget it. Unless he is a national-level expert, otherwise it would only bring harm." Gu Shiriwei shook her head, unwilling to engage in such perilous endeavors. "How do you know I'm not introducing a national-level expert?" Li Mingqi feigned surprise that Gu Shiriwei was intrigued by her words. "You know a national-level expert?" "Ah." Li Mingqi nodded calmly that if he is too unattractive, I'm not interested. Rest assured, he is no worse than certain individuals. Is he unmarried? "Sister, you are my dear sister. How could I lead you astray?" Gu Shiriwei eyed her with skepticism. Li Mingqi seemed utterly unreliable. "Just wait. I'll call someone right now." Spurred by Gu Shiriwei's gaze, Li Mingqi disregarded the presence of others and swiftly picked up her phone. "Hello, are you dead yet?" "Not dead. Come to the bar for an encounter. What is the occasion? To poach Emperor Ming's corner. Are you in?" "All right, hurry up. Who is it?" Gu Shiriwei inquired. Li Mingqi divulged without hesitation. "My cousin, Li Ziki, known as the Thunder God." one of the four national protectors of Huagua alongside Emperor Ming. The Thunder God is your brother. Quite a deep secret you've kept, Gu Shiriyue, having recently studied the history of the apocalypse. Knew the four national protectors of Huagua were Emperor Ming, Thunder God, Bamboo Immortal, and King Xuanzi. The Bamboo Immortal was a woman, a master of botany, while King Xuanzi was a Taoist adept at exorcism. Upon the apocalypse's arrival, he led his disciples to save lives and pass down the teachings. A true recluse. Emperor Ming was said to have been just a high school student before acquiring some legacy, skyrocketing to prominence during the apocalypse. As for the Thunder God, he was a scion of a prominent family, the heir apparent of the Li clan, dazzling all with his mastery of thunder techniques. Rumors suggested he was married to the Bamboo Immortal. Yet Li Mingqi asserted that the Thunder God remained single, leaving Gu Shiriyue perplexed. It's just a cousin. He and Emperor Ming have always been at odds. If he can steal Emperor Ming's thunder, he'll be here in a heartbeat. Li Mingqi asserted confidently that he truly unmarried. I've heard he was paired with the Bamboo Immortal. Gu Shiriyue felt the need to clarify this matter. That's merely gossip. I have no ties to that pretentious woman. A deep voice resounded from behind, and when Gu Shiriyue turned, it was indeed the Thunder God. He possessed striking features, exuding an air of nobility, clearly a product of affluence. Cousin, little Ming Ming, well done this time. The Thunder God cast a look of approval at Li Mingqi. What brings you here? Upon seeing the Thunder God, Yuhua tensed, positioning himself protectively in front of Gu Shiriyue. Of course, a beauty summoned me, dear little brother. Yuhua bristled. Among the four, he was indeed the youngest, yet his strength was unparalleled. The Thunder God was clearly provoking him. Do you seek a beating? Yuhua raised his fists. We are civilized people. A bar is for courting beauties, not for brawling with you, young lad. Each of the Thunder God's remarks struck Yuhua's nerves. I brought her here. Do you have any objections? Gu Shiriyue's cold voice pierced through the air, and Yuhua froze instantly. Your Excellency, we share no connection. You have no right to obstruct my date. Must you treat me this way? How have I treated you? How did you treat me during our marriage deception? Gu Shiriyue struck where it hurt. If she could not find peace, he would not either. Yuhua trembled, on the verge of tears. Don't be so heartless. Step aside. You are interfering with me. The charming young lady has expressed her discontent, stating that you have intruded upon her space. Might you exhibit a modicum of tact? Thunder God remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Chapter 52 Thunder God, my dear beauty. I have a private booth here. Shall we step inside to converse? Li Ziki was adept at stoking the embers of Yuhua's ire. Absolutely not, Yuhua retorted hastily. On what grounds do you presume to prevent me? Gu Shiriyue countered, leaving Yuhua at a loss for words. Let us proceed. Gu Shiriyue signaled for Li Ziki to lead the way, while Li Mingqi's little pup had already been frightened away by the scene of chaos. Thus, only the three of them entered the booth, and as Yuhua attempted to join, Gu Shiriyue shut the door, nearly colliding with his face. How amusing. Li Ziki twirled his wine glass, reveling in Yuhua's discomfort. Feeling extraordinarily pleased. Brother, I did not summon you here merely to witness the spectacle. Li Mingqi remarked in a contemplative tone that Li Ziki recognized the truth of her statement, straightened his posture, and earnestly proclaimed, Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Thunder God, Li Ziki, and I am yet unmarried. Gu Shiriyue. Gu Shiriyue mimicked the introduction, hesitating momentarily before adding, the newly appointed water goddess, Gu Shiriyue, widow. Both Li Ziki and Li Mingqi were utterly taken aback by Gu Shiriyue's self-introduction. The Ming Emperor, Yuhua, was still alive and standing outside, yet she declared herself a widow. I must remind you, my friend, that our voices can indeed be heard by the Ming Emperor, Li Mingqi said tremulously. After we exit, we shan't be silenced by the Ming Emperor, right? Oh, it matters not. He is not my husband. Gu Shiriyue replied with an unruffled demeanor. Li Ziki became intrigued. Sister Yu, what do you think of me? My strength is not significantly inferior to the Ming Emperor's, and I am no less handsome than he. The key is that I am more considerate. Would you consider being my girlfriend? Bang! A sound akin to an explosion erupted from outside, accompanied by the terrified sounds of a fleeing crowd. The three exchanged glances, realizing that someone outside had lost their temper. Ahem! Should we not step outside to investigate? Li Mingqi suggested. Nonsense. Let us continue our conversation. Gu Shiriwe showed no concern. Upon witnessing this, Li Ziqi's eyes sparkled with delight. Sister Yu, I speak earnestly. Would you consider being my girlfriend? I assure you, I would be a perfect partner. Truly, Xiao Shiriwe, my brother is quite attentive to his girlfriends. His former partners still remember his kindness. Li Mingqi chimed in to support Li Ziqi. Former partners? Well, not too many, perhaps 7, 8, or even 9. Li Ziqi feigned shyness. Xiao Shiriwe, fret not. Although my brother has had many girlfriends, he has always been devoted during his relationships, only moving on after a romance concludes. He is certainly not a scoundrel. Li Mingqi vouched for him, receiving an appreciative glance from Li Ziqi. If I recall correctly, today marks our first meeting, does it not? Gu Shiriwe inquired, puzzled by the notion of a confession at first sight. Sister Yu, the moment I laid eyes on you, my heart raced should you consent to be my girlfriend. I shall handle all other matters, including the Ming Emperor. Li Ziqi pledged, thumping his chest for emphasis. Are you certain you aren't simply seeking amusement at Yu Hua's expense? Gu Shiriwe, not one to be easily swayed by flattery, countered. To be honest, I do wish to see him humiliated, but I assure you, I shall never exploit you. You need not worry about that. Worry. How could she possibly feel at ease? One must not leap from the tiger's den into the wolf's lair. My apologies. Today was merely a jest on Sister Meng's part. I have no desire for a partner. Gu Shiriwe resolutely declined. At that moment, the outside fell utterly silent. It appeared that everyone had fled in terror from Yu Hua. What a shame. I truly like you. Should you ever seek a partner, I hope I will be your first consideration. Li Ziqi shot a flirtatious glance at Gu Shiriwe. Gu Shiriwe, with her straightforward mindset, found his advances exceedingly greasy. Sister Meng, the losses for the bar today are immense, Li Mingqi lamented, noting that this establishment was owned by the Red Rose Mercenary Corps. Gu Shiriwe felt a bit embarrassed. He ought to compensate. Right? If not, I will. Li Mingqi's expression brightened instantly. Then it's settled. The trio continued their conversation in the booth until Gu Shiriwe felt a touch tipsy, prompting her to take her leave. Outside, it was indeed a scene of devastation. Apart from Yu Hua, not a soul remained. Yu was sat on the only clean sofa, his gaze bloodshot, glaring at the booth's door. Upon seeing them emerge, he immediately stood, yearning to approach yet hesitating. His awkward stance was pitiful. A word of advice, Sister Yu, do not waste your sympathy on men. Such pity will lead to a lifetime of misfortune. Li Ziqi, witnessing the once arrogant Ming Emperor now humbled, intentionally added fuel to the fire. Gu Shiriwe nodded, appreciating his goodwill, and walked away from the bar, brushing past Yu Hua without sparing him a glance. Yu Hua murmured in anguish. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently. Li Ziqi had gleaned the complexities of their relationship from Li Mingqi, naturally aligning himself with Gu Shiriwe against their common adversary. Mind your own business. With that, Yu's fist swung toward Li Ziqi. Li Ziqi was no pushover either, and soon a brawl erupted in the bar's hall. Gu Shiriwe attempted to intervene, but Li Mingqi stopped her. What folly! When two national pillars engage in combat, intervening would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Just observe. They are aware of their limits. No one will be mortally harmed. Gu Shiriwe remained calm, reasoning that if two masters of such caliber truly fought, they could obliterate the Kyoto base in an instant. Since they were merely clashing in the bar hall, it indicated that they were not fully serious. Although the two were already bloodied and bruised, Gu Shiriwe concluded, let them fight. I am ready to return home. She felt utterly disinterested. Li Mingqi shared her sentiment, viewing their quarrel as childish and unentertaining, suggesting she accompany Gu Shiriwe home. As expected, the moment Gu Shiriwe departed, the two ceased their altercation. Yu hurriedly followed, escorting Gu Shiriwe home before seeking out Li Ziqi. Join me for a drink. Tiske, what a child. What do you know of adult drinking? Yu shot him a disdainful glance that I am already 26. Li Ziqi exclaimed in realization that yes. You are indeed 26. The apocalypse has lasted for 10 years now. I remain youthful. It is you who have aged. Yu scoffed. What good is youth if you merely lose your wife? And what of you? After so many relationships, none have lasted. The two began to poke at each other's wounds. I shall undoubtedly win her back. Then I shall preemptively wish you success. Thanks, just stay out of it. That is not an option. Sister Yu is the newly appointed water goddess. I too wish to experience what it is like to date a water goddess. If you are not afraid of danger, then by all means pursue it. Ah, perhaps I shall reconsider. A gentleman does not seize another's desires. Coward. But I might still give it a try. You dare. Chapter 53 Purification. Kyoto possesses 5 sources of water. The first leader selected the reservoir closest to Gushiriwe, which had served as a water source before the apocalypse, though it had been abandoned afterward. Nevertheless, the infrastructure remained intact and merely required minor repairs to become operational again, that if Gushiriwe could indeed purify this reservoir, the Kyoto base would no longer suffer from water shortages. Hence, this was undeniably a significant undertaking. The first leader personally orchestrated the operation, and when Gushiriwe arrived at the reservoir, she discovered that the Godslayer Mercenary Corps had been tasked with clearing the area of anomalous beasts and vegetation, thus allowing her to encounter Yuntung. "How have you been?" Yuntung's expression was complicated. Had he been more resolute at that moment, would their outcome have differed? "Thank you for your concern. I am well." Gushiriwe regarded him as a mere acquaintance. Their previous encounter in the cave, filled with confusion and passion, she dismissed as nothing more than a fleeting dream. Even in the pre-apocalyptic era, a woman would not feel compelled to marry a man merely due to a singular incident. "Do you truly harbor no feelings for me whatsoever?" Yunting lowered his gaze. Sorrow etched across his face. His despondent demeanor drew sympathetic glances from the nearby female ability users. "None. You need not waste your time on me." Disinterest was disinterest. Gushiriwe thought of the childhood friend who had sacrificed her life for him and felt it was utterly unjust. To lay down one's life for a man who would only think of her for 3 years was revolting. The childhood friend's death was but 3 years past, and Yuntung was already here, playing the romantic hero. Truly disgusting. The thought of their past intimacy made her feel even more repulsed. Consequently, Gushiriwe offered no greeting and turned to leave. This so-called romantic hero could find another to love. She had no interest. The first leader had chosen a location by the sluice gate, where the terrain was flat, devoid of anomalous beasts or plants, and convenient for setting up guards that Gushiriwe's purification here would be quite secure. Apart from the first leader, the others were unaware of the day's true mission, believing it to be merely a routine task of clearing anomalous beasts and vegetation. Until Gushiriwe cast her purification skill upon the water's surface, the turbulent energy within the water visibly calmed at an astonishing rate. Everyone was left in awe. If this vast reservoir could be transformed into level 1 potable water, they would at least be able to enjoy a daily bath. Heaven knows how luxurious bathing had become in the apocalypse. Seeing the purification take effect, Gushiriwe tirelessly continued to deploy her skill. Due to the tranquility brought about by the turbulent energies, a group of mutated fish surprisingly gathered here. "Caution!" Yunting hurriedly shouted, positioning himself protectively behind Gushiriwe. "Shiriwe, do not worry. I will safeguard you." The mutated fish are known for their ferocity. They possess the ability to launch ranged attacks against humans on the shore, while human assaults upon them are often rendered ineffective due to the water barrier. Thus, those with extraordinary abilities typically refrain from provoking these creatures. A decade into the apocalypse, they have established their dominance in the waters, earning their title as one of the most formidable factions of this desolate era. Do not panic. It appears they harbor no intentions of aggression. This is Chief Number 1, whose observations are remarkably meticulous. Indeed, it seems the mutated fish also have a fondness for purified water. It truly appears so. Level 1 purified water is indeed impressive. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. "Could you make way?" Gushiriwe pushed past Yunting, causing him to flush a deep crimson. "Shiriwe, I..." Gushiriwe dismissed him with indifference, continuing to cast her purification skills. The onlookers witnessed the purifying light radiating outward. Gradually, some began to notice a troubling discrepancy. "Wait a moment. This is not level 1 water, but rather level 2 water, isn't it? What are you thinking? With a lake of level 1 water, you should be content. Yet you aspire for level 2 water. Exactly. One must not be insatiably greedy. Relish the level 1 water you have. I intend to take a bath in the reservoir shortly. No, look closely. This is genuinely level 2 water." The turbulent energies have calmed significantly. Indeed, it is astonishingly level 2 water. An entire lake of level 2 water. My heavens, how extravagant. Chief Number 1 has been diligently monitoring the data. He even brought along researchers. Report, Chief. The purification level at the sluice gate has reached 80, meeting drinking water standards. Good. What about the deeper levels? Report, at a depth of 5 meters, the result is also 80. Excellent. Heaven bless our nation, if there was any uncertainty before. It has now been confirmed. It is indeed real. My heavens, can it be that the apocalypse is nearing its end? Gu Shiyue's extraordinary abilities finally dwindled, yet only about 10 of the entire reservoir had been purified. The reservoir was simply too vast. She could only extract the water elemental core to absorb and recover her abilities. In just over 10 minutes, her powers were fully restored, and she dove back into the purification process. Thus, the cycle continued, and Gu Shiyue devoted an entire half-day to complete the purification of the reservoir. By the end, she struggled to stand, her trembling hands still persevering in their efforts. Little Gu, that's enough. This is sufficient. You may rest now. Chief number 1, not wishing to exhaust her completely, recognized that Gu Shiyue was far more vital than this lake of level 2 water. It's all right. I can manage, just a little more. And I can complete the purification. How could she possibly relent? Yeah. Yuhuo appeared behind her, causing Gu Shiyue to shudder, yet she resolved to ignore him and persist in her purification. Yeah. Do not act stubbornly. Come back with me, all right? I will allow you to scold and hit me, if you wish. Gu Shiyue remained unresponsive, while Yuhuo felt a fiery surge within him, burning fiercely, yet he dared not express it. Fearful of further inciting Gu Shiyue's ire, Gu Shiyue, with trembling hands, made her final purification attempt, witnessing the last remnant of turbulent energy dissipate from the reservoir. She finally closed her eyes in serene silence. Ye Shiyue, Yuhua and Yunting rushed forward simultaneously. Step aside. Yuhua kicked Yunting aside and swiftly embraced the unconscious Gu Shiyue. Where is the healer? Hurry, come here. The chief healer of the god-slaying team approached with a troubled expression, administering various restoration and healing skills to Gu Shiyue. After a flurry of actions, her breathing stabilized considerably, and the surrounding energy began to coalesce once more. Why isn't she waking up? Yuhua was in a state of panic. The moon water goddess must be exhausted and fallen asleep. The healer explained cautiously. These two are divine beings. Did you not see their leader was kicked aside? Your Majesty, please entrust little Gu to me. I shall take her back to rest. However, Yuhua looked at him with a face full of resistance, unwilling to let go. This cannot be a solution. I promised her that no one would force her. Are you trying to embarrass me in front of the old man? I will take her back. Yuhua reluctantly insisted, knowing that Gu Shiyue had yet to forgive him, and he dared not disobey. Nevertheless, at this moment, returning by vehicle would certainly be uncomfortable for her, and he did not wish for anyone else to carry her, even if they were women. Chief number 1 also did not wish for a stalemate. Sighing in agreement. Had he known this would happen, he would have acted differently. Yuhua wore a bitter expression. Had he foreseen this, he would never have acted so rashly. Chapter 54. By the Sea Yuhua. A spatial ability user returned Gu Shiyue to the estate in the blink of an eye. He gently placed her on the bed and couldn't help but plant a kiss on her lips. Yeah, you have become even more beautiful. This was something he had longed to say since her advancement, yet he had never found the opportunity. Yuhua sat by her bedside, gazing at her dreamily. Yeah, what should I do with you? Yeah, I acknowledge my mistakes. Will you forgive me? Yeah, do not look at other men. None can compare to me. Just look at me. Will you? Gu Shiyue slept soundly until dawn the next day, while Yuhua departed before she awoke. Gu Shiyue felt revitalized, energy surging within her, nearing level 11. This was likely due to her absorption of a substantial number of energy cores the previous day. However, such an enhancement felt ephemeral. She needed to temper it to achieve a genuine improvement. The best method was to engage in combat, honing her abilities through battle. This time, Gu Shiyue decided to accompany the Blood Rose mercenary group on a mission. Li Mingqi, concerned for her safety, personally led the team, claiming it was merely an outing for Shiyue. Indeed, while Gu Shiyue perceived it as a combat mission, Li Mingqi regarded it as a leisurely excursion. She even brought along a little puppy. Gu Shiyue discerned that Li Mingqi had a particular fondness for charming younger men. The little puppy, fair and clean, was exceptionally obedient. It was only permitted to roam around the camp because Li Mingqi allowed it. Otherwise, it would have remained dutifully with the group, causing no trouble. Gu Shuriwei understood why Li Mingqi had brought him along. The female extraordinary users in their party had mostly brought their families, some even more than one. Their destination this time was the seaside, teeming with small oceanic mutated beasts, relatively easy to handle, making it an ideal location for Gu Shuriwei. Additionally, it offered a delightful opportunity for a seafood feast. Li Mingqi specifically selected mutated crabs as Gu Shuriwei's primary opponents. After mutation, these crabs grew to enormous sizes, each weighing over 100 pounds. Their level hovered around 10, perfect for Gu Shuriwei to refine her abilities. The shells of the mutated crabs were extremely tough, requiring energy weapons to breach. Their speed was also remarkable, making it difficult for Gu Shuriwei to keep up even with a light jog. Initially, Gu Shuriwei used a water arrow to prod at the mutated crab's shell, which failed to leave a mark. Instead, inciting its wrath, as a massive water blade hurtled towards her, terrified, she dashed behind Li Mingqi. "Sister Ming, save me." With a swift motion, Li Mingqi dispatched the mutated crab effortlessly. Gu Shuriwei gazed at her with starry eyes. "Sister Ming, you are so impressive. Just a trivial matter." Li Mingqi brought Gu Shuriwei before the slain mutated crab. "Look, the crab's weakness lies in its eyes. Even if your attack is not strong, you can easily sever its eyes. And thereafter, it can be worn down." Gu Shuriwei had an epiphany. With her limited attack power, striking the crab shell would yield no results, so she would have to target its weaknesses. Knowing how to attack, Gu Shuriwei felt a renewed sense of confidence. She selected another mutated crab, this time approaching with caution. She first used the mist technique to confuse the crab's senses, then employed the bubble technique to slow it down. Finally, she unleashed a water tornado, directly assaulting the crab's face. Fortune smiled upon her as she successfully dislodged its eyes and two massive pincers. Gu Shuriwei was elated, immediately launching a follow-up attack with water arrows directed at the wounded areas. Indeed, within 2 minutes, she had successfully defeated the mutated crab. Hooray! Gu Shuriwei jumped with joy, having single-handedly slain a level 10 beast. She felt incredibly powerful. Remarkable. Li Mingqi praised her generously. Gu Shuriwei's happiness soared, having slain the first one. The rest would be easier to handle. Within an hour, Gu Shuriwei had dispatched nearly 20 mutated crabs. Observing her growing proficiency in eliminating the crabs, Li Mingqi suggested she try her hand at the mutated giant clam. Just remember, you only need to recognize the first half of the word. The mutated giant clams were also colossal. Pre-apocalypse, a single giant clam could weigh several hundred pounds, and post-apocalypse, they were even more impressive. Ordinary mutated giant clams weighed over 1,000 pounds. Their level resided around 11, also possessing water-based abilities, signifying that Li Mingqi had indeed meticulously selected her targets. Engaging the mutated giant clam required a bit of finesse. When Gu Shuriwei employed the mist technique, the clam would open its mouth, providing an excellent opportunity for attack. The first giant clam fell swiftly, and Gu Shuriwei eagerly began to dissect it, for within the mutated giant clam could be energy pearls. These pearls were known for their beauty-enhancing properties. They could be used in medicine or crafted into jewelry. She had once owned a set of exquisite energy pearl jewelry gifted by Yuhua, which she had since returned. Reflecting on it brought a pang of regret. She should have kept it, lest Yuhua bestow it upon another woman, which would surely infuriate her. Another day of contemplating how to deal with Yuhua. Alas, this mutated giant clam yielded no pearls. The probability of a mutated giant clam producing pearls was exceedingly low. Gu Shuriwei remained undeterred. There was no shortage of mutated clams in this area. Even the family members were diligently battling monsters. Naturally, she could not afford to be idle. The second clam yielded nothing, nor did the third, until she finally struck her 11th clam, which revealed a small pearl. Astonishingly, she was the first person on this beach to discover a pearl. The family members flocked around her, eager to behold Gu Shuriwei's treasure. The pearl, a round white gem, though modest in size, possessed an exquisite luster and lacked growth lines. Making it quite presentable, IT should fetch a few thousand contribution points. An expert among the onlookers assessed its value, and envious gazes were cast upon Gu Shuriwei. "Elder Gu, will you sell this pearl? I offer 30,000 contribution points. Have you lost your mind?" I bid 50,000,070,000. No more. Gu Shiruo was taken aback. How had the bidding escalated so quickly? I'm sorry. I intend to keep it for myself. Not for sale. The crowd departed with a sense of disappointment. More people arrived on the beach to hunt mutated clams. Even Li Mengqi joined the fray, defeating numerous clams, and gradually, a few others unearthed 1 or 2 pearls. Though their quality paled in comparison to Gu Shiruo's, Gu Shiruo, eager to find another, wished to pair it with the one she had for earrings. After vanquishing over 100 clams, she finally obtained another pearl. This time, fortune smiled upon her, as there were a dozen pearls of various sizes within. She could certainly create a matching pair of earrings. There were even a few larger ones, perfect for a complete jewelry set. Now the onlookers were genuinely envious. Gu Shiruo's luck was extraordinary. No one else on the beach had gathered more pearls than she. Satisfied with her pearl hunting mission, she felt accomplished. Li Mengqi helped her locate level 12 mutated squids. And after an hour of battle, Gu Shiruo amassed a substantial amount of squid meat. Chapter 55. Beast Pattern's lunch was enjoyed on the beach, featuring seafood soup, barbecued seafood, and rich seafood sashimi. Gu Shiruo relished the meal, as freshly caught seafood was undeniably delicious. There's a small boss over there. Would you like to challenge it? Li Mengqi inquired, and Gu Shiruo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded. Of course, she wanted to face a boss. Moreover, since Li Mengqi had mentioned it, it undoubtedly meant she was confident in being able to handle it. All right, I'll lead you there. This boss was notably lazy, residing in a cave and refusing to emerge. Without guidance, one would struggle to find it. The boss Li Mengqi referred to was a level 10 mutated sea turtle, which Gu Shiruo felt she could attempt to confront. This particular boss resided within the bridge arch at the sea entrance, a fact Gu Shiruo had not anticipated. The water at the entrance was predominantly fresh, and the notion of a sea turtle living there, especially not in a cave but rather in a bridge arch, was quite perplexing. The bridge arch was half dry, half wet, perfectly suited for its habitat. I discovered this creature earlier today. It's quite lethargic, hiding in the arch and remaining motionless. When hungry, it simply stretches its neck to catch fish. Li Mengqi had intentionally left it for Gu Shiruo, as a small boss held little value for her, but could earn Gu Shiruo her favor, making it worthwhile. With one arm around Gu Shiruo's waist, Li Mengqi leaped over to the adjacent arch of the mutated turtle that moment. Gu Shiruo recalled that after reaching level 10, one could fly. However, she had yet to learn how. Being too close, the mutated turtle sensed its territory was being encroached upon. It immediately unleashed a torrent of water at the two. Li Mengqi focused solely on defense, refraining from attacking while providing support to Gu Shiruo. Regaining her composure, Gu Shiruo promptly cast her water mist and water bubble spells at the mutated turtle, as her powerful attack skill was the water vortex. Li Mengqi had equipped her with one offensive skill, the tsunami spell. When near water, it could summon massive waves to assault the enemy. Thus, she could now alternate between two attack skills. The mutated turtle, infuriated, conjured a barrage of water arrows directed at Gu Shiruo. To her horror, she realized her water shield was utterly ineffective against this assault. Fortunately, her equipment bore an additional layer of shield. After both shields shattered, Gu Shiruo sustained injuries. Li Mengqi frowned, intent on vanquishing the mutated turtle. However, Gu Shiruo disagreed. Sister Ming, trust me, I can do it. Rising despite the pain, Gu Shiruo cast a water healing spell on herself and restored her water shield. Now, it was her turn to deal with the mutated turtle. Its big move had been exhausted, leaving it in a weakened state. Gu Shiruo unleashed her full power, and indeed, the mutated turtle let out a wail before succumbing. Exhausted, Gu Shiruo collapsed onto the ground, her expression radiating elation. Sister Ming, I did it. Li Mengqi sighed. You really shouldn't push yourself so hard. You're a support character, not the main attacker. Safety first, understand? I know. With you around, you'll protect me, Gu Shiruo said, playfully shaking Li Mengqi's hand. Defeated by her charm, this girl had a unique status, making her untouchable and untamable. One could only cherish and protect her. Fortunately, she was not haughty, or it would have been quite troublesome. Let us see what the boss dropped. Gu Shiruo was curious, as this was her first boss encounter, and she had no idea what loot to expect. Li Mengqi helped her dissect the mutated turtle, retrieving the energy core and unearthing a piece from its shell. What luck! There's actually a beast pattern. Li Mingqi appeared quite pleased. What is a beast pattern? Gu Shuriwei inquired, having never heard of it before. Beast patterns were only recently discovered. Certain bosses develop unique markings, and if we use our mental power to sense them, we can learn one of the boss's skills. Li Mingqi explained that beast patterns had not been around long and were rarely found in circulation. Even this low-level beast pattern could fetch a fortune. Oh, so it's akin to a skill book. Gu Shuriwei quickly grasped. Exactly, much like a skill book. Li Mingqi smiled. She used her mental power to sense it and remarked, "You're fortunate. It's the big move it just unleashed." Gu Shuriwei's eyes widened. To acquire this skill was truly a stroke of luck. She hurriedly followed Li Mingqi's guidance to learn the skill. Upon completion, she discovered that the beast pattern was still usable, albeit its markings had dimmed. This beast pattern should still have 2 uses left. How about I purchase it from you with contribution points? Li Mingqi suggested after observing it for a while. Ji Yushirua nodded, having already learned it. It served her no further purpose. After all, this boss had been brought to her by Li Mingqi, and she wished to reciprocate the favor by gifting it to her. Li Mingqi was quite satisfied with Gu Shiyue's attitude, as no one relished giving without receiving. They also discovered some energy ores and an energy core within the mutated turtle's lair, which likely comprised the entirety of this poor boss's belongings. Gu Shiyue unreservedly looted everything. Of course, she did not forget to take the boss meat. In the afternoon, Gu Shiyue continued to battle small monsters on the beach until twilight, at which point Li Mingqi decided to wrap up and return. After a day of combat, Gu Shiyue had solidified her cultivation, no longer feeling unsteady. However, to truly establish a solid foundation, she needed to practice further, something she could do at home. Gu Shiyue felt a bit embarrassed to ask Li Mingqi to take her out again. After all, as a major leader, time was money for her. Going out alone would necessitate a protective escort, which would attract too much attention, something Gu Shiyue wished to avoid. Thus, she resolved to practice on her own in the manor. Fortunately, she had a field of crops available to cultivate. This time, the manor produced level 10 mutated rice, perfect for her training. Gu Shiyue took it upon herself to harvest an acre of rice, forbidding anyone from interfering. She initially thought it would take at least half a day, but to her surprise, she completed the task in just over an hour. Rice wouldn't resist. It was far easier to handle than mutated beasts. However, the yield from this rice was considerably lower. After all, rice inherently produced less than potatoes or sweet potatoes. Moreover, being a level 10 mutation, the cultivation difficulty was significantly greater, even with level 3 water immersion. The negative mutation rate for the rice was 30. This seemed to be the limitation of level 3 water. Ultimately, after tallying the results, the rice yield amounted to 1.02 million gene, which was not excessive. Nevertheless, as a level 10 mutated food, its benefits for ability users were undeniable. Ability users required substantial amounts of energy food to replenish their energy. Long-term consumption of mutated beast meat could make their energy volatile and unstable. In contrast, consuming positively mutated energy plant materials posed no such issues and could even nourish the body. Thus, on the market, energy plant materials of the same level were significantly more expensive than mutated beast meat. Gu Shiyue had once again struck it rich. She had lost count of her contribution points, but she knew she would never run out. Chapter 56. The truth today, the autumn sky was clear and bright, with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily above. The capital base bustled with activity, presenting a scene of prosperity. No one would suspect this was a post-apocalyptic world. Gu Shiyue was determined to learn to fly today. After reaching level 10, one could attain the ability to float, though this was not true flight, merely a brief levitation. Nevertheless, it was enough to excite her, since the straw in the manor had yet to be cleared away. Gu Shiyue began her flying practice on the straw-covered ground. Concerned about embarrassing herself, she specifically sent her guards away. She had previously researched that flying essentially involved channeling one's abilities into the feet to gain temporary levitation. She attempted to channel her abilities into her feet, resulting in a pool of water forming beneath her. Failure. On her second attempt, she tried to condense the water in a mist, but again, she could not lift herself. On her third attempt, she unleashed a wave of water, soaking herself thoroughly. For the fourth time, she produced a bubble, But alas, its strength was insufficient, shattering at the slightest touch. She attempted a myriad of techniques. Yet each endeavor ended in failure without exception. In exasperation, Gu Shuriwei lay sprawled on the straw, resigned to despair. Who is it? Gu Shuriwei, has this truly stumped you? The voice of Li Mengqi pierced through, leaving Gu Shuriwei feeling utterly humiliated. Sister Ming, what brings you here? I thought you were supposed to be on a mission today. How could you find the time to visit my home? It's all because of someone who felt sorry for you after your bruising falls but lacked the courage to show up. So they resorted to incessant calls to summon me back. A teasing grin adorned Li Mengqi's face, rendering Gu Shuriwei somewhat bashful. Oh, your brother. How would he know I was practicing flying? Not your brother. As for who it is, you'll have to guess. Gu Shuriwei fell silent. Aside from Thor, who else could command Li Mengqi? The answer was glaringly obvious. Come out. Gu Shuriwei's temper flared. If you don't show yourself, you can forget about me ever speaking to you again. Li Mengqi observed the unfolding drama with great amusement. Hey, indeed, you was suddenly materialized before Gu Shuriwei. Did I not mention that my home does not welcome you? Gu Shuriwei retorted. Yeah, must you be so cruel to me? Yuhua replied with a bitter smile. What are you trying to deceive me with this time? Gu Shuriwei asked coolly. Yeah, I truly did not intend to deceive you. My situation was dire, my strength had plummeted, and I was surrounded by enemies lurking in the shadows that I genuinely did not dare to involve you. After a few days, Gu Shuriwei's anger had somewhat dissipated. Yet she was not prepared to forgive him immediately. She intended to let him stew a little longer. Is there anything else you've been hiding from me? Yuhua hesitated, turning to Li Mengqi. Captain Li, you needn't stay here any longer. You may take your leave. Li Mengqi rolled her eyes, finding it amusing how he sought her presence when it was needed, yet dismissed her when it was not. All right. You two continue your chat. I'm off. Speak. Gu Shuriwei suppressed her ire. This rascal had more secrets to keep from her. Yet do you not remember the name Yuhua? A trace of sorrow crossed Yuhua's face as his lips pressed together tightly. Yuhua. That name rings a bell. Gu Shuriwei's eyes brightened as she recalled that there was indeed a Yuhua in her school, reputed to be a genius who had won first prize in a national science competition. You remember? Yuhua exclaimed excitedly. But we've never met, have we? Gu Shuriwei was perplexed. After all, she was 2 grades above him, now a university freshman while he was only a sophomore. We did. Do you remember the boy who fainted and you took to the hospital? Gu Shuriwei recalled an incident from her senior year when she encountered a boy in their school uniform who had collapsed on the road. She called for an ambulance and used her pocket money to pay for his medical expenses. Later, someone from her class reimbursed her and even wanted to treat her to a meal, but being busy with her final year, she had no time for such distractions. She only remembered that the boy was quite handsome, but rather shy. Could it be you? You remember now? You who was overjoyed. Yeah, I liked you from that moment. Therefore, when I saw you for the first time in the wild, even in my amnesiac state, my heart raced uncontrollably. You cannot imagine how relieved I was when my memory returned. Twice now, I have fallen for the same person, and the key is, she even married me. In that moment, I felt as though I had the entire world. Gu Shuriwei fell silent, taken aback. She had never anticipated that her sudden journey into the apocalypse was merely a leap back in time by 10 years. The shock was overwhelming, and she struggled to accept it. Originally, Yuhua was 2 years younger than her, yet now he appeared to be 8 years her senior. You vanished without a trace before the apocalypse. Your family searched for you tirelessly, believing you to be dead. How did you suddenly appear there? Yuhua was also one of those who had been searching for her, unable to fathom how his beloved had disappeared without a trace. I do not know. I merely took a nap in my dormitory and suddenly found myself in the wild. 3 days later, I encountered you. Gu Shuriwei was at a loss for how to explain this situation. Are you saying you directly crossed over from the pre-apocalypse to this year? Yuhua pressed. Yes. Yuhua exhaled in relief, grateful that his Yaya had not endured the brutalities of the apocalypse, as fate had brought her directly to his side. My family. Gu Shuriwei looked at him with hope, yearning for news of her relatives. Your parents are in the southern base, along with your cousin Gu Minjing. Gu Minjing is my cousin? But I don't recall having a cousin, Gu Shuriwei quickly refuted. Her uncle's family had only one cousin. She had no memory of a cousin. I heard she is a love child. Your uncle had an affair. Gu Shuriwei fell silent. She should have anticipated this, given her uncle and aunt's constant quarrels. What about my cousin? He is at the Kyoto base. Would you like to meet him? Yes, she was eager to reunite with her family. And your parents should be arriving in a few days. You had been making arrangements, but due to the distance to the southern base, it was not easy to mobilize planes, which had caused delays. Gu Shiryue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you. No need for thanks. Yeah, can you forgive me now? I swear I will never hide anything from you again. All right. Seeing Gu Shiryue's attitude soften, Yu seized the opportunity. All right. Chapter 57. Brother Yu embraced Gu Shiryue tightly, overwhelmed with gratitude. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for still being willing to forgive me. Gu Shiryue's nature was inherently forgiving. After a few days of anger, she felt it had dissipated. Today, Yu's revelations regarding other matters had impacted her, and she suddenly realized that having traversed 10 years into the apocalypse and still encountering Yu Huo was a bond worth cherishing. She had not experienced the darkest years of the apocalypse, and many things were beyond her comprehension, yet she could feel that Yu's love for her was genuine. In that moment, she was willing to understand Yu Huo, to forgive him, and to walk hand in hand with him down the path ahead. Under Yu's patient guidance, Gu Shiryue finally learned to fly. In the afternoon, she resolved to visit her cousin Gu Shiryong. Gu Shiryong was a squad leader within the Free Agents Alliance, with a team of average strength. He himself was only at level 9, having never managed to advance to level 10. When Gu Shiryue arrived, she found herself amidst a dramatic confrontation. Gu Shiryong, it's not your brothers who are making it difficult for you. You must realize who you've offended. The Free Agents Alliance cannot afford to cross her. You should leave quickly. We are reclaiming this yard. A thin, diminutive man stood at the entrance of Gu Shiryong's small yard, looking down with disdain at those inside, flanked by several intimidating figures. Mu Shijing. It was the leader himself who invited us to join the Free Agents Alliance. You have no authority to drive us away. The speaker was none other than Gu Shiryong's eldest cousin, whom Gu Shiryue had not seen for many years. Huh. The leader can hardly protect himself. You'd best be wise about this. You speak nonsense. What is wrong with the leader? Tisk, who Taisher is already at level 29, still clinging to his ordinary wife, and his volatile energy is on the verge of spiraling out of control. Who knows how much longer he can hold on? The people in the yard exchanged glances, aware of the situation, yet still clinging to the hope that perhaps the leader could ascend like Ming Di through sheer ability. I advise you all to leave quickly, once Hu Taisher is gone. Wu, the leader, will take over. And who is Wu? He intends to marry Gu Minjing, the water goddess. You cannot contend with him. Mu Shijing was clearly a slippery character. After all, Gu Shiryong was Gu Minjing's biological brother. And who could say what the future held? It was wise to leave a line of retreat for future encounters. What if I refused to leave? Gu Shiryong's eyes turned red. It was her again. He had retreated to the Kyoto base, yet she still would not let him be. Have you consulted your brothers behind you? Do they wish to follow you on this wild goose chase? Gu Shiryong fell silent, and those behind him looked at him with mixed expressions. Although they respected their leader, the people he had offended were far too formidable. They could not afford to provoke them. One by one, his brothers lowered their heads. Gu Shiryong sighed heavily. He had implicated his brothers. Following him was akin to walking on a tightrope, constantly targeted. In that case, I resign as the captain of the Shinfeng team and voluntarily withdraw from the Free Agents Alliance. Will you let them go? Mu Shijing nodded with a smile. The demands from above were solely for Gu Shiryong. Once he left, all would be well. Naturally, they are also members of my Free Agents Alliance. Brother, I am sorry. I have elders above and young ones below, brother. I have a younger sister to raise. I'm sorry, brother. You need not say more. I understand. Following me, a useless leader, truly leads nowhere. Now that we've reached this point, let us part ways and treat each other as strangers from now on. I shall not take the team as supplies. You may divide them amongst yourselves. Gu Shiryong, feeling despondent, found that none of his devoted teammates were willing to stand by him in times of adversity. Meanwhile, Gu Shiryue and Yu had deliberately hidden nearby, observing the situation unfold, and she was now consumed by righteous indignation, ready to step in and support her elder brother. Who dares to challenge me? A booming voice resonated, belonging to a towering figure, at least 190 centimeters tall. Who dares to drive away my people? His very voice sent tremors through the crowd, rendering them unable to stand firm, a testament to his formidable strength. Alliance leader, alliance leader. The crowd hastily bowed, for this man was none other than Hu Taishir, the leader of the Free Alliance, who will explain to me what transpired. Hu Taishir glared with eyes as round as copper bells. Locking his gaze on Mu Shijing, and Mu Shijing trembled in fear. Alliance leader, this is not my doing. This was ordered by Alliance leader Wu. I was merely following instructions. I am still the leader of the Free Alliance. When did it become his place to speak? Hu Taishir retorted, his authority palpable. Get lost. A sallow, tall man suddenly appeared, confronting Hu Taishir head-on. The Wu Alliance leader. Are you attempting insurrection? Hu Taishir clenched his fists tightly. Hu Taishir, you may think others are oblivious, but I am not a do you dare to strike. Are you not afraid of meeting a swift demise? Wu Qi sneered. Care to test your mettle? With that, Hu Taishir swung his fist directly at Wu Qi's face. Wu Qi, taken by surprise, was knocked to the ground with a single blow. Wu Qi was not an easy target either. He quickly retaliated, as the disparity in their strengths was minimal, with Gu Minjing as his backing. His volatile energy was no issue, while Hu Taishir's energy grew, increasingly unruly, nearly beyond his control. Who, can you no longer contain yourself? I wonder how long you can endure. Wu Qi taunted mercilessly. Long enough to extinguish you, Hu Taishir declared, then unleashed all his power, conjuring a long spear that pierced Wu Qi's abdomen. It was at that moment Wu Qi realized the gravity of the situation. Hu Taishir had been holding back his strength all along. After being provoked, he unleashed his full force, but it left Wu Qi in a dire predicament. Wu Qi pulled out the spear and hastily retrieved a potion from his pocket, pouring it into his mouth. Unfortunately, the wound was too severe, and the metallic energy within hindered its healing properties. The potion was futile. No, I have yet to seize control of the Free Alliance. I have not yet ruled the world. How can I die? Wu Qi, unable to accept this reality, frantically consumed the potion to Hu Taishir, on the other hand, was not faring well either. His body began to fluctuate in size, clearly on the brink of self-destruction. Sighing, Yu dropped a drop of level 4 water into Hu Taishir's mouth, stabilizing his energy. The appearance of Yu Hua and Gu Shirue drew the attention of the entire assembly. The Ming Emperor. Is that a woman? Could she be the Moon Water Deity? It must be. I heard the Ming Emperor and the Moon Water Deity are a pair. Yet Gu Shiyang recognized his own cousin. Chapter 58. Good sister, elder brother. The reunion of the siblings should have been a touching moment. However, the circumstances were quite awkward. How did you end up here? And is this the Ming Emperor? Gu Shiyang was utterly perplexed. His cousin had been missing for a decade, only to suddenly appear alongside someone resembling the Ming Emperor. The Yu Hua is indeed the Ming Emperor, and I am the newly appointed water deity. Rest assured, my support will be more steadfast than anyone else's. Gu Shirue reassured him. She had grown up following her cousin Gu Shiyang around. They were both only children, akin to siblings. Their uncle and aunt often argued, leading Gu Shiyang to spend more time at her home than his own. Gu Shiyang was taken aback by this revelation. What did you say? You are the newly appointed water deity. The Moon Water Deity? Indeed, it is I. Gu Shirue casually conjured a sphere of level 3 water and tossed it into Gu Shiyang's mouth. He choked on the water, coughing desperately, and shot a resentful glance at Gu Shirue. Yeah, I can drink on my own. Gu Shirue stifled a laugh, clearly teasing him, upon experiencing the purifying effects of the level 3 water. Gu Shiyang genuinely believed his sister was indeed the Moon Water Deity. This is my little sister. My sister is truly remarkable. The onlookers were filled with envy. Previously, they had felt sorry for Gu Shiyang, knowing his relationship with Gu Minjing. Although he was the legitimate child, due to Gu Minjing's special status, he had faced constant ostracism, eventually leading him to the Kyoto base, where he thought he would find refuge. Until now, they had assumed he was finished, only to discover he had a water deity sister. How fortunate he was! In the blink of an eye, Yu had stabilized Hu Taishir's tumultuous energy, while Wu Qi was not so fortunate. He succumbed to his injuries, dying with his eyes wide open, clearly unable to find peace in death. Yu Hua and Hu Taishir, evidently acquainted, had already begun to refer to each other as brothers. Brother Yu, thank goodness you arrived today. Otherwise, I would have met my end here. You ought to consider your own condition before being so reckless. Haha. A man must not allow his brothers to suffer injustice. Even in death. Impressive. However, I must thank you today. Gu Shiyang is my brother-in-law. Oh, you managed to win over the moon water deity? Impressive. Cough. Not really, it's all thanks to Yi's kindness. Yue glanced at Gu Shiyue, worried that Hu's coarse speech might upset her. However, Gu Shiyue was too preoccupied to notice their banter. She was more concerned about her elder brother's grievances over the years. Elder brother, this place is no longer suitable for you. Come back with me. My residence is quite spacious. Gu Shiyue was genuinely concerned about her elder brother remaining there. Yeah, it's fine. With the alliance leader present, I can endure any hardship. However, I do agree this is not the right place for me. I will bid farewell to the alliance leader and then accompany you. Elder brother. Elder brother. The group behind him was filled with regret. If they had not faltered earlier, might they have also gained the favor of the moon water deity alongside their elder brother? Brothers, let us part amicably. Gu Shiyang was no saint. How could he forgive those who abandoned him? The crowd murmured, realizing there was no turning back, and they were filled with immense regret. Alliance leader, Gu Shiyang bowed to Hu Taishu. Thank you for standing up for me today. Hu Taishu, despite his injuries, had defended him. This kindness was duly acknowledged. We are brothers. No need for such formality. Hu Taishu clapped his palm against Gu Shiyang's shoulder. And to his surprise, Gu Shiyang bore it without flinching. Not bad, young man. It was evident that Gu Shiyang had refined his body to its utmost limits. Inspired by the Ming Emperor, many ability users sought to hone their physiques. But few achieved such a level of mastery. Hu Taishu genuinely admired Gu Shiyang now. Would you be interested in taking Wu Qi's position? No one had anticipated that Hu Taishu would extend such an olive branch. You flatter me, alliance leader. My strength is still lacking, and I fear I am unfit for such a significant responsibility that I appreciate the kind offer. Gu Shiyang, being only level 9, could hardly accept such a substantial position within the alliance. One must know their own limitations. Hu Taishu felt regretful. You, young man, I truly see great potential in you. That position will be reserved for you. You may take it when you reach level 20. With that, Hu Taishu's sincerity was evident. While his offer was largely influenced by the favor of the Ming Emperor and the Moon Water Deity, Gu Shiyang possessed undeniable potential, a fact that could not be disputed. To decline any further would seem impolite. That I in that case. I thank the alliance leader. Good. My brother, you shall join my team, and I will assist you in elevating your strength swiftly. However, I cannot provide the resources for advancement. You must seek a partner for that. Hu Taishu laughed heartily, realizing he had gained a valuable ally. Seeing this, Gu Shiyue refrained from adding anything further. Her elder brother had his own path to forge, and she could not clip his wings or hinder his ascent. Today was indeed a fortuitous day. Alliance leader Hu, let us celebrate with a meal. Gu Shiyue invited Hu Taishu, as he was her elder brother's superior, and she felt it necessary to make arrangements on his behalf. Sister-in-law, then I, who shall graciously accept your invitation. Gu Shiyue chose the finest restaurant in Kyoto, renowned for its high-quality ingredients and steep prices. However, Gu Shiyue was wealthy and paid without batting an eye. The meal was a joyous occasion for all, and after dinner, Yu Hua escorted Gu Shiyue home. Gu Shiyang also accompanied her, as he had no place to stay for the night. He would need to reapply for a new residence the following day, so for now, he would return home with Gu Shiyue to reacquaint himself. Upon reaching the entrance, Gu Shiyang politely told Yu Hua, "Thank you, Ming Emperor, but this is far enough. We can manage from here." He was well aware that they had yet to obtain a marriage certificate or hold a wedding. He wouldn't let anyone intrude. Gu Shiyue stifled a laugh, knowing her elder brother's protective nature. He always feared that some rogue would whisk away his sweet sister, viewing everyone as a potential threat. Yeah, Yu Hua felt aggrieved, believing that after today, he might finally have the chance to embrace his beloved, only to find Gu Shiyang unexpectedly appearing. Cough. We have yet to marry. It is indeed not suitable to host guests, please, as Yu Hua turned. Glancing back 3 times, he hoped Gu Shiyue might ask him to stay. Regrettably, the siblings, having reunited after a prolonged separation, simply lacked the time to attend to him. Yu Hua could only depart in frustration. With the knowledge that his in-laws would soon arrive, he had to hastily prepare for the wedding. At that moment, no one would be able to chase him away. Chapter 59. Time, eldest brother. How have you fared these past years? Gu Shuriwei expressed her concern, for Gu Minjing was clearly not a benign character. Her brother had likely suffered significantly under her influence. Gu Shuyang gently ruffled his sister's hair. Ye has grown up. Fear not, elder brother as well. But tell me, how did you suddenly vanish all those years ago? Where did you go after that? Gu Shuriwei hesitated before replying. Brother, I was unexpectedly transported from the pre-apocalyptic world to this year, losing 10 years of my life. Initially, the concept of time travel seemed utterly preposterous, something she ought to have kept secret. Yet now that the apocalypse had arrived and supernatural abilities had emerged, time travel appeared far less extraordinary. In hindsight, the dilapidated building she had traversed through was unmistakably their school's dormitory. It was merely because it had fallen into disrepair that she failed to recognize it. Thus, all she was missing was time. How could this be? Could there be time-manipulating supernatural beings? She had never heard of such a thing. Gu Shuyang found himself equally perplexed. However, it seemed that his sister's time travel had indeed been a blessing in disguise, sparing her from the darkest years of the apocalypse. Gu Shuyue's heart stirred. Since there were spatial manipulators, surely there existed time manipulators as well. Had she been the target of a sinister plot? That seemed implausible, for that had been before the apocalypse when no one had awakened their powers yet. Who possessed such great strength to transport her, a living person, 10 years into the future? Moreover, spanning a decade was no simple feat. Unable to unravel the mystery, Gu Shuyue decided not to dwell on it. Brother, what is the situation with Gu Minjing? Gu Shuyue did not trust Gu Shuyang's tendency to share only good news. You already know. Gu Shuyang felt troubled that his sister was aware of their family's troubles, a source of great shame for him. She is the daughter of my father and his mistress. Merely a year younger than I, this implies that soon after my birth, he had already engaged in infidelity. Gu Shuyang held little affection for his parents. During his childhood, they were perpetually embroiled in conflict. His father had an affair, and his mother, although aware, refused to relent and sought to maintain the marriage, resulting in endless strife. It was under such circumstances that Gu Shuyang grew up. It was only due to Gu Shuyue's father that he was often taken away, allowing him a glimpse of a more normal life. And what of my uncle and aunt? They perished. They died at the onset of the apocalypse. Just before their demise, they were arguing loudly, attracting the attention of aberrant beasts, which ultimately led to their deaths. Gu Shuyue fell silent. They truly had quarreled their entire lives. Fortunately, Gu Shuyang had already reached adulthood and left home before their demise, thus avoiding their burdens. And Gu Minjing? Her mother abandoned her for another man when she was 8, leaving her in my father's care. My father did not dare to bring her home, so she was raised by her aunt. Her aunt, feeling pity for her lack of parental figures, treated her quite well. Yet, she turned out to be an ungrateful wretch, deliberately scheming against her cousin, causing her cousin's family to become estranged, while treating her as if she were her own daughter. Her cousin, He-Chi, had awakened spatial and water manipulation abilities but was ultimately harmed by her. Those abilities then transferred to her. In truth, she was originally a wood manipulator. Eventually, even her cousin's fiancé became her husband. Gu Shuyue had heard this story before from Li Mingqi, but hearing it recounted by Gu Shuyang felt entirely different. Has she ever harmed you? How to put it? Just some petty tricks, nothing fatal, but thoroughly annoying. She often claims her childhood was filled with misfortune, naturally drawing a throng of admirers seeking to curry her favor, which inevitably led to trouble for me. While her parents' troubled marriage was largely attributable to Gu Minjing's mother. Considering the grievances of the previous generation, it would be unjust to direct his anger toward her. Yet, she seemed resentful that I had stolen her father, constantly inciting foolish men to act on her behalf. A true green tea, Gu Shuyue lamented, discovering that her opportunistic cousin was indeed a seasoned green tea. Indeed, she possesses talent. Before your appearance, she was the sole water goddess of Hua country, an exalted position. Gu Shuyang remarked sarcastically. Brother, her water manipulation is rather dubious, reminiscent of the types of spatial abilities described in novels. It likely isn't her own power. We suspect the same. It is said she possesses a jade pendant that belonged to her cousin He-Chi, a family heirloom that is now hers. I suspect this artifact is the source of her power. Surely no one would dare to steal the pendant. Gu Shuriwa doubted anyone would be so unmotivated. Naturally, there are those who covet it. However, her 3 husbands are formidable, all at level 30 or above, making it difficult for ordinary people to contend with them. As for others, I cannot say, but Yuhua would undoubtedly prevail. However, he possesses spatial abilities and looks down upon Gu Minjing's prowess. What has become of my parents? Uncle and aunt are well. They have established a mercenary group, gaining a modest level of strength in the southern base. It was thanks to their protection that I was not harmed by Gu Minjing. Gu Shuriwa was astonished. Her parents, ordinary middle school teachers, had somehow become formidable figures and even formed a mercenary group. How fantastical! Do not underestimate my uncle and aunt. My uncle is a level 29 fire manipulator, while my aunt is a level 25 healer. They are prominent figures in the southern base. Even Gu Minjing would not dare to offend them lightly. So, how did the fire-wielding father and healing mother produce a water-manipulating daughter? Nevertheless, knowing they are well brings her comfort. What is the situation between you and Ming Di? Gu Shuriyang could no longer restrain his curiosity. Gu Shuriwa blushed, opting to embellish the details of their relationship before sharing them with her brother. Should he discover that Yuhua had harbored feelings for her since high school, her brother would surely be infuriated. In this way, he was indeed considerate. However, as you are still technically unmarried, do be mindful of appearances. Once uncle and aunt arrive in the capital, we shall consider arranging a wedding for you. Gu Shuriwa could only nod. Now that she had parents and an elder brother, she naturally hoped to celebrate a wedding. Your estate is quite impressive. The guards are formidable as well. It seems the nation truly values you. Your decision to seek assistance from the government was a strategic move. He recalled how his sister, upon entering the apocalypse, had been deceived by the Hua family, nearly imprisoned for her abilities, and felt a wave of dread. Fortunately, she had encountered Ming Di, not the real Huiyu. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether he would ever see his sister again. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Shuriwa proposed, "Brother, why not stay with me for now? This place is far too large. I feel a bit frightened alone." Gu Shuriyang understood that this was merely his sister's way of saving face, yet he felt compelled to accept her kindness. After all, they were cousins, and their relationship would be scrutinized by others. Being able to reside in the estate would signify a close bond, and in the future, people would naturally treat him with greater respect due to the connections with Ming Di and the water goddess. Very well, I shall stay until your wedding. Chapter 60. The contract. The rice in the space is on the verge of rotting. Yuhua lamented to Gu Shuriwa, feeling aggrieved that the heartless woman had not contacted him throughout the entire night. Did you not harvest it? Gu Shuriwa retorted, for he could easily harvest it with his mind. Why leave it unattended? In your absence, I had no desire to harvest. I felt heartbroken, distressed, lonely, isolated. Gu Shuriwa shot him a glare, exasperated by his dramatics. Come on. Yuhua swiftly retrieved a necklace and adorned Gu Shuriwa with it once more, this time enhancing it with an array that would ensure she could never remove it for the rest of her life. Gu Shuriwa regarded the possessive man with exasperation. It was entirely her fault for indulging him. Yuhua pulled Gu Shuriwa into the space, and before she could assess the state of the rice paddies, he enveloped her in his embrace, sealing her lips with a fervent kiss. Gu Shuriwa found herself with no opportunity for resistance, entirely at his mercy, and thus they became entangled in each other once more. Having been apart for so long, both were filled with excitement. Yuhua repeatedly kissed her. Yeah, I love you. You are so beautiful. Yeah, you belong to me. Ahua, I love you too. Upon receiving Gu Shuriwa's confession, Yuhua was utterly elated. Yeah, how can I love you better? As their hearts resonated, their energies circled within them, ceaselessly intertwining. After half a day, Gu Shuriwa astonishingly leveled up by 2 ranks, and even Yuhua ascended by 1. In fact, due to Yuhua's extravagant use of enlightenment tea, they uncovered the dual cultivation partner contract. Upon signing the contract, their hearts would be in sync, sharing life and enhancing their cultivation efficiency by even 1-fold. However, should the contract be voided, the initiating party would sacrifice half their level and half their lifespan. Without hesitation, both chose to bind themselves to the contract on the spot. Indeed, after a flash of silver light, Gu Shuriwa truly felt the intensity of Yuhua's love. Yuhua sensed it too. You truly love me. Yuhua could hardly believe it. He had always taken the initiative, and Gu Shuriwe had never openly expressed her feelings. He never anticipated that she harbored love for him. Fool! Did you not know I love you? Gu Shuriwe leaned in to claim Yuhua's lips, and they once again succumbed to their passion. Gu Shuriwe felt invigorated after their encounter, a refreshing energy coursing through them. I wish for you to hold me. I do not want to leave you. Gu Shuriwe clung to Yuhua, wishing to remain by his side forever. All right, we shall never part ways. Yuhua planted a kiss on Gu Shuriwe, and at that moment, he felt a happiness he had never experienced before. The space around them was solely inhabited by the two, and thus, they indulged in a carefree manner, choosing a rather casual location. Gu Shuriwe found it exhilarating. There were countless spots to choose from within their surroundings. Presently, Yuhua held her with one arm while preparing lunch with the other. Gu Shuriwe lay upon him like a koala, and fortunately his strong physique made it effortless to support her. Gu Shuriwe, oblivious to everything else, simply thought how incredibly handsome Yuhua was. Yuhua sighed. Yeah, I can sense your feelings. But you must eat first. Both Yuhua and Huiyu were determined to ensure Gu Shuriwe gained weight. They would never allow her to skip a meal. However, Gu Shuriwe's current desire was solely for Yuhua. Yuhua placed her on the cold kitchen counter, which sent a shiver through Gu Shuriwe, and it was then that she realized the implications of her actions. Her face flushed a deep crimson. Unfortunately, Yuhua's movements were too swift. He immediately fulfilled her wish. As for the meal, it was simply a matter of reheating what was available, satisfactory enough for them. When the two emerged from the space, it was already evening. Gu Shuyang had returned. He cast a resentful glance at the seemingly blissful pair. You two aren't even married yet. After saying this, he shot Yuhua a disapproving look, suspecting that this scoundrel was intentionally tempting his sister. Even as the Ming Emperor, he couldn't help but feel averse to him. Gu Shuriwe and Yuhua felt utterly embarrassed. Big brother, you've worked hard today. Let the kitchen prepare a couple of extra dishes for you. Gu Shuriwe knew she must appease her brother. Sure enough, Gu Shuyang ceased his complaints. Yeah, your parents should be arriving tomorrow. So soon? I thought it would be a few more days. Gu Shuriwe exclaimed, overjoyed. It had been a decade since their family of 3 had seen each other, and they had all assumed the others were deceased. The flight was advanced. Yuhua did not mention that he had used his privileges to expedite matters, allowing them to arrive earlier. That's wonderful. I need to prepare their room. Gu Shuriwe was in a rush, knowing that her parents would arrive the next day. She needed to get everything ready. Ideally, they would stay over, facilitating a reunion for their family. She also had to prepare the gifts for them. In that moment, she suddenly remembered she hadn't given her brother the level 3 water yet. Brother, here, take this level 3 water. Gu Shuriwe generously presented him with 10 liters of level 3 water. Sufficient for 3 or 4 individuals to reach level 10. That's far too much. Just give me 300 milliliters. Gu Shuyang was astonished by his sister's generosity. He had seen Gu Minjing give away level 3 water in small 10 milliliter bottles, and the recipients were grateful. Yet here was his foolish sister, giving away 10 liters without a second thought. If it's too much, keep it. I have plenty. This is 100 milliliters of level 4 water. Use it sparingly. Such a valuable item isn't readily available on the market. It can elevate one by 20 levels. Gu Shuyang trembled at the thought. Could such treasures be carelessly handed out? He shot a glare at Gu Shuriwe. Take it back. This is something you must never flaunt. Gu Shuriwe shrugged. Big brother, just accept it. The level 4 water is something I produce myself. I generate it daily. Gu Shuyang was taken aback. He had presumed it was discovered in the wild, not realizing it was something his sister had cultivated herself. Considering that Gu Minjing, who was of a higher level and had awakened earlier, could only produce a meager amount of level 3 water daily, it was astonishing that Gu Shuriwe, at only level 12, could already create level 4 water. She was truly a prodigy. Does anyone else know about this? Gu Shuyang asked, concerned. Wealth could attract danger, and he did not wish for his sister to be in peril. The commander knows. The guards handling the transfer are aware. Aside from that, it's just the 2 of you who know. Gu Shuriwe sighed in relief. Thankfully, her naivety hadn't led her to foolishness. You certainly hold a higher position in the country than Gu Minjing, so you need not worry about her scheming behind your back. My brother-in-law is overly cautious. As long as I am here, Ye will always be the most esteemed one. Yuhua interjected, unable to contain himself. Gu Shuyang fell silent. Indeed, with a formidable figure like Yuhua protecting her, Gu Minjing posed little threat. It was he who had allowed himself to be intimidated by Gu Minjing. Chapter 61. Parents Gu Dad and Gu Mom arrived around 11 o'clock, and Gu Shiriwe had been waiting at the airport for quite some time. Yuhua could only accompany her patiently. Today, he had made the rare choice to don his finest outfit, presenting himself in a manner befitting the occasion. In this post-apocalyptic era, what truly exuded prestige was not a high-end gown, but rather advanced energy gear. Thus, Yuhua's attire, emanating noticeable energy waves, drew the attention of passers-by. Feeling somewhat out of place, he remained by Gu Shiriwe's side, who insisted on waiting here to greet her parents the moment they arrived. As the plane landed, a tall middle-aged man and a plump young woman were the first to disembark. Gu Shiriwe rubbed her eyes, hardly believing her sight. "Dad, Mom, you both look so youthful." "Yeah, my precious daughter." Gu Shiriwe's appearance remained largely unchanged since the pre-apocalyptic world, allowing her parents to recognize her immediately. Gu Mom tightly embraced her daughter, exclaiming, "You little rascal! Where have you been? Do you have any idea how desperately we searched for you?" Gu Mom lightly patted her a few times, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Gu Shiriwe couldn't help but cry as well. Although only a few months had passed for her parents, she had been missing for 10 long years. As long as you're back. As long as you're back. Gu Dad gently wrapped his arms around the mother and daughter, finally uniting their family once more. "Dad, Mom, let me introduce you to my boyfriend. Yuhua. Awa, this is my dad and mom. Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Yuhua. Shall we head home now? It's a bit crowded here." Gu Dad, who had intended to say something, fell silent upon noticing the curious gazes surrounding them. Gu Mom guided Gu Shiriwe to sit in the back seat and whispered in her ear, "Yeah, tell me, is Yuhua the Ming Emperor?" "Yes, Mom. Do you know him?" Gu Mom was speechless. Who didn't he know the Ming Emperor? However, he had always appeared in public with a bushy beard, and now, having shaved it off, he looked impeccably clean and handsome, almost like a different person. If she hadn't recognized his flowing battle attire, she might not have even dared to acknowledge him. "How could the Ming Emperor be your boyfriend?" "Ahem, Mom. We were originally classmates. He found me in the post-apocalyptic world. Thanks to him, I haven't suffered." "Is that so?" Gu Mom's expression softened as her approval of her future son-in-law grew. However, she couldn't help but wonder if he was a national-level powerhouse while her daughter was only level 12. It seemed somewhat mismatched. Gu Mom was a rational person and believed that marriage should be between equals. Although she didn't want to voice it, she felt her daughter might not be worthy of him and wished to spare her the pains of marrying above her station. "Mom, I thought you both already knew." "Knew what?" "I am the newly appointed water god of Huagua. This has spread all over the internet. Didn't you see?" What? Gu Dad and Gu Mom were taken aback. They exchanged incredulous glances. "We thought it was just a namesake. Who could possibly have 2 water gods in one family? We hadn't even dared to imagine." "Well then, so it was just a misunderstanding. Haven't you seen the news about the Ming Emperor and the Moon Water God being a couple?" "Ahem. Gossip news is unreliable." Gu Shiriwe suddenly recalled that her parents were both educators and never followed the sensational news. "Mom, you look significantly younger and more beautiful now." "Indeed. Teachers tend to age quickly. Before the apocalypse, my mother looked like she was in her 50s when she was only in her 40s. Now, at over 50, she appears to be in her 30s. You flatter her," Gu Mom chuckled, playfully tapping her nose. "It's true, Mom. You have genuinely become younger and more beautiful." It's likely due to my awakening. I belong to the healing class, which has notable benefits for the body, leading to more pronounced effects. Mom, the last time I went hunting for mutated clams, I gathered quite a few pearls that are known for their beauty-enhancing properties. You should pick a set to wear." "No need. I'm not fond of jewelry. It looks better on young girls like you. You're still a young lady. You're quite the charmer." "Mom, I must tell you, I am now quite formidable. The state has allocated me a grand estate. I even have a courtyard in the second ring, which is also a reward from the state. My daughter is truly impressive." Influenced by her family, Gu Shiriwe believed that securing a stable job was the best outcome. Thus, she had contacted the state directly, and indeed, the state did not disappoint her. "Mom, now that you're here, will you be staying for good?" "Yes." We've handed over the mercenary group to our subordinates. From now on, our family of 3 will never part again. Gu Mom, with tears glistening in her eyes, felt an overwhelming sense of relief. She had only one precious daughter, and heaven knew how much they had suffered searching for her over the years. But doesn't that mean you'll have to start anew in Kyoto? Yes, your father and I have decided to establish a new mercenary group, and a few people have come with us. You needn't worry. We are well prepared. Gu Shuriwe was profoundly touched. Her parents had truly sacrificed so much for her. Father, mother, with both Yuhua and me here, you can traverse the Kyoto base without any hindrance. You can do whatever you wish. Indeed. Uncle and aunt, should you have any matters, feel free to invoke my name. It is recognized throughout Huagua. Most of the assets under my name have been transferred to Yia, as I have already arranged, and I will ensure that you receive a green light all the way. Yuhua expressed his heartfelt sentiments at the opportune moment, and Mother Gu was even more pleased with him. A capable, handsome, and kind-hearted individual who has entrusted all his assets to Yia. Where could one find such a son-in-law? Excellent, excellent, good child. As long as you are happy, we have no objections. Mother Gu's eyes nearly squinted into crescent moons from her joy. Their decision to support their daughter had been well considered. Gu Minjing's influence at the southern base was too formidable for them to contend with, and they could not afford to sever ties, thus limiting their development. Therefore, they had come to see their daughter with no intention of returning. Now, witnessing the significant influence of their daughter and son-in-law in Kyoto, they felt even more fortunate about their choice. Yeah, we wish to select a location for a mercenary group S base. Do you have any recommendations? Before Gu Shuriwe could respond, Yu interjected. Aunt. Do not worry. I recall that I have an office building under my name, which I have transferred to Yia. I can take you to see it this afternoon. For now, you can rest at the estate, as there is ample space. The people you brought can be accommodated at a nearby hotel. I have already made arrangements. Yu's preparations were exceedingly thoughtful, leaving both Father and Mother Gu with little to say. Soon, they arrived at the estate, and Father and Mother Gu inquired, "The environment here is lovely. Is that house yours?" "Mother, this entire area, within a 10-mile radius, belongs to me." Chapter 62. Bamboo Immortal. Father and Mother Gu were taken aback, pulling out their watches to confirm. Indeed, this is the Kyoto base. Gu Shuriwe found it amusing yet exasperating. Father, Mother, this estate was gifted to me by the state. I did not purchase it. Such an expanse cannot be bought. They both sighed in relief. I knew it. The Kyoto base is worth its weight in gold. How could one possibly acquire such a vast estate? Well, to be precise, there are only 2 buildings for habitation here. The one at the entrance is where I reside, and the one at the foot of the mountain is for the staff. Is there a staff employed here? Yes. Arranged by the state, there are approximately over 100 staff members. Some of them are also officially appointed. There are even a few agricultural experts residing there, who wander through the fields daily. Gu Shuriwe was not particularly familiar with the personnel at the estate, as the butler primarily managed them. Although they were all there to serve her, they were not mere servants but rather government employees. Thus, Gu Shuriwe was always quite courteous to them. Father and Mother Gu understood that the mere presence of these individuals in Gu Shuriwe's estate signified a formidable power, not to be trifled with. Just then, the kitchen had prepared a sumptuous feast, and the 4 of them enjoyed a lively meal together. After a brief respite, Yua took them to see the office building. There are quite a few office buildings in the Kyoto base, many of which are exceedingly old, located in remote areas with inconvenient transportation. However, the building Yua mentioned was rather nice. Situated outside the 3rd Ring Road, the office building appeared relatively new and well-decorated, with the added advantage of convenient transportation and nearby residential complexes. Yet when they arrived, they discovered that the lock on the office building had been changed. Additionally, the security guard emerged to chase them away. Who are you? This is the Green Bamboo Group. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach. Clearly, this place had been occupied by someone else. Yua felt his dignity trampled upon. Wang Rue, get over here. Yua made a phone call. And 10 minutes later, a plump man in a suit hurried over. Boss, this is a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? If you do not clarify this today, I will take your head. Wang Rue was sweating profusely. Boss. This was borrowed by Zhu Xian last year. Do you remember? I recall only agreeing to lend it for 1 year, and that year is long since passed. Why have they not vacated? Well, they said they had not found a place to settle, and I dared not chase them away. Wang Rue smiled wryly, knowing that Zhu Xian was a powerful figure, not someone he could easily offend. Fine. You are under my command, as long as you have a valid reason. I will cover for you what is there to fear. After saying this, Yu Hua dialed another number. What do you need? Money. The office building you borrowed last year. I agreed to lend it to you for a year. And now it has been 6 months overdue. It's time to pay the rent. Pa, what kind of relationship do we have? Are you going to pay or not? Very well. Then I will throw out both your people and your belongings. Fine. I'll give you this face. 10 minutes. You must vacate within 10 minutes. Otherwise, I will throw everything out, regardless of life or death. Yu Hua angrily hung up the phone. That woman Zhu Xian borrowed the office building from me last year. I lent it to her, but I speak. Why did you return so late? The words came from Gu Dad, who was gritting his teeth, having endured a whole day of worry. His daughter was still so young. Yet that scoundrel had taken her away. Gu Shuriwei glanced at the clock. Dad, it's only 10 o'clock. Only 10 o'clock. What kind of good girl comes home at this hour? Was it that scoundrel? I told you he can't be trusted. How dare he take my precious daughter? Gu Dad transformed into a raging dragon, his tirade leaving the three of them in stunned silence. Old Gu, don't frighten the child. Gu Mom admonished. Only then did Gu Dad realize he had overreacted. Ahem. Yeah, you are still young, but there's no rush to get married. Keep your eyes wide open and don't let anyone deceive you, Dad, I know. Please don't worry, Gu Shuriwei said sweetly, holding on her father's hand that little you. Though he seems decent, you can't dive in head first. You must leave yourself an escape route, understand? Gu Dad was almost beside himself with worry. He had just found his little cotton-padded jacket, only to have her whisked away by some brat. Dad, trust me, I won't let myself suffer. You've been busy all day. You must be tired to go wash up and get some sleep. Gu Mom quickly changed the subject. Seeing this, Gu Dad's expression softened. You don't even think to say you're tired. Stubborn yet soft-hearted. That was Gu Dad. That night, Gu Shuriwei insisted on sleeping with her mother. Mom, tell me the truth. Is Yu Hua treating you well? In the minds of the older generation, there was always a belief in the disparity of status, especially since Yu Hua was a Ming emperor. A powerhouse of national stature. If she were to suffer any grievances, they would be helpless to assist Gu Shuriwei. Mom, rest assured, Yu Hua treats me very well. Plus, we have already signed a partner contract. Our hearts are connected, and we won't betray each other. What is a partner contract? Gu Mom had never heard of such a thing. Gu Shuriwei presented the engraved partner contract array to Gu Mom. Here. It's this. You can use your mental strength to imprint it if both parties agree. Then you can sign the contract. Once signed, our hearts will be connected, and the efficiency of dual cultivation will double. The one who actively dissolves the contract will lose half their level in life. After studying it for a while, Gu Mom's expression visibly relaxed. This is good. I won't have to worry about you suffering anymore. Yes, Mom. Don't worry, I am the water goddess, and my status in the nation even surpasses his that I won't be wronged. That's great. Maya deserves the best in this world. Before her transmigration, Gu Shuriwei was merely a freshman, a child who had just left her parents. It was only natural for parents to be concerned. The next morning, as the family was having breakfast, Yu Hua arrived, bringing with him dozens of trucks laden with betrothal gifts. Gu Dad's face immediately darkened. Uncle and aunt, please entrust Yia to me. I will do my utmost to make her happy. You brat, come here. We need to talk, just as Gu Shuriwei intended to follow. Gu Mom stopped her. Let your father vent his anger. Just let him do it. Gu Shuriwei chuckled helplessly. Mom, my dad can't beat Yu Hua. Gu Mom shot her a look. Are you silly? Does little you dare to hit your father? Gu Shuriwei fell silent, realizing it was she who was foolish. All she could do was pray that her father wouldn't be too heavy-handed. Sure enough. When the two men entered, Gu Dad looked refreshed while Yu Hua bore a battered face. Although Gu Shuriwei felt a pang of sympathy, she dared not approach to heal him, fearing it would provoke Gu Dad further. And Yu Hua would suffer again. It was Gu Mom who could no longer bear it. She shot Gu Dad a glare. Is this how you act as an elder? With that, she transformed into a gentle breeze and healed Yu Hua's injuries. In truth, Yu Hua had been crafty, deliberately injuring his face to appear more pitiful, when in reality, it was merely superficial. Gu Dad rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He could see that his son-in-law was intentionally accommodating him. Little Yu, we approve of this marriage. Please arrange the wedding as soon as possible to be the way. Do you have anyone else in your family? Gu Dad was not cursing Yu Hua in the apocalypse. Those who survived were indeed the fortunate ones, and many had become isolated. Jiu Shuriwa had yet to meet Yuhua's family, and her curiosity was piqued. I have an older sister who lives at the Shijo base. She should be coming over in a few days. All right, once she arrives, we can discuss the specifics. The marriage was essentially settled, and the family naturally got along harmoniously. Yuhua was adept at socializing, and he brought numerous treasures, gifting each person several items, which delighted Gu Mom to no end. She could hardly help but wish Yuhua were her own son. Even Gu Dad, upon receiving an exquisite sword, could not suppress his joy as a swordsman. He recognized the sword's extraordinary quality, crafted from the ivory of a level 40 boss's mutated elephant, made by a grandmaster craftsman, with only this one produced. Many sought to trade with Yuhua, but he had refused, only to gift it to Gu Dad. Being a connoisseur, Gu Dad understood just how rare this sword was. Thus, the son-in-law he once found detestable suddenly appeared quite admirable. Little you, do come by often. Gu Dad patted Yuhua's shoulder, his expression one of approval. Gu Shiryua's older brother, Gu Shiryong, received a fine sword suited to him, though not as exceptional as Gu Dad's. It was still a rare weapon. Naturally, anything crafted by the Ming Emperor was no ordinary item. Gu Shiryong was very pleased, and his gaze toward this brother-in-law softened considerably. Gu Mom received a staff, made from the heart of a level 40 mutated plant, perfectly aligning with her healing attributes. Truly precious. The gifts from Yuhua had clearly struck a chord with everyone. Chapter 64. The Canal Dad. Mom, I need to purify a source of water later. Can you manage things on your own today? What source of water? It's the canal connecting Kyoto and the south. I estimate it will take me all day. The canal had been a vital project for the south to north water diversion before the apocalypse. Can you purify such a long river by yourself? Gu Mom was deeply worried. It's all right, I have experience. I've purified a reservoir before, and now Kyoto base lacks for drinking water. The canal connects the north and south, and if I can purify this river, it will at least resolve the drinking water needs for 6 bases along its banks. Gu Shiryue chose this canal specifically because, firstly, it was of average width with a manageable flow, and secondly, there were quite a number of bases along its banks. The 6 bases she mentioned were medium to large-sized. She hadn't even accounted for some smaller survivor points. Then you should go. This is a good deed for the country and the people, and we also have things to attend to. Besides, your brother is here. Gu Dad and Gu Mom, both educators, held strong moral values. They understood their daughter was contributing to the nation, and there was no reason to obstruct her. Gu Shiryue was heading to the source of the canal, which was at the southern base. Initially, the top leader had arranged for a private plane to take her, but Yuhua deemed it a waste of time, finding it uncomfortable to sit, and outright rejected it. With him around, his wife had no need for a plane. Yuhua wrapped his arm around Gu Shiryue and teleported away. She decided to start the purification from the Kyoto end, and due to her level increase, the water volume of the canal was not excessive, allowing for efficient purification to in less than half an hour. She completed the purification of the water on the Kyoto side. The top leader and others were already waiting there. And upon witnessing the completion of the canal's purification, they were all teary-eyed. Well done. Well done. Kyoto has gained another source of water. Thanks to you, Xiaogu. People nearby could hardly contain their excitement as they began tasting the canal water. Ha! It's true. It really is level 2 water. Heavens, a whole river of level 2 water. We're rich. In the past, the canal had been the source of drinking water for Kyoto, and now it had finally seen the light of day again. As expected of the moon water goddess, you're truly remarkable. Yes. I've heard that the dream water goddess can only condense level 3 water now. She's so much inferior. Don't speak nonsense. Long live the moon water goddess. Marry me, moon water goddess. The crowd erupted into cheers, and Gu Shiyue's face turned crimson, while Yuhua, furious, pulled her close, asserting ownership. Moon water goddess, I don't mind being a second wife. I'll settle for being the 3rd or 4th wife. Moon water goddess, give us a chance. Yuhua was so enraged he nearly spat blood. You all wishful thinkers. Gu Shirua bit her lip, stifling laughter. Ahua's jealous demeanor was rather adorable. Yuhua was so furious that he didn't even bother to bid farewell, directly pulling Gu Shirua away through teleportation to their next destination, the Shanghai base. Upon their arrival, the base leaders were already anxiously waiting. Clearly having received news in advance, Moon Water Goddess, Ming Emperor. Gu Shirui nodded at them, not wishing to waste words, and got straight to work. It took her about an hour to purify the canal at the Songhai base and connect it to the Kyoto base. Exhausted, Gu Shirui sat down on the ground to replenish her energy with energy cores. The Songhai base was considerate, promptly sending high-level healers to offer her healing and recovery skills, to which Gu Shirui nodded in appreciation. The people from the base confirmed that the canal water had indeed transformed into level 2 water, and everyone's expressions were filled with excitement. Thank you, Moon Water Goddess. The base leader, a towering man at 1.8 meters, was so moved he wiped away tears with his sleeve. Gu Shirui sighed. Life was truly difficult for people in the apocalypse. Though so close to Kyoto, the people's attire, ability levels, and mental states were vastly different. In Kyoto, she often forgot that this was an apocalypse, but Songhai served as a stark reminder. Before leaving, the base leader prepared some supplies as a token of gratitude for Gu Shirui. Gu Shirui was reluctant to accept, while the base leader looked at her with eager eyes. Yu Shui Shun, although our Songhai base is impoverished, we are deeply grateful. Please accept this. Otherwise, we shall be troubled in our hearts. With such earnest words spoken, Gu Shirui could not refuse. However, she took out 100 liters of level 3 water. Base leader, this is level 3 water, a personal donation to the Songhai base. Please accept it. Trembling, the base leader received it. Level 3 water was a rare treasure. If missed, there would be no second chance. Should he refuse, he would live with regret for life. As for the gratitude owed to Yu Shui Shin, that could wait for another time. The next stop was the Shanghai base, where the populace was predominantly powerful, each person tall and robust. Yet, they were quite warm-hearted. Gu Shirui nodded and began the purification process. While the burly men around her held their breath in anticipation, they were in dire need of water in Shanghai. This time, Gu Shirui took over an hour to finally purify the canal water of the Shanghai segment. The people of Shanghai reverently filled their containers, not needing any testing instruments, and drank directly. It's true, level 2 water. Blessings from our ancestors. Shanghai finally is water. Haha, this is wonderful. The crowd cheered in celebration, as if they had been reborn. Gu Shirui was replenishing her energy when the people of Shanghai belatedly arranged for a healer. Once she had fully recovered, she showed no inclination for pleasantries, gifting 100 liters of level 3 water to the Shanghai base, accepting their gifts, and departed alongside Yuhua. The next destination was the Wuhu base, a large establishment predominantly situated on plains. Hence the water flow was relatively gentled. Gu Shirui spent nearly an hour completing the purification and, at the enthusiastic invitation of the base leader, enjoyed a meal at Wuhu base, once known as the gastronomic capital. Truly excelled in culinary arts, the only spirit chef of the entire Huagua resided there. Tio welcoming Di and Yu Shui Shun, they had invited the spirit chef to prepare a grand feast. After dining, Gu Shirui astonishingly leveled up to level 13. The spirit chef was indeed remarkable. Yuhua was also very pleased with Wuhu base's performance and specially pointed out a few individuals. Gu Shirui likewise presented 100 liters of level 3 water to Wuhu base, while graciously accepting their gifts. The people of Wuhu base were indeed generous, offering large quantities, including a truckload of energy wine. This was more than enough for their wedding. The next stop was the Jiangnan base. Jiangnan, originally a land of fish and rice, boasted well-developed waterways, thus many routes connected to the Jinghang Canal. However, the Jiangnan base had historically been a prosperous area. They had preemptively sealed off the major rivers, leaving only those that could not be blocked, for which they could only hope Gu Shirui would purify more. Naturally, Gu Shirui had no objections. She had previously purified some small rivers at other bases. And although the situation in Jiangnan was complex, she would not decline. Chapter 65. Hometown Gu Shirui spent over an hour completing the purification of Jiangnan base, gifting level 3 water, and after receiving their gifts, she set off for the southern base. Her hometown was right here. The people of the southern base were already waiting. Yet compared to the scenes of hundreds at other bases, there were surprisingly only a few dozen people here. Gu Shirui was not too concerned and was just about to begin purification when, unexpectedly, someone stirred trouble. Shiriui's sister, why do you not greet me? Do you hold something against me? A voice, quivering on the brink of tears, rang out to Gu Shirui, then noticed a woman clad in a white dress, standing apart from the crowd. With her words, the surrounding people cast her unkind glances. Who are you? How dare you expect my Yeye to greet you first? Yuhua immediately retorted upon seeing Gu Shuriwei being provoked. The woman in white, though average in looks, was slender, her demeanor composed. Mingdi, how can you protect her due to personal feelings, as her sister? Is it wrong for me to educate her? She must not be so impolite. I do not protect my wife. I would rather defend against you, an ugly woman. Do you think you can compare to my wife? Go look in the mirror. Yuhua was fully aware of Gu Minjing, but feigned ignorance. After a lengthy exchange, he asked, Who exactly are you? You keep talking about politeness. Is your idea of politeness to confront a stranger? Gu Shuriwei had her suspicions about the identity of the newcomer and was unwilling to give her any face. Gu Minjing took a breath and then smiled. Oh, so Sister Shuriwei does not recognize me. I am your elder sister, Gu Minjing, the only water deity of Huagua before you. I never thought my sister Wunti recognized me. Oh, so the entire nation knows you. I did not expect that. Ahua, you are Ming Di, and you are in textbooks, so does the whole nation know you? Gu Shuriwei intentionally asked Yuhua. How could everyone know? I don't have such a grand reputation, Yuhua replied, understanding her intent. Seeing Gu Minjing's face darkening, almost losing her serene composure. I heard you are going to purify the entire canal. That is truly remarkable. Unlike me, who can only condense level 3 water. However, I heard that water deities from other countries have also failed to purify their water sources. Sister, please do not act impulsively and make claims you cannot fulfill. Upon hearing Gu Minjing's words, Gu Shuriwei noticed the surrounding people casting her doubtful glances. Is this what you all think? Many lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact with Gu Shuriwei, and no one spoke. Gu Shuriwei scanned her surroundings. If it were not her hometown, and if there were not many lovely people in need of saving, she would have turned to leave. Tisk. The southern base is our last stop, and Jiangnan base is not far away. I do not believe you have not received news. Because of a woman's few provocative words, you dare to doubt my wife. I see you are tired of living. Yuhua was furious. He was not a local of the southern base, but had transferred here during high school. Thus had little emotional attachment to the place. Cough. Yu Shuai-shun has misunderstood. How could we doubt you? It is just that without seeing the real situation, we cannot judge its authenticity. After all, what Dream Shuai-shun said does hold some truth. The base leader, standing beside Gu Minjing, interjected, evidently having a close relationship with her. Then it seems the southern base does not require purification of water sources. Awa, let us go. Yu Shuai-shun, please wait. The base leader panicked, fully aware of the truth, but feeling compelled to support his wife's grievances that he had not expected to truly provoke her. Sister, could you be deceiving us? How could you refuse to purify? This I must address. This matter concerns countless human lives. How could you lie? Gu Minjing pretended to sternly reprimand Gu Shuriwei. Let us drop the sisterly titles. I have only one cousin growing up, and no sister. Most people knew of Gu Minjing's background, yet no one dared to mention it. As expected, upon hearing this, Gu Minjing's face turned pale. You are going too far, apologized to Ming Ming. A man beside Gu Minjing stepped forward. You have quite the nerve to demand an apology from my wife? Come, let us settle this. Yuhua, enraged, laughed ironically, yet the man fell silent upon seeing Yuhua. Coward. Yuhua raised his middle finger. The man could only seethe in silence. Gu Shuriwei took a deep breath and declared loudly, Today, I stand here because I am one of you, that I grew up here, and now that I have the ability, I wish to give back to this land, unrelated to you garbage. With that, Gu Shuriwei began to purify the river water that the people of the southern base had not blocked the mouths of the major rivers. Her purification efficiency was low. She needed to purify nearly all the rivers surrounding the southern base. Thus, it took her 3 hours to complete the purification, during which she rested twice. During this time, many more people arrived, likely drawn by the news. Ultimately, Gu Shuriwei fainted from exhaustion. Yuhua immediately rushed to pour a vial of medicine into her mouth. Treatment? Is she dead? Yuhua roared. The southern base had made no preparations for healers. It was only a bystander healer who could not bear to watch and help Gu Shuriwei recover. Gu Shuriwei opened her eyes, weakly stating, I have repaid the nurturing grace of this land. Your dream Shuai-shun is here. I shall not return again. Ah, well, let us go. Yu Shuai-shun, Yu Shuai-shun. I am sorry. I am sorry. The people of the base had confirmed that the water source had indeed transformed into level 2 drinkable water. Yu Shueishan had not lied. Unfortunately, it was too late. Gu Shiyue's heart had been deeply hurt by them. Yu took Gu Shiyue and teleported away. The remaining people glared resentfully at Gu Minjing. If it were not for her unfounded words, how could they have offended Yu Shueishan? Yet, Yu Shueishan ignored them, so they could only rely on Dream Shueishan and could not afford to offend her. Husband, did I do something wrong? I merely wanted to teach my sister. Why did she react with such fury? Gu Minjing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, looking quite pitiful. The base leader absent-mindedly comforted her. It is not your fault. She has a fiery temper. The man who had previously spoken gently embraced Gu Minjing, soothing her with words. Indeed, Ming Ming, after all, none of us truly knows if she can purify the water source. However, if she possesses that ability, so can you. Once you master it, you won't have to concern yourself with her whims. Chapter 66. The Wedding Dress. This man is Gu Minjing's third husband, favored by her for his handsome appearance and charming words. Those around them cast disdainful glances in their direction. The moon water deity had been driven away by their antics, yet they audaciously claimed she was temperamental. Fortunately, the purification process had been completed, and even in the absence of the moon water deity, they had access to level 2 water. However, unbeknownst to them, the purification effect would only last for 10 days. After that, everything would revert. Yet, this fact would remain unknown to the southern base. Yu did not return Gu Shiyue to Kyoto, but instead directly entered the space. He utilized numerous rare treasures on Gu Shiyue, enabling her to recover swiftly. After a day of labor, one would expect to rest well, but upon entering the space, memories of the previous encounter surged back. Moreover, with Yu having just inundated her with energy, Gu Shiyue felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her. Her desire to embrace Yu intensifying. Yet, she forgot that their hearts were in sync, and her thoughts immediately ignited the passions within Yu. Yeah, don't rush. It's all yours, Yu chuckled, pulling her into his embrace, determined not to disappoint his wife's fervent affections. Due to her absorption of numerous energy cores, Gu Shiyue's internal energy had become quite chaotic, and Yu seized the opportunity to guide her in repeatedly circulating her energy. Purging the impurities, after their intimate encounter, Gu Shiyue astonishingly stabilized her level. This is the advantage of having a high-level husband, though it comes with certain risks. If Gu Shiyue cannot elevate her level before Yuhua's next breakthrough, he would still have to rely on himself. In the apocalyptic cultivation system, advancing from level 9 to level 10 is a significant hurdle, fraught with peril. However, overcoming it would also lead to a remarkable increase in combat power. Levels 1 to 9 are collectively referred to as the first tier, 10-19 the second tier, 20-29 the third tier, and so forth. As for Yuhua, he had already reached the 5th tier. For Gu Shiyue to catch up with him would prove quite challenging. Although her cultivation speed had already been commendable, once the effects of the medicine wore off, she slowly closed her eyes, utterly exhausted, and fell asleep right there in the space. Yuhua kissed her cheek, cleaned her up, and tucked her in. He then returned to Kyoto alone, informing Gu Dad and Gu Mom that Gu Shiyue would not be coming back tonight, leaving their worried gazes behind as he departed the estate. Yeah, tonight, Yuhua could finally hold his wife in satisfaction as they slept. At dawn, Gu Shiyue opened her eyes to find Yuhua gazing at her intently, his eyes filled with tenderness, sensing the depth of his affection. Gu Shiyue leaned in to offer her lips. After an intense exchange, Gu Shiyue succumbed to his advances. The two sweetly completed their morning routines and exited the space, only to find Gu Dad, Gu Mom, and her older brother already busy with their own affairs. Gu Shiyue and Yuhua were set to take their wedding photos today. Yes, even amidst the apocalypse, the wedding photography industry still persisted in Kyoto. It was just that there were fewer people engaging in it. The photographer for Gu Shiyue and Yuhua was once a highly influential figure internationally, now reliant solely on his craft, as he had not awakened any special abilities after the apocalypse. In the past, only top-tier stars or elite families could afford such a master. Yet now, he merely scraped by. Yu had booked the shoot long ago, so by the time they arrived, the venue was fully prepared. Gu Shiyue selected a white wedding dress, a traditional Chinese outfit, and a formal gown, all of which she had brought herself, as she held little regard for the inferior wedding dresses from the studio. The key was that her bust size was considerable, and many gowns simply did not fit. What she brought were all custom-made, tailored to her figure. As for accessories, the valuable ones now were no longer jade, diamonds, or gold, but energy gear. Gu Shirue had an entire cabinet of decorative accessories, not considering functionality, purely for aesthetic purposes. These were not particularly valuable, though she possessed a few high-value sets. Her everyday wear consisted of powerful functional adornments. Naturally, for wedding photos, she needed the more decorative pieces. Yuhua effortlessly brought over her cabinet. The stylist's eyes sparkled as she beheld Gu Shirue's clothing and jewelry. Moon water deity, your husband truly dotes on you. Gu Shirue felt quite pleased by this compliment. Please help me coordinate an outfit. I'm not very adept at this. She had just entered her first year of university before the apocalypse and knew little about dressing up. All her clothes before were bought by her mother, leaving her with no experience. After starting university, various matters distracted her, and she hadn't had the chance to learn how to dress. Leave it to me. I guarantee you'll captivate the Emperor's attention. The stylist teased that Gu Shirue smiled, eagerly anticipating this moment. Indeed, when the first wedding dress look was revealed, Yuhua's eyes widened in astonishment. Gu Shirue sensed his desire to undress her, his thoughts making her blush as she shot him a glare. We're in public. Tone it down. Yuhua cleared his throat, masking his excitement. My wife is truly beautiful. He leaned down to kiss her. But Gu Shirue hurriedly covered his mouth. I just finished my makeup. Don't mess around. Yuhua pecked her palm, and Gu Shirue playfully swatted him. Be serious. How am I not serious? Yuhua feigned innocence. Under the photographer's direction, the couple took numerous photos that Gu Shirue felt her face flush as she viewed the proofs. The intimacy between them was palpable. Their gazes seemed to intertwine, and no matter the moment, their eyes remained locked on each other. Even the photographer couldn't help but praise the incredible chemistry. The wedding photos would be ready in 10 days, and Yuhua, enamored with all the proofs, decided to purchase them all. He even ordered several in large prints. Why do you need so many photos? To decorate our new home. Yuhua whispered in Gu Shirue's ear when the time comes. Our new house will be filled with our pictures. Gu Shirue's face turned crimson as she playfully scolded him. Rogue. This is not roguishness. It's human instinct. How could I help it if my wife is so beautiful? Yuhua seemed to have mastered the art of sweet talk lately, effortlessly bringing joy to Gu Shirue. Where should we establish our new home? Gu Shirue suddenly pondered. The true new home would certainly be in the space. But they needed a visible one as well. Did I have quite a few houses? Do you have any thoughts? Yuhua was indifferent to the dwelling, for he was akin to a snail. Wherever he went, his home followed. I own a courtyard house, and the location is quite decent. How about we settle there? Gu Shirue found herself rather fond of the courtyard house, if it's a courtyard house. I have an even larger one that used to be a royal residence. Shall we go take a look? Yuhua would never use Gu Shirue's property as their marital home. He had his own. Chapter 67, Allergies. With time still on their side, Gu Shirue and Yuhua enjoyed a meal outside before heading to the courtyard house Yuhua mentioned. The location of this courtyard house was surprisingly not inferior to Gu Shirue's. Yet its area was more than 10 times larger. Gu Shirue gazed in awe at the intricately carved beams and flowing waters within the courtyard. Alas, due to the proliferation of alien plants, the post-apocalyptic populace had lost interest in cultivating flowers, trees, and shrubs, leaving the courtyard barren, with only a stream of stagnant water infused with volatile energy. Gu Shirue casually cast her purification ability, transforming the water into level 2 drinking water. Ah, that's much more pleasing to the eye. Shouldn't we plant something? Yuhua understood Gu Shirue's desire to cultivate. Well, we're not planning to stay long, so maintaining it would be a hassle. You needn't worry about that. If you wish to plant, then plant. We can hire a gardener later. Gu Shirue realized she was still thinking in her old ways, believing she needed to be self-sufficient, entirely overlooking the possibility of hiring help. Very well. Let me see what to plant. Gu Shirue rummaged through her space for flower and plant seeds, having collected quite a few. Don't rush. Let us first check the house. Yuhua gently grasped Gu Shirue's hand to halt her. After inspecting the property, Gu Shirue found herself quite satisfied. It had undergone modern renovations while retaining its ancient charm, making it perfectly livable. Thus, she decided that their visible wedding home would be here. With that settled, Yuhua arranged for someone to come and tidy up the house. It had been uninhabited for a long time. So repairs and cleaning were necessary. Gu Shuriwe pulled Yuhua to discuss what to plan in the courtyard, and together they deliberated, filling the area with greenery to prevent any negative mutations that could damage the house. They opted for first-tier alien plants, focusing solely on aesthetics. Yuhua specifically chose a pomegranate tree. Pomegranates symbolize abundance and blessings. In the future, when we have children, we can bring them here to pick pomegranates. Gu Shuriwe shot him a glare. I'll only have one. Don't even think about more. All right, we'll have just one. Let them give us grandchildren to play with. Yuhua readily agreed. Gu Shuriwe chuckled, finding his thoughts amusingly far-reaching. She wasn't even sure if she could conceive, especially since it was said that childbirth had become challenging in the apocalypse. To date, they hadn't taken any special precautions. Yet she had not become pregnant. Now, being able to conceive felt akin to winning the lottery. My sister should be arriving tomorrow. I'll go pick her up. Yuhua wrapped his arms around Gu Shuriwe's waist, and they sat together in the pavilion to rest. Great. What is your sister like? I'll get her a gift. Gu Shuriwe paid little heed to the matter. After all, Yuhua was her only relative, deserving of some attention. Who could have predicted that Yuhua would wear a peculiar expression, rendered speechless? What was amiss? Was it the strange nature of her preferences? Indeed, she was attracted to men, and her unique abilities were inextricably tied to them. A curious thought struck Gu Shuriwe. What kind of ability could this be? Was it the practice of yin-yang harmony? No. She suffered from an allergy to energy cores. She could only cultivate through her own efforts. But the pace was excruciatingly slow. Engaging in dual cultivation with men would hasten her progress significantly. She claimed to be a natural dual cultivation prodigy. Yuhua appeared somewhat embarrassed to admit this. Gu Shuriwe was left dumbfounded. An allergy to energy cores? She had never heard of such a thing. Without an energy core, how could one possibly cultivate? Was it merely through absorbing the scant free energy in the air? Or through indulgence in food and drink? Clearly, this sister was unconventional, relying directly on men. How many men did she have? Gu Shuriwe felt a twinge of concern. Could she be another character like Li Mingqi? In truth, she had a set number of 5 men, and the 6 of them formed a small team. Only 5. Gu Shuriwe inquired with difficulty, wondering when 5 men would suffice. Ahem. Her cultivation required it. She had to be with 3 men daily, and 5 was the bare minimum. Any less would be insufficient. Yuhua was obviously quite embarrassed. This elder sister was, in fact, the heroine of a tale. Her talents were extraordinary. Gu Shuriwe found managing 1 man exhausting, while she had 5 and still felt it was insufficient. Gu Shuriwe was particularly curious. Did the elder sister rotate through the husband's rooms each day? Or did they all share the same bed? The thought was quite exhilarating. However, this was a question she dared not ask, as it was too intimate. Thus, Gu Shuriwe pondered that perhaps the elder sister needed some tonics to nourish her yin and yang. Moreover, her husbands had an overwhelming possessiveness towards her. One should not mention giving her any other men, for they would surely become jealous. Yuhua cautioned that Gu Shuriwe was once again shocked. In a scenario of 5 men and 1 woman, there was still jealousy. Was the world truly becoming unrecognizable? Gu Shuriwe inquired with difficulty. Do the husbands all come over? Of course, they never part ways. Even if something arises, at least 3 of them will stay with her. Understood. She had to cultivate every day. A single day without cultivation could be deadly. Gu Shuriwe suddenly felt a pang of envy. What was happening? If she could have a harem, what type should she seek? A domineering cell? A muscular man? A refined rogue? A pretty boy? Or perhaps a little wolf dog? Never mind, she wouldn't dwell on it. If he was sensed her thoughts, he would go mad. Gu Shuriwe was now exceedingly intrigued by the elder sister and her harem of men. In truth, the elder sister's rank surpassed her own. It was merely her combat prowess that lagged, and without significant achievements, she had not earned the title of National Guardian. It was clear that her entire cultivation was derived from dual cultivation, dedicating much of her time to it, hence her lack of combat prowess and achievements. In reality, she was quite the formidable figure. Gu Shuriwe couldn't help but admire the elder sister, surpassing the strongest individual in the apocalypse through dual cultivation. Should I gift her some clothing and jewelry? Perhaps even some intimate apparel? Yes, that might do. She would appreciate such gifts. This made things easier. Gu Shuriwei directly asked Yuhua for her sister's measurements and arranged for several luxury stores to deliver suitable clothing and shoes to the estate. She also ordered hundreds of sets of extravagant jewelry. These should be precisely what the elder sister needed. As for the amount of contribution points spent, Gu Shuriwei paid no mind, for her wristwatch displayed an exceedingly long string of numbers that she could not even count. Gu Shuriwei also secretly included some personal items, ordering hundreds of sets of intimate apparel. Initially intended for the elder sister, she reconsidered, feeling that gifting such items upon their first meeting would be rather impolite. Thus, she decided to keep them for herself. Gu Shuriwei was quite excited, as these were brand-name items, and just looking at the pictures was delightful. She wondered how they would look when worn in the courtyard. The repair crew had arrived, and the air was filled with the sounds of dust and drills, prompting Gu Shuriwei and Yu Hua to leave. Chapter 68. Pre-wedding at the Kyoto airport, Gu Shuriwei and Yu Hua arrived early at the arrival gate. "Do you resemble your sister?" Gu Shuriwei casually inquired. "Not particularly. My sister resembles our mother more, while I take after our father." Yu Hua reminisced that as people began to emerge, Gu Shuriwei focused her gaze on the groups of 5 men and 1 woman. Regrettably, none of them were Yu Hua's sister, until the next batch arrived, revealing a group of 5 men and 1 woman. The girl was petite and delicate, appearing quite slender, reminiscent of Lin Daiyu, yet seemingly possessing an opposite temperament. Calling out to Yu Hua from afar, "Xiaohua!" Yu Hua appeared somewhat reluctant to acknowledge her sister. Only when Yu Miao approached did Yu Hua reluctantly call out, "Sister." "Brother-in-law." Yu Miao stood on her tiptoes and patted Yu Hua's head, prompting Yu Hua to lower himself, fearing she might not reach. "Xiaohua, good boy." The scene felt quite incongruous, considering Yu's towering height of 185 cm, while Yu Miao barely reached 155 centimeters. There was a 30 centimeters difference, yet they were siblings. "Sister, this is Gu Shuriwei, my fiancé." "Yeah, this is my sister Yu Miao, and these are my brothers-in-law, Guan Su, El Xiao, Xie Yang, Li Ruang, and Sun Qingxi." It was quite impressive that Yu Hua remembered all 5 brothers-in-law's names. Gu Shuriwei, on the other hand, couldn't recall a single one. "Greetings, elder sister. Greetings, brothers-in-law. Younger sister." The 5 brothers-in-law nodded in unison, not engaging Gu Shuriwei in conversation. Gu Shuriwei found this rather odd, and Yu Hua whispered in her ear. The brothers-in-law never speak to other women, fearing it might make the elder sister jealous. Gu Shuriwei was left speechless. Their moral code was quite commendable. "Sister, after your long journey, shall we head to the hotel to settle in? Our new home is still being arranged." Yu Miao smiled sweetly. "Yeah, you're so obedient. We can just stay at the hotel." Gu Shuriwei felt a bit embarrassed by Yu Miao's words, as if she were treating her like a child. The group first went to the hotel to drop off their luggage, and then Yu Miao hurried to visit Gu Shuriwei's family. Gu's father and mother were aware that the male side was coming today, so they stayed home to await their arrival, initially thinking that their arrival was abrupt and that gifts would be prepared by Yu Hua. They were pleasantly surprised when Yu Miao and her brothers-in-law presented a plethora of gifts, clearly brought from the West Continent base, showcasing distinctive local characteristics. It was evident that much thought had gone into it. Gu's father and mother, along with her elder brother, were all quite pleased. The male party exhibited great respect towards the female party. The 2 sides engaged in an enjoyable discussion, establishing the wedding date for just 10 days later. In a world where survival was uncertain, relationships often led to immediate family formations, and their pace was remarkably swift. Their arrangement was already considered quite formal. The topics of dowries and bridal gifts were not discussed, as both parties were affluent and did not place importance on such matters. Moreover, Yu had wisely transferred all assets into Gu Shuriwei's name. However, Gu Shuriwei had no interest in managing the properties. Thus, she entrusted all her assets to Yu Hua for management. As Gu's father and mother had only one daughter, they would never let her be treated unfairly. Therefore, their wedding was destined to be splendid. Devoid of any modesty, with the wedding date set, preparations were set to commence. Due to their unique status, various forces would attend. Their wedding would become the grandest spectacle in the apocalypse. Invitations were sent out, and it was said that they immediately fetched sky-high prices on the black market. Unfortunately, those who received them were not foolish enough to sell. It was rumored that the other 3 of the 4 great guardians would also attend, with Li Ziki as the best man and Li Mengqi as the maid of honor, as she was the only one with whom Gu Shuriwei was familiar. During the wedding preparations, Gu Shiriwe even took time to purify a river that flowed through Kyoto. This river had completely resolved the drinking water issue for the Kyoto base. Even the mutated plants surrounding the Kyoto base had largely transformed into positively mutated varieties, increasing the mutation rate in the cultivated fields. It was said that other bases had extended invitations to Kyoto, hoping Gu Shiriwe could assist them in purifying their water sources. After some contemplation, Gu Shiriwe decided to purify a major river in the northeast base before the wedding. After all, the northeast was the granary of Huagua, with particularly fertile black soil. If she could purify the water sources there, it might soon restore the northeast's role as a granary, as both rivers were not particularly large. Gu Shiriwe completed the task in a single day. Before the wedding, she also checked on the reservoir. True to her expectations, the water had degraded to level 1 after 10 days, now that her level had risen. Purifying the reservoir had become significantly simpler, completing the task in under half an hour. While Gu Shiriwe was preoccupied with purification and wedding preparations, she was unaware that someone was plotting against her. One morning upon awakening, she discovered she was not in her estate's bed. After surveying the room, she noticed 5 cameras. She calmly questioned, "Who are you? Why have you brought me here?" The door suddenly swung open, revealing a person in a white coat, who, upon seeing Gu Shiriwe awake, showed no surprise. "Just here to draw some blood. Don't even think about escaping. It won't end well for you upon hearing about the blood draw." Gu Shiriwe furrowed her brow. "What do you need my blood for? I do not consent. You have no say in the matter. You still don't grasp your situation, do you? This place only allows entry. No exit. You won't be leaving." The person in the white coat cast a pitying glance her way and called out to the door, whereupon 2 burly men entered, pinning her to the bed and forcibly drawing a vial of blood. Gu Shiriwe struggled desperately, but it was futile. Instead, she was injured by the 2 cursing men, resulting in a broken arm. As she was about to leave, the man in the white coat kindly informed her, "You are free to roam on this floor. You do not have permission to access the other levels. Do not attempt to force your way through." Gu Shiriwe shot him a resentful glance. Since she was unable to leave for the time being, Gu Shiriwe dismantled all the cameras in the room and stuffed some electrical outlets with tissues that in truth, she had a method of escape. But first, she needed to investigate who was plotting against her. After treating her arm, Gu Shiriwe found paper and a pen in the room and sent her situation to Yuhua's personal space. Indeed, Gu Shiriwe's means of escape lay within the confines of space. As long as there was space, she would always have a way out. She was unsure if Yuhua and the others had noticed her disappearance. But she had to save herself. The motives of her captors puzzled her. They had not bound her nor administered any drugs, merely drawing a vial of her blood, since the man in the white coat had said she could move freely on this level. Gu Shiriwe prepared to venture out and ascertain the situation. Upon stepping outside, she noticed the corridor was carpeted, resembling a hotel. However, the other rooms seemed to be occupied solely by staff in white coats. And some guards lined the corridor, all regarding her with unabashed stares. Gu Shiriwe frowned in disgust. This place was neither a hotel nor a laboratory. She was quite confounded as to what it truly was. Upon seeing the man in the white coat, she would approach to see what he was doing, and they did not stop her, yet no one dared to speak to her, except for the first man in the white coat. The rest were as mute as gourd without mouths. Unfortunately, the subjects they were researching were far too technical for Gu Shiriwe to comprehend. However, she inadvertently overheard their discussions, which were evidently not in Chinese, but rather reminiscent of an island dialect. Upon closer inspection, she realized they indeed bore the typical features of the small islanders. Gu Shiriwe began to piece things together. It seemed she was surrounded by a group of spies. But why had they captured her? Was it for her water abilities? Could they truly be researched? Or were they simply coveting her identity as the water goddess, seeking to bring her back to their homeland? In the afternoon, the initial man in the white coat returned. "Who are you? Why have you taken me?" He softened his tone deliberately. "We are from the island nation, inviting you to visit us. It would be best if you cooperate. Otherwise, even if you are the water goddess, you will still suffer some indignities." "Am I on a ship?" Gu Shiriwe's mind raced. "Indeed, what a clever girl. How did you manage to abduct me despite the layers of protection?" This question perplexed Gu Shiriwe. Her country had provided her with an extensive security detail, making her abduction seemingly impossible. It is only natural for our island nation and Hua country, being brothers, to assist each other. Oh, so there is a traitor among us, Gu Shuriwe mused. Who was it that helped me escape my plight? I must thank him. Gu Shuriwe feigned excitement about leaving Hua country. Ditto. You find Hua country to be a sea of suffering. The man in the white coat clearly did not believe her. Indeed, you are unaware that my fiancé is the Ming Emperor of Hua country. He is utterly despicable. He abducted me and keeps me confined every day. Without a shred of freedom, I lack any means of resistance. Unlike you, who allow me to move freely, the island nation is far better. How outrageous! How could Hua country treat the water goddess in such a manner? No wonder she would consider defection. The man in the white coat exclaimed indignantly, in such a nation, how can there be two water goddesses, while our great empire has none? Gu Shuriwe caught a flaw in the man's words and pretended to be delighted. So it turns out it was my sister who saved me. I knew Sister Minjing would never abandon me. Oh, you two sisters can reunite in our great empire. How delightful. The man in the white coat stroked his chin. Did I ask that true? How wonderful. My sister went there on her own. Right? Yes. The water goddess Ming is a great contributor to our empire, already appointed by His Majesty the Emperor as the crown princess. As her sister, you two can marry a strong man from our great empire. I am Watanabe, and Watanabe Yukinabu, the foremost strongman of our empire, is my brother. The man in the white coat cast a lecherous glance at Gu Shuriwe, the implications of which were unmistakable. Is my sister on this ship? Why hasn't she come to see me? I miss her so. Gu Shuriwe felt she was employing every ounce of her acting skill. Sister Ming is on another ship. Once we reach the empire, you will be reunited. Now I need to take a sample of your skin tissue. The man in the white coat produced his instruments and prepared to proceed, but Gu Shuriwe had extracted enough information and was unwilling to endure any further torment. She channeled energy into her necklace and vanished from the ship. Baka! The man in the white coat realized he had been outsmarted as Gu Shuriwe disappeared before their eyes. Alas, it was too late. Yu anxiously awaited her arrival into space. Yeah. Why did you take so long to come in? Do not fret. I have significant intelligence. The ones who kidnapped me are from the island nation, and their ship is currently sailing at sea. Judging by the decor, it appears to be a cruise ship. Additionally, the traitor is Gu Minjing. She is now on another ship heading to the island nation. Gu Shuriwe rapidly relayed the intelligence she had gathered to Yuhua. Upon hearing this, Yuhua wasted no time and directly brought Gu Shuriwe back to the estate, where the top leader was already waiting. Evidently, Gu Shuriwe's disappearance had mobilized the entire national machinery. Gu Shuriwe quickly recounted all she knew. The top leader immediately issued commands. Little Gu, you should rest first. Rest assured, I have increased security at the estate to ensure absolute safety. Ming Emperor, please take people to retrieve Gu Minjing. Any others will be executed without exception. I will contact Daoist Kanxian to ascertain their location. You all maintain communication. After hearing this, Yuan nodded, one matter at a time. I will directly take the old Daoist to find them. That works. The Daoist happens to be in Kyoto. Their wedding has drawn all four great national protectors to Kyoto. After concluding their discussion, Yuwa glanced at Gu Shuriwe without uttering a word and transmitted away. Gu Shuriwe anxiously watched the direction he departed. The island nation claims to have promised Gu Minjing the position of crown princess. Her protective forces must be formidable. Do not worry. The strongest in the island nation, Watanabe Yukinabu, is no match for the Ming Emperor, especially with the addition of Daoist Kanxian. The top leader took a moment to reassure Gu Shuriwe. Upon hearing this, she breathed a sigh of relief. Have the spies captured anyone at the estate? She inquired of her parents. They have been apprehended. Surprisingly, it was the cook. He had added drugs to our dinner, causing everyone to fall into a deep sleep. Gu Shuriwe's mother said with a complicated expression. Normally, such national personnel undergo political scrutiny and should pose no issues. However, this cook was specifically hired, and the focus was on his culinary skills. Since he was merely a temporary worker without a formal position, he slipped through the cracks. Why would Gu Minjing want to harm me? Although they had a disagreement last time, it shouldn't have escalated to this point. She cannot bear to see you surpass her. Gu Shuriwe's mother said with clarity. That child harbors ill intentions. Her abilities are of dubious origin. Given your ability to purify, her powers appear even more suspicious, causing her to panic. That makes sense, Gu Shuriwei reflected. Her powers were her own and could naturally advance, whereas Gu Minjing's had been obtained through unscrupulous means that in the presence of Gu Shuriwei, her existence seemed superfluous. Thus, her desperate escape to the island nation was likely due to the absence of the water goddess there. As for her attempt to harm Gu Shuriwei before leaving, it was likely driven by jealousy. Oh, did her several husbands escape with her as well? Gu Shuriwei wondered, recalling that one of Gu Minjing's husbands was the commander of the southern base. Would he accompany her in her flight? That remained uncertain. She would have to wait for Xiao Yu to return to inquire. For now, the information her parents had received was limited. They could only wait for Yuhua's return to ask him. At the foot of Longhu Mountain, Yuhua hovered in mid-air, and shortly after, an elderly man resembling a Taoist appeared. Let us be off. The top leader has already briefed me on the situation. Without wasting words, Kanxian pointed out the direction towards the Diaoyu Islands. Yuhua nodded and, taking hold of Kanxian, instantly teleported away. Following the direction of the Diaoyu Islands, they teleported several times. Upon nearing their destination, Kanxian paused to perform another divination, providing an accurate location this time. Yuhua materialized just in front of the cruise ship. Who goes there? The cruise ship guards immediately went on high alert upon seeing the two appear out of thin air. Here to take your lives. Yuhua struck first, eliminating several guards in an instant. The top leader had ordered that only Gu Minjing's life be spared. All others were to be executed without exception. Wuyang Tianzin. Hua country is not a place for you. Kanxian joined the fray. Baka. A disheveled man emerged from the ship, clearly having just rolled out of bed, followed closely by a woman who was none other than Gu Minjing. Watanabe, save me. I do not want to go back with them. Gu Minjing realized that being captured would mean a life of misery. Watanabe shoved her to the ground and began to confront Yuhua. Observing the state of disarray he was in, Yuhua kindly remarked, "Would you like to put on some clothes? I can wait for you." Yuhua was not so benevolent. It was merely that the exposed body of the other party revolted him. Baka! However, Watanabe perceived this as an affront from Yuhua and charged at him wielding a katana. If you do not appreciate my courtesy, then so be it. Yuhua shook his head, realizing that without proper attire, death would render him unable to wear anything at all. In a flash, he teleported behind Watanabe and thrust a blade through him. Previously, Watanabe Yukinosuk was no match for him, and Yuhua had recently ascended in power. Killing him was akin to child's play. Watanabe Yukinosuk's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how he, the foremost master of the great empire, was no match for Yuhua. Thus, he departed this world with eyes wide open. Kinshwanzi had already dispatched everyone aboard the vessel. Now, the only survivor was Gu Minjing. No, you cannot kill me. I am the water goddess, and I am also a woman. You cannot kill me. Gu Minjing was utterly terrified. The formidable Watanabe Yukinosuk had been slain by Yuhua with a single shot. Oh, is it not just because you claim to be the water goddess? Where do your water abilities originate from? Do you truly believe you have concealed it well? Yuhua mocked her. Playing with space in front of him was akin to showing off one's skills in front of an expert. Gu Minjing, in despair, decided to shed a little more clothing. My emperor, am I not beautiful? Why do you not want me? Had you promised me back then, I would not have embarked on this irreversible path. TSK, like a bag of bones. So repulsive. Yuhua knew how to strike where it hurt. Gu Minjing's enviable physique, which never seemed to gain weight before the apocalypse, had made countless people envious after the apocalypse. She had been continuously hailed as the water goddess, the divine maiden. She had never endured such treatment. Gu Minjing, in a fit of rage, laughed mockingly, discarding her garments as she walked, remnants of Watanabe Yukinosuk's lingering marks still visible upon her skin. She understood how to captivate men. She twirled gracefully before Yuhua, leaning gently towards him. Alas, Yuhua was not swayed by her antics and swiftly retreated. Tisk, truly filthy. Gu Minjing was on the verge of a breakdown. She had bet everything and achieved nothing. Yuhua, it is all your fault. Why do you not accept me? What makes me inferior to Gu Shuriwei? Yuhua's brow furrowed, capable of squashing a fly. Silence. How dare you compare yourself to my Yiya? Why can I not compare myself to her? Why should she grow up in the affection of her parents while I must live as a concubine in someone else's home? Why can she become the water goddess while I must scheme and fight for my place? The heavens are so unfair. Why must all the good fortune be hers? And what about me? What am I? Gu Minjing screamed. Wu Yang Tianzuan. The heavens have no kin, always favoring the virtuous. You should not blame heaven and others but reflect upon yourself. Qin Xuanzi shook his head at Gu Minjing's state. Alas, the old priest would certainly suffer for witnessing what he should not. Yu Hua, growing impatient with her prattle, reached out and pressed his hand to her forehead, slowly extracting a ball of white light from her. No, my space. You cannot take it away. Gu Minjing was truly frantic now. With space, she could return home and at worst lose her freedom, but her life would remain intact. Without space, she would merely be an ordinary female ability user. Utterly devoid of support, Gu Minjing lunged to seize her space, only to be kicked away by Yu Hua. She coughed blood while crying out. You must return it to me. Will you give me back my space? I beg you, I will serve you like a beast. You can have me however you wish. Just return my space. Yu Hua examined the space carefully. Its quality was quite good, capable of cultivation, and it contained a spiritual spring. Yet the daily yield was about 100 liters, indicating that Gu Minjing had previously concealed a significant amount. This would be considered Yu Hua's spoils of war, but how to handle it would need to be discussed with Leader No. 1. However, it certainly would not be returned to Gu Minjing. Yu Hua retrieved a blanket from the cabin, wrapped Gu Minjing up, and then collected the yacht, nodding to Qin Xuanzi. Old Taoist, I will first escort this woman back. Do not leave yet. Join me later for a grand undertaking. Qin Xuanzi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the significant matter he mentioned. Very well. Today I shall accompany you, my noble friend. You would teleported to the coastline. Discarded the yacht at the military port, and it would naturally be dealt with by others. He tucked Gu Minjing under his arm and instantly returned to the manor, unceremoniously tossing her to the ground. Mission accomplished. I have captured this woman. This is her spatial equipment, which I have deactivated the bond for. You may handle it as you see fit. You would toss the space into Leader No. 1's arms. Leader No. 1 was momentarily stunned by Yu Hua's audacious move. Such a precious item, and he just tossed it casually. What if it broke? What if it were snatched away? What if he accidentally claimed it as his own? Leader No. 1's inner turmoil was lost on Yu Hua, who passionately kissed Gu Shiyue. Wait for my return. With that, he vanished. Gu Shiyue had grown accustomed to his sudden comings and goings. Thus she paid it no mind. Her attention was now fully captured by Gu Minjing. This woman was entirely naked, merely wrapped in a filthy blanket. And as soon as she was tossed down by Yu Hua, the blanket slipped, revealing the marks upon her body. The modest women present immediately turned away in embarrassment. Shameless, what water goddess, more like a seductress. What a figure. Whispers reached Gu Minjing's ears, prompting her to laugh heartily. Men adore me just like this. What is it? Are you envious? Scoundrel, Leader No. 1 finally reacted. Take her away for questioning. At last, 2 female guards escorted Gu Minjing away. Gu Shiyue, one day, you two shall meet a similar fate. I await that day. Gu Shiyue furrowed her brow, determined that she would never allow herself to fall into such a dire predicament. Chapter 71. The island nation Yu will once again retrieve the thunder god. Li Ziki from Kyoto. He was a powerful mage, and without him, things would not proceed smoothly. Upon hearing they were headed to the island nation to stir trouble, Li Ziki was quite enthusiastic. After all, he was a staunch descendant of a revolutionary lineage. How could he miss out on battling the Japanese devils? Brother, what camaraderie! No need for pleasantries. The two exchanged compliments, laughing heartily as they teleported away. While Yu Hua returned, Qin Xuanzi had already cleared out the yacht that had abducted Gu Shiyue. After the three convened, they proceeded with their plans. I shall pay a visit to the Yasukuni shrine and let the vengeful spirits return to the underworld. Qin Xuanzi voluntarily chose the Yasukuni shrine. His abilities were quite mystical, making him well suited for such a place, and the other two had no objections. Then I shall pay a visit to the Imperial Palace. I most enjoy acting on behalf of justice. I wonder if the island nation's royal family is indeed divinely mandated. If not, perhaps a thunder strike will suffice, Li Ziki said with a smile. Grandfather, I shall inherit your legacy and bring glory to our ancestors. Yu Hua glanced at the map. The number of self-defense forces is rather excessive. Taxpayer money at work. Let me help them cut down on expenses. The three kind-hearted souls set off, and in the small expanse of the island nation. They, being masters of the fourth and fifth tiers, moved swiftly. Of course, to expedite matters, Yu had teleported them there. Taking advantage of the absence of opponents on the island, the three fought individually. Yu's attacks were straightforward, spatial annihilation, allowing that area of space to vanish without a trace. Even those standing nearby would not hear a whisper. Thus, after he eliminated dozens of self-defense forces, they finally reacted. Unfortunately, they faced Yuhua, even with their defenses raised. They could not mount an effective counterattack. They merely added a bit of inconvenience to Yu's actions. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, the Emperor of the island nation was enjoying the service of his maidens. Report, Your Majesty. There has been an incident. The Prime Minister's office has just informed that 13 of the self-defense forces have been annihilated. Baka, what are these useless fools doing? Find Watanabe Yukino-suk for me. The Emperor raged, pushing the maid aside. Your Majesty, Watanabe has not yet returned. Useless fools. What about Matsushita-kun? There is trouble at Yasukuni Shrine. Matsushita is engaged in battle with the enemy there. What about Ida-kun? Is he not the highest commander of the self-defense forces? Where has he gone? The Emperor was infuriated, realizing that at a critical moment, there was no one available. Your Majesty, Ida-kun, he has already perished. The royal guard knelt on the ground, weeping profusely. What Ida-kun? The Emperor could not believe it. Ida-kun was among the top 3 masters in his country. If even he had fallen, who was the assailant? Who was attacking the self-defense forces? The Emperor trembled as he inquired. According to reports from the front lines, the enemy employed spatial abilities. In this world, only the illustrious David from the beautiful country and the Ming Emperor from Huagua could wield spatial powers to such an extent. The Emperor staggered back 3 steps. It must be him. It has to be him. He has come for revenge. Quickly, gather the important items. We must leave the palace. We can no longer remain here. It is too conspicuous. The Emperor thought his speed was sufficient. Little did he know, Li Ziki was waiting for him. He found it dull to eliminate them all at once. He wanted the Emperor to realize the truth, panic, and flee, only for him to catch him like a cat catching a mouse. The mere thought thrilled him. He activated his wristwatch to record, muttering to himself, "This shall be a day etched in history. This shall be the day the Thunder God leaves his mark. I must capture my heroic image." After fiddling for a while, he noticed that the people within the palace had finally begun to panic. He knew the moment he had been waiting for had arrived. Li Ziki hovered in the air, summoning vast thunderclouds with his extraordinary powers, enveloping the entire imperial palace in darkness. Below, the palace servants screamed in terror. The mythical beast has arrived. Run! It's the end of days. At last, Li Ziki spotted the figure of the Emperor and began directing lightning downwards. However, the Emperor of the island nation proved woefully inadequate and was instantly reduced to ashes. Li Ziki smirked, finding the situation uninteresting. He ceased controlling the thunderclouds, allowing them to wreak havoc freely. In less than 10 seconds, the palace was reduced to mere rubble. Found it! Li Ziki exclaimed with excitement. He could not leave empty-handed after such an effort. He had delayed for so long specifically for the palace's treasure vault. It was not in vain that he had borrowed several spatial devices. Although the royal family of the island nation was not particularly affluent, even a dying camel is larger than a horse, and Li Ziki did not disdain their treasures at all. While Li Ziki busied himself with plundering treasures, Kinshwanzi had already defeated Matsushita and was now performing rites for the souls of the departed. Infinite celestial venerable, truly a vengeful spirit, I shall send you to the Yellow Springs. With that, he cast several talismans, igniting spontaneously without wind, and soon, the Jinghua shrine resounded with the wails of anguished spirits. Before Kinshwanzi appeared a ghostly gate, from which emerged 2 spectral officials, their forms unmistakably that of the black and white impermanents. Where is this? Surely not within the borders of Huagua. The white impermanence, with its lifeless gaze, spoke in a haunting tone. Let me see. Indeed it is not. This must be the neighboring island nation. How did the ghost gate open here? The black impermanence scratched its head. Clearly perplexed, esteemed officials, I am Kinshwanzi. The gate of ghosts was opened by my humble self. I am sorry for troubling you both. So it is the disciple of Longhu Mountain. Come, tell me, what is the matter? My lord, this is the infamous Jinhua Shrine, where the vengeful spirits are all war criminals. I have come to send them to the Yellow Springs. Oh, you are quite impressive, my boy. You have the right spirit. I shall take these souls with me. Once in the underworld, they will be well taken care of. The white impermanence forced a rigid smile, attempting to appear benevolent, that I do appreciate such spirited youth. Here, allow me to bestow a gift upon you. The black impermanence touched Qin forehead, imparting a cultivation technique. Thank you, esteemed official, for your guidance. Qin rejoiced, for it was a technique that resonated with his extraordinary abilities. And at last, he possessed a method of cultivation. As the black and white impermanence led the spirits away, they conversed. Why did you give that to him? It matters not. Lomu Mountain has a connection to the underworld. With the world in chaos, we urgently need to establish a new order. Granting them some power will ensure the eternal legacy of Huagua. You, however, shall face punishment upon your return. No matter, I willingly accept the repercussions. Besides, these vengeful spirits are a great merit. Their sins and virtues shall balance out. I may not even face punishment. That may be true that I shall assist you in alleviating some of the burden. The punishment for two will be lighter. No need. It would only hinder you. What kind of relationship do we have? Why speak of hindrance? Chapter 72. The great serpent, come on, fire at me. You was shouted boldly. The bullets from their firearms had no effect on him whatsoever. The energy weapons developed by the island nation could not even pierce his skin. This was the last self-defense camp, also their headquarters. Who are you exactly? Why are you attacking our self-defense force? The opposing side dispatched a negotiation expert, attempting to reason with Yuhua. Yuhua glanced at the magnificent fireworks over the palace, knowing that the situation could not be delayed any longer. Where is your emperor? Dare to abduct my wife. And today I shall send you all to the Western Paradise. With that, Yuhua unleashed an aerial attack. No, you can't. Yuhua had no intention of wasting words. And in an instant, the headquarters was reduced to a cloud of dust. Just as he prepared to leave, he noticed something beneath the volcano. With a swift teleportation, he descended into the depths. He nearly awakened a colossal mythical beast. The eight-headed serpent. Good heavens, it truly exists. The eight-headed serpent, with its 8 heads and 8 tails, bore a fearsome countenance. Such a legendary beast must possess considerable power. You would dare not make a move, fearing it would awaken and spell his doom. However, upon careful observation of the cavern, he discerned that this serpent appeared to be domesticated, that he found numerous corpses of both humans and beasts within the cave. Yet no signs of battle. Clearly, the food was thrown in after death. According to legend, the 8-headed serpent harbored a treasured sword within its body. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found it. He felt a surge of temptation. However, the sword was surrounded by the 8 heads, making retrieval exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the 8-headed serpent was likely at the 7th tier, far beyond Yuhua's capability to confront. His current thought was to acquire the sword without engaging the serpent directly. But he needed to devise a plan. Yuhua melded into the spatial layers, circling the cavern, but found no treasures. It seemed the food was indeed fed from above the volcano. Thus, this avenue of approach was deemed a failure. Stealth was his only recourse. He held his breath and approached the 8-headed serpent. And when he was less than a meter away, it suddenly opened its eyes, raising its head and scanning the surroundings. Yet failed to find anything amiss, closing its eyes once more to resume slumber. Yuhua traversed through the spatial layers, making him undetectable by ordinary search methods. He cautiously approached the sword, confirming that it was embedded within the flesh of the 8-headed serpent, which posed a significant problem. Pulling the sword would undoubtedly awaken it, bringing about imminent danger. However, one must risk the tiger's lair to catch the tiger cub. Having come this far, he could not leave empty-handed. The sword was within reach, and Yuhua pulled with all his might. To his dismay, it did not budge. He felt a headache forming. Indeed, the 8-headed serpent had awakened. Fortunately, Yuhua was quick-witted and immediately threw several corpses of mythical beasts. The 8 heads paused to contemplate, seemingly puzzled. It was not feeding time, so why was there food? Nevertheless, this did not hinder their appetite. In mere seconds, all 8 heads belched and returned to slumber. Now, Yuhua was troubled. What to do if he could not extract the sword? Upon further inspection, he discovered that there was a ceiling formation surrounding the sword. This was likely the reason for its entrapment. Yuhua, being a master of formations, found the array trivial. After a brief calculation, he understood how to dismantle it. However, one pressing concern remained. The sword was indeed sealing the eight-headed serpent, should he break the sword's seal. The serpent's seal would likewise be undone. At that point, the eight-headed serpent would surely dominate the island nation. After a moment of hesitation, you will resolve to proceed with the extraction. After all, if the island were to fall, it would be their own doing. They had nurtured this divine beast themselves, had they not? Gently, he tapped the sealing formation, and it shattered at his touch. He swiftly withdrew the sword and teleported out. In that instant, he heard the furious roar of the eight-headed serpent, reverberating throughout the entire island nation. Kinshwanzi and Li Ziki were already awaiting Yuhua by the seaside, and upon hearing the commotion, both drew in a sharp breath. Little Yu has stirred up a huge mess, at least a 7th tier. What a grand undertaking. The two believed they had already made significant achievements, only to find that Yuhua had claimed the first prize. How formidable! Kinshwanzi stroked his beard, smiling. That little brat is truly impressive. Li Ziki admitted to feeling a twinge of jealousy. As they conversed, Yuhua arrived before them. Let us go. He grabbed both of them and teleported away from the island nation. Upon returning to their homeland, the three exchanged glances and smiled. Next time such an opportunity arises, remember to call me. Infinite Celestial Venerable, a promise is a promise. Let us go. Elder Taoist Lil Yu is getting married. We should go toast to the joyous occasion. Li Ziki was brimming with pride, reveling in both fame and fortune, infinite longevity and blessings. Indeed, we must toast to the wedding. Kinshwanzi was also all smiles. After all, he had reaped the greatest rewards, hadn't he? Ha! The drinks are on me. Let us go. Though Yuhua had only acquired a sword, it was a weapon capable of sealing a 7th-tier mythical beast, marking a significant gain. Upon arriving in the capital, merely half a day had passed. The #1 leader awaited news in the estate. The southern base had already dispatched personnel to handle matters. The base commander and Gu Minjing's other 2 husbands needed to be restrained. Upon seeing Yuhua and his companions return, they approached eagerly. How did it go? Ha! We did not disappoint. The emperor of the island nation met an unfortunate demise today, along with the palace and other royal members, all struck down by the heavenly tribulation. Li Ziki eagerly interjected, relishing the feeling of bravado. Truly remarkable. The heavenly will is indeed just. The sensation of executing heavenly justice is exhilarating. Young man, you have brought honor to the Li family. The leader, Li, exclaimed joyfully. Though Li Ziki was not his grandson, they shared the same surname, making him feel a sense of kinship. Infinite Celestial Venerable, I gathered some vengeful spirits at the Jinhua Shrine and handed them over to the Black and White Impermanents. Kinshwanzi, the Taoist priest, humbly remarked, but aren't the Black and White Impermanents are ghostly officials? The #1 leader inquired, somewhat baffled as to why they had ventured to the island nation. Oh, it was I who invited them. Upon encountering that group of vengeful spirits, they were quite pleased and expressed their intent to properly host them in the underworld. Everyone around could not help but give a thumbs up. Indeed, it is the Taoist priest. Impressive. Soon, all eyes turned expectantly towards Yuhua, for with such remarkable contributions from both, surely he must have achieved even greater feats. Ahem. Yuhua cleared his throat and proclaimed. The self-defense forces of the island nation have mysteriously vanished today. I have no idea where they have gone. Chapter 73. Manifestation of Power, as the crowd collectively looked down upon him. Was it not his own abilities that could cause such a disappearance? Yuhua touched his nose, taken aback by their reaction, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Moreover, beneath the volcano in the island nation lies the sealed Yamata no Orochi, conservatively estimated to be of level 7, that before anyone could react. Yuhua added, I released it. Hiss hiss. So that was the grand revelation. All fell silent, captivated by Yuhua's astonishing display of power. That Jiyu Shuriwa was thoroughly startled by Yuhua. A level 7 beast. Are you hurt? She quickly grabbed Yuhua and began to examine him, though Yuhua felt a surge of satisfaction internally while maintaining an air of nonchalance. There is no need to fuss. How could I possibly be injured? It's a trivial matter. Jiyu Shuriwa paused, noting that his demeanor did not suggest any injuries. Just as Yuhua was about to speak again, Gu Shuriwa cast him a sidelong glance. silently signaling him to cease. How childish. The chief swiftly contacted the intelligence department, and upon hanging up the phone, his expression was one of sorrow. Just now, our neighbor, the island nation, suffered an attack from a level 8 monstrosity. Preliminary reports indicate that the Dongdu base has been annihilated, with casualties exceeding 300,000, that the beast is currently advancing towards other bases. Let us observe a moment of silence. The crowd exchanged glances, stifling laughter, unable to express mirth or tears. Chief, the island nation has sent a plea for assistance, hoping that our great nation may extend humanitarian aid to help them through this crisis, reported a communications officer. The chief suppressed a smirk. How utterly tragic. Alas, distant waters cannot quench nearby thirst. Well then, arrange for the offering of 100 million. Oh no, 1,000 origami cranes for their prayers. The crowd suppressed their laughter, struggling to contain their amusement. Today, the three guardians of the nation have achieved great merit. Although this matter cannot be publicly acknowledged, both the state and I shall remember it, and rewards will be bestowed in due time. I wonder, do the three of you have any objections? None. We serve the people. This was the resolve of Li Ziki, a descendant of the red aristocracy, uttered instinctively. Upon saying this, she felt a flush of embarrassment. A pure reflex. The crowd responded with benevolent smiles to no. Yu shrugged, unconcerned. After all, it would not diminish his share. Infinite blessings. I am but a wanderer. Possessions are inconsequential. San Xuanzi had no objections either, but he had already reaped the greatest benefits. Thus, everyone dispersed, returning to their respective duties. Tomorrow was the wedding, and Gu Shiyue and Yu had much to prepare, with guests arriving from afar. Yet, that very evening, Li Mingqi pulled Gu Shiyue into hosting a bachelorette party, claiming it to be the last indulgence before marriage. The venue chosen by Li Mingqi was, of course, a vibrant bar, and even Gu Miao, her sister-in-law, abandoned her husband to join them. Gu Miao, petite and delicate, had a wild spirit. Her eyes nearly sparkled at the sight of the muscular performers on stage. Seeing this, Li Mingqi knew she had found a kindred spirit. Sister, shall we pick one? Gu Miao lamented. Just looking is enough. My husband would be jealous. Hey, why do you all insist on marrying? So many constraints. Li Mingqi shook her head. Life is short. Why not seize the day? Gu Shiyue found it hard to match Li Mingqi's carefree attitude, especially since she had entangled herself with the most formidable man of the apocalypse, making it impossible to let go. As for Gu Miao, I love my husbands dearly. We live happily together, and I do not wish to betray them. Not only Li Mingqi, but even Gu Shiyue felt a chill upon hearing this, that in her view, love was exclusive. A relationship among three was already cramped, let alone 6. Goodness! How dull. Li Mingqi felt disappointed. Cough, Mingqi, you enjoy yourself. My sister and I will just watch. Ji Yushirua stated. The three women's perspectives on love were utterly divergent, making their conversation on this topic anything but pleasant. Sister, the energy drinks here are quite good. Do try this golden orchid. Doesn't it have a hint of osmanthus fragrance? Gu Miao picked it up and took a delicate sip, her eyes lighting up. It's truly delightful. Having said that, she downed it in one go and ordered another. Ji Yushirua and Li Mingqi made no attempt to stop her. After all, her level was high, and such a small amount of alcohol should not intoxicate her. Gu Shiyue also enjoyed the drinks here, so the two of them settled at the bar, allowing the bartender to concoct cocktails for them. Amidst laughter and chatter, they consumed quite a bit to be. By the time Li Mingqi finished conversing with a charming young man, she discovered that the two had become slightly dazed. They were still laughing and exclaiming, "Cheers! So delicious! Let us have another!" She slapped her forehead, realizing she had forgotten to keep an eye on these two drunks. How was she to get them home now? Before Li Mingqi could devise a plan, a few grim-faced men appeared before her. Yu Hua and his brothers Law. It's no longer your concern. We'll take care of them. Li Mingqi was more than happy to comply, eager to return to her charming young man. Gu Miao was hoisted into the car by her husbands, while Gu Shiyue was instantaneously transported back to the estate by Yu Hua. Yu Hua initially intended to look after Gu Shiyue, but was promptly shooed away by her mother, who declared it inauspicious for a pre-wedding meeting. Of course, Gu Shiyue did not fare any better. Her mother doused her with a cleansing spell to wake her up. She gazed at her mother's stern face and her father, who seemed to shrink into a quail, and sweetly coaxed, "Mom, That drink was truly delightful, sweet as juice. I accidentally drank too much. You. How can you still act like a child? Guma's expression softened despite herself. What could she do? Her daughter had been missing for 10 years and was only just coming of age. She could hardly bear to scold her. Go wash up and sleep early. You need to rise early tomorrow. All right, good night, Mom. Good night, Dada. Gu Shuriwe embraced her parents before heading off to shower. The moment her daughter disappeared, Guma's demeanor changed dramatically. Her teeth clenched as she hissed, Gu Zhou, look at the daughter you've raised. However, Gu Shuriwe remained oblivious. After her shower, she promptly climbed into bed, perhaps due to the effects of alcohol. She slept quite soundly that night. At 4 in the morning, Gu Shuriwe was groggily roused from her slumber by her mother. Yeah, wake up. Today is your wedding day. You need to get up early to prepare. Let me sleep a little longer. Gu Shuriwe opened her eyes a crack and saw the outside still cloaked in darkness, refusing to rise. No. Get up quickly. What responded to Gu Ma was Gu Shuriwe's steady breathing. Gu Ma, unable to contain her frustration, cast another cleansing spell. Gu Shuriwe jolted awake, sitting up straight. What is happening? Enough. Now that you're awake, hurry and wash up. The makeup team has already arrived, Gu Ma said with a stern expression. Gu Shuriwe felt a wave of resentment. Why must getting married be such a torment? She regretted it. Chapter 74. The wedding. After washing up, Gu Shuriwe donned her wedding gown and sat before the vanity, waiting for the makeup artist to apply her makeup. Goddess of moon water, your skin is truly exquisite. Even without foundation, you look stunning. The makeup artist complimented Gu Shuriwe, who, although aware of the flattery, felt pleased nonetheless. Her skin had always been good, and after cultivating and cleansing her marrow, she had indeed become much more beautiful. Do you have any requirements for your makeup? No specific requirements. Just do what suits me, she replied. Trusting the professionals, Gu Shuriwe was not one to micromanage. The makeup artist visibly relaxed. The goddess of moonwater appeared quite amiable. Post-apocalypse wedding ceremonies are generally not overly complicated, reminiscent of what Gu Shuriwe had known in her past life. When it came to the door-blocking segment, Li Mengqi, as the maid of honor, stood resolutely, a single warrior against a multitude. The groom and groomsmen were formidable guardians of the nation. She could hardly stand a chance. However, she had her own battalion. A group of flamboyantly dressed female abilities stood at the entrance, rendering even you who momentarily restrained. Oh, the groom is quite handsome. It seems easy to pass through if you offer us the groomsmen instead. Yes, today, we shall not vie for the groom, but the groomsmen. Little groomsmen, how about spending a delightful night with us sisters? Yu Hua and Li Ziki had never encountered such a spectacle. It was an outright gathering of female ruffians. No, absolutely not. Li Ziki raised both hands in protest. That many spider spirits. As a monk, I wouldn't even leave a corpse behind. Oh, don't be shy. We sisters will ensure you experience ecstasy. The female abilities clustered around Li Ziki, and the onlookers erupted in laughter, witnessing the humiliation of a guardian of the nation. It was worth every penny. Yua, save me. By this time, Yu had already seized the opportunity to slip through the door. Ignoring his cries for help, Li Ziki, amidst the throng of women, reached out, only to be pushed back. Li Mengqi, dear sister, quickly save your brother. Li Mengqi remained unfazed, casually digging in her ears. What are you yelling about? Dear brother? You little brat, watching me suffer and doing nothing. Just wait until I get you home. Li Ziki was in a panic. Sisters, this is my real brother. Just a little fun now, and I'll take him home later. Li Ziki was initially moved by the previous statement, but upon hearing the latter, she felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Li Mengqi, just you wait. Li Ziki declared fiercely. Li Mengqi merely smiled. We'll talk later tonight. A moment of surprise crossed Li Ziki's face. Could this obstinate girl have a trick up her sleeve? Yu cheerfully escorted Gu Shuriwe away, their convoy making a grand entrance toward the newlywed residence. The courtyard had been splendidly renovated, and exotic plants flourished vibrantly. The yard was adorned with festive decorations, teeming with guests. Given the ample space, the wedding banquet was held within the courtyard. Gu Shuriwe arrived at the new home first. While Yu entertained the guests outside, by midday, Gu Shuriwe and Yu stood at the entrance to welcome their visitors, posing for photographs with the arriving guests, due to their elevated status. Many sought to capture a moment with them, prompting Yu Hua to arrange for a photographer. The manner in which people contributed during the apocalypse was quite unique. Some offered points of contribution, Others presented precious items, and even a few arrived carrying the corpses of exotic beasts as gifts that Yu Hua welcomed each offering, diligently recording them. Naturally, only those holding invitations were permitted entry. As the wedding ceremony commenced, Gu's father escorted Gu Shiyue onto the stage. Following the MC's words, he placed Gu Shiyue's hand into Yu Hua's. After completing his lines, Gu's father leaned into Yu Hua, saying softly, "Take good care of my daughter, or I will certainly reclaim her." Yu Hua, who had been smiling broadly, immediately straightened his expression. "I won't give you that opportunity." The two men exchanged silent challenges through their gazes on stage. Gu Shiyue sighed internally. These two failed to recognize the gravity of the occasion. "Can you two please be more discreet?" she remarked with a forced smile. Only then did they proceed with the ceremony. On Yu Hua's side, only his sister and brother-in-law remained, and they ascended the stage to receive the couple's bow, each presenting a generous red envelope. Gu Shiyue suddenly felt quite fortunate to have such a brother-in-law. The officiant was the #1 leader, who had volunteered for the role. After all, both the groom and bride were pillars of the nation, and he could not afford to overlook this event. As for Mrs. Chuanfu, she was the wife of Leader Li, having supported him from their humble village to the heart of the central government, embodying the ideal of a devoted partner. They both offered heartfelt blessings. When the MC asked the groom, "Do you take this woman before you as your wife, to love and cherish her for all eternity?" Yu Hua, filled with excitement, grasped Gu Shiyue's hand. "I do." The MC then turned to the bride. "Do you take this man before you as your husband, to stand by him through thick and thin?" Gu Shiyue, suppressing her shyness, replied, "I do." The MC then posed the question, "Is there anyone present who opposes this union?" "I oppose! I oppose! I oppose!" A commotion erupted. The MC, expecting a mere formality, was taken aback by the chorus of dissent. Suddenly, a group of men in suits, holding flowers, appeared at the entrance, seemingly coordinated in their arrival on stage. "We oppose!" Yu narrowed his eyes. "You all? It seems my previous reprimand was too lenient. You dare disrupt my wedding." Yunting stepped forward, ignoring Yu Hua entirely, and knelt before Gu Shiyue. "Yeah, I'm here today to ask for your consent to become your husband. As the water goddess, you should not be bound by a single man. That if you agree, I am willing to be your second or even third husband." Gu Shiyue stepped back in shock. Heaven knows she had no intention of taking on multiple husbands. Before she could respond, Long Tai and Huating also knelt. "Yeah, I wish to be your second or third husband. Please accept me. Yeah, grant me a title. No matter which husband I may be, I will marry no one but you." Gu Shiyue felt faint. These three must have conspired together. She turned to Yu Hua, whose eyes burned with fury as he glared at the trio, wishing to flay them alive. That Gu's parents were equally stunned. Unable to comprehend how the situation had escalated, Yu Miao was furious and nearly lunged at them, only to be restrained by several brothers-in-law. Even the #1 leader remained composed, evidently enjoying the spectacle. Showing no signs of opposition, the crowd buzzed with speculation, wondering whether Gu Shiyue would accept these men, as they were all renowned figures in the Kyoto base. Chapter 75. Explanation. Everyone awaited Gu Shiyue's response, knowing she needed to act swiftly, or matters would worsen. "I'm sorry. I do not consent." The crowd gasped. No one had anticipated her rejection. After all, it seemed evident to all that accepting these men would be more advantageous than detrimental. Moreover, their requests were modest, merely seeking acknowledgement. Yet Gu Shiyue had turned them down. "Why?" The three queried in unison. Gu Shiyue furrowed her brow. "What I desire is a marriage between two individuals for a lifetime, not a farcical gathering of many. That I cannot accept your sentiments." She was fully aware of their intentions to pressure Yu Hua in front of everyone today, that if she were truly a woman of the apocalypse, perhaps she might have acquiesced, but Gu Shiyue's principles were firm. How could she agree? "Yeah." The three insisted, but before they could continue, Yu Hua, unable to contain his frustration, threw them out one by one. "All right. The wedding can proceed." Yu's spirits soared. Having dealt with those pesky intruders only lifted his mood further. The officiant nearly choked on his words, momentarily forgetting his lines. "Now, let us invite the groom and bride to exchange rings." The couple donned their rings and shared a kiss amidst the music, and Gu Shiyue felt as if she were in a dream. Throughout the afternoon, they bid farewell to the guests of BY evening. Only family remained for a meal together. That night marked their bridal chamber, and everyone discreetly left early, ensuring no one disturbed the occasion. Notably, earlier in the day, Li Ziki, having helped Yu fend off drinks, had gotten drunk and was taken away by Li Mingqi. What lay ahead for him was uncertain. Once everyone departed, Yu transported Gu Shuriwei into their true new home within the space. Under the wisdom tea tree, they nestled together on a single lounge chair. "Yeah, I finally married you." Gu Shuriwei turned and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Yeah, I'm terrified this is all a dream." Tears brimmed in Yu's eyes. He had searched for her for a decade. Gu Shuriwei sighed and rubbed his face. "I'm here. Yeah, promise me you'll never leave me." "All right, I promise you." "Yeah, you are wonderful." But if you're so afraid of losing me, why did you threaten me back then?" Just as Yu was filled with love, Gu Shui's words froze him in his tracks. Oh no. The reckoning had come. "Yeah, in that moment, I was simply terrified, fearing you would abandon me, so I thought it best to take you first, and I apologize. I shouldn't have acted that way. Did you think force would compel me to comply? No. I was the fool. I'm sorry, yeah." Gu Shuriwei reached out, playfully lifting his chin, resembling a mischievous rogue. "If you wish for my forgiveness, call me sister." The Gu Shuriwei expected Yu to be too embarrassed to comply, but to her surprise, his eyes lit up. "Sister, sister, I love you. Just say you love me, and I'll give you my life." A slip-up. This man was utterly shameless. The Gu Shuriwei regretted her words as Yu took swift action. The space echoed with his repeated "sister." Gu Shuriwei wished to silence him. In the apocalypse, heightened senses made it easy to overhear, and with Gu Shuyu's prowess, she could detect the slightest movements within a 10-mile radius. Thus, when couples were harmonious, it was easy for others to overhear. However, in this personal space, they were wholly independent, allowing them a greater sense of freedom. Therefore, regardless of where Yu chose to take them, Gu Shuriwei found it all the more delightful. The following morning, they rose at their usual time, adhering to custom. Today she would return to her maternal home, that Yu had prepared gifts for the occasion. And clad in vibrant red, Gu Shuriwei returned with him. Upon arriving at the estate, her parents and Gu Shuyang awaited them, to her astonishment. Just 2 days after her wedding, her mother began pressuring her for children. At that moment, she desperately wanted to exclaim, "Mom, I'm still young." Yet she dared not. As long as her mother spoke, she simply nodded in agreement. Gu Shuyang and Gu Dad exchanged glances, yet they dared not utter a word. Yu gazed at Gu Shuriwei with sparkling eyes, clearly captivated by her presence. He increasingly lavished attention on Gu Ma, who found him more and more agreeable, but Gu Dad had already begun to grind his molars in irritation. The true new home lay within the confines of their space. For both of them, it mattered little whether they resided in the manor or the courtyard. However, by evening, Gu Ma still insisted they return to the courtyard. In her own words, during the honeymoon period, returning home late at night would be inauspicious. That it was unclear where she had picked up such customs. Unable to resist her, Gu Shuriwei had no choice but to accompany Yu back to the courtyard. Yu Miao and her husbands opted to stay at a hotel and did not join them, so the courtyard was left with just the two of them at night, with hired workers only coming during the day. The two enjoyed a sweet few days together. With nothing to occupy her at home, Gu Shuriwei rekindled her interest in brewing. Coincidentally, the last time Yu had brought back a basket of plums, which were too sour to eat on their own, so Gu Shuriwei transformed them into green plum wine. The beer she had brewed previously was also ready to be tapped. Upon tasting it, she found it far superior to ordinary beer, and crucially, it was a level 2 energy drink. This was primarily because Gu Shuriwei used level 3 water for the brewing, naturally making it stronger than what others could produce. The only drawback was its high alcohol content, nearly rivaling that of spirits. Yu also sampled some and remarked on its excellent quality. Hearing this, Gu Shuriwei was overjoyed and decided to share some beer with her friends and family. Their praise was overwhelmingly positive, further motivating her. Just as the peach blossoms in her space began to bloom, she set about brewing some peach blossom wine. Of course, the majority of her brewing efforts were dedicated to beast blood wine, as this material was the most affordable and readily available. Beast blood wine was known for enhancing physical strength, and Gu Shuriwei eagerly anticipated its effects. Due to Yu Hua, those with abilities were particularly enthusiastic about body refinement, ensuring that this concoction would undoubtedly sweep the nation once it became available. That Yu was specifically ventured outside the city to hunt over 1,000 magical beasts for Gu Shuriwei to brew beast blood wine. Consequently, she produced approximately 1,000 jars of beast blood wine, spanning levels 1 to 3, that the wine cellar in the manor and the basement of the courtyard were now filled to the brim with jars of wine. Observing that she had no more space for her brews, Yuhua quietly excavated a large wine cellar within the manor. Then on the third day of their marriage, Gu Shiyue embarked on her purification journey once more. Having diligently practiced recently, her level had risen to 14, that the skills she had awakened were predominantly supportive in nature, such as spring breeze and rain, a technique used for irrigation. There was also water purification, a commendable skill that could elevate low-level water to a higher grade. That Jiu Shuriwe had tested it by purifying level 3 water into level 4. Level 4 water could also be refined into level 5. But the energy consumption was excessive, resulting in only a successful yield of 10 milliliters, which was nonetheless astonishing. After all, in Huagua, only 5 milliliters of level 5 water had been discovered in a single relic. This 5 milliliters of level 5 water ultimately allowed Qinchuanzi to successfully advance to level 4, showcasing its rarity. Gu Shiyue's purification speed had significantly improved. She took the opportunity to purify all the lakes, large and small, within the Kyoto base. Whether it was her imagination or not, she felt that the ambient energy within the entire base had become much gentler. That afternoon, Yu Miao and her husbands came to bid farewell to Gu Shiyue and Yuhua. They were heading back to the Shizhou base. Yeah, I know this request may seem presumptuous, but I must ask, could you please purify the water source for the Shizhou base? Yu Miao looked at Gu Shiyue with hopeful eyes, her expression pleading, as if shrouded in the delicate mist of Jiangnan. Even her 5 brothers-in-law turned their gazes toward Gu Shiyue. Instantly, Gu Shiyue felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Sister, my purification can only last for 10 days at a time. I fear it may still be insufficient for the needs of the Shizhou base, that it will be sufficient. Yu Miao exclaimed with tears of joy, as long as Gu Shiyue was willing to help. They could resolve any other issues. Once you purify, every family in the Shizhou base has a water storage tank, and it will last them quite a while. Please, dear sister, help us. We are in dire need of water. It was a cry filled with sorrow. The Shizhou base, located near the desert, had historically struggled with water scarcity, and now, amidst the apocalypse and water pollution, their situation had worsened. Most inhabitants of other bases perished from starvation or were attacked by magical beasts and plants, while those in the Shizhou base predominantly succumbed to thirst. Gu Shiyue nodded. That is agreeable. Making the round trip to Shizhou is no small feat. I had intended to wait until my level increased further before venturing to more distant bases. Since my sister has made the request, I will indeed make the journey. Wonderful. Yeah, I thank you on behalf of the survivors in Shizhou.